Well, imagine if you spin and roll FNAF. Actually, spin it right now. No balls.
I'll spin the wheel. I just need to
Why?
set the stream. What the f?
Well, imagine if you
Why is your
spin and
timer
roll
at
FNAF.
26 minutes? I mean hours.
Actually, spin it right now.
Damn it. What? Beating Five Nights at Freddy's?
Kidding this.
Yeah, what is that?
Actually, spin the wheel, and if you get, do you have like Ultimate Custom Night or Five Nights at Freddy's on this?
Yeah.
I bet if you spin it and it lands on that, you should just keep this.
Keep what? Oh, fuck. Fuck, dude. Fuck. What was the... It was only streaming for 3 hours before it pooped.
We can use anything that we get besides.
Let's see. It was part 3 where we just ended. So
1720, I guess.
the Roblox. No, not that. Where's part 4? Get that up yet?
1020. 1040. Yeah, that's right.
No time before cut. What time do you have right now?
Huh?
What time do you have right now on your timer?
17 hours, 20 minutes about. I just changed it to what should be correct.
Alright. Yeah, that's correct. Alright, spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel. Hold
See
on.
what you get.
Why, dude? Why? Okay. Runs a Fortnite. I just closed Fortnite. I don't know if I'll play later.
17 hours from now.
I'll probably play Fortnite at some point in the stream.
Be about like 10:03. Be like 3:21 when this stream is over. Want some Minecraft?
Alright. It's time to spin the wheel. Spin that wheel. What's it gonna be? Spin, spin, spin. Spin for me. Spin that goddamn wheel. Fall Guys, yeah. It's time to play Fall Guys. I'm incredibly tired. And I don't
Yeah,
think I can be successful.
Yeah. I hope you can be successful.
I'm not
Tell
gonna
me.
be successful. Dude, I'm going crazy.
Yes.
Oh my
Wait.
god.
I'm gonna play drive cars down a hill.
You're gonna play that without me?
Yeah, you chose Fall Guy. I'm gonna do it to see if I can like get past any point. Like we haven't gotten yet.
I have my controller plugged in.
You play Fall Guys on controller, bro.
Yeah, why would I not? Who doesn't play Fall Guys on controller? Fall Guys is fucking stupid on mouse and keyboard. Oh god. I forgot I'm wearing this ugly ass. I'm in this ugly ass skin combination. Oh my god, I need the mullet. And I can get the Fall Guys mullet.
Ooh, yeah, that's bad.
I got the Fall Guys mullet. No, not melon shoes.
What car should I get next in drive cars down a hill?
Get the really expensive sports car one.
When you say, do you mean like the 2.5 million one?
Yeah, the most expensive car.
Alright, I gotta get the stock car.
I'm never gonna take off the mullet ever in Fall Guys.
Well, I never.
I need to look like a freaking redneck. That looks good. Color.
If you ever get bored, you can just watch me.
I'll just watch you play fucking.
I witnessed a guy literally just kill himself as I was crossing that bridge at the start of the game. He like nope the fuck out.
Fall Guys time.
Are you gonna get that Fortnite? Are you gonna get that winner chicken dinner?
I gotta get that winner chicken dinner in Fall Guys. I've never fun fact, I've never lost a game of Fall Guys before in my life.
Alright, let's see if that holds true.
Yeah, and if anyone ever beats me, it's because they have Game Shark. Because they are cheating. Because they activated their kill aura. What the hell was that explosion noise? Was that in your screen share, Ben?
That must have been.
I don't know why I can hear that. I don't have it
Oh.
open.
I'm gonna have like the headset divide in my hair for like the next day. Oh, I
The
died.
fucking headset dent.
Yeah. It's gonna be bad. Oh, I forgot.
I don't even like wearing headsets, I just have to wear it so the audio sounds good. Did you just send me something on Discord? Who's messaging me on Discord? Oh fuck, I have it set to Fortnite still. I need to change it to Fall Guys.
What do you mean? The audio?
No, the topic on the stream. Or actually, it might be set to Roblox. No, it's probably on Fortnite. That's very unfortunate.
No. It's so sad. No one wants to ride the bus.
Nobody wants to ride the bus.
No one wants to ride the bus.
Nolan
it
wants to
was
ride the bus. I'm getting freaking messages on Discord from Nolan.
Of course. Sounds like something Nolan would do. What is he saying?
You know you're a barbecue creator when your kid wants to slap your meat.
What the hell? Oh my god.
Bro qualified.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Bro qualified first round. Let's go.
Yeah.
Top 50%. Bro, that's not good.
Speed slider. This one's freaking quirky. I've actually never lost a game of Fall Guys before.
Let's see if that holds true. If it does, if you win this game, I'll believe you. What's this game? On,
Come on. I ran into some fat motherfucker named Amy. Some fat motherfucker. What? No way, dude. There's no way. I didn't. Game Shark. This is Game Shark. I'm getting really angry because I know these guys actually just activated their cheats.
you guys shooting me.
I'm hearing gunshots in Fall Guys. That seems a little weird.
I think that's just me, my screen share.
No, really. I thought it was coming from Minecraft.
I mean, it could have been.
Maybe it was coming from Walmart land. I don't fucking know.
Coming from Walmart land. I have never played that game and I don't intend to.
You need to hop on Walmart land real quick.
That sounds terrible. What's Walmart land like?
Walmart land is kind of awesome. I played on it for like 30 seconds. That's pretty silly. My eyes just want to shut and not open again.
So you want to kill yourself? What?
Kinda, except not really. Uh. What?
I just did something really stupid.
What? At the end of every Fall Guys round, I hear like a barrage of gunshots.
I mean, do you got Roblox? I mean, fuck. Robux?
What?
Do you got Robux? You could buy a pistol for like 350.
My brain is not processing anything right now. Bean Hill Zone. Is that like the
That one Sonic thing.
is that the thing from Fortnite? Maybe I should just take a cold shower or something.
Take a cold shower.
Bro, everyone's just taking the rings like a millisecond before I get them. Damn it, stop. Just spawn like any rings anywhere. What the fuck? You didn't spawn any. I don't like this game. I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm already done with Fall Guys.
I mean, you could join me.
I think I'll just join you. The game sounds a lot more fun than this.
You're just gonna leave the show? Did you lose?
Yeah, I fucking lost. Fuck me! Are you like far into the game right now? Ben?
2 seconds.
What?
2 seconds.
Gotta hop in the Kuban.
Should I restart and like we do a race?
Yeah.
Alright, stay in this.
Oh my god.
What?
I got jump scared.
Bro, someone pulled up. Hey, wait, why are you going downwards? Why are you going down the hill? Wait.
I'm not.
You are. Or at least on the stream you are.
Hold on, I need to change my my headset to the other one because this fucking hurts. Ah.
$33 hours in.
Hello?
33 hours in.
Yeah.
And I'm getting shot at.
33
Butter
hours
dog,
in.
back up.
What?
Actually, go forward to the red line. Alright, and we gotta go quick because people are shooting me. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
I can't. Okay.
Oh, well. First to military base is the race. We did this before. That was a tough start, bud.
First to military. It's. Bruh!
Did you did you die to the same thing?
Yes.
No way.
I feel like the world is just trying to piss me off today.
I think it is. I think it's trying to beat you down, stop you from doing 50 hours live stream.
Yeah, it's kind of an op type play.
It's very much an op type play, but the world is the entirety of op.
Yeah, that sentence made absolutely no sense, but I'm gonna pretend like it did.
Yes.
Bugger off opposition. I don't have I don't have either of my two front. I don't have any of my wheels anymore. They're all gone. Actually, I have one tire left. But
What
it's not.
happened? Did a landmine blow out your back?
No.
Alright. Made it to mill base.
I actually just popped all my tires.
Oh. Made it to mill base.
Already? How?
I made it.
Was that like your first try?
It was my first try. I have
Oh.
two.
Guess you're just cheating.
I'm just gonna watch this. Oh lord. Have you died again, or are you still coming?
I'm coming hard.
Yo.
It's hard. That was a pretty cringe sound effect, not gonna lie.
I can't even hear the sound effect,
Exactly.
but I know what it was. It goes. "Ah." Alright, I'm at military base.
Alright, people. I think people are playing. Oh, nope. You're
What?
just gonna send me into
I
oblivion.
sent you to the mountaintops.
You did.
Why am I moving? I'm not touching anything on my keyboard.
Yeah. Bro's got a pistol.
I'm stuck in the porta-john.
Then just delete the vehicle.
Stuck in the porta-john.
It is no longer a race, it is just who can we beat the shit out of.
Move out of the way, bro.
What car are you using?
The bus.
You're whipping it in the butt. Did you touch the respawn beacon? Oh my god, another car.
No! I didn't touch the respawn! Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Time to drive all the way back. Grandmother's
I
house
must
we go.
say, it's really funny. No, it's just going, just balling straight through.
What the fuck did I explode on? There's nothing there.
You fell into the hole. Oh wait, sorry,
What?
something else.
No, I didn't.
You did? Well, you fell into the hole when you died at the military base. I'm trying to see what you exploded on. Oh, I saw what you exploded on. There were it was like 2 micro barrels. Bro's whipping it
What was that? What the fuck? Are you
What?
watching my stream?
I'm watching your stream. What happened?
Did you see that?
It hasn't happened yet. Nothing to see.
I think it did.
Oh, it sent you into the water.
I popped out of my car and I just slid into the water. Someone kidnapped me in their car, by the way. This dude just snatched me up.
This dude. Bro, why are you I was like, wait, did you buy that? And then I realized what your sentence meant. Actually, you know what I should buy? I should buy the sedan muscle.
Sedan muscle.
It's 400,000. And I felt that was a quick end.
I'm gonna save up for the stock car.
How much money do you have? You have 600,000. You'd make it before me. I don't
This
know
guy's
how
just
fast-
gonna take me to the fucking military base with them. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't even have to get in his car. He did that for me. Thank you, brother. Okay, no, he just drove off the edge. Thank you.
Wait, you drove off the edge? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
He drove off the edge, that's what I mean.
Well, I mean, these V1 cars have very bad, like...
Okay. Just ran into an explosive barrel.
Not your day.
It is not my day today, I guess.
I'm trying to pull straight away in the sedan muscle, but this thing has absolutely terrible.
It's
Movement.
absolutely terrible. Dude, someone in their fucking jalopy just halted my movement.
halted the movement.
I was driving on the highway, and then Mr. Jalopy and his fucking throbbing cock got in the way.
What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What?
I didn't think about that sentence very hard before I said it.
I'm sorry. This guy. With this. I'm sorry. You said specifically throbbing. Yes.
I said Mr. Jalopy and his throbbing cock got me all halted
I'm
up.
sorry. Why did you think that? Why did you specify that his penis was throbbing?
I don't know, it just seemed appropriate in the moment. Oh.
It seemed appropriate in a moment, huh? Wow. I must say, those are some pretty big balls. Bro, this shit's gonna get demonetized. Fuck. I don't think I should be whipping it in the bus. I think I should
Okay.
be whipping it in the van or the mini bus, microbus, if you will.
I finally made it to the
Oh.
fucking...
Alright. Alright. Here, I'ma spawn the bus. I mean, not this. I'ma spawn the bus. We gotta whip it together. We gotta whip.
Do you want me to get in your car or
Bus. Yes. Enter my
the
bus.
bus? Alright, I'm gonna be the passenger in first person.
Honestly,
You got
honestly,
this.
I think you should be the cool kid and sit in the back of the bus.
Oh, I gotta be the black kid. I mean, cool kid.
Hey yo, what? What did you say? Okay, here we go.
I'm no Rosa Parks.
Well, I mean, true. Fuck.
Why did you get out? Maybe don't run right into the bomb. What happened to
Ow.
you? You died, but I didn't. What the hell? I pressed spacebar and it launched me forward out.
Bro got sent. I kind of want to see that because I tried to send you, but the e-brakes are like insane. Crap. I was like, it was almost perfect, and then it wasn't perfect.
I'm gonna bust it up by myself.
Alright, I'm gonna pull up in the minibus because the microbus is a lot better than the bus in like. Better. Bless you.
Yeah, that was a sneeze, total.
Oh, I ran full throttle. You know, I know a really good game that you should try.
What?
Phantom Force it.
I knew you were gonna fucking say that for some reason.
I doubt you'd play it.
I've played Phantom Forces before, and it's kind of stinky.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. Say that again.
No, you don't deserve to hear it again.
How dare you? How dare you, G Butterboy?
Boy
I mean,
from
Phantom
Florida.
Forces is in fact a little bit stinky, but not super stinky. No. You were assuming I was? You were assuming I was? Not true. Jens.
Boss.
Why would you call it a stinky game?
Because that's what it is. Smells like body odor.
It's not it's not stinky.
It's very stinky.
It's smelly.
It's not stinky, it's smelly.
Quote that.
That's a G Butterboy classic quote for the books.
It's not stinky, it's smelly. Oh my God. Play that over the explosion sound of this game. The landmines.
For some reason, I just don't have, like, half the sounds in this game are muted.
instance?
The explosion one is not, though. I could
The
tell you that.
explosions aren't so when you die.
I died as soon as
God, I'm just not playing the same. It's probably because I had brain cells when we originally played it, and then I lost all of them as we played it.
yeah. I just can't, I can't, my brain don't worky. My brain hurty. My brain's not stinky, it's smelly.
Did you die? Here, whip, pull up. Oh shit, I gotta use the bus. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh my God. Bro, I fucking sent that bitch. Let's go, we gotta get to the dam.
Yeah, I'll follow your lead. I'll follow your lead.
No! Shit.
What
Keep
happened?
following.
What the fuck happened? I'm just gonna block the path, I guess. That dude just plunged right on top of a landmine.
I fell into the pit below. Oh, you're just there blocking traffic, bitch.
Try to move me, I dare you. See what happens. Shit.
Let's go!
No! No!
Let's go, bro. That was insane. To ram me directly. Fuck. Just kill us both. You didn't care.
I call it caution.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's
Damn it.
go.
Damn it.
Perfect. A perfect sound. Bro, almost went in the pit. Like the pit free for all.
The pitch schmextra.
The bitch. Bro.
No! I thought I could jump it.
No, there's no car that can jump that.
I just saw a car jump the fucking pit.
There's no way, bro.
It was like a sedan. It jumped the pit and then landed right on top of a landmine. I can't even spawn the car. Why won't it spawn?
Oh. What? Did you disconnect too?
Yeah.
Crap. Alright, I think we have to leave. I know exactly the game we should play.
We're not gonna continue to play this.
I mean, if we can load into it. We have the
I
same
clicked
problem.
reconnect.
Yeah, we'll have to do something else. So,
Yeah, no, it's not working.
yeah, shit. What game do you want to play?
Probably Walmart Land.
I don't even know Walmart Land. What the fuck?
There's only 72 people playing it. What the hell?
We need to find something like mediocre, but interesting. What's the idea behind? What the fuck is
Let's play like a Squid Game.
Walmart Land. Walmart Land. It's literally a Walmart. Oh my god. How do Walmart and Roblox like sponsor?
I don't know. I think
it's
they're both
literally-
like Meta or something. Both like
Ah.
part of the collaborative.
What could I find? No. There's like the classics like Jailbreak.
I don't know. I'm in Walmart Land right now though.
Do not play fucking Walmart Land.
I'm playing Walmart Land.
You bitch. Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna join you. There are 91 people now online.
I'm pretty sure there really isn't anything to do in this entire fucking game. It's just a big world. Big Walmart with coins. You walk around getting the coins so you could buy Walmart products. I think that's all there is to it. Fuck.
This must have been very popular. Earn badges by completing challenges and finding Easter eggs. There's no good reason to play this.
I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, same. That was a bad idea.
Maybe we should just play Jailbreak.
Maybe.
Alright, I'm playing Jailbreak. Join me.
Are you gonna be like a cop or a crim?
Who the hell plays as a fucking cop in this game?
That's actually a good question.
Only losers.
I'm a loser.
You're playing as a cop?
I'm going to just to spite you.
Wow. Why are... You don't look like a cop to me. Why are you taller than me? What the hell?
What do you mean?
You're right next to me in the game.
Did you just see my player model?
Your player model's right next to me.
We could either do crimes together or I could just hunt you down.
I don't know, it's your choice.
Crimes together. If we get caught, we're both getting fucking caught. And honestly, I think you get caught more of the time. Where are you?
In the fucking courtyard. I don't know.
In the courtyard. You're in the cafeteria.
No.
Am I still loading? Oh, there
Now
you
I'm in
are.
the cafeteria.
I'm sorry, I'm looking off your fucking.
Oh,
thing
you're
to
looking at my
tell you where you are.
stream.
Yeah, I'm looking at your stream, but it's like delayed 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That's my bad. So, I've played this game a little bit more. Alright, so do you want to exit explosive or sewer? Because the original entrance doesn't work. Exit doesn't work anymore, I don't think.
What? Why does it not work? Like the
I
one
don't
where you
know.
punch the electric box? Yeah.
Yeah, this bitch don't work no more.
Why don't it work? What the hell?
I don't know, I think they just got rid of it. It's
Why
not
is
cool.
It looks like it's still there.
Alright, come on, let's go.
Oh yeah.
Bro.
They've
Police
updated this
officer?
game. Holy shit.
Yeah, they've updated this bitch a lot. I thought that was a police officer. Alright, let's go. Alright,
No,
I'm
I
ready.
want my own car.
I have a better car. Hop in.
Nope.
I have a better car at the gun store over there. Come on. You have to let me drive.
Alright, where are we going?
Gun store. This way.
Oh yeah, gun store.
Yeah. And then you hop in my vehicle because it's technically faster.
What is bruh? Why does it say bruh right here? Bruh.
Oh wait, there's a police officer right here.
That's kind of sick.
I'm not shitting you. They're just sitting inside the gun store. Inside? Yeah, inside the gun store.
Oh, you could go pretty fucking fast in this game.
Oh my god.
I left you, by the way. I'm gone.
Well, how dare you?
Bye bye.
Yeah, we might want to go to the gun store in the city. Actually, where are you going?
Where's the criminal hideout?
There's multiple.
Oh, the one like that's at like, the border of the city.
Go back to the prison.
Fuck. I don't even.
Go back to the prison, hop in my car, and I'll take you there. There's a Camaro there, and you can
Nah.
drive that. Well, you're not gonna find it by yourself.
I know how to find it from the prison. I just went a weird way. I don't usually go.
You're in the city. I can see that by your stream, but it's 30 seconds behind, so it's impossible to see where you are.
Who did I just hit with my car? Was that you?
No, Are you in city streets going to the prison? Oh yeah, that is. Here, wait, hop in my whip.
No.
Bro, mine's literally faster.
No. No. Oh, there's like a shootout right here.
Bro, please just hop in. I'll show you the way.
No. I know how to get
Now
there.
we can actually go to the gun store.
Yeah, I found it.
Sounds no good. I'll be there shortly. Oh, come on. This
What? You have to buy the shotgun? Since when?
yeah. Since they've updated this game. You have to buy it. How much money do you have, actually? That's my next question.
Not that much, I don't think.
You've got $3,000. I don't think that's enough for a shotgun. Oh, oh my god, you're at the base near the city.
Yeah.
Dude, come on now. That's not the real criminal base.
There's that one in the mountain, but I don't know how to get there.
How about this? I can take you there.
Nah,
Just-
nah, 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 nah. How does everyone have so much money in this game?
It's
I've played
like
this so much. Or did they like reset everything? Or is it different now? I don't know.
where?
Okay,
Oh
I'm
my
dying.
God. Where are you? I don't know where you are.
I'm driving on the train tracks, getting shot by cops.
Of course you are. Where are you generally? Are you by the museum, by the T-Rex symbol? Are you going
I'm
through a
by
tunnel?
I think that's the museum up there.
Let's go. I'm gonna run it back.
Yeah, that's the museum.
You're getting chased by cops?
I don't think I'm getting chased. That guy was just shooting me.
Oh.
I said, oh, a player trying to shoot
I
him.
don't know where you are, then that's bad.
I'm right at the fucking
Oh.
museum, dude.
You're like at the museum going into the museum?
Yes.
Dude, the museum's done. You can't do the robbery right now.
Why not?
There's like time limits. Please, I can take you there and show you.
Nah, 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 nah.
Stop being a little bitch.
Alright, where are you? Where are you?
I'm like going around the spiral.
Wow.
Did you lose your car? No, you didn't.
No,
Here,
it's
come
right
here.
there.
I believe. This is me. Why would you do that?
Did I shoot out your tires?
You did. Oh my
I
god.
didn't even shoot your tires.
If you shoot the car, eventually you'll shoot out the tires.
That's so stupid.
Why am I sticking to that? What the hell? Alright, I got some money that I need to cash in. Let's go there.
Sticky,
another-
sticky.
Alright. So, you had a general idea. So, there's some tracks that go through a tunnel.
Hold on. That was really funny.
You can actually take these tracks all the way to the criminal base. See that smoke from the volcano? Yeah, that's just no, that's the
Itchy,
criminal.
itchy.
We're gonna do the casino heist.
The casino heist. Since
Yeah,
when is
see the-
that a thing?
See the crown over there?
No.
They've updated this game severely. Alright. The car is heading towards it. Do you see that green icon
Oh yeah,
now?
I see it.
Yeah. We're gonna do that heist, and
Why's my head
I'm gonna-
poking out of the car?
I'm
I got my
gonna,
gun selected. This is not like normal.
I'm gonna teach you how to do this. So first, of course.
So
we have to-
first, you shoot the door.
you enter, bitch. Let's go.
First, you whip out your cock.
Alright.
I mean your Glock.
You need to find a code somewhere. If I find it, I'll notify you. What, bro?
A code?
Yeah. That unlock. Oh, found it. Look over at me.
Oh,
What are the numbers? Bitch, move over here.
2814.
Alright. That opens this. Don't touch the lasers. I think you know that already. If you do, that'll alert everyone.
What if I want to touch the lasers? What? Where did you go?
The elevator. Press the
Oh.
yellow button. Go to the vault. We'll be there soon. Actually, I'm getting clapped by the lasers. You are the worst person to play with because you keep shooting your gun.
So?
It's so
Fucking loud.
Alright, now you have to break the glass. Over here.
Shit. I was shooting the glass and nothing happened. Come on.
You have to go up to it and press.
You have to
and
go
hold
up
E.
to it and shoot it. Okay.
You have to go up to it, not shoot it.
You have to go
Oh,
up to it and then shoot
alright.
it.
Our person died. That's great.
Your person?
The other person here died.
Whoa, these are fast. That's really scary.
There's also a time limit. Fuck.
What are you doing?
I'm cracking the safe open to get the money. Alright, here we go. Move. Grab the money. Grab any money you can, but you these like fucking hell, you went towards mine, didn't you? You bitch. Alright. 2 minutes. Once you got $4,000, leave.
Alright.
Alright, exit
Got
the
my
vault.
4K.
What?
I got my 4K.
Alright, exit the vault. I'm your driver, so that means basically you'd be fucked without me. Head back up to the elevator and click the roof.
Don't let me
Oh, and if you
in.
get caught, LGG.
Don't
Are you
worry.
Are you just shooting your gun to shoot your gun?
Don't worry. I will never get caught. I'm as sneaky and as silent as a fox.
Alright, once you reach the roof, go to your right. I mean, if there's a
What?
pool on that side, go to the pool. Alright, and jump off.
Jump off.
Jump off. You can deploy parachute. Deploy it. Alright.
What would have happened if I didn't deploy it?
You would have fallen to your death.
That would have been pretty silly.
Yes. Velocity counts. Alright. We'll take this back to the base and we'll redeem your money.
I want to shoot
then
some
you can-
people.
And then you can buy the shotgun. God, it's like talking to a child about how to play Roblox. God damn. You're like,
Insufficient
How
funds.
how many hours have you gone without sleep? Because you said you woke up for school, and that's the last time you slept. How
Yeah.
long was school then?
Well,
How long was school? Sorry, when did you start streaming?
at 1 p.m.
At 1 p.m. And when did you
after
wake
school
up?
day. 7.
7. So, 7, 12, 24. Let's see. 12 at night, 12 in the morning, 12 at night. So you've been up like 51 hours since the actual time you woke up. Or I probably got that wrong.
That doesn't seem right.
It don't. My math is off.
Yeah, that's definitely not
like-
right.
Probably because it's 11. So if you woke up at 7, then the next 7 hours, not 12. Why do you shoot out? Why do you shoot? You blew out my tires. No, you didn't blow out my tires. You're gonna get arrested.
No, I'm alright.
Don't worry, I killed him.
I'm on the run. I'm
They
running
died.
away.
They died.
You're
I'm
fine.
running away.
They're dead already. They were easy to kill, probably because they're a mobile player. Why do you shoot my tires out? You're the worst. Alright, out the car.
No. What? You can do that? Get off of me, bruh.
Bitch ass, don't shoot out my tires.
Are you gonna kick me out the car? I'm gonna shoot out your tires.
If you shoot out my tires, I'm gonna kick you out the car.
What if you kick me out the car? Then I'm gonna shoot your tires. Ah! Joke's on you. I'm gonna shoot out your tires.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
This is all
My
your
guard.
fault. This is
Hold
all
on.
your fault.
I'm lagging. I lagged really hard. Oh. Where are you?
No, I'm in jail.
Are you in
because
the
of-
basic prison?
I think so.
What do you mean? What do you mean because of me? You kept blowing out my tires. Plus, I freaking leg. I saw it on your.
What?
Oh my god.
What?
I landed myself in special prison.
You're in special prison?
Basically, it's hard. It's entirely meant to be for like, good criminals that are shit
Then
because they didn't get caught. Oh my
you
god,
should
that
put
got
me
really
in
funny.
there. I'm probably one of the best
Uh,
criminals.
Except you're really good at getting caught. I mean, literally, all you do is shoot your gun and blow out your own tires. Especially for your escape vehicle. God damn it. You're a slight pain. Actually, you are a very big pain in the ass.
I don't know what you're
My-
talking about.
Escape? I fucking escaped. What do you mean? I have to, like, hop off the pier to escape? The prison?
No, you're really in special internment camp. Wait, what?
I can't. Oh my god. I can't. So, the problem is, it's like a pain in the ass to get back to the island. Because it's like. maybe
The island?
1,000 studs away from the island. From like our.
Oh
main-
shit, is that you? Are you on that
Where?
island? Are you swimming towards the big island?
Yes.
Holy
I
shit,
got
they put you
there.
on. They put you in
I was
special camp.
I was put there because I had a $2,500 bounty.
Holy shit, you're really special, dude.
I'm good at this game.
Alright, I pray that they don't come over to the factory, power plant, and clap my cheeks. Because the power plant's open, and no one's there, and it should be good. Go to the light bulb.
A light bulb, alright.
Crap, someone has a jet. Another problem is I have no guns, so
There's a guy here
guy where?
at the power plant.
Okay,
I'm heisting it with him. I don't know what I'm doing.
clearly you don't know what you're doing. You're shit. Plus
Wow, sure.
you've played this game back when like power plant didn't exist.
Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck this is.
It's basically one giant puzzle to get up to $6,500 cash, but you need to make it to the collector in time, which is at the volcano base, because the collector, the uranium
Shit.
that you're stealing,
I died.
technically,
Outright.
What?
that sounds about right. Your like brain cells aren't computing at all. Did you just commit suicide without grabbing anything?
No. I didn't really know what was happening, so I fell and died. I don't even know
I
what
really
really
need to
happened.
explain these better, don't I? Crap.
I had no fucking clue how to play Jailbreak. Why'd they make it so complicated?
Because the players wanted more, and so they gave the players what they wanted, not some casual who comes back assuming that's the exact same thing.
Why'd they have to go and make everything so complicated?
Oh, the
I remember
casino
back in the good old days when all we played was chess.
when all you played was chess, there was more than chess. There was
Checkers.
Nah, checkers just for freaking weirdos.
I prefer checkers over chess.
Yeah, 'cause you're a weirdo.
I'm not necessarily weird. I just hate complicated things.
Then why do you like Jailbreak then? It's very
I played
complicated.
It's very simple. You just need to know what to do. I can describe
Nah.
everything to you. I can walk through all the shit, but it's like trying to teach a child. Actually, you are. a
Except
child.
I'm not really a child. I'm more of an intellect. I'm part of the intelligentsia.
You are part of the unintelligent group.
I don't think you quite understand who you're talking to, actually. I'm
Oh.
Albert Einstein's grandson.
Tell me what this means, or tell me the quadratic formula.
Opposite b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac. All. That's and then that divided by 2a.
That's good. That's good. All right. I guess I was wrong, and I feel bad about calling you out on that. I'm sorry, intellectual.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
part
there,
of the
you-
intelligentsia, actually. I don't know what I'm doing here.
You can't pull off that heist. You don't have the note. You need to have a note
Shit.
that says you can. Technically I have the note, but I died. If I like reloaded the game, I would have it.
Why is there just a car in the fucking pool?
What do you mean the pool?
This like pool of water in front of the mansion. There's just a cop car in it. I wonder how that got there.
My paycheck got bigger, maybe because of my fucking bounty. If I could lay low, that'd be great, but I also technically have no guns. I have no weapons in this heist.
Can you still rob the jewelry store?
No.
What?
I'm sorry, yes. I thought you said, did I rob the jewelry store? Not, can you still rob the jewelry store? I thought you meant something different. That's my bad.
I remember back in the good old days when the jewelry store was new.
Is
Before that, I
now
was
like, what's the? Do you want to guess the worst heist based on money output and difficulty?
What? Is it the jewelry store?
It is not, in fact. Actually, I can't even seem to be able to do the jewelry store. It just says no.
It says no on the door.
I open it and then no heist prompt pops up.
What is this guy doing?
Why are you walking around?
No.
Are you? Well, I mean, you are basically high off your own mental state.
Okay, this guy's beating the shit out of me.
Bro, he has a dog. Oh my god, he's actually rich.
He has a fucking time machine car.
It's a DeLorean. You've never heard of it?
No, I just know that's the car that they made the time machine out of in Back to the Future.
So you know. What is the car? Please tell me like the actual car. Just so
What?
that I know you still have brain cells. What was the actual, like, if you saw it in real life without the time machine from Back to the Future, what would its, like, car name be?
DeLorean.
Thank you. I was about to.
I'm still part of the intelligentsia.
Well, I spawned somewhere I didn't want to spawn. Where are you now?
I'm just running through this like snowy landscape. Well, there's a guy-
Everything's a snowy fucking landscape.
Well, there's a guy in a DeLorean trying to run me over. Oh, he flipped
Not
over, L. Oh, shit.
Hey, like, can you give me a better description?
So there's just a guy in a DeLorean and a guy in a Tron bike. And they're trying to kill me with their fists.
Where? Like
Um,
anything nearby?
No, there really isn't anything nearby at all.
Just a street?
Yeah, no, just a, airport.
I'm sorry, airport. What?
It's a fucking jet plane in there. Can I beat the shit out of this dog? No, I can't.
No, you can't. You can't. That's animal cruelty. I think they'd take down the game if you could do that. I'm
No.
sorry.
Adam
What are you
PUBG KP. What am I don't even know what to do. This game is so silly. He has a lightning gun, now he's shooting me with it. I'm gonna beat this guy up.
Oh, the train. The train's here.
I see cars. Is that an Octane from Rocket League? What the hell?
No, that's a Tron bike.
No. I just saw an Octane right in front of my eyeballs.
What?
Yeah, that's a fucking Octane from Rocket League.
What do you mean?
It's called they call it a desert crawler. Yeah, right. That's not what that is. That's the car you hop in to score goals with the boys.
Are you still by the two guys over there?
I think I've escaped from them, but they're sucking me off for quite a while.
Wow.
Alright, can I rob a donut shop?
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna rob the donut shop real quick.
Where are you? What?
How do I rob a
Where are you?
donut shop? Oh, you just hold E on the cash register.
Yes.
That's
correct.
pretty complex. There's a cash register right there. Oh, $3,000. And I immediately got a... That's you! Oh my fucking god.
I had to do it.
Oh my god. I was just trying to get a cupcake.
They don't sell cupcakes. They sell donuts.
I was just here to pick up a cupcake.
A cupcake. Bro got a cupcake from a donut shop. It even said G Butter Boy.
Do I get my money at least? Yeah, I got my money at least. Why didn't they put me in the super specialist island prison?
Because your bounty wasn't high enough. You only had a $500 bounty.
Nah,
Your bounty was shit, let me tell you.
my bounty was the shit.
The shit is not there.
No, I can't enter through there. I have to enter through the fucking doors. Damn.
Why am I taking damage?
I don't
Why
know.
did I just die? What
Let me
the
see.
hell?
Enlighten me. Can I
Does this
see?
kill you?
What? Yes, that does kill you. That's an electric fence.
Oh,
I can still
I
shoot.
thought it was this like little rectangular prism here that was hurting me.
No, the top of the fence hurts you.
Ooh.
Please stop. Oh wait a minute. I have to be wary because somebody could yoinky my splunky. Where the fuck are you? There you are. Stop moving.
Wait, hold on. Give me a second.
Hey yo, wait a minute.
Give me a second.
Wow, I shit shot.
Come here. Come here a second. Come here a second.
Oh wow, I can't shoot for shit.
What is happening?
You're trying to. I know what you're trying to do, bitch.
No, I'm just trying to suck you off a little bit.
The taser don't work.
Fine. I'll just break out of prison.
What? Hey
See you
yo,
later.
hey.
See you later. It wasn't my idea, it was this guy's idea.
Did they arrest you already?
Yeah, they arrested me.
Seriously? Yeah, this guy is.
Unfortunately, I have been arrested. Now I'm in custody.
That's tough. That's tough, bud. You can try again later. Well, there ain't no shit cops. That camp prison for anyone escaping. That's how they make quick cash. Sorry, man. Oh my god! The Tron bike is stupid fast. I mean a basic cop stuff. And God, this car sucks. Where are you?
I'm in a car with Toella.
Okay.
I'm in a fucking Parkinson's car. Why is it so shaky? You need to get your fucking suspensions checked out. What is happening? This car is having a seizure, an epileptic seizure. We're getting lift off. Oh, it's because this fat bitch is so fat that her fat is drooping out the bottom of the car. No! She kicked me out the car. Why would she do that?
Why can I not find this fucking code?
'Cause you suck. L, get ratio down.
Like, I seriously...
Wait, can you heist a plane? Can you like do a plane heist? Why is there a big plane taking off?
Fuck, I missed. There is a plane heist. Alright, arrest made. And I accidentally killed someone.
What the hell? Doesn't sound like something you do on accident.
Like, I was trying to, like, get him down based on, like, damage, but I accidentally shot my ace shot. I thought I would miss all my shots, and I actually killed a person by mag dumping them. And, like, this guy is good. He can spawn anywhere because he died. But I feel bad for deleting him like that. Where are you going?
Nowhere.
You know I have your stream up, right?
Maybe don't have my stream up.
Oh, I know where you are.
Fuck. No, you don't. I've already left. The stream is really delayed. I've already left. Shit.
I mean, you probably have already left, but I don't know where you would leave. Actually, I could just watch your stream, but it's so delayed that it would be basically no good way to do that.
I got a soda.
Yeah, I think it makes you faster, but it doesn't. It makes you faster and then it damages you.
That sounds pretty interesting.
It makes you fast temporarily and then makes you slower. So like, it's like sprinting. Where are you?
I'm on my
You just
vacation
ran
home.
out. Bro, you just ran out the back. You have a car, right? Do you not have a car?
I'm in my vacation home in fucking Malawi.
Malawi?
I'm at my vacation home in Eswatini.
Bro's climbing the mountain. Oh my god, bro.
Nah.
Who invited us, player?
Where's this bitch going? Down to the sea? God damn it.
Fuck. You've been looking like a surfactant.
It's hard to find you because I have a reference, but that reference is very bad. So you could really. I'm sorry, Quandale Dingle? Fuck. It's a bad reference.
What did you do to me?
No, 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 no. No, get back here, you bitch.
Fuck. I didn't do anything. I was framed. Don't you dare.
That's a W. Bro, I saw you fall and I heard you shooting, so I was like, I know where you are. Plus, you were already damaged yourself. So I was just like... and then you watched me fucking teabag you, goddamn. I'm sorry, man, but like, when you get these references, you could do it. Am I still streaming? No, I'm not. Honestly, you could watch my shit, and you could try and get me.
Nah.
I might go crim. Oh, please don't quote that. You are very silent now.
Hmm?
You are very silent.
Yeah. So what?
Oh, whoa. What's also very sad is that they're... Why are you still in, like, basic clothing?
What do you mean?
You aren't in, like, a prison jumpsuit based on your...
I don't know.
I gotta go grab weapons. And a better car.
A brand new Lamborghini. Fuck the cop car. With the pistol on my hip, I'm a cop. Yeah. Have you ever remember real? Play a rock star. This ain't no guitar, but it's just a clock. My Glock told me to promise you won't squeeze me. But let me go to tell you need me. But it's nothing I got the buzzing. If I ain't enough to go with the shop. Like a madness, baby. What a cold a place where.
I know exactly where you're going.
What? Fuck.
Oh. What? Did you get hit by someone?
How do I, what code is it? What? I don't know how to play this game.
What do you mean?
Nothing? Why did I have to make this game so complicated?
Oh, that's just for, like, promo codes for this game. You can't do a bank robbery without a police key card.
Of course not. Because you didn't let me pickpocket you, so I couldn't get one of those.
No. I wouldn't ever let you pickpocket me.
Yeah, because you're kind of an op.
Yes.
Stop opping, bro.
Wait a minute.
I'm just gonna ignore that police officer that just drove past me there.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Where'd you go?
Nowhere.
I see where you went, bitch.
What the hell is this shit?
It's the two. Oh, fuck.
You died, hell. Get you a deserve. I think I'm done playing Jailbreak.
Why?
I have no fucking clue how to play this game, and I don't really care.
Okay. I gotta do one more thing.
Alright, I'm up on Speedrun 4. This is one of the classics. I
It is.
remember Speedrun 4. I know exactly what we have to play.
Which is?
You'll see. Once I'm done with Speedrun 4.
That's W. What are you gonna play?
I'm on Speedrun 4 right now.
Alright, I'll join you. I'll probably have to go to bed soon, but I could probably stay up a little bit longer. If you don't know this run animation, you never had a childhood.
Yeah, it's accurate.
Since this is a new account, that means you have to collect all the stars for these dimensions.
Fuck.
You fell, didn't you?
Yeah. I might have died. There's no way, dude. There's no way. I was literally the last jump.
When was this game like created?
In the year 2018. No, that's probably too late.
I think this is one of the
It's like-
latest classics.
This was like 2015. That's when this one was made.
Oh, we're on this. Wait, bitch. Did you already pass the paper level?
Yeah.
Fuck.
I passed that like 10 years ago, dude. That was so long ago.
Bro, I'm watching your stream and trying to determine it, but I need to remember that your stream is not useful to trying and tracking you. It's general, not like perfect. If it was perfect, I would have gotten you earlier. Margie!
Margie B. Fuck, penis. I actually just died on this shit.
Are you on the rainbow level?
Maybe.
Are you on the rainbow level?
I'm not in the rainbow
Oh, I see your
level.
blue pants. Yeah, you are.
No.
It's Undertale.
The guy from Undertale. I'm ahead of you? How does it feel?
No, you're not. On my screen, I'm ahead of you.
Well, that's because your screen is cheating.
Fuck.
Shit. Fuck, penis.
Did you fall too?
Yes.
We're both shit at this game. Fuck, I fell twice. On the same thing, cause I thought too hard. No. Why do I keep fucking? No, no, he's ahead of me. No.
I'm ahead of you, L.
Wow, my brain just shut off.
Fuck. There are 16 levels? Wow.
Wait, this level has the casino music. The beach level has the casino music in Jailbreak.
Okay. Shit.
No.
Ayub is back.
I would say, just say that was more than 30. Did you fall again?
It was definitely more than 30 minutes, Ayub. I might have fallen. I kind of want to play Fortnite again.
We should finish these. Do you
I
want to
gotta
try and finish this level?
I'm finishing this level. And then I'll hop on Fortnite. Oh, it's so easy though. Alright, let's hop on Fortnite real quick.
Are we gonna do game chat or Discord chat?
Probably game chat.
Alright.
What's the that's hard to what to. Damn it. Hello? I can't hear anything. Hello? Oh, that would explain it. Hello?
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Sorry, man. Let's play some creative.
Who are you?
What?
Who are you playing with?
My friends.
Who's your friends?
Alright.
Yo, is this Ben?
Yeah.
Ben,
Brian.
Brian.
Ben.
Yes.
Yo, how's English going?
I haven't checked my grades at all.
Did you
Actually, I
like
could.
our group together?
I think the group was okay.
We had some dumb people in our group though.
I think all of us were like mid to low tier workers.
She gave me a D because she said I didn't. She was like, she gave me a D because I didn't talk about the ending of the book that much. But Colin got a C, and he literally only answered the questions, and so did I, and he still got a better grade than me. Wait, I can't cuss, right? Because he's streaming.
Well,
You can
I kinda
cuss.
did at the-
But
I
I
have
can't
to
say the
hold-
N. I
Yeah,
can't say
no,
the N word, right?
No N-words.
Yeah, no,
Alright, yeah.
no
I've talked to
slurs.
Ben about this a lot, that you can't say the N-word.
I'm sorry, what?
Hey, when are we collabing? Next video?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what's it gonna be about, or are you still thinking?
Yeah. I think it's gonna be, like a truth or dare video.
Ooh, okay. We should do it at school.
I don't know if...
Oh, did I would go back and change the settings? Am I the only one who's lagging? This is so... Hamid, how do I get rid of this?
Damn.
What the...
hell? Ben.
Bro, how'd you miss? Two seconds.
No. Bruh. Open up. Knock knock.
You.
No!
Oh, come on, bro, please. I didn't want to do it to you. Bro, you got a minigun?
What?
That was really cheeky.
Bro, who broke the builds?
I did. I was trying to get up to it.
Of course. Such a Ben thing to do.
But due to my ability to build being quite literally my first quarter grade in math, yeah.
No!
From where?
Oh, did you steal that kill?
Ben, why you double teaming on me with this other guy?
Man, I didn't even intend to do that. If there's 3 people, 1 person gets picked on.
Of course. And it's always me. That's just how it works.
No, that's just your luck stat being the basis of luck.
Oh, what the hell? What are you doing there?
I thought you were coming after me.
I was, but I thought you were like running away scared. Cause
I was running away from the original trio battle we had. Whoa.
Wow, bro! What the fuck?
Well, wait a minute, is that you? Oh, that is you.
no. Can you stop it with your impulses? Your shockwaves, I mean.
What?
Oh!
Hey, yo.
What the?
Fuck, I missed.
You're garbage.
Oh, win.
Stop running, bro.
No. Why, No.
Oh.
Hey, do you guys know somebody named Kyle Vaholik?
I don't think so, no.
No.
You guys should play with him Fortnite. He's like the best player in our whole school. He's a senior, by the way, and he has diabetes. That doesn't matter.
Your dimension is diabetes.
Also, you can't make fun of him for his diabetes, because he's gonna keep saying the same joke over and over. But yeah, Kyle Vaholik is the best player at Fortnite. You guys need to play with him.
Dude, use the thunder pump. It won't one shot, but it's got a better spread.
Nah. I don't need.
I
don't need your aim assist.
Bro, stop playing with me.
I know, that was not cool. Oh, whoa.
You just got so lucky. Come here.
Mine.
Oh, wait a minute. Why are you here?
How does it feel? How does it feel, Ben?
No. Oh, at least you
Ah!
get the kill.
Oh my gosh.
I'll avenge you, Big Daddy. What?
How did I land here? Wait a minute. Nah, you best hold on.
Bruh. Bruh. I missed my shots. Oh my gosh.
That's tough.
Whoever's kill that was is now
What the
installed.
fuck, cheap butter boy?
Shut the fuck up, that fuck. Me. Yeah. Nah.
Don't do it.
Okay. Oh my gosh. You had to go and heal.
I wasn't even that low. I only lost 20 shield at that point.
Yeah,
Just
right.
To make your... I knew you would rush me.
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh. If I can kill one more time, I'm hopping off.
I say using that case here.
Hey, cheap butter boy, when was the last time you slept?
I've been awake since I woke up for school tomorrow, or yesterday at 7.
So
Well,
you're not lying about really streaming for that many hours?
no, I'm not lying.
I trying to run forward.
لا محمد خذوا زبالة. بلعب معاك بس
No,
بدي
hold
اروح
on,
من-
hold on. I need to reload, please.
No. I want to kill you.
I know you do.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Below.
You're right here.
Hit the fuck.
Why do you actually use the flint knock?
Because the flintlock is a pretty good well, I mean, if I used... What else am I...
Could like use
actually,
an
I don't have good
SMG
reason.
like a normal person.
If I use it... Well, I mean, this is quicker if I hit it. I get more risk for a different reward. Actually, it's the same reward. More risk, more reward. How about that?
I'm hopping off. I can't. I'll see you later, cheap butter boy. I love you, man. I love you, Ben. My Nick.
That's tough.
Wow, you really left the party.
Oh, I got my rifle again. Alright, Butterboy, here we go. 3, 2, 1, draw.
No.
Why not?
3, 2, 1 drive.
Bitch.
I hit you for 9.
Hold on, 2 seconds, I need to heal.
Oh my. Whose idea was it to put armored walls into the pit?
Whoever made the pit.
Whoever made the pit was a little. How do I say this? Stupid as shit.
No, I
What? I thought you had another one there.
I was trying to
What?
so badly. It's gonna take a while. This guy's trying to mine through my armored wall. Like he actually is. Please don't, please, please. Fuck.
Get popped.
I'm coming for your ass. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
You're coming in my ass. What?
Oh, you got God. Oh my God.
I got pooped on so hard.
You did get pooped on so hard.
Bruh, these guys are building a fort in the corner.
Actually, I've seen it done a lot more.
My fort. Cause like Fortnite. Get it? Clingers. Clingers. No. Damn it.
I'm
We have to
actually-
recapture Fortnite.
We have to take the base. We have to team up and take the base.
Yeah.
Wait, I have an idea. We make our own base.
Okay. Well, he's cheating. It's alright though.
No, I got him. He's not cheating. Don't worry.
He has his killer on.
I got armored walls, so it should be fine. Oh, he's here again. He's here again. Oh my God, he is sweating his ass off. Oh, that was mean. That was like,
Damn. These damn dolls.
it's just two guys. Don't worry. Actually, I'm starting to worry a little bit.
Look at all the shit they got all over there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's broken down mostly now.
Oh, that's cheeky.
You have to go?
Yeah, my parents want me in bed.
Uh,
Honestly, I'm not too mad. It would really suck if I stayed up till like 3.
I have to stay up for another 15 hours.
Well, how about this? I'll give you an idea.
Uh,
Remember how in Jailbreak you couldn't get like the shotgun? I want
yeah.
you to go back in there, get the shotgun, and get one more weapon.
Why?
I'm giving you an objective that you could try and fulfill. Because you've got time to kill, and you got a wheel, but you could also, you know, just do my objective. It'd probably take like a couple heists. You could also like look up how to do certain heists. Like,
Okay.
you know.
I'll
So-
think about it.
Alright. Well, I have to actually go, so goodbye.
Goodbye, Ben.
I love you.
I love you. Ooh, I got some battle stars to spend. There's nothing good on this entire page though, so I don't really care. Alright, I'm good enough Fortnite. This fucking stream is probably the dumbest thing I've ever done in my whole life. It's a promise that I can make that, but I shouldn't have to make. Streaming for 50 hours and not sleeping the whole time. Well, I guess I have been sleeping, just not going and sleeping in bed, you know.
Once again, it took him 2 throws to defeat Bowser, but he now had the second key. It was time to head upstairs, where he was about to perform probably the most iconic trick in Super Mario 64 speedrunning,
BLJ.
the backwards long jump. This trick was popularized in a November 2000 edition of Nintendo Power magazine, but it's quite likely Nintendo knew about it as early as 1997, since that year they released an updated version of Super Mario 64 in Japan that made the trick impossible. When you do a long jump but hold the stick backwards, the game gives Mario a slight boost of speed. It normally snaps back to normal quickly after, but if you land fast enough, like on stairs, it's preserved so you can do another backwards long jump. By jumping over and over, it's possible to catch Mario in a loop where his speed continuously builds up. He can keep going faster and faster. If your speed builds fast enough, it's possible to be on one side of wall on one frame and the other side on the next. And that means if you mash correctly, you can backwards long jump and fly through doors. Illudude performed this on both the 50-star door and the Endless Staircase, bypassing the requirements for 50 and 70 stars respectively. Then, it was a matter of making it through Bowser in the sky and hitting Bowser with 3 bombs at the end.
Feels like someone's
It
like
took him 6
squeezing my
throws,
eyeballs.
But it was enough to finish with a time of 21:56. world record by a significant margin. This run was pretty good for 2004, given how new the MIPS clips and BLJs were. However, as noted before, the movement left much to be desired, and some tricks took several tries. And about 6 months later, a player named Kirby Carter would lower it by about a minute. He definitely did clean up the movement a bit, but was
Fucking
still
minute.
mostly
Wow.
using long jumps. He didn't miss as many throws on Bowser, and was able to get the BLJs extremely quickly. However, the biggest revolution introduced in this run was the new, more reliable version of the MIPS clips. For the first one, by dropping MIPS on the seam between the door and the wall, Mario gets pushed forward and becomes stuck inside the door. The rest of the trick can be completed as before. For the second clip, it's the same process as the first clip, but instead of getting stuck in the door, Mario gets pushed through all the way to the other side. These clips were both faster and more consistent than before, becoming the clear methods to use. So, going into mid-2005, Kirby Carter's 2046 was on top. A solid record, with video proof that, from 2005, wasn't always a given. The record timeline was pretty straightforward at this point, and had followed a pattern seen by most early speedruns from the mid-2000s. Early runs recorded on VHS with primitive strategies, followed by improvements in big chunks over the following years. However, after this point, the 16-star history takes a bit of a turn. For the next several years, there would be two major caveats in the timeline. First, cheated or faked runs would be illegitimately on top of the leaderboard for more than 80% of the next decade. For most games, cheated runs do occasionally happen, but rarely does it affect the record timeline as substantially as it did for 16-star. So, the fastest runs from legitimate players will be included in this video instead. And second, although most runs had video proof when performed, records before 2013 have very little video surviving today, and some of the surviving stuff is very low quality. Many runs were live streamed at the time, but the videos weren't saved. There were also many emulator records at this time,
What the hell is even the
but
point?
since they
though?
reduce lag and aren't kept on the same leaderboard as console runs,
What's the point
they
of live
won't
streaming
be
a
included
speedrun
in this
if it's
video.
not- you're not
It's a
saving
bit
it?
tricky to analyze runs from this period,
Footage.
but we'll work with what we can. After Kirby Carter's 2046, a player named LeCoureur103 would rapidly lower the record down to 1908 over the course of 2005. He posted his times on the Speed Demos Archive forum, but videos for these runs seem to have never made it online. So, despite lowering the record by a minute and a half, there's not much to analyze. Then, by 2009, the record scene moved to Japan. Through August 2009, 4 players set a record: Sho, Shigeru, Cass, and Taka. Most of these runs don't have surviving video, and the ones that do were live streamed with 2009 levels of quality. So instead, we'll skip to December 2009, when we finally get a run with a clean video feed from Taka. Remember, Kirby Carter had gotten a 20-minute run in 2005, and there were allegedly 19-minute runs later that year. What did Taka get in 2009? How about a run clocking in at 17 minutes, 18 seconds?
What?
To put it
What?
bluntly,
Crazy.
this record was on another level. The amount of tricks, the level of optimization, everything about Taka's run was miles ahead of runs from years prior. Truth be told, there had been many new strategies slowly implemented in runs over the years, but they all came together in Taka's record. And they started literally right when the game begins. Normally, once you reach the middle of the bridge, Lakitu stops you for a cutscene. By jumping on the very edge of the bridge railing, Taka was able to skip the trigger for the cutscene and save about 7 seconds. Once he went inside, however, the run really started to take off. This was thanks in part to a handful of major new tricks. Kirby Carter's run from 2005 was good, but Taka had some tricks up his sleeve that changed everything. Trick number 1. In Bob-omb Battlefield, Taka performed the bomb clip. By activating the bomb and getting pushed by it toward the gate, you can precisely jump before it explodes, getting pushed through the gate to collect the star. This saves close to 10 seconds over the standard method. Taka then went to Whomp's Fortress and performed trick number 2, a legendary one known as Cannonless. The normal process for getting the Blast Away the Wall star is slow, and involves opening the cannon, jumping in it, shooting at the wall, and landing to collect the star. However, this can all be skipped by performing Cannonless, where you just run at the wall in the perfect spot and collect the star without blasting away the wall. It saves around 20 seconds over using the cannon, which is huge, but the issue is the precision involved. You need to hit the exact right spot in the wall for this to work, so that Mario grabs the ledge the star is on top of, and his hitbox moves up to intersect with the star. Even taking time to set up the trick didn't help very much. The most skilled players struggled to hit the trick more than about 20% of the time. 16-star runs were transformed with Cannonless. You had a couple shots to get it, but if you failed, you'd have to reset. So now, most runs wouldn't make it past the 2.5 minute mark. Thankfully, Taka hit Cannonless first try, just so he could go and perform trick number 3 immediately after. By triple jumping and wall kicking off the cage perfectly, you could fall in it without having to use the owl. It only saved around 6 seconds, but Owlless became a staple of 16-star runs as well. Another big upgrade for Taka was his movement. Older runs had just used long jumps, but Taka carefully selected his moves to optimize the speed of each section. Diving was used all over for short speed boosts, while long jumps still had their place for longer straight sections. This upgraded movement could particularly be seen in Bowser in the Dark World, where Taka varied his movement all over to collect 8 red coins for an additional star. The back half was clean too. Fast MIPS clips and BLJs helped save some additional time. However, the run definitely wasn't without its faults. He had some slip-ups, like here in Lethal Lava Land, and he missed a throw on Bowser at the very end. But thanks to the upgrades in movement, strategies, and overall execution, Taka's run was more than 3 minutes faster than the early records. Super Mario 64 speedruns were about to enter a new era. Gone were the days of infrequent records with suboptimal strategies. Over the next year and a half, the record would be broken nearly a dozen times. Most of the videos for these records didn't survive, but the few we do have show gameplay far ahead of its time. The two dominant record holders for this era were Taka and Shigeru. They took turns lowering the record into the low 17s, before Shigeru broke the sub-17 barrier with a 1654. But when Taka took the record back with a 1652, he had a trick up his sleeve. LBLJ. LBLJ stands for Lobby Backwards Long Jump, and its origins can be traced to an October 2006 video, where Mr. Robert Z jumped up from below and grabbed an exposed ledge. He theorized that you could then possibly do a backwards long jump, and it turns out he was right. A tool-assisted runner named Mitjitsu showed it off in a TAS a month later, and it was eventually adopted by runners. By backwards long jumping into the basement ceiling, which extends upwards, you can land and repeatedly jump to build speed. You then land in a black area outside the front door with a lot of speed still built up. Then, you rotate the camera precisely to steer Mario's speed toward the 8-star door. If done properly, Mario will shoot through it and land next to the entrance for Bowser in the Dark World. This ultimately saves time because many of the 8 stars needed to open the door are slow, like ground-pounding Whomp 3 times. By ignoring the 8-star requirement, players could now just get the key right away, collect 3 fast stars in Whomp's Fortress, and head straight to the basement. It saved half a minute overall. Armed with LBLJ, Shigeru would continue to grind 16-star in 2010 and 2011. He would pull away from Taka, lowering the record deeper into the 16s, while optimizing his movement and tricks along the way. It was starting to feel inevitable that somebody would break the 16-minute barrier. But as it turns out, the first person to get a sub 16 wouldn't be Shigeru.
No.
It wouldn't be Taka either. In fact,
I don't have energy.
it wasn't anyone who had set a 16-star record before. In August 2011, someone else broke through with a 1554. And his name was Matt Turk.
What? Matt Turk? What?
Nah, I'm just kidding. It was Akira. Akira's run was a culmination of strategies that had been slowly developed over the years. It started with LBLJ. He got it very cleanly, quickly rotating the camera to drop Mario in Bowser in the Dark World. After collecting 8 red coins in the key, he got Cannonless first try, Owlless, and the side flip star, making all 3 of these stars seem effortless. In Lethal Lava Land, he boiled the Big Bully, got a couple stars in the volcano, got the log rolling star via a precise triple jump wall kick, and got 8 red coins. These 5 stars were all relatively quick, the longest one taking only about 20 seconds. He then went into Shifting Sandland, got the star in the top of the pyramid, then bounced off a Sniffet to get the bird star early. In Hazy Maze Cave, he triple jumped to get into the dinosaur room quickly, then grabbed the emergency exit and Rolling Rock stars. The MIPS clips were about perfect, and in Dire Dire Docks, Akira went for the risky front sub to save a couple seconds. He tore through Bowser in the Fire Sea, barely making a fast cycle. Both the backwards long jumps were instantaneous, and he nailed every Bowser throw to wrap up a sub 16-minute run. This seemed like it would be the last minute barrier ever broken in 16-star. There simply wasn't enough time to save to take it past 15 minutes. That being said, there was still some room to take it lower into the 15s. About 6 months later, Batora would grab the record for the first time with a 1552, losing a bit of time to bad movement early but saving time at the end with a cleaner Bowser in the sky. Not to be outdone, Akira would beat him by a full 8 seconds in April 2013, thanks to a fast LBLJ at the start and tearing through the other BLJs. This 1544 would then stand on top of the leaderboard for the next 2 years. That's an incredibly long time for a category as competitive as 16-star. There were a few reasons this happened, but one really big reason is a trick about 3 minutes into the run. I'm talking, of course, about Cannonless. It was a pretty big blow when 2/3 of your runs would die to the same trick right at the start. There wasn't a way around it. You either got Cannonless, or you reset. For years, Cannonless had been ending record runs before they could really begin. And it helped lead to stretches like this, where no world records were set for many months. If someone could just figure out a way to set it up consistently, to grab the star every time, it would open up so many new doors in 16-star. And in October 2014, that's exactly what Sockfolder did. Sockfolder is a speedrunning legend. He's found revolutionary setups for tricks in Ocarina of Time, Luigi's Mansion, even the original Super Mario Bros. Once he sets his mind to figuring something out, he's usually able to do so. This time, it was a way to solve Cannonless.
Go back.
On October 8th, 2014, he came out with this complicated setup. You would grab the ledge, pull yourself up, punch twice, reset the camera, walk straight down, adjust the camera, pull yourself
It's like
up,
parallel parking,
back
but
flip,
in Mario.
punch, walk straight down again, reset the camera again, then pull yourself up and walk down. If all this was done properly, you would grab the star every single time. The obvious problem with this was how slow it was. Even if done quickly, the setup cost 10 seconds over normal Cannonless. That's a significant amount of time in a run like 16 star. But luckily, later the same day, runners DefTech and Gothic Logic would find an improvement. You didn't actually have to do the first part of the setup. You could skip straight to jumping on the ledge next to the plank, then perform the setup from there. This meant you'd only lose 6 seconds instead of 10, which was a bit more reasonable, and the whole process still lined you up perfectly to grab the ledge and collect the star. It's no exaggeration to say that Cannonless setup was one of the biggest finds in speedrunning history. Those 2/3 of runs that died at Cannonless were now gone. It now had a near 100% success rate. This gave the record so much more potential, since without having to reset as much early, players could focus on optimizing the rest of the run. So, throughout 2015, a handful of runners were gunning for the record. And what resulted was a mad dash to push the record down as much as possible.
Got it! Ah, yatta!
By May 2016, Xayah had taken the record all the way to 1524. A run with a really fast LBLJ, nearly every trick hit throughout the stages, and fast BLJs to boot. The only real noticeable slowdowns were a slow start to Pillarless and getting bad boulder luck in Hazy Maze Cave. A very impressive record given how many tricks were now in the run. And incredibly, this record too would stand for nearly 2 years. But eventually, a couple of new runners began to get really low times. Their personal bests dropped below 16 minutes, eventually into the 1540 range. And it became evident that both of them were going to make a push for the record. This is Aki and Ouija. In November 2017, Aki got on a run that had potential. A great LBLJ, Pillarless, Cannonless. After getting the second key, he was on pace for a 1525, but could potentially get as low as 1518 if he matched his best last split ever. A record by 6 seconds. It was all gonna come down to the BLJs. They were decent, but not good enough for a record. Aki would finish with a 1528, 4 seconds behind Xayah. but a few months later, he'd have another shot at it. 4 seconds ahead of his last run, he once again needed good BLJs. This time, it was good enough. A 15:22, beating Zaya by 2 seconds and making Aki the new record holder. But a few days later, it was Ouiji's turn.
It's really hard not to fall asleep. I try my best to stay awake as much as possible.
I did it! I did it! It's over! I did it, man. I did it! I did it!
Yeah, let's go.
I did it!
This was the first ever sub 1520 in 16-star history. One new trick he and Aki were using was in Womp's Fortress, where he used a new setup for Cannonless called Texture Setup that had been theorized years prior by Snowman. Instead of using Sockfolder's long setup, Ouiji just lined up Mario's feet with a texture in the side of the plank and went for it. It wasn't as consistent as the normal setup, but it was faster, and still more consistent than no setup at all. Compromises like this had to be made now that the remaining time saves were disappearing. He gained some time over Aki with a cleaner Lethal Lava Land, but lost some in Bowser in the Fire Sea. His BLJs were excellent, but he had a slight mistake at the end of Bowser in the Sky. Although the run had some downfalls, it was still a record by 5 seconds. Not to be outdone, Aki would fire back 6 months later with a 15:16. He messed up the triple jump in Hazy Maze Cave, and his Fire Sea had a slow ending. He made up the time over Ouiji, however, with a faster Mips grab while standing, and cleaning up his mistake in Bowser in the Sky. He also threw Bowser a bit faster each time, saving a fraction of a second per throw. At this point, when the record was lowered, it was typically only by a second or maybe a few seconds at most. When records get as precise as 16-star, where players have done tens of thousands of runs each, taking time off in big chunks was pretty much out of the question. But incredibly, just 3 weeks after his 15:16, Aki was in position to do just that. As always, it came down to the BLJs. No pressure. This was it. An unbelievable chance to make history. He just had to make it through Bowser in the Sky, hit all 3 of the throws, and he'd be golden. A 15:08 was the largest cut off the record in more than 3.5 years. A near perfect run from start to finish. The mistakes in Hazy Maze Cave and Fire Sea were cleaned up, and his movement overall was optimized for time saves too. As you'd expect, this run stayed at the top of the leaderboard for a long time. 6 months later, it was still in first. Second place was 8 seconds behind. Nobody was getting close to it. To have a realistic chance at beating this, you'd need new strats. The old ones had just about completely been optimized. As good as Aki was, it would help to change his approach if he wanted to take the record under 1508. So, as 2019 came around, he looked into what else he could do to save time. First, there was Cannonless. Texture setup was great, but it lost a few seconds over just running at the wall and praying. So, Aki decided that he needed to give up the consistency of the setup and go back to normal Cannonless. The same awful, brutal trick that killed 2/3 of all runs years prior. This was obviously a really tough move, but the run was getting so optimized that it was worth it. Second, Aki went for a faster setup for Pillarless. Developed by Tama, you would do the jump dive on the hill instead of going over the top. This enabled you to get hands-free quicker, and allow the trick to begin sooner than before. With these setups in mind, Aki kept doing attempts. On May 10th, the new time saves helped him be 6 seconds ahead of the record early. He would bleed some of this time in Fire Sea, but good BLJs kept him well ahead. 3 Bowser throws later, Aki had done it again.
5秒切ったぞ世界よっしゃ次14いくぞよっしゃ次14いってやるからな
Incredibly, this record put Aki 12 seconds ahead of anyone else on the leaderboard. And he didn't stop there. He kept doing attempts for a lower record. He even had paces multiple seconds ahead of the 1504, but every time, something would kill it. But in late 2019, Aki would finally get some competition at the top of the leaderboard. And this particular runner certainly had credentials. He was both the 0-star and 1-star record holder. He was one of the best in the world at optimizing fast movement. And his name was Dowski. Dowski had previously held the 16-star record before, getting a 15-16 the day before Aki got his incredible 1508. However, this time he wanted something more, a record that would last for a while. Even though his personal best was a few seconds behind Aki, he knew he had the skill to keep up with him. So, Dowski's record attempts began, and on November 17th, he got on a run that fell behind early thanks to missing Cannonless on the first try. However, he more than made up that time with a faster Fire Sea, including a different strategy at the end where he avoided jumping on the edge of the stage. He had a 4-second lead over the record. This actually had sub-15 potential. But as always, the BLJs stood in the way. They weren't great, but his best possible time was still 1 second ahead of the record. If he could tear through the stage, he'd have a chance.
I don't think I got it.
As it turns out, it would be record by just over 1/10 of a second. For the first time in a year, Aki was no longer the record holder. With so many times being set in short succession, 16-star as a category was flourishing. There was really only one problem. At this point, It had been almost 2 years since someone with a funny username had set a record. In recent months there had been Aki and Dowski, but to get a good one, you have to go back to Ouija and his 1517, and even that one's not amazing compared to the likes of 420 Blaze It and Shivering Erotic King Banana. Well, in early 2020, someone wanted to rectify that. He started moving up on the leaderboards, going from 5th to 3rd place right behind the two 1504s. And shortly thereafter, he would end up taking the top spot. And the runner's name certainly didn't disappoint. On February 27th, a 1503 was achieved by Slippery Nip. He gained time early thanks to a faster LBLJ, and managed to match Dowski's speed in making the Tsukishima cycle on the platforms. In Womp's Fortress, he gained time by hitting cannonless first try, partially thanks to a setup by Salt and Ginger to adjust the camera and clip in the wall more consistently. He maintained this 4-second lead until the second MIPS clip, which took him 2 tries, but gained about a second back on the BLJs. That worked out to a 1503, just ahead of Dowski and enough to make Slippery Nip the new record holder. The community was beginning to approach a barrier. They were now just 4 seconds away from a sub 15-minute run. The last time a minute barrier had been broken was almost 9 years prior, with Akira's 1554. Now, a run in the 14s was seeming inevitable. But what time saves were left? Well, looking at the 1503 record, the big potential time saves were the 4 seconds lost due to the MIPS clip, and a few seconds that could be saved on the BLJs. But beyond that, there were still fractions of a second to squeeze out all over. On LVLJ, Lethal Lava Land, Bowser in the Sky, all from subtle, faster strategies or improving movement. Those time saves all added up to a run well under 15 minutes. But someone still had to take it there. And one player who would make a big push was Aki. After getting a 1503 of his own, Aki would get a very promising run going on May 1st, 2020. It was about even going into the MIPS clips, where he messed up the first one instead of the second one. Still, a strong Fire C and BLJs kept him just ahead going into Bowser in the Sky. And there, he was able to make a faster elevator cycle called Monamo Cycle by making his movement as tight as possible, including an incredible triple jump dive onto the platform. 3 throws later, Aki was so close to a sub 15. One more second to go. Aki pushed onward over the coming days and weeks, getting great runs on pace that eventually died to something. The biggest culprit, of course, were the BLJs. Getting Mario to catch on the stairs seemed almost random at times. If you didn't get him to catch within a few jumps, it was run over, and even making it through would usually result in losing time. But Aki knew sub 15 was within reach. He just needed one good run past the BLJs. And on May 10th, 2020, Aki had this run. It was about as close to a perfect run as you could get. Chances like this don't come along very often. Now, more than ever, the BLJs needed to happen. They didn't need to be very good.
Hello, Shorts by
He just needed
Depeche.
something decent.
Is this too loud? It might be a little too loud.
Or he could get a near perfect.
Let's get Shorts by Depeche.
This was his chance for the run of a lifetime.
I might be pronouncing that wrong. I don't fucking care. Yay.
By the skin of his teeth, Aki had pulled out a 1459, the world's first sub 15. Obviously, as good as it was, this run still had some room for improvement. He lost 6 seconds on the last split for mistakes in Bowser in the Sky. But still, that was it for big time losses. It was an incredible run up until then, and it was daunting to try and beat. For the next several months, there was little action at the top of the leaderboard. The top three stayed in the same spots, and 2021 came around with just Aki in the elusive sub 15 club. See this guy down here? This is Kano, and he was 6th place in the world with a 1517. He was considered an elite runner of the game, but generally not considered a world record contender. 18 seconds was a lot of difference for a short category like 16 star, and there were several people between him and the top spot. Well, in February 2021, Kano started up a stream on Twitch, and he decided that he wasn't going to end this stream until he set a 16-star world record. He wasn't going
Sounds kind of familiar.
He'd still live his
A really
life
long
with super
stream.
normal schedule, but his stream would stay live the entire time. He knew he
Yeah,
had to do
that's
some
not
work
exactly what I'm
before he
doing.
was but Kano didn't care. He wanted to be the record holder. So, he got
No, this is actually way harder than what I'm doing.
Kano kept streaming 16 star.
Even though he is
By March,
sleeping, it's
his time was down to 15:30.
this is like
By April,
months.
he was 15:07.
upon
His
months.
stream kept going. He was
Huge
improving
chunks of his
skills and
life.
getting close to a record level. By May,
This
he was
is
starting to
2.5,
get really
not
close,
even. This is
entering the top
2
3
days and
with a
2
15:03.
hours
All the while,
of my
the
life.
length of the stream climbed higher and higher, going past 1,000 and then past 2,000 hours,
Mad respect
until
for
finally, on June
Ludwig
12th,
and for the
2021,
subathon.
Kano had this run. He actually gained some time early thanks to a new strategy in shifting Sandland by Circlemark 994, but lost a bit on MIPS from slower setups for the clips. He bled a bit more in Fire Sea from an accidental ground pound, and his BLJs weren't as clean as Aki's, but he knew the time he could save in Bowser in the Sky. After a clean stage, 3 throws separated him from a record.
What? Yes! Oh my god!
More than 3,000 hours of streaming finally put behind him. Kano went from 6th
Yeah, it's a little more.
a 1517 to a
That's fine.
1458. An unbelievable push that paid off in the end. And Kano could finally hit the end stream button. As the summer of
I can't do
2021
that.
went on, a few people were going for a sub 1458. One of the most notable players was Weezy. He had set a record 3 years prior with a 1517, but hadn't been able to replicate it. Still, he was considered a top runner. For years, he would continue lowering his personal best, staying within seconds of the record at all times. However, he never was able to take that top spot again, despite coming close on several occasions. At least until July 4th, 2021. After 39 months, thousands of attempts, and numerous personal bests in the top 5, Ouija had finally done it again. He had beaten all the rest, and had taken back the world record.
I didn't get it. Dude, just retime. No, I didn't get it.
No, oh my god! No! Ouija, you fool!
When Ouija stopped
You
the scroll
fucking
through the
dumbass.
text boxes, Mario was facing away from the star. All he had to do was turn around and jump into the star, but he accidentally jumped forward and lost about a second. It cost him the record. To this day, he's still trying to get it back. But that's not the last
That's a
thing we'll talk
fucking
about,
huge skill
because
issue.
in August 2021, a runner would come back to snag one final record.
Honestly, I wouldn't even be struggling with this stream if it weren't for the fact that usually it'd be like looking forward to sleeping. So I would, looking forward to sleeping at any point, like now, so I can just skip a bunch of time till the morning. But I can't do that.
So, who was the runner? Well, it wasn't Ouija, it wasn't Aki, Dowski, or Kano. There's only one username it could have been.
Hulu, dude. Oh shit.
Wow. Alright, cool. Sweet.
If you enjoyed the video, I'd really appreciate if you subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out. And
Wait, what time is it? It's actually only 12:49. I thought it was later than that.
check out the pinned comment for links to people who did research and the runners in the video. Thanks. In the early 2000s, one of the largest speedrun communities out there was for the classic NES game Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Dozens of players from all over the world competed with each other to set the fastest times they could on each of the 14 fighters, tracked with the in-game time displayed during and after the fight.
Oh
It was
yeah.
a thriving community. These guys sent emails back and forth detailing their strategies, posting on old websites like Game FAQs, and kept track of their fastest times using online tournaments. There was a really fun mix of randomness and skill involved. New strategies for faster times were regularly found, keeping the game fresh and encouraging others to see just what they could discover. For years, Punch-Out! Remained as one of the most popular speedrun communities in the world. But by the mid-2000s, competition slowed down. People kinda just stopped playing the game, and in a matter of months, one of the most played speedruns out there suddenly lost all of its competition, and silently faded into the background while other games took its spot. By 2008, just about nobody was playing the game anymore. But then, in 2010, a player known as Sinister1 became the first player to speedrun the game in years. What he found was a deserted community. The game FAQs pages with strategy discussion had been deleted, emails sent back and forth had long been forgotten, and pretty much all that remained was a website called Red Tom's Punch-Out!, with a leaderboard that showed what the world record was for each of the 14 fights. Sinister1 was shocked by what he saw here. All 14 records were held by the same guy, a person named Matt Turk.
Oh shit. So
And it was hard to even
The
find
fucking
evidence on how Turk
big
reached these
boss
fights.
himself.
After finding Matt Turk's email address and talking with him a bit, Sinister realized a couple of things. First, all signs pointed to every single one of these records being legitimate. And second, Matt Turk's skill level was way beyond any other player in the world, and there was pretty much no hope in anybody else beating some of them. At least, that's what he thought. These are the 14 world record times that Matt Turk had achieved by the time Sinister rediscovered the leaderboard. They didn't have video proof to go with them, but especially given when they were performed, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Hardly anybody was uploading speedruns to the internet in the early 2000s. Turk did, however, write down some of his strategies in detail on Red Tom's Punch-Out site, explaining how he achieved many of his times and how others could do the same. He played the game for a decade and came up with so much. In my opinion, it's very likely that he performed all of his times legitimately. But to understand how good they were, we'll have to first understand the basics of the game. Punch-Out mainly involves dodging out of the way of your opponent's punches and hitting them with your own punches courtesy of the fists of Little Mac. Punching your opponent lowers their health bar and can eventually lead to a knockdown. 3 knockdowns in one round is a TKO, which will end the fight. It's also possible to KO some fighters, where they don't get up after Mario the referee counts to 10 and the fight ends. So, Turk achieved these 14 times from either TKOing or KOing each fighter. We'll break down how he did them later, but for Sinister 1 to beat or tie most of them seemed out of the question. Thankfully though, 2 of them were world record freebies that anybody watching this could match with a little bit of practice. Glass Joe and Don Flamenco. Glass Joe is an infamously easy fight, and his world record is infamously easy to attain as well. His strategy simply involved waiting until he did his attack at 40 seconds. A well-timed punch to the face upon him charging forward will knock him down in 42 seconds, where he won't be able to get up and the fight will end at 42.00. Punch-Out runs at 60 frames per second, and there's 2 frames to time this punch for Glass Joe to get knocked down and stay down at 42.00. This world record has been at 42.00 probably ever since the game came out in 1987. The second relatively easy record is on Don Flamenco, the 4th fight in the game, with a strategy discovered by Martin Charlebois in the late 90s. To tie this record, Sinister had to punch him, dodge out of the way, then wait and punch Don Flamenco in the face on the last frame before he would block the punch. If he's able to land it in this 60th of a second window, he'll get a star punch, or an uppercut that deals more damage. To Don Flamenco, this punch does enough to automatically knock him down. He gets up, but upon dodging his punch and hitting him in the face 5 times, Don Flamenco goes down again and doesn't get up. It'll be a KO at 14.97 seconds, a world record that has been tied for at least 2 decades. Sinister tied both of those records in early 2010, but after that, it was going to be a lot tougher to knock any down. No more freebies. Now, he had to practice and try to improve his skills at the game. Throughout 2010, Sinister 1 got a lot better at the game and lowered each of his 14 times down, but they still remained comfortably behind Turk's times. Thankfully though, he got some help later that year. A player known as Adelicott was interested in the Hippo record, which was another one that Turk had reached the theoretical lowest time on, 37.61. To pull it off, however, was another story. King Hippo is a super random fighter. On any punch he throws, he can either open his mouth or not. He has a 3 in 8 chance of opening on any given punch, and you can only hit Hippo when he opens his mouth. He needs to open his mouth 3 times in order for you to deal enough damage to beat him, so to get the fastest time possible, you need Hippo to open his mouth on each of the first 3 times he throws a punch. That's 3/8 times 3/8 times 3/8, or about 5.27%. But that's not all. Half the time, he also does a delay between his second and third punches. To get Turk's time of 37 seconds, he can't do that delay, which cuts the odds in half. So the sheer odds in getting the luck needed for this time were only about 2.64%. The execution was extremely precise as well, because of how the in-game timer works. It ticks faster than a real second, with an in-game second being made up of about 20 individual frames, or a third of a real second. For some reason, the programmers only made certain decimals possible to achieve on each fight: 0.00, 0.25, 0.48, 0.61, 0.82, 0.97, and 0.99. If you end the fight in the first few frames of an in-game second, you get 0.00. In the next few frames, you get 0.25, and so on all the way to 0.99. His time of 37.61 meant he could lose up to 2 frames before actually losing time and getting a 37.82. On average, you have to hit Hippo on either the first or second frame he opens his mouth on each punch. That is some really precise timing. Now keep in mind, even if you're able to execute that precisely, you only have a 1 in 40 chance of getting the correct pattern from Hippo. Sinister One's fastest time was a 37.97, but in October 2010, Adelicott came through and tied Turk's 37.61, which I mentioned before can't go lower at all. What's crazy is that even with all that randomness and execution, that was still considered one of Turk's easier records to match. With that, the Punch-Out community had managed to take down 3 of Turk's times. But these 3 all had something in common. Of Turk's 14 records, it was known that 4 of them were at their theoretical limit and couldn't be beaten, only tied. It had been known for years that you couldn't go under 42.00 on Glass Joe, under 14.97 on Don Flamenco, and under 37.61 on King Hippo, and all 3 of those times stand as the world records even today. But for most of the remaining fights, the limit on how low humans could go was unknown. Turk's times were incredible, but for most of them it was at least theoretically possible to take them a decimal lower. But in order to do that, you would need to either beat Turk's execution, or get better luck, or both. Enter Mr. Sandman. Turk's Sandman time was 220.00, the slowest of all 14 fights, but that doesn't mean it was his worst. You can't get star punches on Mr. Sandman to deal damage quickly, so even beating him in the first round is hard. We'll get into the actual strategy behind this fight soon, but in 2010, Sinister One was able to tie Turk's 220. It seemed like it was just another Turk time down, but then Turk actually responded and beat Sinister's time with a claimed 219.48, once again with no video. Sinister would get a 219.97 that wasn't recorded, but he couldn't compete against a 219.48. So Turk was back on top, and his time once again stood unrivaled. Until a guy named Zallard1 got his hands on the game.
Yes, dude! Holy shit! What?
Zallard began playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out seriously in early 2013. One fight he gravitated to early on was none other than Mr. Sandman. This fight from July 2013 shows his strategy to beat Mr. Sandman quickly. Fights in Punch-Out can be broken down into phases, with Phase 1 being up until the boxer's first knockdown, Phase 2 being until the second knockdown, and Phase 3 being until the TKO. The first phase of the fight involves dodging out of the way of Sandman's rolling jabs and hitting him in the face. You also get hit a couple of times on purpose, and you'll see why later. There's 2 50-50 random delays Sandman could do, and he did one of them, leading to a 120 first knockdown. Phase 2 involved hitting Sandman a bit more, then a random delay from Sandman before his Dreamland Express pattern. 3 extremely quick uppercuts that you have to avoid getting hit by. Zallard got the shortest delay from Mr. Sandman and then pressed left up, and left up really quickly in sequence to dodge the Dreamland Express. This allowed him to hit Mr. Sandman in the gut 18 times in a row to deal damage extremely quickly and send him down for a second time. Now here's where getting hit comes into play. It turns out that Mr. Sandman is programmed to do another Dreamland Express pattern if Little Mac gets knocked down at 159 or later into the fight. So a player named Jack Wedge figured out that by pressing select before the fight to lower your health to half, taking damage early in the fight, and then getting knocked down on purpose after Sandman's second knockdown, you can end the fight quickly after he does a second Dreamland Express.
Yes! Fuck yes, dude! Oh my god! Holy shit! What the fuck? Oh my god! I can't believe that.
This time from Zallard tied Sinister's 219, but he could still save a second in Phase 1 by not getting the random delay that Sandman gave him. But adding all that luck up across all 3 phases got crazy. He needed neither of Sandman's Phase 1 delays, the shortest delay for the first Dreamland Express, then a good health refill from Mr. Sandman for Phase 3, and the short delay for his last Dreamland Express. That put the odds at 2.34%. But even once Zallard got all of that luck, he also needed to just not mess up.
Yes! Oh my god, what is it? What is it? What is it? Holy shit, dude! Oh my god! I did it. I actually, this is it. I beat him at Turkton.
At long last, one of Turk's times had actually been beaten. Zallard 1 was the guy to do it, and his time was celebrated across the Punch-Out community. It broke new ground, and made Turk seem not invincible for the first time since Sinister came onto the scene in 2010. It had taken 3 years for anybody to officially beat any of Turk's records. 4 times down, but Turk still had 10 records all to himself. One of Turk's finest times was his Piston Honda 2 record, 50.97. This time was remarkably close to the tool-assisted record for Honda 2, which was 50.25 seconds. A tool-assisted speedrun, or TAS, can create a theoretically perfect time by using save states, slowing down time, and even going frame by frame to enter inputs. 50.25 wasn't a real speedrun, but a demonstration of the fastest time possible, and Turk was just frames away from matching it. He was able to get it by doing guard manipulation, where you can fuse Piston Honda by tapping and releasing up at strategic points to move his guard around so he can't block max punches. It's extremely difficult, and at one point requires a frame-perfect punch to the face while his guard is in a moment of weakness. Matt Turk's time mirrored the theoretical tool-assisted time, probably just losing a bit of time from losing frames from imperfect execution. Needless to say, beating Turk's Honda 2 time was nearly impossible, so it stood unrivaled with all of his other records. Meanwhile, in the years following Sinister 1's initial Punch-Out grind, he had focused much of his efforts playing single segment, where you play the game from start to finish and add up your times in each of the 14 fights. He streamed his attempts live on his Twitch channel, and people had gotten used to him speedrunning the full game. But then one day in August 2013, he just started up a stream of Piston Honda 2 world record attempts. Keep in mind, Turk's record is 50.97, and it was impossible to go under 50.25, so there wasn't much room to get a world record. At least, that's what everybody thought.
That's it. That's it. That's it. I just beat the fucking Taz. Oh my god, I'm holding start so hard right now. I'm holding start more than I've ever held it in my life. Yes! Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Fuck yes! I just beat the Taz. I just beat the motherfucking Taz. Oh my god. It's gonna be a low 48. 48 flat. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I can't believe this is real.
He had just beaten the theoretically perfect tool-assisted speedrun by more than 2 seconds. Sinister had just pulled off a fight with his own 2 hands faster than anybody had been able to even theoretically figure out with an emulator. What had just happened? Well, unknown to everyone watching his stream, a few days prior, someone had figured out how to beat that theoretical Piston Honda 2 record. His name was McHazard, and after discovering it, he privately messaged Sinister 1 to tell him about his findings. The main issue with the old tool-assisted time was here in Phase 2, where he had to wait a long time before throwing a star punch. Honda normally starts dodging any star punches you throw at him after the 3rd one, but if you wait to throw it until he's doing his appropriately named eyebrow pattern, it'll land and deal damage. So, the tool-assisted record had to stand still and wait until the eyebrow pattern began. McHazard figured out a way around that. He discovered that Piston Honda 2 has a bizarre mechanic that few other fighters in the game have: max damage uppercuts. When Honda's guard is down, you can press up and start to throw a star punch uppercut, then let go of up when Honda brings his gloves up. For whatever reason, if performed correctly, then not only can Honda not dodge this punch, but it also deals more damage than a normal star punch. So, Sinister simply implemented this max damage star punch when he would normally be waiting for the eyebrow pattern in Phase 2, and sent him down about 5 seconds faster than normal. Over the following months, McHazard would broaden his search for faster strategies to all 14 fights, and ultimately made a new, faster tool-assisted speedrun of the entire game. It featured improvements to 8 of the 14 fights, meaning 8 fights now had new theoretical load times that humans could try to get closer to. For the past few years, the only times of Turk that had been toppled were ones that were already theoretically perfect, or ones that were more obviously imperfect like Mr. Sandman. But with this new tool-assisted speedrun, the horizon expanded so much. McHazard had completely changed the playing field. It was time to see what else these players could do. The next big push to beat Matt Turk's times came during 1 week in April 2014, where 3 of Turk's records were about to go down. It's here we see just how important McHazard's task was going to be. Coincidentally though, the first one had nothing to do with his tasks. I mentioned before there was a 4th record Turk had set that was at its theoretical limit. That fight was Great Tiger, with his time of 47.48. Remember how Don Flamenco has that frame-perfect punch to get a star? Well, Great Tiger has 4 of them. After punching Tiger in the face, you dodge out of the way of his jab, then wait until the last frame before he would block and punch him in the face. If you hit the perfect frame, then you get a star punch, before having to repeat this process 3 more times in the first phase. Thankfully, phases 2 and 3 are free. Great Tiger gets up on a 1 count twice, which means a single star punch from Little Mac will send him down automatically. There's no randomness in this fight, and thanks to a couple of timing strategies Zalor discovered to time a couple of the punches late in phase 1, the only difficult part of the fight is the 4 face punches. But keep in mind, you have a 60th of a second to time each of them. Someone just had to grind the fight out until they got the 4 frame perfect punches, and on April 5th, Zalor was able to pull it off. He got a 47.48, tying Matt Turk and the theoretical perfect time. Meanwhile, Sinister One was working on his own project. Matt Turk's Piston Honda 1 time of 42.97 was a bit of a mystery, since it was one of very few fights where he didn't reveal his strategy. However, thanks to McHazard's new tasks, Sinister was able to come up with an even better one. Phase 1 was a variation of a strategy Sinister had discovered years prior, using heavy guard manipulation to sneak in punches all over and get stars. Key parts to this phase included landing a gut punch at the start with a 3-frame timing window, sneaking in an extra gut punch toward the end of the phase that had a 25% chance of going through, then not getting blocked at all on the last 3 face punches, which is about 50%. Honda gets up on a 1 count for phase 2, so a single star punch was enough to send him down right away. At the start of phase 3, Sinister would do a max damage star punch similar to the ones McHazard found on Piston Honda 2, then hit him in the face and do a couple of star punches. With a good health refill from Honda, it would be enough to get a low 42-second time and beat Matt Turk by just a little bit. The odds in getting this fight were under 5% from randomness alone, not taking into account the rather difficult execution. Nonetheless, Sinister very quickly got a run to phase 3, but unfortunately the bad refill from Honda meant he had to delay a couple of star punches and get a 43 instead of a 42.
Fuck. I got the bad refill. Yeah, 43 flat. God damn it. I got the bad refill, guys. Got the bad refill.
Sinister was getting really close. He was now just 0.03 of a second away from taking another Turk time down. All he needed was to get that good refill in phase 3. But then, quite literally out of nowhere, this happened.
Shouldn't I just quit right now? While I'm ahead? No, fuck that. Let's do the Von Kaiser IL strat. See if I can do it again. There we go. Holy fucking shit, dude. I think I just did it. Oh my god. What is happening? Oh my god. 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 Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god. 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 Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god. How? How is this possible?
If you recall from before, 35.97 matched Turk's Von Kaiser time. Where did that come from? Well, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out has no level select, and you aren't allowed to use save states to get to whichever fight you want. There is a password system, but passwords only exist for a handful of the 14 fights. So the fastest way to get to Piston Honda was to start a new game and beat both Glass Joe and Von Kaiser before getting your one shot at Piston Honda. If it didn't work, you'd have to lose intentionally and then beat Von Kaiser again just to get another shot. Sinister randomly decided to go for this newly discovered Phase 1 strategy that McHazard had found, and it happened to pay off. It involved precisely tapping up at certain moments to manipulate Von Kaiser's guard up so that all of the punches went through. He also had to get a random 50-50 star in Phase 2, and very precisely duck under a punch in Phase 1 and Phase 3 by double tapping down. He also had to time the first punch of Phase 2 on the first frame possible. In order to get a 35.97, he had to lose no more than a handful of frames across all of those locations. And on literally his first attempt after getting the Phase 1 strat to work, he got all of that. It was incredible. And a couple of days after that, Sinister was able to get his good refill on Honda 1.
This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. Rip, Turk. You are done. I got the 42. Fuck yeah. 0.2 fucking 5, baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Get hype.
And with that, over the course of 4 days, thanks to the combined efforts of Sinister, Zallard, and McHazard, 3 of Turk's times went down. But of course, Matt Turk still held 6 untied records, and the more they played, the more these 6 times seemed ridiculously impressive. Keep in mind that some of the game's top players have been trying for 4 years now, and they were only able to match or beat about half of them. Let's take a look at Turk's Don Flamenco 2 time, 123.97. This one was a bit of a unique case. Skill-wise, it was actually one of the easiest times in the game, but luck-wise, it was absolutely brutal. See, the way Don 2 works is whenever he's about to throw a punch, you can hit him while he's winding up either in the gut or in the face. On the first punch you throw, and every 7th punch after that, you'll get a guaranteed star. On every punch between, as long as you're holding a star, you have a 1 in 16 chance in getting another star. And believe me, that is horrible from a speedrunning perspective. For example, you can theoretically get 3 random stars in a row on Don 2, which would be great, but your odds in that are 1 in 4096. His health refill in Phase 2 is also random. There's a 1 in 8 chance he gives the lowest health refill, a 3 in 8 chance he gives a middle refill, and a 4 in 8 chance he gives the bad refill. If you press select before the fight to lower your health to half, as speedrunners often do on this fight, that also makes his Phase 3 refill random, with just a 1 in 8 chance he gets up with the smallest amount of health. Why the programmers made Don 2 like this is unknown. It's not like anybody would pay attention to these random stars or refills when casually playing the game. But it leads to some pretty ridiculous fights if you get the luck. The tool-assisted speedrun of Don 2 gets 5 random stars and both of the low 1 in 8 refills, achieving a time of under a minute. The odds of getting those stars and refills is about 1 in 6.7 million. Turk's 123.97 was much slower, but Punch-Out players worked out that beating it still required odds of about 1 in 176. They would need a random star from one of the first 2 opportunities, then the middle 3 and 8 refill in Phase 2, then finally the 1 and 8 low refill in Phase 3. Someone just had to grind it out, and the guy who did it was a fairly unknown Punch-Out runner named Cananophone, whose specialty was speedrunning The Legend of Zelda. But he had also done some work in Punch-Out, and for some reason he gravitated toward fighting Dawn 2. And on May 28, 2014, after hundreds of attempts, he got all of the luck to align.
Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. Hey, beat Dawn 2.
He had only beaten Turk by 1 decimal, but that didn't matter. Dawn 2 was done, and another of Turk's times had fallen. Matt Turk still had 5 times left. These remaining times had each stood unbeaten for more than half a decade. In that same length of time, the Ocarina of Time record had been lowered by 55 minutes, Super Metroid had been lowered by 5 minutes, and Super Mario Bros. Had been lowered by, well, 2 seconds. But the fact that even serious efforts from several of the world's top Punch-Out players hadn't been able to break these 5 times was just extraordinary. One of the most brutal times remaining was Turk's Bald Bull 1 fight. It featured a combination of crazy luck, really precise timings, and the need for persistence. Turk said it took him over 1,000 attempts to achieve this time. Keep in mind, to get an attempt at Bald Bull, you have to put in the password for Don Flamenco 1, then beat him, King Hippo, and Great Tiger. So, it took him a really long time to get his 58.99. The way he did it was by simply attempting to replicate the tool-assisted fight as closely as he could. And it was a brutal strategy indeed. It involved needing 3 random 50-50 stars throughout the fight, 2 specific patterns from Bald Bull, and numerous frame-perfect or close-to frame-perfect punches throughout. The odds worked out to just a 2.3% chance, or about 1 in 43. There's actually been some confusion over what Turk's exact time was, initially being reported as a 57.99, but years later being changed to a 58.99. But regardless, this time just seemed brutal to beat. And then McHazard came along and changed everything. In his tool-assisted speedrun, one of the 8 fights that McHazard improved was Bald Bull 1. And a few months later, Zallard used it to do attempts to beat Turk's 58.99. McHazard's Phase 1 was discovered by Martin Charlebois 15 years before his task came out. It involved alternating face punches to get stars and using star punches into his rolling jabs. It was easy, it had no randomness, and it always got Bull down at 17 seconds with 1 star. Phase 2 was a bit tougher. You need a 50-50 random star at the start of the phase, then land a 2-frame punch just as Bull is lowering his guard and get another random star just after. You then need a 25% pattern where Bull throws more rolling jabs and can send him down with 3 stars in your inventory. For Phase 3, Zallard used a slightly safer version of McHazard's fight. To pull it off, you need the 75% pattern without rolling jabs, then depending on his pattern after, potentially need to land a frame-perfect star punch after his uppercut. That's a 1/60th of a second window to time it. Across all 3 phases, that works out to odds of about 1 in 21, about twice as good as Turk's fight, and the execution was a bit easier too. So, Zallard set out to improve Turk's time, and on June 22, 2014, he came through and got a 57.00, beating Turk by nearly a full second. Keep in mind though, McHazard's task time was 55.25, so although Turk was off of his task by about 0.15, Zallard was slower than his by almost 2 full seconds. That's how much McHazard's strat was able to help. For Bald Bull 2, it was once again McHazard to the rescue. Turk achieved his time of 121.82 by landing extremely random punches called bulldozers. When Bull's guard is down, if you hit him in the face but let go of up while the punch is going off, it's possible the punch will get through his guard and hit him for a star. Problem is, when I say possible, I mean it has a 1 in 16 chance of actually going through. It was possible to beat Matt Turk's time using 2 bulldozers and getting a specific pattern from Bull after, but the odds in it were over 1 in 1,000. So McHazard found a way around it. When Bull's guard is up, he found you can punch him in the gut and tap up while the punch is going off to potentially sneak the punch through his guard. It was called a misdirected gut punch, and you could do it whenever you'd normally do a bulldozer. And rather than a 1 in 16 chance in going through, the misdirected gut punch had a 1 in 4 chance. So instead of odds of over 1 in 1,000 of beating Turk's time, the odds were only about 1 in 64. That was enough to get Sinister to start grinding to beat it. The execution wasn't too hard. The 2 rolling jab counters at the start were the hardest part, and they each had a 3-frame window. On July 5th, 2014, Sinister 1 took down Matt Turk's 11th world record.
World record! World fucking record, dude! Yes! Fuck yes. 120.82.
Thanks to McHazard, both of the Bald Bull records went down in the span of about 2 weeks. Matt Turk now only had 3 untied records to his name: Soda Popinski, Super Macho Man, and Mike Tyson. These 3 records had stood the test of time. These 3 records had stood through thousands of attempts from top players in the world. These 3 records stood head and shoulders above each of the other 11 records Matt Turk had set. To see why, let's take a look at that Super Macho Man time, 48.82. So, the good news about this fight. There's a password that you can put in that sends you straight there. That made it so you could do a lot of attempts really quickly. The bad news, the execution was really hard, and the luck needed was the worst of all 14 fights. Let's break it down. Macho's usual pattern is to throw 5 punches before standing still for a while in the build-up to his mini-spin pattern, where he spins around quickly and tries to punch you. For the first 5 punches of the fight, the first, second, fourth, and fifth punches all need to be uppercuts for Turk's strategy to work. So, Turk's strategy was to raise his guard and punch him in the gut, then intercept his first uppercut with a punch to the face before he ducks down. His second uppercut is then taken care of by raising Macho's guard to hit him in the gut again, then hitting him in the face before he ducks down. Punches 3, 4, and 5 are cancelled before he can throw them by hitting him in the gut. Then Macho stands still for his mini-spin pattern. Turk unleashed a barrage of max damage star punches and punches to the face and gut, all while moving his guard around by pressing and releasing the up button at strategic times. In order to get all the punches in needed to knock him down, Macho needs to stand still for as long as possible, which is only about a 1 in 4 chance. So, altogether, not counting attempts missed for execution, there was just a 1 in 34 chance of getting out of the first phase of the fight. For phase 2, Macho once again needs to stand still long enough to sneak in enough punches and uppercuts, and 3 stars need to be in your inventory by the time Macho backs up. That bumps the odds up to just over 1 in 90. The execution on sneaking each punch in also needs to be tight enough for the clock to not roll over to 37 seconds before beginning a spin pattern. And to give you an idea of how hard that execution is, these are the inputs that need to be done to sneak in all of those hits. Macho's guard is in transition, so you begin the phase by pressing up and B to throw a face punch but must release up while the punch is being thrown so Macho doesn't raise his guard to block it. Then, the uppercut is done by pressing up and start but releasing up right after Macho brings his guard up so it does max damage. Then, a technique Turk invented called the Dizzy Destroyer is performed. You tap up, then immediately release it and throw a gut punch, then press up and B to throw a face punch but let go of up while the punch is going off so Macho lowers his guard and the punch can hit his face. Finally, one more gut punch is snuck in by tapping up to bring Macho's guard up, then pressing B to throw the gut. That's a lot of inputs, and it's all performed right here at the start of phase 2. Then, Macho backs up to go into his spin pattern. In Macho's spin pattern, he spins around between 3 and 8 times before stopping for you to land your star punch. The clock stays frozen this whole time, but in order to throw your star punch fast enough, you need to know when he stops instead of doing another dodge. The 2 ways to do this were, 1. To listen for the last spin punch, which is slightly higher pitched than all the rest. Or 2. Stare at the clock, and then as soon as it starts moving again, throw the star punch. Phase 3 is a repeat of Phase 2, except instead of needing the long delay before a spin pattern, you need the short delay, since Macho gets up with less health the second time and doesn't need to be hit as much. That pushes the odds to about 1 in 181 in getting the luck needed to beat Macho in 48 seconds like Turk did. Not to mention the precise, tight, and essentially flawless execution needed the whole way through. So we're looking at odds of about 0.5%, and execution harder than just about any fight in the game. Who would be crazy enough to try to top that? Well, Zallard won, of course.
And he gets up. And I'm like, okay, Star Punch. And he's just like, nope.
In the middle of 2014, Zallard began doing attempts to beat Turk's 48.82. He was a veteran of the game at this point, so he saw results very quickly, getting times of 50 and 49 in July and August, respectively. These fights both lost time in Phase 2 because the clock ticked over to 37 before the spin pattern, meaning his execution was a little too slow. But hundreds of attempts later, that 48 was still untouchable. Zallard realized that tying Turk's time would be hard enough, but actually getting under a decimal of 0.82 was going to be essentially impossible unless he added in something that Turk didn't do. So that's what he decided to do. He would assume that Macho would stop spinning on the third spin punch of Phase 3, allowing him to throw the uppercut faster since he didn't have to wait for the audio or visual cue. This didn't guarantee a time under 0.82, but it at least gave him a better shot. Unfortunately, it made the luck needed even worse. Macho has just a 5 in 16 chance of stopping on the third spin punch, so the odds of the entire fight were now over 1 in 500. Zallard streamed some of his attempts to beat Turk's time, but most of the attempts just looked like this. This 48.82 was legendary. Zallard threw attempt after attempt at Macho, but it wasn't happening. He had to hit punch after punch, be precise in every location, and wait for 1 in 500 odds. It didn't look like it was happening. And then, Zallard got this attempt past Phase 1.
Okay. Oh my god, at 25 with a star? That's fucking crazy. Fuck. Okay. Because I got that 25, that saved it. Yes! Holy shit, dude! Oh my god, please. Tie it, tie it. Tie it.
As he sat there waiting for the time, he was praying that it was fast enough to tie Turk's .82. But he knew there was a slim chance he had gone even faster and gotten a .61. All he could do now was wait for the fade out and see the blue screen.
Holy shit! Oh my god. It's over. It's fucking over. You gotta be kidding me.
A 48.48. Turk's time wasn't tied. It wasn't edged out. It was thoroughly beaten by Zallard 1. 1 in 500 odds were defied, and Matt Turk now only had 2 untied records to eliminate. This 213 on Mike Tyson was, by a long shot, the hardest fight to pull off out of all 14. On Don Flamenco 1, Turk hit a frame-perfect punch. On Great Tiger, Turk had to land 4 frame-perfect punches. To get his 213 Tyson, Turk had to land 20 frame-perfect punches. Tyson's pattern is to throw uppercuts for the first minute and a half of the fight. You can hit him twice after each one. The first one deals 5 damage as long as it's from the same side of the screen that Tyson threw from, and the second one normally deals 1 damage no matter what. However, if you delay this second punch to the last frame before he would block it, it deals 5 damage instead of 1. That's a frame-perfect punch. You have a 60th of a second to time it. And for the first phase of the fight, literally all you're doing is landing frame-perfect punch after frame-perfect punch. Tyson begins the fight with 96 health. Since he could deal 10 damage on each punch Tyson throws, that means Tyson must throw 10 punches for you to be able to send him down the first time, and you need to be frame perfect on 9 of them to get an optimal first knockdown. Even if you hit the 9 frame perfect punches though, Tyson's pattern largely determines what time you get. He can randomly delay for an in-game second between certain punches, or potentially even do a long delay called the 8-second delay, which immediately kills an attempt. In Turks 213, he got a pattern from Tyson where he flat out didn't delay at all, a pattern that was only about 3.5% likely and led to a first knockdown time of 54 seconds. For the second phase, he gets up with 56 health. That means 6 punches from Tyson, and you need to be frame perfect on 5 of them. Tyson could give random delays here too, so what's important is that you get Tyson to throw that 6th uppercut before he switches his pattern from uppercuts to hooks at 130. As long as the uppercut comes out before 130, it's all good, even if the knockdown comes a few seconds later since you have to punch him down. Turk got 1 delay from Tyson in phase 2, but thanks to his perfect phase 1, it led to a blazing fast 128 second knockdown. In phase 3, Tyson switches to throwing hooks. If you wait to the last 60th of a second before hitting him after he throws a hook, that single punch will deal 5 damage. If you're early, you'll have to punch him twice for 4 damage total, and if you're late, you'll get blocked and deal no damage. These frame perfect punches are generally regarded as tougher to hit than the uppercut ones. Tyson gets up with 40 health for phase 3, so 8 frame perfect punches would be a perfect phase 3. Turk hit 6 frame perfect punches and got a bit of a slow pattern from Tyson, but it was enough to set a world record of 213. This 213 stood apart from his other records in a way. Its legacy reached far past his other 13 times, and for years it was just this impossibly fast time that the top players couldn't even get close to. Not only did it land 20 frame perfect punches, but the pattern he got from Tyson was just ridiculous. He achieved this time in December 2007, with knockdown times of 54, 128, and 213. As of mid-2014, nobody else had ever gotten under 55 for the first knockdown or 129 for the second knockdown. Turk not only was able to get that 54 and 128, but then capitalized on it in phase 3 and played almost perfectly. Of course, other top players fought Tyson years later, but their best efforts came up short. In February 2011, Sinister One set his long-standing personal best of 219. He got a second knockdown of 132 thanks to a slower Tyson pattern, and then hit 4 frame perfect hits in phase 3 to end up with his time. For years, that was the fastest time with video. Then, in April 2014, Zallard got a 217 with a 133 second knockdown. 6 frame perfect hits in phase 3 led to the fast time. But still, Turk's time from 7 years prior was 4 seconds faster. They couldn't touch it. It stood alone. But then, in July 2014, Sinister One decided he was going to try to do it. Nearly all of Turk's records had fallen by that point, but his 213 was still standing. Sinister had 2 viable paths to beating it. The first was the long shot, where he would get the second knockdown by 133, which didn't require too much luck, then hit all 8 frame perfect hits in phase 3. Hitting all 8 frame perfect hooks in phase 3 could save 5 or more seconds over Turk's phase 3, meaning his phase 3 pattern essentially didn't matter. Hitting all 8 frame perfect hits guaranteed he'd beat Turk, and could potentially beat him by several seconds. But of course, hitting all 8 was ridiculously hard, and had only been done a handful of times in the game's history over several years. So, he had another plan. The second method was what Sinister was aiming for, getting a first knockdown closer to 130, then getting a better pattern from Tyson in phase 3 and hitting 6 or 7 frame perfects like Turk did. He essentially just had to match Turk's execution, then get better luck at the end of the fight, and would end up with a time like 211 or 212. Sinister's personal best was a 219. Over the course of a few months in 2014, he put in thousands of attempts to beat Turk and get a 212 on Tyson. Here's how it went.
Whoa, 218. I got a PB. Yay! 216, dude. Holy shit. I just beat Zallard. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, that was almost a 54. Yes! Yes, dude. Oh my god. PB. Alright, at least I got a PB. Holy crap, man. Yes! I tied Turk at least, baby. I tied him. I tied him. I tied him. I tied him. I tied him.
Sinister had tied Turk's legendary 213, but he wasn't satisfied. He didn't want to match Turk. He wanted to beat him. It was 212 or bust. On September 6, 2014, the Punch-Out community woke up to this. A 210, not a 212, achieved by Zallard, not Sinister. While all eyes were on Sinister, Zallard had quietly been doing attempts in the background. His personal best was a 216, 3 seconds behind Sinister, but on one magical attempt, he dropped it by 6 seconds after landing all 8 frame-perfect hits off of a 132. It was the first time Zallard had ever hit all 8 in Phase 3. The 213 was done. Zallard was the new Tyson champion, and Turk only had one untied record to his name. Soda Popinski in 46.48. What was it about this fight that made it stand so long? Why did it outlast Dawn 2 with his absurd random stars? Why did it outlast Macho with the 1 in 500 pattern for the 48? Why did it outlast the 20 frame perfect punches on Mike Tyson? The answer was actually pretty simple. Nobody had any idea how Turk did it. Yeah, while Sinister and Zallard were spending months trying to beat each of Turk's 14 records, this one always just stood in the background. It was like a bad itch they just couldn't scratch. For all of the other 13 records, they at least had a path to beating them. They knew what he did and they knew how they could improve over it. For Soda Popinski, they had no idea. And since there was no video to go with it, they actually thought it could be a bogus time. Let's look at the fight itself. Beating Soda fast takes advantage of a bizarre glitch-like mechanic. When Soda throws an uppercut, if you press down to block or duck, Soda freezes in place. You're free to hit him in the gut when he does, and the star you get from that punch will automatically knock him down no matter what. So you just do that once in each phase to beat him very quickly. Soda is also very random. He always starts each phase with 2 hooks, but then he only has a 75% chance of doing the uppercut pattern you need to beat him quickly. He can also randomly delay before the uppercut, with only a 25% chance he does the shortest delay. So you'd counter each of Soda's first 2 hooks, then duck and hope Soda does the fastest uppercut, freeze him in place to get the star, then cancel his next uppercut and use the star to send him down. And if you did that in each phase, your time would be 49 seconds, 3 seconds behind Turk. You couldn't cancel his hooks any faster. You couldn't force a faster pattern. A 46 was just too fast. And so, long after each of Turk's other 13 records were beaten, this one stood and stood and stood. And then, McHazard came to the rescue. By early 2015, Zallard was very interested in finally taking Turk's last time down, so he asked McHazard for some help in figuring out how. McHazard pointed out that there were aspects of the tool-assisted speedrun for Soda that could probably be utilized in a real-time run. Namely, getting the frozen punch for a start quicker. The old process was holding down, then waiting for his uppercut, then having him freeze and punch him in the gut. With McHazard's method, you could press down, then assume he does the shortest delay and press B to gut punch, then press down while the punch is going off to freeze him in place. This works to get the star just the same, and it saves about 2 seconds, meaning phases could potentially be just 15 to 16 seconds long. And as it turns out, this is likely the method Turk used to get his time. The problem was, even with this strategy, beating Turk's time would be incredibly tough. You need both uppercuts and the shortest delay for each phase of the fight, which works out to odds of 1 in 151. The execution was tricky too, since the input of gut punching and tapping down was very precise. And what's more, Turk's time of 46.48 was very optimized for this strategy, meaning his execution was probably really tight. But at least Zallard had a strategy now. On January 24th, 2015, he did attempts on Soda, with low expectations given the hard execution and 1 in 151 odds. But on attempt number 8, he was able to get out of phase 1.
15. We got one. Now we just need 2 more in a row. Oh shit. Okay. Alright, What? 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 Alright. Okay,
By some miracle, it had taken Zallard just 8 attempts to get 1 in 150 odds. But this time fell short of Turk by half a second. And as Zallard kept playing, he realized that Turk's 46.48 seemed to have better execution than he could get with the strategy he was doing. A high 46 seemed way more likely than a mid 46. So, he had reached a dead end. But just a few days later, someone found something huge. His name was Jack Wedge, and he had played the game alongside Turk more than a decade prior, at one point holding the Bald Bull 1 world record. But he had come back all these years later to share a new strategy he had just discovered: the screwdriver. After canceling Soda's first 2 hooks, you could hold down a right dodge, then press B and then down to hit him in the gut right as Matt comes back to the center. This right dodge wasted the exact number of frames so that the gut punch hit Soda on the first frame possible to make the strategy work, guaranteeing the fastest phase possible. With this, Zallard knew he had a legitimate shot at beating Turk. He did more attempts to see what he could get, and on January 29th, 2015, he got this.
oh fuck. Oh my god, dude. Is that it? Is that it? Holy shit. Holy shit.
When Sinister 1 started to run this game in 2010, he had no idea what was in store for the future. Matt Turk's records were just too good. To quote himself, they had little to no chance at even sniffing some of those times. Instead, over the next 5 years, this is what the community accomplished.
That's it. That's it. That's it. I just beat the fucking Taz. Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god, dude. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it.
World record. World fucking record, dude. Yes.
Yes! Holy shit, dude! Oh my god.
Yes.
Holy shit. No fucking way. Yes! Holy shit, it's fucking done. It's fucking done, dude. Yes! 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 Fuck yes! 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 Fuck yes! It's over, dude. That's it. That is it.
Interesting.
And with that, all 14 of Matt Turk's legendary times had been tied or beaten. It took half a decade, but thanks to the combined efforts of Adelicott, Jack Wedge, Nanophone, McHazard, Sinister One, and Zallard One, this monumental task had been accomplished. In the years since, nearly every world record you've seen in this video has been broken. There's been huge advancements in strategy and improvements in execution as well. So, let's jump forward in time and take a look at how today's records chalk up to Matt Turk's times. Thanks for watching.
Alright, I guess we're moving on to this.
Enjoy! Summoning Salt merchandise is now available on Teespring. Check out the storefront right below the video. Enjoy! One of the fastest growing speedruns of the last few years is New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Close to 1,000 runs are on the leaderboard, a mark that not many games have reached. Naturally, competition at the top level is impressive, because not many people can call themselves a world record holder. A world record demands near perfection, honing in skills that come after thousands of hours of gameplay. Few people have gotten to that level, but those who have etched their place in speedrunning history. This is the world record history of New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Let's start up here, at the beginning. New Super Mario Bros. Wii was released on November 12th, 2009. Normally it takes months or even years before a speedrunning scene develops around the game. For New Super Mario Bros. Wii, it took 4 days. People nearly instantly gathered in the Speed Demos Archive forums to route the game for a speedrun. In the following weeks, times of 45 minutes and 35 minutes were claimed by MWL and Chronorox respectively, although neither have video proof. For the next several months, runner UC Pro would both route the game and complete speedruns, and in May 2010 he claimed the 2605, but once again he didn't record it. To get to the first recorded run, we have to jump to May 2011, when Riker Z uploaded this run, a time of 26 minutes and 56 seconds. Riker Z started in World 1. Level 1-1 is quite straightforward, where you want to run and jump through to get to the end as fast as possible. However, there are subtle optimizations you can make. Sliding down the hills gives you a slight boost of speed, and running through the checkpoint is the fastest way to power up. Riker Z also picked up the propeller mushroom for later. In 1-2, he tilted the Wii remote to create downward slopes he could quickly run down, and picked up a star midway through, which increases your running speed. In 1-3, Riker Z used the propeller mushroom to fly up and access the secret exit, which unlocked the cannon to take him to World 5. In 5-1, he had to deal with the water in the latter half, and he simply fell in and swam as quickly as he could. It slowed him down by several seconds. After 5-1, you're forced to run into the piranha plants on the overworld map, where Riker Z collected the 8 toad balloons, albeit with a bit of a slowdown. You then have a choice of either playing 5-2 or 5-3, and Riker Z picked 5-2. It's a pretty straightforward stage, where you bounce on top of wigglers and run through the rest. Next was the World 5 Fortress, a vertical stage where having the propeller suit helps immensely. Riker Z was able to propeller up from platform to platform, then defeated Iggy with 3 jumps on his head. The next stage was 5-4. This stage is intended to be an auto-scroller, where you ride on this raft while enemies rain down from these platforms above. It's designed to be long and slow, not ideal conditions for a speedrun. So, instead, Riker Z decided to implement the first game-breaking trick of the run. This was first posted by UC Pro just 2 weeks after the game came out, and takes some practice to get right, but thanks to the propeller suit and navigating and jumping at the correct times, it's possible to skip the entire stage by jumping on the platforms and blocks. Riker Z did so beautifully, making a few brief hesitations but still flying through. After 5-4 came the World 5 Ghost House, where Riker Z took the secret exit once again to unlock another cannon, this time taking him to World 8. The fastest path through World 8 consists of 5 levels: 8-1, 8-2, 8-7, the airship, and finally Bowser's Castle. In 8-1, Riker Z had to deal with randomly falling meteors, and he got hit twice. He powered back up, only to intentionally take damage again later on to boost through some lava. In 8-2, Riker Z once again took the secret exit to unlock 8-7, a hidden level that bypasses most of World 8. 8-7 itself is a long stage consisting of jumping from spine coaster to spine coaster. World 8's airship isn't an auto-scroller like in previous games. Instead, Riker Z had to run through and traverse it as quickly as possible. He picked up the propeller shroom again to jump across big gaps instead of having to wait and slowly bring the platforms down. The Bowser Jr. fight was simple, hitting him with 3 bombs that he dropped. And finally, there was Bowser's Castle. Riker Z used the propeller suit quite a bit to navigate at the start, which isn't always the fastest. The last part of the run is the escape, where you have to guide Bowser's heat-seeking fireballs to destroy the path in front of you, then navigate through an obstacle course to the finish. In all, Riker Z finished after 26 minutes and 56 seconds. It was a good starting point. There were some obvious slowdowns that could be cleaned up, but no huge mistakes or deaths, and the video quickly went viral on YouTube. Over the next several months, Riker Z would continue running the game to push his time lower. At the end of 2011, he posted his first new time, a 25:49. This run actually saved time over the 26:56 in every single stage. Most of his strategies were the same, but were better executed. In 5-1, for instance, he dealt with the water much better, jumping out earlier and just barely being able to make it to the end. One of the biggest time saves was in 8-1, where he managed to avoid getting hit by the meteors and didn't have to power back up. But the best improvement was in Bowser's Castle. He guided the fireballs much better in the escape, using 9 fireballs to clear the path instead of 18 in his old record. In 2012, Riker Z would get 2 more records, a 25:31 and a 25:27. These runs both optimized existing strategies and utilized new ones. In the escape, Riker Z was able to use just 7 fireballs to clear the path ahead, the fewest ever achieved. In 8-2, he picked up a star to get additional speed instead of damage boosting as Big Mario. And in World 5, he chose to play 5-3 instead of 5-2. It was a more difficult stage, but a slightly faster one if performed optimally. Riker Z had left his mark on New Super Mario Bros. Wii speedrunning. 4 world records in a year and a half. He stopped running the game. But then something very interesting happened. Despite years going by, and many new runners emerging, Riker Z's world record remained unbroken. The leaderboard grew, and players got better, but Riker Z's years-old effort was too much to top.
God, what's happening?
Finally, in 2016, someone broke through. His name was Green Uprooter, and he beat Riker Z by 1 second. But unfortunately, he didn't record it. Green Uprooter had recorded competitive times before this run, and is a trusted community member. His 25:26 is taken at face value, but it can't be proved. That left the world record in an awkward place. It had taken 3.5 years to shave 1 unrecorded second off the record. Now, there was no telling when it would be broken again. But in early 2016, a new runner was climbing up the leaderboards. Quickly, it became inevitable that he was going to be the next record holder. In April 2016, he officially did it, closing out a 25:23 to beat Green Uprooter by 3 seconds. But this guy wasn't just any world record holder. He had reached the top, and he intended to stay there for a long time. His name was Ochgard. Ochgard had been around the speedrunning block before, achieving top times in Mega Man X3, Crash Tag Team Racing, and many other games. It makes sense that he was quickly able to get the record in New Super Mario Bros. Wii. But what nobody could have expected is that the very next day, he did it again, a 25:22. And the next day, another record, a 25:19. Ochgard had set 3 world records in 3 days. He was more consistent than any player who had come before him, meaning he hit tricks more often and made fewer mistakes. A big place he saved time was in the escape, navigating through the platforms quicker and hesitating less. And overall, he was able to execute most tricks more cleanly, shaving fractions of a second off in several stages. After these 3 records, Ochgard took a break from the game. Nobody came close to challenging him, with the closest active runner still being 16 seconds away. His skill level was far ahead of the rest, so he didn't really need to keep defending the record. But he came back in August anyway, and immediately got a 5-second world record. Ochgard's 25:14 was his smoothest run yet. He cleaned up a small mistake in 5-3 from his last run, doing a small jump to be able to run under the blocks while on the log. His 5-4 execution was also smoother, as he didn't pound the blocks he landed on and was able to continue moving. And in 8-1, he didn't slow down as much while propellering over the lava. These all added up to a few seconds of time save, and he didn't lose any significant time anywhere else. With a 25:14, Ochgard had pulled way ahead, 12 seconds ahead of second place, and 21 seconds ahead of any active runner. He had set a total of 4 records, and barring any new developments, it seemed like nobody else had a real shot of catching him. But still, probably Ochgard's most unlikely feat was the 3-day streak of records he had back in April. Even setting a record on back-to-back days is extremely rare, so extending that streak to 3 days, it practically never happens. Not only did it show complete dominance of a category, but it showed a level of consistency that was unrivaled. It was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime accomplishment for Ochgard. Yes, from August 16th through the 18th, Ochgard once again set 3 world records in a row. Doing this once was staggeringly unlikely, but in all my years of research, I've never heard of someone doing it twice. All 3 records were 25-12s, but each one was slightly lower than the last. The time saves were minimal, but impressive in their own right. The first record had a particularly clean Bowser's Castle. The second cleaned up a mistake in the final three, and the final shaped a fraction of a second on the rolling hills in the But still, these 3 records weren't good enough for Ochgard. 2 weeks later, he lowered it again with a 25-10, his 8th world record.
What the hell is even happening?
A sub 25-minute run. He was 10 seconds away.
What, really?
Did he have that much time left to save? Well, there were still fractions of a second he could get from cleaner movement throughout the stages. In terms of stuff he'd gotten in a run before, all that time save would put him at 25:05. Still 5 seconds away. But there was one other trick he could go for. It would be the hardest trick in the run by far, but it would get him to sub 25. This is 556. In the second half of the World 5 Fortress, the spiked walls move back and forth on a cycle throughout the entire level. Normally, with fast movement, you make it to the top and then have to wait a few seconds for the spikes to finish their cycle so you can get to the door. Typically, you enter the door with 546 left on the timer. However, with unbelievably fast movement, it's possible to barely reach the top a cycle early. You can just fit in before the spikes move and block your path, and you wind up reaching the door at 556. This was originally thought to be tool assisted only, as the precision involved is truly incredible. Your moves have to be just right, where the instant you land, you have to be starting your next jump up. But in late August 2016, Ochgard became the first human to pull off 556. He just barely squeezed in before the gap closed. But with this, he proved that it was a human viable trick. It saves 7.5 seconds, since the in-game timer moves a bit quicker than a real second, which means that when combined with the stages of 25:05, a sub 25 was indeed technically possible. So the goal was now in sight. With nobody else close to his skill level, Ochgard was the only one with any chance to do it. It was still a long shot goal, but at least there was a narrow path to sub 25. He would have to shave time off wherever he could, then nail 556 to get the bulk of the time save. If he could pull all that off, it would be an essentially unbeatable speedrun. For the rest of 2016, Ochgard played more than he ever had before, and over the next few months, this is what happened.
Oh my god.
You get it? You did.
Yes.
After weeks of trying, it had happened. The legendary, unimaginable sub 25.
I don't even know what's going on.
At the end of a run that had gotten
I have some
556,
serious brain
that was
fog.
5 seconds ahead of the record, Ochgard was able to get a gold split on Bowser's Castle. It was the fastest he had ever completed the last stage in the run. His movement was impeccable, and he saved all the time he could.
It's 207.
Oshguard could finally celebrate and take it easy. He had gotten his ultimate run, and there was no need to bother defending it. And so, he didn't. For the rest of 2016 and throughout 2017, nobody was really doing world record attempts in New Super Mario Bros. Wii. The community considered Oshguard's time to be essentially unbeatable, and it made sense why. First, you'd have to get 556, which fellow top runner Gix01 described as a 1 in 50 trick. Then you'd have to find a way to save time in one of the other stages. Oshguard did not leave much room for this. And finally, you'd have to match his incredible Bowser's Castle split, which ended with a 511 on the in-game timer. As 2017 progressed, people did improve their times, but nobody was close to 24:58. Entering 2018, it really did seem as though Oshguard had achieved an unbeatable world record. Oshguard himself felt that maybe on the outer limit, a 24:55 would be possible, by doing quicker wall kicks in 5-4, doing spins later into jumps in the airship so Mario moved faster for longer, and other small optimizations like those. He stopped short of calling his record unbeatable, but it's clear that neither he nor anybody else in the community felt there was much wiggle room. And then, in April 2018, this happened. $24.45. How on earth was that possible? Well, certainly this run pulled out all the stops, like 556, right? No, this run didn't have 556, so it lost a little over 7 seconds. Well, certainly this time was achieved by an established runner like Oshguard, right? No, it was from a new runner named Fade Vanity. Alright, so what happened here? Well, Fade Vanity was a runner who quickly rose up the leaderboards in early 2018 until he had a low 25. He performed the 24:45 on April 13th, 2018, and other than missing 556, the run was incredibly smooth from start to finish. 8-2 in particular was fantastic, finishing with a nearly unheard of 424 on the in-game timer. But that's not why this run was the record. This run had a massive time save because of a huge new trick in the airship. And that trick is called Bombless. At the end of the World 8 airship, you have to fight Bowser Jr. The intended way to fight him is to wait for him to drop a bomb, then ground pound to send it back up to hit him. Do that 3 times and Bowser Jr. is defeated. For years, that's how players fought him in runs. However, in August 2017, runner I Love SMB found that in the World's 6 airship, it was possible to defeat Bowser Jr. by jumping on him 3 times, instead of using the intended clown cars. Runners then theorized that this could apply in the World 8 airship fight as well, which is what you do in an any percent run. However, the gap between Bowser Jr. and the top of the screen is smaller than Mario's hitbox, so despite players trying, nobody could fit in the gap to hit Bowser Jr. on the head. For a few months, that was the end of it. But in January 2018, former world record holder Green Uprooter figured it out. The key was Bowser Jr.'s movement. He not only moves horizontally, but also vertically in a sinusoidal pattern, oscillating from a low point to a high point. So if you fly up to him, then perform a ground pound in a 1 to 2 frame window when Bowser Jr. is at the lowest point in his oscillation, Mario's hitbox briefly shrinks just enough to fit in the gap so you can hit Bowser Jr. If you're able to pull this off, it saves 13 seconds, an incredible amount of time for a run like this. The problem is, it's really difficult. The only way to practice it was to load a file with propeller shrooms, then play the second half of the stage over and over. When Green Uprooter first discovered it in January 2018, it was thought to be an RNG related trick because nobody could hit it with any consistency. In fact, it took 2 more months before somebody hit it in a run, when Gix got it in March. Doing bombless saves up to 13 seconds, but doing double bombless, where you skip 2 of the 3 bombs, saves up to 20. Triple bombless would actually lose time since simply ground pounding the other bomb is faster. But despite double bombless being theoretically known to be possible, nobody had ever performed it, even in practice. You'd have to hit the most precise trick in the game twice in a row. It just wasn't realistic. So that's what made it even more crazy when Fade Vanity got the world's first ever double bombless and finished the run as his 2445.
I did it! I did it! I did it! Oh my fucking god, I did it!
Sadly, Fade Vanity quit speedrunning in 2021 and deleted all videos of his runs. So, many of his world records are lost today, including his 2445. A small amount of footage from this run and others were preserved in Connor01's record history video, so we could see glimpses of what he did. But when he set this record in April 2018, the community was absolutely shocked at his accomplishment. And still, there was clearly more time to save. He didn't get 556, so a run in the 2430s and possibly lower was possible. Fade Vanity was the new top runner of New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and while little footage remains of what he did over the next several months, his impact and legacy continue to this day. With time still left on the table, Fade Vanity committed to attempts, and went all out to drive the record down.
I think I need to stop watching world record videos to lessen my confusion.
It's April 21st, 2019. Competitors and spectators.
So I genuinely don't even know what's happening right now. I don't know if I fell asleep or not. I don't know if I've been awake this whole time.
Have gathered in Laurel, Maryland,
I'm
Pound 20
incredibly confused.
visit the meeting of 2 players.
I don't know.
And Hungrybox. They're playing Super Smash Bros. Melee, a video game released in 2001 for the Nintendo GameCube. Despite the age of the game, this event has managed to attract a live audience of a few hundred spectators and upwards of 70,000 viewers tuning in from around the world. Today is Championship Sunday. After battling past the rest of the competition, the top 12 players are competing for the title of this year's Pound Champion. Since this is a double elimination tournament, Hungrybox is kicked down to the losers bracket where he now has to face S2J. The loser of this set will be out of the tournament in 5th place. Hungrybox wins and advances to face Zane in the losers semifinals. Quickly, Hungrybox finds himself in deep trouble, about to fall to an 0-2 deficit. With his back against the wall, he rebounds to win Game 2. He narrowly wins the next 2 games to eliminate Zane at 4th. Once again, Hungrybox wins, eliminating Plup at 3rd. After defeating everyone in the losers bracket, Hungrybox has only one competitor left to face, Mango, the player who sent him down there in the first place. In their second encounter of the tournament, Hungrybox defeats Mango 3-1 to reset the bracket. Since it's a double elimination tournament, Hungrybox must defeat Mango for a second time to win the tournament.
Hbox is your Pound 2019 Smash Bros. Melee champion.
After an incredible comeback victory, Hungrybox begins to celebrate in front of the stunned crowd. But unfortunately for him, the celebration he earned is about to be cut very, very short.
Hungrybox is the champion.
What is that?
Once again.
What is that? What is he holding?
I'm not sure what that is in his hand.
Wait, that's right. Someone threw a crab at him. That was funny.
Just because Hungrybox won?
Just 10 seconds after his victory, a disgruntled spectator throws a raw crab at Hungrybox, narrowly missing his head.
That was funny as hell.
Hungrybox is
But also really
transformed from the most
strange.
joyful person in the arena to the most miserable. Most people don't care that much about video games, but some people do. Out of these people, most don't care about competitive gaming, but some do. And for all the esports out there, most spectators don't care about watching a 19-year-old game, but still, some do. And out of those few people, surely, no one cares enough about the outcome of a match to throw a raw crab at the winner. But on this day in Laurel, Maryland, someone did. As far as I know, this is the only time something like this has ever happened in the history of competitive video games. But if it was gonna happen, it was probably gonna happen to Hungrybox. Who is Hungrybox?
You know how hard I work on here?
Before we can talk about Hungrybox, we have to talk about the game that made his name. Super Smash Bros. Is one of Nintendo's flagship franchises, releasing on every console dating back to its debut on the Nintendo 64. The game was originally conceived by developer Masahiro Sakurai, who was interested in creating a 4-player fighting game with Nintendo's most iconic characters. Despite his vision, Sakurai prepared to field the game with generic fighters, as he never anticipated that Nintendo would approve of their flagship characters in such uncharted territory. However, much to his surprise, Nintendo greenlit the most ambitious crossover event in history.
What the hell?
Super Smash Bros. Was born from the defiance of expectations. The game released in 1999 to a warm reception from critics and audiences alike. While the novelty of barbarically pummeling beloved childhood mascots drew people into Smash, the game's unique mechanics kept them playing. When first conceiving of the game, Sakurai wanted Smash to stand out from the typical 2D fighters of the era, and he accomplished this with the game's fundamental objective. In standard fighting games, players damage each other to deplete a health bar, and you win the game by lowering your opponent's health to 0. Super Smash Bros. Alters this formula by instead programming damage to increase knockback, and setting the win condition to launching your opponent off screen. This relatively simple change produced radically different gameplay from other fighting games. Instead of prioritizing complex button combinations and precise spacing, Smash places much more emphasis on movement, platforming, and stage positioning, mechanics that were rarely considered in other fighting games at the time. While developing Smash, Sakurai wanted to offer the player a new experience with each session, and in doing so created a game with incredibly divergent outcomes, resulting in dynamic, unpredictable gameplay, but most importantly, a game that's very hard to figure out. This design philosophy would serve as the blueprint for the series going forward, and while Smash 64 brought a lot of ideas to the table, the concept wouldn't realize its full potential until its successor, Melee. It seems as if Super Smash Bros. Melee has always been in a race against time, going all the way back to its development. After the success of Smash 64, Sakurai was tasked with developing its sequel in time for the debut of Nintendo's new console, the GameCube.
Oh.
The laboratory just 13 months to complete its most daunting project yet. After an exhaustive development cycle, the result was an accidental masterpiece. Compared to its predecessor, Melee was much faster. Faster movement, faster attacks, faster combos. The rapid pace of the game contributed to incredibly dynamic and unpredictable combat. Melee offers the player an immense degree of control over the character. Mechanically speaking, Sakurai described Melee as the sharpest in the series. Players seem to agree, as upon release, Melee was a smash hit. However, despite the game's tight presentation,
I'm trying not to fall asleep.
The game's hasty
But that's easier said than done.
Over their opponents. Combined with Melee's already fast gameplay, these techniques were able to transform an already good game into a masterpiece. Super Smash Bros. Melee was, without a doubt, a very successful casual game, but its unique mechanics set the foundation for one of the greatest competitive games of all time. The discovery of such advanced tactics would push the game's potential beyond what anyone thought was possible. Shortly after the game's release, local Melee tournaments began to spring up everywhere, and thousands of players began
I wish I had G Fuel.
the best Melee player in the world.
I don't even have any caffeinated drinks.
Major League Gaming would sponsor Melee on its pro circuit, incentivizing the highest level of competition with thousands of dollars in prize money. As tournaments began,
I'm getting like nauseous too.
so too did the players. Captain Jack, Isaiah, and Azin emerged as Melee's top contenders, but no early player was better than Ken, the undisputed king of Smash. From 2003 to 2005, he won almost every tournament he entered,
I don't know if it's
beating Melee's
normal.
best competition along the way. Around 2006, new challengers like PC Chris and Korean DJ began closing the gap. Ken retained his crown all the way through 2007, where Melee made its first appearance at EVO. After battling through Melee's biggest tournament yet, Ken would once again emerge victorious in what many at the time considered to be Melee's last hurrah. In competitive video games, it's customary for players to compete in the latest version of their franchise. After 7 years as the GameCube's most popular title, Melee was scheduled to be supplanted by the next Smash game. As the franchise moved to the Wii, the competitive Melee scene was expected to follow. However, following one of the most anticipated releases in video game history, Super Smash Bros. Brawl was not at all what people expected. The combat was slow and plodding. Lower hit stun severely limited the potential of comboing. Advanced tactics like wave dashing were replaced with punishing mechanics like tripping, where the game would randomly stun players for dashing.
Oh, wow! Wow, and you hate to see that kind of thing happen. Oh, you stupid son of a...
What? Needless to say, the sluggish pace of Brawl was a drastic change from the fast-paced precision of Melee. Supposedly, Sakurai felt that Melee's highly technical execution made the game too difficult for casual play, and he worked to make the sequel much more simple and accessible for new players. While Brawl succeeded as a casual game, it suffered competitively. Many of Melee's top players tried to give Brawl a chance. 1 year after his final Melee victory, Ken would return to the finals of EVO playing Brawl, where he would be promptly beaten by a 14-year-old kid. The player who beat him had no prior tournament experience, and he only entered because his family just happened to be vacationing near the venue at the time. The tournament result was viewed as a total farce by the competitive Smash community. The fact that essentially a random player could score a fluke win against a skilled veteran like Ken served as an indictment against Brawl as a competitive game. With all this considered, it didn't take long before many of Melee's competitors soured on the new Smash game. For the first time ever, the Smash community was divided over the future of the franchise. In an era before esports were commonplace in online culture, many fans struggled to accept Smash Bros. As anything beyond its original role as a party game. Most were prepared to write off Melee as a stale, dead game with nothing left to figure out, and the vast majority of players were ready to move on with the series. Only a small ragtag community would stay behind in what they considered to be the better game. And luckily for them, this 7-year-old title was still very much alive.
The airport, and it's 7:30 in the morning. It's cold.
Hungrybox started entering local Melee tournaments in the summer of 2007. In just a few months, he started regularly placing in the top 5. And by the next year, he started winning. As HBox kept playing, he found himself conquering tougher and tougher competition. In 2009, he entered Revival of Melee, the game's first major tournament since the release of Brawl. Facing off against the best in the nation, Hungrybox placed 7th. 4 months later at Genesis, he placed 3rd. 2 months after that at Tip-Top 5, he won. Just 2 years after he started competing, Hungrybox was already contending for the title of Best in the World. But in addition to his individual success, HBox was arguably taking part in something much more important. The rise of Hungrybox was indicative of a new generation of Melee. By 2010, the old legends of yesteryear had pretty much vanished. Like most of the old community, they had moved on to new frontiers. The departure of Melee's old generation left new top players the opportunity to usher in a new era. In January 2010, the Pound 4 tournament would mark the beginning of a period in Melee's history known as the Era of the Five Gods, specifically serving as the first tournament with all 5 gods in attendance. The story of Melee's gods begins with the first god, Mewtwo King. Beginning in 2005, Mewtwo King would eventually rise and defeat Melee's old legends. Mewtwo King's Melee ascent was due almost entirely to his pioneering research into the game's combat. Frame data, character matchups, KO percentages, information that's readily accessible today was originally discovered by Mewtwo King's exhaustive exploration of Melee's mechanics. And for many years, no player knew more about the game than Mewtwo King. In 2008, Mewtwo King was widely regarded as the top player in both Melee and Brawl. To this day, he remains the only player to achieve the concurrent title of Best in the World in 2 different Smash games. And as impressive as this accomplishment was, it meant that Mewtwo King's attention was divided among 2 very different games, leaving the door open for many to challenge his throne. The second of Melee's gods to rise to power would be Mango, who, by 2009, would overtake Mewtwo King as the top Melee player. Throughout the history of Melee, many would argue that no player had a more intuitive understanding of the game than Mango. Watching Mango perform at his highest level is an experience unlike anything else in Melee. The way he could effortlessly string together complex combos led to a style that was as fluid as it was unstoppable. At times, the only thing that could stop him was how much he was willing to try. Mango's exciting and aggressive playstyle made him a consummate fan favorite, especially through his iconic clashes with Melee's third god, Armada. As Europe's best player,
Oh, it's that guy. I know that guy.
as he traveled to prove himself in the United States. Historically, Melee's competitors viewed Europe as a significantly weaker region than North America, a stigma that was often used by Americans to invalidate the success of European players. Armada would defy everyone's expectations by immediately contending with America's best. His unrivaled dedication and consistency would make him one of the most formidable opponents Melee had ever seen. Hungrybox established himself as Melee's 4th god through his meteoric rise in 2009, and last but not least, Melee's new generation would be cemented through the rise of the 5th god, Dr. PP. Although he was the last to develop, PPMD would quickly rise to the highest level of competition. PP's style relied on tactical execution to pick apart his opponents with
Why are they talking about PPs now?
was in, you were about to be prescribed your daily dose of destruction. These are Melee's 5 gods. Now that we've introduced who they are, we can talk about what they are. Carrying the title of God in any game entails a great deal of prestige, and Smash Bros is no exception. So what exactly did these 5 players do to transcend us lowly mortals? It's unknown who exactly introduced the term 5 gods to describe Melee's top players, but the expression started seeing frequent use in the summer of 2014, most likely used to describe the era of supreme dominance that preceded it. From 2009 to 2015, a member of the 5 gods played in every major tournament, utterly dismantling the rest of the competition in the process. In any competitive sport or game, it's typical to have 1 or 2 elite players win a lion's share of the competitions. Chess, for example, has witnessed Magnus Carlsen dominate the competition for the past 6 years. A rarer case is currently on display in tennis, which has seen 3 players dominate major tournaments over the past decade. A competitive game with 5 elite players occupying the same era is almost unheard of, but if such an unlikely event were to occur, it's somewhat fitting that it would happen in a game used to defying expectations. As the legend goes, Melee's 5 gods would hardly ever lose to any other players, and all were capable of defeating each other in any given competition, but just how much better were the gods than everyone else? Well, as a reminder, I like to recall 2 cases involving the player Hax, a skilled competitor known for his flashy combos and lightning-quick execution. In 2013, Hax was ranked as the number 6 player in the world, the best of the non-gods. He would remain a perennial top 10 player until his hiatus in 2015. In a 2014 tournament, Hax faced off in a set against PPMD. In the first game, he got 3-stocked in about 2.5 minutes. In the second game, he got 4-stocked in 68 seconds. Later that year, Hax would compete in a set against Mango, which Mango would win 3-1. Not the most impressive result, until you realize that Mango doesn't actually main Marth or Captain Falcon. That's just the difference between a good player and a god. Even when you're good, you're a long way from the best.
Yo, did he just walk up slowly and down smash?
At one point, the gods were so far above the rest of the competition that they could even win with their secondary characters. Now would probably be a good time to talk about Melee's characters. Out of all the Smash games, Melee may have the most interesting character composition. Some Smash games have one or two characters that outright dominate the meta, with the most obvious example being Brawl's aptly named Meta Knight, a character so blatantly overpowered that some tournaments chose to ban him entirely. On the other hand, the best Melee character has always been kind of tough to figure out. To put it simply, a third of Melee's roster are in a competitive setting, another third are just kind of bad, and the last third are tournaments. To this day, the community remains largely undecided on which character is actually the best.
Like touch receptors or stopping function.
That's right, this widespread facet of modern internet discourse originated from the niche purpose of categorizing characters in fighting games. In the early days of Melee, Sheik was considered the best character with her rapid attacks and movement. As the meta progressed through the rest of the 2000s, more characters would emerge as top-tier contenders. Peach with her strong aerial attacks, Marth with his chain grabs and huge spacing, Captain Falcon with his heavy combos, the Ice Climbers with their infinite combo, and the Space Animals, Fox and Falco, with their great mobility and high damage. And then there's Puff. In any competitive video game, your character is far more important than your avatar. It's an extension and an integral part of a player's identity. In perhaps no player is more intertwined with a character than Hungrybox and his Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff is the most confounding character in all of Melee. She arguably should have never existed as a Smash character at all. Puff is not even among the most popular characters in her own franchise, but she wound up in Smash anyway because of her signature design to Kirby. The Smash 64 developers would recycle Kirby's character model and animations to fill out the game's 12th and final character slot, and thus, the balloon Pokemon would remain as a mainstay for the rest of the franchise. At a glance, Jigglypuff in Melee seems like a rather mediocre character. She has 5 jumps and great mobility, but her ground game leaves much to be desired. Most of her attacks do massive damage and have a short range. Combined with the slowest dash speed in the game, Puff has a hard time approaching other characters. 2 of her special attacks are practically useless in a competitive setting. She's the second lightest character with the slowest falling speed, meaning she tends to die much faster than any other character in the game. With all this considered, it's difficult to imagine this character seeing any kind of competitive success. This sentiment was echoed during the early parts of the game with Melee's inaugural tier list, which placed Jigglypuff firmly in the bottom half of the cast. However, as the game progressed, the Melee community found that Puff was a lot better than what they initially anticipated, due in large part to 2 moves. Back Air is Jigglypuff's strongest aerial attack. Thanks to a disjointed hitbox, this move provides Jigglypuff with her only powerful ranged option. Its relatively low end lag makes it
Ranged.
granting Puff her only real way to space out opponents. And while Back Air may be Puff's most versatile move,
slice.
it doesn't come close to her most game-changing move.
Rest! It's over!
The premise of Rest is quite simple. Hitting the move deals massive damage and knockback, killing most characters at very low percents. Missing the move will stun you for 3 seconds, basically guaranteeing your own demise. Scoring a rest is very difficult due to the move's small hitbox, basically requiring Puff to be on top of the opponent's character to connect. But at the highest level of competition, the threat of getting rested forces other characters to treat Puff like a ticking time bomb. Rest prevents opponents from aggressively rushing down Puff and smothering her with their otherwise superior attacks. It forces other players to back down and keep their distance, as one slip-up could lead to devastating consequences. Throughout the 2000s, players would begin to discover the power of Puff, and the character would gradually move up Melee's tier list, peaking at number 3 overall in 2010, after Hungrybox and Mango showed that Puff could dominate at the highest level. However, on the cusp of what looked to be a Jigglypuff uprising, the character was about to run into a major roadblock. Midway through 2010, Mango unexpectedly dropped Puff as his main, choosing instead to move forward with Fox and Falco. Mango's character swap marked the beginning of a trend in Melee that would go on to be known as 20XX.
Welcome to the world of tomorrow!
By 2011, the Melee metagame had undergone more than 10 years of evolution, and its combat was starting to get very optimized. For Melee's community, no character represented the game's optimization more than Fox. Ever since the beginning, Fox was always considered to be a character with incredible potential, but no one could truly harness it until the metagame had progressed beyond a high enough threshold of technical skill. To put it simply, Fox in Melee is the fastest character in the fastest Smash game. If played perfectly, Fox's rapid movement and attacks should theoretically overwhelm any other character in the game. Optimal execution with Fox pushes the limits of what's humanly possible with a controller, but that wouldn't stop many players from seeking the holy grail of peak Melee performance. One of those players was Hax, the originator of the 20XX meme, and widely regarded as the best Captain Falcon player in the world before switching to Fox, much to the dismay of Captain Falcon fans who viewed the switch as a betrayal. Mango's infamous set versus Hax supposedly came as a result of Mango trying to teach Hax a lesson that Fox was not quite the Melee messiah that everyone envisioned. Some of you may see this as ironic since Mango himself abandoned his original character for Fox, but it starts to make more sense when you consider the scale of sickness. The Melee community loves to throw around this idea of players and characters being sick. A sick character roughly translates to a character being cool, dynamic, and generally fun to watch and play. Arguably more important than Melee's tier list is its sick list, which by my estimate looks something like this. You see, Hax switching from Falcon to Fox may have improved his standing on the tier list, but he kicked himself down a peg on the sick list, and the move was somewhat unpopular. On the other hand, when Mango switched from Puff to Fox, he upgraded his sickness by a huge margin, because in the realm of Melee, no character is lamer than Jigglypuff.
Right, because he's a peach. Boo! Look at Hugo's so bored. Look how Hugo's so bored. Boo!
For many fans of the game, Jigglypuff represents the antithesis of everything that makes Melee great. She requires lower technical skill than the rest of the high-tier characters. She's floaty and hard to combo, her playstyle is inherently slow, campy, and defensive. Spectators often accuse her of being boring to watch and play. These are many of the same points that Melee players use to claim why Brawl is an inferior successor, and yet, sitting right inside their otherwise flawless masterpiece is a little pink blemish. For this fundamental incongruity, Jigglypuff is Melee's black sheep. But even the most despised character in all of Melee can still find support from some players. One of those people was Hungrybox, who all of a sudden found himself as the #1 Jigglypuff player in the world. Unlike Mango, who had always demonstrated proficiency with a variety of characters, Hungrybox only played Puff. Whether it was out of loyalty or necessity, Hungrybox would show up year after year, game after game, rain or shine with the same tried and true character. Most Melee players consider Jigglypuff to have a solid matchup spread, having winning or even matchups with most of the other high-tier characters. But without a doubt, Jigglypuff's most difficult matchup comes against Fox, whose powerful vertical attacks are capable of launching Puff into the stratosphere at low percents. Fox versus Puff is quite possibly Melee's most intriguing matchup, pitting the strongest offensive character against the strongest defensive character. For ages, Fox stood mightily as Jigglypuff's only hard counter, and as Fox began to dominate Melee's meta, the game was about to get a lot harder for Hungrybox. By 2011, the era of the Five Gods was well underway. Despite HBox's impressive 2010, his tournament results would stumble a bit in the following years.
Ooh.
The occasional first place at smaller events, but would struggle to win tournaments with one of an opportunity. Melee was still very much in the midst of a competitive dark age, and nationally organized tournaments were few and far between. Despite its small underground following, the Melee community held steady, persisting through sparse events and prize money fueled almost entirely by the love of the game itself. Their patience would pay off when, unbeknownst to anyone at the time, Melee would once again be thrust 2013 was arguably the most influential year in Melee's history, a year that was marked by 3 monumental events. 2013 oversaw the release of Project M, one of the most ambitious video game mods of all time, which sought to reimagine what Brawl could have been had it retained Melee's fast-paced mechanics. For the first time ever, Melee players could enjoy what they felt was a true sequel to Melee. Also in 2013,
Oh my god.
Bochamp released the Smash Brothers documentary to critical acclaim. The film would bring unprecedented exposure to Melee's underground scene and would go on to inspire a new generation of players to compete in the years.
Why am I nauseous?
2013 saw perhaps the most important
Is that a side effect of
competitive Melee, where after 6 long years of
sleep deprivation?
Smash Brothers Melee would return.
Nausea.
The announcement quickly drew in over 700 competitors, making EVO 2013 the biggest Melee tournament to date. And heading into the event, all eyes shifted towards the 5 gods of the game.
Spot is hit and he can't make it back! And Mango is gonna take it over Dr. Pee-Pee. Recovering this edge position. Oh!
And 2-0 Armada knocks out YouTube King.
Kill. No, can't keep him out there. There's another has knocked him out. He's taking his shirt off. Shirts in the crowd.
To everyone's surprise, Hungrybox found himself in winners finals of Melee's most important tournament to date. Even more shocking was his opponent, Wobbles, an Ice Climbers player in the twilight of his career who managed to slay 2 gods on his way to one of the most improbable runs in Melee history. Hungrybox was in prime position to become EVO champion. All he had to do was beat Wobbles in a favorable character matchup and then win just one more set in Grand Finals, and he would claim Melee's most coveted title.
This time. Oh, he got it this time. Oh, what? Wow! Wow! You're done. Hungrybox down to his last stock, perhaps. Winner's side.
Zoning him out. Hungrybox probably used to this ring.
Ooh! That's it! Wobbles is in grand finals!
Astoundingly, Wobbles did the unthinkable by conquering a 3rd god in a row. To make matters worse for HBox, the moment he lost, he didn't even know that he had.
Wait, do they know it's 2 out of 3? I think they think it's 3 out of 5.
I don't know if they know.
I don't know. I don't know if they know.
Do they know?
Yeah, I think they think it's 3 out of 5 because that's the standard.
And there's the handshake, Hungrybox.
Oh, Hungrybox is not happy about this.
There's the handshake. And Wobbles.
After this discouraging moment, Hungrybox had to imagine that his golden opportunity to claim the EVO crown had slipped right through his fingers. The rest, as they say, is history.
A miracle right now. Oh, he read that roll! He read that roll!
3-0 in that first set to get revenge against the man who sent him in the loser's bracket. Situation, but still scores! And there it is! The up smash! And Wobbles is gonna go down! 3-1, Mango has come all the way back!
We may never know just how influential Mango's EVO 2013 win was, but the game's most popular player winning its biggest event was enough to catapult Melee out of the Dark Ages and into a renaissance. It breathed new life into the game as a competitive spectacle, during a time when esports were just beginning to enter the public consciousness. In the coming years, viewership, attendance, sponsorships, and prize money would skyrocket. After EVO 2013, Melee would never be the same. While the game was booming, Hungrybox was slumping. With his loss at EVO, HBox only added to his 3-year-long major tournament losing streak, and he did so in gut-wrenching fashion, not just getting upset by Wobbles, but also handing the tournament win to Mango, who was, at the time, Hungrybox's biggest rival. Following his EVO victory, Mango hosted a now infamous Reddit AMA, on which Hungrybox voiced some scathing remarks about how Mango had disrespected him for his entire career. Mango's response? Come up and get me.
I'm the boss. Roll, roll, roll. That's right.
2013 also saw the release of Melee's first annual player rankings. Mango, following his monumental win at EVO, scored the #1 rank. Hungrybox, in a lackluster year, sat 5th, the worst of the best. As 2014 rolled around, things would only get more tumultuous for Hungrybox. This was the year that 20XX began to tip the scales of the Melee metagame. In addition to the other gods of the game, Hungrybox now had to face a rising generation of highly technical Fox players like Hax, Leffen, and Lucky. With each tournament, the Puff main was dealing with more threats than ever before. If the Fox revolution wasn't enough, HBox also faced challenges that few others could have anticipated. During this time, Armada would frequently thwart HBox by using Young Link, an obscure mid-tier who was only really viable at countering Puff. Hungrybox's losing streak would continue deep into 2014, where he would once again enter EVO in desperate need of a win. In his most impressive performance of the year, Hungrybox would play valiantly, beating PPMD and finally vanquishing Armada's Young Link, only to be double eliminated by Mango, who won the tournament for the second year in a row. What Hungrybox lacked in winning, he made up for with his flair for the dramatic.
She spins around when she does it too. Oh man, Hungrybox still alive, left in.
This guy's confident. He's confident now. He's got his confidence back.
A few moments later.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wow.
Is this it? This...
Okay, he DI'd it away.
Oh my god! That's the setup! Hungrybox, humongous comeback!
Around this time, Hungrybox started developing a penchant for making ridiculous comebacks. These clutch displays reminded everyone of his skill, and earned him the moniker of Clutchbox. But improbable comebacks weren't the only dramatic traits of HBox's play. Much like his in-game character, HBox 2 was a bit theatrical and emotional. During this time, he was most often characterized by his explosive pop-offs after close wins. Perhaps it was his way of confronting the growing pressure from Melee's new wave of spectators. The combination of his god status and defensive playstyle caused many fans to actively root against him. By the summer of 2014, Melee was no longer just a ragtag bunch of players competing mostly for bragging rights. It was becoming a legitimate esport, with its players falling under the scrutiny of thousands of spectators. You have to imagine that any player would have a tough time adjusting to such a drastic change, especially in Hungrybox's case where, more often than not, the crowd was firmly against him. 2014 marked a year of tremendous growth and change for Melee, but Hungrybox ended the year exactly where he started, ranked 5th. After a disappointing finish at the Big House, some began to question whether he still deserved his god status, or if it was even worth it for him to continue sticking to Jigglypuff. Fortunately for Hungrybox, the world of Melee was about to realize that he performed the best under pressure.
And Mewtwo King gives up game 1. You know, I really feel like Hungrybox's tag is applicable. Bruh.
Back here. Oh, that's gonna be it. Yeah, he's
double back
low out there.
Wow, and look at
him.
Mewtwo King is so upset.
Oh, he's way up there and he takes it easy.
That is it. Beautiful job. Hungrybox beats Mewtwo King yet again.
Hungrybox opened 2015 with a bang by winning Paragon Orlando in dominant fashion. At long last, HBox won a tournament with multiple other gods in attendance, snapping a losing streak dating back to 2010. The celebration would not last long, however, as through his victory, Hungrybox had just awoken a sleeping giant.
That's it. Ignite! Wow!
And just like that, Hungrybox up 2-0.
Fox? Did I hear Fox? I heard Fox. Okay, let's see what Armada can do here.
Throughout the rise of Fox in the Melee metagame, Armada was one of the few remaining holdouts who did not pick up Fox in any capacity. That all changed in 2015 when he determined that solo maining Peach was no longer a viable option. Over the past several years, Hungrybox had been slowly but surely improving at the Puff-Fox matchup. The abundance of Fox players in the meta gave Hungrybox a matchup nightmare at first, but it also provided him with plenty of practice to learn how to counter it. The prior years of frustration gave him enough experience to turn a daunting matchup into an increasingly winnable one. Armada's Fox, however, was different than anything Hungrybox had ever seen before. It was as technical as any other players, but matched the patience and discipline of Hungrybox's own playstyle. Following Paragon, Armada's Fox would beat Hungrybox at Apex 2015, then again at Sandstorm. After the character change, H-Fox would fall to Armada 7 out of the next 8 sets they played. Despite the setback, Hungrybox was rising. His tournament results were gradually improving, but more importantly, he learned how to adapt to the spotlight. 2015 featured the debut of heel Hungrybox, where he learned to embrace his role as Melee's villain.
Is what determines
Right.
the loser. I don't know if you can hear this in my headset, but like listen to the crowd.
Yo, the crowd is not happy.
Hungrybox developed a cocky, brazen persona that he used to taunt hostile audiences, and perhaps no other tournament showcased heel H-Box better than EVO 2015, where for the third year in a row, Hungrybox faced off against Mango.
Therefore, since I cannot prove a lover, I'm determined to prove a villain.
Hungrybox walks off. I don't even think he shook hands with Mango.
Oh my God, it's over! It's done! Brian! Fox has this. He has Mango right where he wants him.
And Hungrybox defeats Mango. There will not be a three-peat. Mango is out of the tournament in 5th place.
For 2 years, I held my head high. And the reception I got when I came out here, you fans can stick it, brother.
Hungrybox would then go on to win the D&D and return to EVO Grand Finals, before losing once more to Armada. Although he equaled his places from the prior year, EVO 2015 felt different. Hungrybox had finally bested his greatest rival on the biggest stage. He looked stronger and more confident in his game than ever before. EVO 2015 represented a major turning point in H-Box's career, where he toppled one rival for another to take their place. From that day on, Hungrybox had his sights set on Armada.
Say, man, this tournament is looking pretty, unless Armada blows it pretty hard. I don't know, dog.
I mean,
oh,
and
that's
Armada.
it. That is it.
A few months later, the two would once again meet at the Big House, where Armada would double eliminate H-Box, who looked no closer to solving his Fox. He may have been totally stumped if it weren't for a little help from Captain Crunch.
What?
Crunch was a Fox player from Hungrybox's hometown of Orlando. After a disappointing finish at CEO 2015, their hometown tournament, H-Box and Crunch started talking about how to deal with Puff's most difficult matchup. Soon after, Crunch assumed the role of Hungrybox's full-time coach, and after losing to Armada at the Big House, H-Box and Crunch made it their mission to analyze Armada's playstyle and find a way to beat him. For weeks, Hungrybox dedicated himself to study and grind the matchup, so that the next time they met in bracket, he would be prepared.
When Armada plays the
time for HBox is all over him.
I think that is it. Congratulations to Hungrybox making history here on European soil.
With his win against Armada, Hungrybox had proven that he could conquer anyone and everyone that Melee had to offer. He had spent a whole year building himself up as Melee's unstoppable villain, but after perhaps the most monumental win of his career so far, the pompous, arrogant HBox unexpectedly broke down in tears.
D1, I've wanted this for so long. And you know, my dad just passed away, you know. It was my biological dad, and I know it's personal stuff, but he told me, you'll never be the best, you'll be good, but you'll never be the best.
There's an interview segment somewhere on YouTube featuring 4 of the 5 gods. Hungrybox was supposed to be there too, but due to a scheduling conflict, he couldn't participate. The producers decided to replace Hungrybox with a cardboard cutout of Hungrybox. An amusing prop, but also a disturbingly accurate metaphor of how many in the Smash community view him.
It looks like you might know something about.
I know nothing.
You have no. Wait,
I know
do
nothing.
Any of you guys have any experience hanging out with him?
I'm actually not entirely sure what to say because I feel like I know Hungrybox more than I know Juan.
It seems that Juan has always had a hard time fitting in, dating all the way back to his childhood when his family emigrated from Argentina to the United States. You have to imagine that it's not exactly easy to make a lot of friends at school when most of your classmates don't even speak the same language as you. Things at home weren't much better for him either. Juan's domestic life was often thrown into turmoil by his father, who would mismanage his family's wealth and outright abandon them in pursuit of his own fruitless business ventures. Juan's complex relationship with his father and the world around him ultimately created the competitor you see today, for better or for worse. The conflict Juan faced growing up instilled in him a powerful work ethic and unparalleled mental fortitude that he used to excel in Melee and in life. All those losses over the years suddenly become a lot more reasonable when you realize that HBox was balancing Melee with a full-time student workload, and then a full-time job as an engineer.
Here's the amazing thing about going through school and working your ass off.
You know how many times I did my own homework? I have more EVO wins than I did my homework.
There's another video on YouTube that intercuts Hungrybox's graduation speech with Mango's high school stories. The juxtaposition here is fascinating. Unlike HBox, Mango never tried at school. He risked all of his life's prospects to become the best Melee player in the world, and ultimately succeeded. That part of Mango's personality represents the spirit of competitive Melee as a whole, a community that was never supposed to succeed, never supposed to make it as far as they did, never supposed to outlast the other Smash games, and yet, against all odds, they did. Some Melee fans like to imagine that Hungrybox would still be successful even if he never picked up a controller, that Hungrybox never needed Melee, and that Melee doesn't need Hungrybox.
This game has been my escape for over a decade from whatever else life offers, and for everyone else, if that's the same for you, I love you, and thank you for coming!
After moving to America, Hungrybox used Melee as a way to fit in, as a way to make friends, and as a way to seek refuge from the turbulent environment around him. Hungrybox needed Melee as much as anyone else. His passion for the...
I think I'm getting dehydrated, actually. I haven't drank like anything. And I kind of forgot about that, so I'm gonna do that. god, dude.
The game was undeniable, but soon enough, he would find that the very community from which he sought comfort and acceptance was beginning to reject him. Like everything else in his life, it only gave him a bigger chip on his shoulder.
And they hurl insults at you, and they tell you, all the worst things. There's no respect or no care for your life. No, they don't give a rat's ass about that. They just care that you play a really great game. And I came close. You know? Came really close to just giving up, to quitting. I did. I'll play this game for 20 more years, if that's what it takes to be the best player in the world.
Hungrybox ended 2015 ranked second behind Armada. Fueled by his newfound belief that he could beat anyone, Hungrybox entered 2016 on a warpath. The first half of the year was marked by Hungrybox and Armada swapping tournament wins. Both competitors were playing at the highest caliber of their entire careers, and they looked to be on a collision course heading into EVO. EVO 2016 would represent the absolute peak of Melee as a competitive game. The tournament drew more than 2,300 entrants, a figure not matched before or since. For Hungrybox, his path was clear. Make it back to Grand Finals where, more likely than not, Armada would be there, waiting for him. This time, however, Hungrybox would know how to beat him. Truly, it would be a battle for the ages.
He's gonna grab the ledge. He's gonna grab the ledge. Oh my god, he just did it! Mr. Bear, you're out of your mind! This is evil!
Whoa! All right. Hungrybox with a 2-0 victory over Trilogy.
I mean, being down this much, even without time, is hard. And yeah, classic Hungrybox. My man's a top 8.
So, count him. What was done? 0 grabs thus far.
Yeah, no jumps. Yeah, no jumps, no pounds.
Yeah.
Hungrybox down in the winner's bracket up 1-0.
He's putting these hitboxes right outside of where HBox wants to be. This is the needles right now. He's trying to snipe his jump. What's he gonna get?
Hungrybox
Oh my god!
2-0! And Plump advances in the winner's side. Hungrybox going down to the loser's bracket.
Yo, the assassin needles.
As the story goes, following his loss to Plup in winner's semifinals, Hungrybox was so discouraged that he almost checked out of the tournament entirely. All of a sudden, the memories of his past failures all came rushing back, along with the bleak realization that this year would be no different. Although he adorned the nickname of Clutch, he had never actually won a major tournament from the loser's bracket. For a brief moment in his mind, his fate was sealed. For all the progress he made and as far as he came, Hungrybox could not win on the biggest stage when it mattered the most. He likely would have been finished too, if it weren't for a little help from Captain Crunch. Sometime in the interval between matches, Crunch was able to calm HBox down and refresh his mindset for the next match. Sometimes before you can learn how to win, you have to learn how to lose. It was at this moment that Hungrybox truly became Clutch, because after all, there was still so much Melee left to play.
Box sending Mango out of the tournament in 4th place.
And then the moment that changed Melee forever.
Way too high for Seth to get anything off Updo, but that back air is probably close on the start. Probably. Armada not giving him anything. Not giving him anything. He gets that could be it. To reset the record. Reset.
Sometimes the only thing you need to win is believing that you can. In Melee, the difference between winning and losing can often come down to just a few pixels and a few frames. But the difference between winners and losers feels far, far greater. For years, Hungrybox embodied the competitor who was never quite good enough. He was always so close, yet so far. EVO 2016 changed all of that, and Hungrybox walked out of that building a completely different player. After accomplishing what he did, nothing could stop him from becoming the best in the world. From that moment on, Hungrybox would never be the same, and neither would Melee. After conquering his greatest challenge yet, Hungrybox fell into a bit of a slump. After starting the year on fire, he would not win another tournament after EVO. finishing second in the rankings, once again trailing Armada. Following a disappointing loss at the Big House, he would take a moment to pause and reevaluate his life. Perhaps guided by those discouraging words that haunted him for his entire career, he knew what he had to do. At the end of 2016, Hungrybox quit his job to play Melee full-time. At first, his newfound commitment to the game didn't seem to change much. It didn't help that it coincided with possibly the most dominant stretch of Armada's career. But then, late in the year, Hungrybox started winning, and then he kept on winning. If he could score a victory at the Big House, HBox could put himself in serious contention for the #1 ranking. His rival Armada would fall to Plup, who was in the midst of an incredible winner's bracket run. Hungrybox would stumble early, then proceed to tear through the loser's bracket to meet Plup in grand finals. As the crowd rallied around the underdog Plup to complete his fairy tale run, the glass slipper broke.
That might. Oh,
And
yeah.
Hungrybox!
And Hungrybox closes it out.
There was no pop-off after Hungrybox double-eliminated Plup to capture his first Big House title. He just slowly turned his gaze towards the now lifeless crowd. A few people clapped, a couple cheered. Most had already begun filing for the exits without saying a word.
Man, I'm in a weird mood.
In what way?
Usually when I win an event, I'm like ecstatic and I jump off, but like I feel like I left part of me on that stage today. You ever have everything you ever wanted, and then when you finally have it, you're like, now what?
1 year ago, after the very same tournament, Hungrybox decided that he was ready to become Melee's best player. He never stopped to consider whether Melee was ready for him. Be careful what you wish for, Juan.
Well, we're boned.
And so we enter the era of HBox as the #1 Melee player, an era characterized by two remarkable shifts in Melee, the first of which being the end of the 5 gods dominating the game. The untouchable status of the gods had been in decline ever since 2016, after PPMD was forced to take an indefinite leave of absence due to medical issues. To this day, he has still not returned to competitive play. The 4 remaining gods continued to hold the keys to the kingdom through 2017, but many were beginning to tell that the end was near.
No shield. Armada. That's it! Leffen is our EVO 2018 Super Smash Bros. Melee champion.
2018 saw the year's 2 biggest events fall to new contenders, with Plup taking Genesis and Leffen taking EVO. Midway through 2018, Armada seemed poised to retake the #1 rank from Hungrybox, only to shock everyone by announcing his sudden retirement from Melee singles competition. Although never explicitly mentioned, many have attributed his retirement to the constant stress he suffered from trying to keep pace with Hungrybox.
For me, I feel like if I can't have fun doing it, then it's no point in doing it.
At around the same time, Mewtwo started shifting his focus away from Melee in favor of streaming and writing his book. In 2019, Mewtwo only competed in 4 events and looks unlikely to return to full-time competition anytime soon. Mango, perhaps the most dominant player ever in his prime, failed to win a tournament in 2018. And while he can still crank out the occasional epic performance, his inconsistency has relegated him to a shadow of his former glory, placing his god status in serious question. These days it seems that Hungrybox is the only god left who can still strike fear into the hearts of his opponents through his sheer dominance alone. In his time there were 4 others like him. Now there's just one.
What fucking
The current state of Melee is represented partly by the decline
clever use of description.
Hungrybox always wanted to become the best in the world. After years of frustration, gradually improving and eventually defeating the best players that Melee had to offer. But when he finally achieved his life's goal, he began to realize that the promised land didn't exactly come as promised. Becoming #1 in the world was the hardest thing Hungrybox had done in his entire
Oh.
life. He was about to find out that being #1 was even harder. It's common for sports or games to generally dislike their most dominant competitors, but in all these cases, most of the hatred never strays far from the confines of the competitive landscape. You hate Tom Brady when he destroys your favorite team in the playoffs, but if you saw him walking down the street, you'd probably want his autograph. In Melee, the hatred for Hungrybox has progressed far beyond a simple competitive rivalry. A large fraction of the Melee community seem to treat Hungrybox with utter contempt. A lot of this comes from the idea that, by simply being the #1 player, Hungrybox is killing the game. Much of this rhetoric stems from players like Leffen, who has assumed the role of Hungrybox's arch-rival following Armada's retirement. Leffen is perhaps the biggest proponent of the Puff Doomsday Theory, a scenario I have unofficially labeled 20FF. Leffen believes that Jigglypuff is not only the strongest character, but the easiest to play. In the year 20FF, no one plays Fox anymore because everyone has switched to Puff in order to beat Hungrybox. Melee games have devolved into boring, unwatchable stallfests where the only measure of winning is determined by which Puff player can outcamp the other. A compelling theory until you realize that Hungrybox is the only Puff player in the top 35, and has been for basically the past decade. Even now, entering year 3 of Hungrybox as Melee's top player, Jigglypuff mains are still few and far between. If Puff was truly such an unskilled, overpowered character as many of its ardent critics like to claim, then surely someone, anyone else could have risen to the top of the Melee metagame besides HBox. 20FF theorists will often counter this by saying that playing Puff is so boring that hardly anyone is willing to play as the character even if it could vastly improve their tournament results. They say this despite the great number of Ice Climbers players who only practice wobbling setups for the sole purpose of cheesing tournament wins. In a competitive game, it's no surprise that people will do anything to win.
You play to win the game. Hello?
And at some point, you have to account for the fact that Hungrybox is the only Puff player in the modern era who has been able to consistently win.
That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. You don't play to just play it.
The same critics also like to claim that Puff is as boring to watch as it is to play, and that Melee is hemorrhaging viewers for as long as HBox is on top, even though in 2019, during Hungrybox's most dominant stretch, peak viewership actually increased across most tournaments. This is consistent with many other spectator sports. By and large, audiences tune in to watch juggernauts. Michael Jordan was possibly the most dominant player in NBA history. As he led the Bulls to their 6th championship in 8 seasons, the NBA set their all-time record for television viewership. The next season, after Jordan's retirement, ratings plummeted. The same pattern can be observed in golf, whose ratings are notoriously dependent on whether Tiger Woods is in contention. The trend even holds true in games you wouldn't expect. During James Holzhauer's 22-game Jeopardy winning streak, ratings skyrocketed. Do you think the same number of people tuned in a month afterwards when the show returned to its regular, unremarkable contestants? When people watch stuff, they want stakes. They want to follow a story. They want antagonists to root against. Dominant players are inherently interesting because they fulfill all of these things. But that still doesn't stop a vocal portion of the community from zealously believing that Hungrybox is single-handedly killing Melee.
I'm basically trying to say Hungrybox deserves more credit, and people discredit him because he's been winning for so long.
Hungrybox victories are treated like funerals, while his defeats are celebrated like God's gift to the game. The goal of the game for many has devolved into stopping HBox. The Smash community as a whole has a tendency to rally hard against their top players. In Smash 4, the sequel game to Brawl, no one was better than Zero. At one point, he won 56 tournaments in a row, a record that will likely never be broken by any other Smash competitor. His staggering winning streak also spawned an insatiable desire to see him lose, and after 3 years of constant pressure and harassment from the Smash 4 community, Zero lost all passion for the game and retired from competition entirely. Even Armada at his peak faced a considerable amount of hate in Melee, despite being one of the most widely respected players of all time. Even though he also dominated with a pink, floaty defensive character, not many people considered Armada to be a threat to the game itself. Nothing Armada faced ever came close to the amount of bitterness and vitriol that Hungrybox tolerates on a regular basis. His eternal reward for struggling and clawing to Melee's top rank is to be perhaps the most ostracized top player of any game ever played. At least perennially hated teams like the Patriots can return to their home crowd and be cheered. It doesn't matter where Hungrybox goes today. Nobody cheers him. He can never be applauded for his achievements. Many in the Melee community say he deserves the hate. In addition to the prevailing belief that he's ruining the game, many are quick to express their sheer disgust for HBox as a person. Some decry his unwillingness to play friendlies or mentor other players, as he tends to guard his Jigglypuff gameplay as a trade secret. Others cite instances of his infidelity in past relationships as an indictment against his morals. Most just accuse Hungrybox of being generally rude or egotistical based on interactions from years ago. There's a saying in the Melee community that everyone has an HBox story, me included. I mean, this one time I saw Hungrybox at a grocery store in Gainesville, but I won't get into that here. The point is that Melee players can usually pull out a laundry list of reasons for why they detest HBox on a personal level, and for that reason he gets scrutinized more than any other player in the game. Athletes like Michael Jordan and Tiger Woods each had their own share of personal demons, but their respective audiences were both able to look past that and appreciate their accomplishments as competitors. It seems that the Melee community has an all too difficult time applying the same treatment to Hungrybox. They like to assume that everything HBox does has some nefarious self-serving plan behind it. It got bad enough to where Hungrybox couldn't even look at his watch on stage without facing backlash and drama. It's as if Melee people have such a low opinion of HBox that they couldn't give him the benefit of the doubt that he may have been running late for a flight and wanted to keep track of the time. It doesn't matter how much he reforms his actions and attitude today. Hungrybox has always been held to his lowest standard, and he's never allowed to overcome his past reputation. Perhaps the community's apparent zero-tolerance policy for rudeness and ego would make a little more sense if they also applied it to Leffen, who publicly disrespects other players, games, and communities on a weekly basis.
Hello?
But alas, Leffen, like every other player, gets cheered wildly over Hungrybox. After a while, the whole list of grievances against Juan Hungrybox de Biedma reads like sour grapes, double standards, and empty excuses. At the end of the day, the Melee community stigmatizes HBox for the same reason they always have. He doesn't fit into their idea of what Melee should be. The mere existence of Hungrybox challenges the fundamental identity of the game itself. Melee prides itself on its fast-paced gameplay, yet its top player uses one of the slowest characters. Melee celebrates its highly skilled technical mechanics, yet its top player uses the character with the most simplistic controls. Melee relies on its risky and aggressive playstyles to wow its spectators, yet its top player plays patiently and defensively. Hungrybox can never be truly respected because Hungrybox isn't Melee. But allow me to explain to you how he is. It's July 9th, 2013. After raising more than $90,000 for charity, the Melee community punched a ticket for their beloved franchise to return to EVO. After 6 long years of waiting, the biggest Melee tournament in history was less than a week away. This could be Melee's big break. If the talent can put on a good enough show, Melee may finally be recognized for the brilliant competitive masterpiece it is. With less than 3 days to go before the tournament, Nintendo blocked EVO from streaming Melee, to the absolute shock of the Smash community. Eventually, after a sizable amount of backlash, Nintendo allowed the event to proceed as normal. But the message had been delivered loud and clear. Nintendo would never truly respect Smash as a competitive game. No matter how popular competitive Melee got, the community would always be on their own. It didn't really make much of a difference because that's how it had always been, but in an age where most game developers embrace competitive play by bankrolling huge tournament pots, it's discouraging to realize that Melee will never have that privilege. 2019 saw a Fortnite player earn $3 million by winning a single tournament. That's nearly 10 times the prize money that Hungrybox has won in his entire career, a career in which he consistently placed top 5 at more than a dozen tournaments per year for over a decade. It's sad to think that top Melee players who are so talented and draw in so many viewers often have a hard time affording rent from tournament winnings alone. Melee fans love Mango because Mango represents how they see Melee. What many of them don't consider is that Hungrybox represents how the rest of the world sees Melee. Other Smash players often regard Melee players as rude and arrogant, and they actively root against Melee's success. Casual players are often hostile to the idea that Smash is even played competitively at all. Much of the Smash fandom can't even comprehend the reasoning behind turning off items in tournament play. When Melee was removed from the EVO lineup in 2019, many people celebrated, saying that Melee no longer deserved the spotlight. Lots of people in the general fighting game community believe that Melee never deserved the spotlight it got. The Smash Bros. Franchise and Nintendo games in general have been stigmatized as kids' games ever since they censored blood in Mortal Kombat. Many traditional fighting game players don't respect competitive Smash for this very reason. They can't take a game seriously if it was never intended for serious play. Because Smash is a kid-friendly, casual-friendly game, the FGC likes to assume that it's easy, and claim that competitive Smash players don't have the skill to lace their boots. As long as Smash players don't have to memorize button combinations with quarter circles, that must mean that their controls are crude and basic, and that you don't need to put in any real effort to win a Smash tournament. All this familiar? Well, that's because Melee sees Hungrybox how the rest of Smash sees Melee. The fighting game community treats Smash how Melee treats Hungrybox. You may not want to believe it, but Hungrybox is Melee in the most literal sense. Both spent years being told they weren't good enough, that they would never achieve what they would eventually become. Both were constantly disrespected, stigmatized, and ridiculed because they didn't quite fit into what others thought they should be. Both were able to succeed even though everyone else wanted them to fail. Both have a huge chip on their shoulder because no matter what they accomplish, how many challenges they overcome, and how much they prove themselves, they will never get the respect they deserve. In the countless, endless online arguments between the FGC and Smash, Melee fans will always defend their game by saying just because it's different doesn't mean it's easy. Every time this happens, Hungrybox just shakes his head and sighs.
It's hard for everyone. It's not easier for Puff or for Falco or for Fox. It's all hard to win tournaments. So just get better.
Hungrybox is Melee. And you know what else? Hungrybox is the best in the world. And as much as some people would tell you otherwise, Melee has never been more interesting. 2019 saw Hungrybox win 12 of the 20 tournaments he entered. It also saw a Pikachu main and a Captain Falcon main win majors for the first time in the history of the game. So despite Melee entering its 20th year of competitive play, it appears to be far from a solved game. And that's because despite how many people bought into 20XX, Jigglypuff is the meta. While the rise of Fox encouraged many players to get increasingly faster and more aggressive, the rise of Hungrybox has forced many of them back to the drawing board. Even though the new era has been tough on Foxes, it has led to the rise of a new generation of players with more patient, strategic playstyles. Players like Zayn, Wizrobe, and Amsa have all demonstrated the capacity to beat Hungrybox without a favorable character matchup. At times, despite his recent dominance, Hungrybox has never looked more vulnerable, frequently losing to players and characters that he never has before. This is mostly due to how, at long last, the rest of Melee's competition is finally catching up to the level of the gods. In present-day Melee, the gods are the old generation, and Hungrybox is the last of the gods. Melee is approaching the precipice of an entirely new era, and Hungrybox remains the last stickler of the old gods. In a way, Hungrybox is the torch of all the gods. Will never know the satisfaction of challenging a Prime Mango, Armada, or PPMD. For them,
I don't want to anymore.
He represents one of the few remaining links between old and new Melee. And as much as some Melee fans would like to forget, he's an integral part of the game's history and legacy. Hungrybox, like Melee, is still going strong all these years later. In 2018, Nintendo released the 5th installment to the Smash franchise with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So far, it has been the first Smash title to successfully appeal to both sides of the competitive community, with players like Armada, Leffen, and even Hungrybox frequenting Ultimate events. However, despite the popularity of Ultimate, Melee still consistently surpasses it in viewership. Even in its advanced age, Melee is the future, and shows no signs of dying off anytime soon. There will come a day when Hungrybox stops playing Melee, and in his absence, the game will become that much less interesting as a result. And now, at long last, we return to the Crab, perhaps the most enduring symbol of Melee's relationship with Hungrybox. Crab mentality refers to the unwillingness of a community to let its individuals succeed. It's based on the behavior of crabs in a bucket, who will often prevent their peers from escaping by pulling them back from the brink of freedom, thus dooming them all. If Melee is to survive in the future, they'll have to learn to tolerate their top player. By trying to destroy HBox, they're only destroying themselves. Because at the end of the day, Hungrybox is Juan de Biedma. Despite playing for the past decade with the status of God, he's only human.
It is my personal belief that human beings are naturally meant to persevere. No matter what happens, as long as we simply make the decision not to give up, it simply does get better if you believe it will. There's certain experiences that even thinking about, even the act of thinking about it, sets you back, maybe all the way back to all the work you've done just by thinking about it. But that's not the point. The point is you need to focus on the fact that you overcame it. And if you're going through it, focus on the fact that you are choosing to overcome it. You're pushing through, and that's more than anyone can ask of you.
Will HBox ever overcome the hate? That remains to be seen. Until that happens, he will always have a reason to keep fighting, to overcome perhaps his greatest challenge yet. And if there's one thing the Melee community has learned over the years, it's to never count out Hungrybox, the one player in Melee who spent his entire career doing stuff that couldn't be done.
I said I'll be top 5 jigs in Florida, I'll be best jigs in Florida, I'll be top 3 in Florida, I'll be the best player in Florida. One day I'll be the best player on the East Coast, maybe, who knows, one day I'll be the best player in the world.
Just how did Hungrybox get so good? The truth is that Hungrybox became the best in the world not because he learned how to win, but because he learned how to lose. So yeah, he may get upset by unranked Albert or 4-stock by Zane or 6-0 by Leffen, but after every defeat, you can count on HBox to pick up the pieces, come back later, and win. Hopefully one day Melee will learn to appreciate Hungrybox while they still can, because there will never ever be another player like him. You know, the average American probably can't tell you who lives in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Hello, Mr. Donald Trump. I am here to inform you that I am placing you under citizen's arrest.
Everyone else who lives in a pineapple under the sea. Under the sea.
Pineapple under the sea.
Yeah.
SpongeBob SquarePants is the most popular cartoon of my generation, and nothing else really even comes close. Here's a challenge. Try scrolling through your typical social media feeds and see how long you can go without seeing anything SpongeBob related.
There I am, Gary, there I am!
You may find that it's pretty difficult because SpongeBob is absolutely everywhere. People post SpongeBob pictures from Tumblr to 4chan and everywhere in between. And even more impressively, almost all of the SpongeBob related references, memes, and reaction images you see are based on the first 3 seasons of the series, a stretch of about 120 episodes that most people would classify as the golden age of SpongeBob. If you look at Nickelodeon's programming schedule today, SpongeBob SquarePants, a 19-year-old cartoon, still receives more airtime than any other show on the network. To put that in perspective, Futurama came out the same year as SpongeBob. And since then, it ran for 4 seasons on Fox until it was cancelled, and then acquired by Cartoon Network where it aired as reruns on Adult Swim for 3 years, Then, starting in 2006, the series released 4 direct-to-DVD movies until 2010, when Comedy Central aired the series for 2 more seasons until it got cancelled for the final time in 2013. That is until 2014, when Futurama returned to Fox for a one-time crossover episode with The Simpsons. And since that point, the series has continued to air as reruns on Comedy Central and now Sci-Fi. And during that whole journey, over all that time, SpongeBob has been continually broadcast on Nickelodeon. If you compare SpongeBob to other children's cartoons released during the same time, nothing even comes close to its longevity. Rocket Power came out the same year as SpongeBob on Nickelodeon.
Damn, dude.
It aged about as well as Polio. Even historical cartoons from around the same time as SpongeBob, like Powerpuff Girls, Ed, Edd and Eddy, Jimmy Neutron, all these cartoons were off the air by 2010, but not SpongeBob. And it should be no surprise why Nickelodeon still airs SpongeBob as much as they do. Since SpongeBob premiered in 1999, the show has generated over $13 billion in revenue from merchandise.
Are they still making episodes of SpongeBob? It's crazy.
Parent company earns about $13 billion of revenue per year. You can infer that SpongeBob alone has accounted for at least 5% of Viacom's total revenue since 1999. Keep in mind, that's not just 5% of Nickelodeon's revenue. That's 5% of the total revenue from every media property Viacom owns. So you're damn right they're gonna keep carrying SpongeBob for as long as they're in business. SpongeBob just keeps going, and for as long as I can remember, SpongeBob has always been popular. Everyone watched SpongeBob when I was growing up in elementary school, and as everyone got older and past the age when most people grow out of watching cartoons, SpongeBob always seemed to stick around. You were never too old to make a SpongeBob joke. Even during SpongeBob's later seasons, it never really grew stale for me because I transitioned to watching YouTube poops of old SpongeBob episodes.
Listen, SpongeBob, fuck you.
The first video in the history of my channel to reach 1,000 views was a SpongeBob YouTube poop. You could argue that the first 3.5 years of this YouTube channel were built almost entirely from the popularity of me remixing episodes of SpongeBob. Even today, new SpongeBob YouTube poops continue to garner hundreds of thousands of views, and extending beyond YTP, SpongeBob has become almost synonymous with meme culture on the internet today. From vines to reaction images to portrayed by SpongeBob, SpongeBob is, by far, the most popular cartoon character of this millennium. He has reached a status on par with the likes of Mickey Mouse, Bugs Bunny, and Homer Simpson. But by many measures, SpongeBob is a more relevant character than any of them. Characters like Mickey Mouse are superficially popular due to branding and marketing. Kids today are certainly not watching Mickey Mouse cartoons or sharing Mickey Mouse memes, and the character has almost completely receded into the role of a corporate mascot.
Principal Skinner, the happiest place on Earth is a registered Disneyland copyright.
No.
And it's heading for a great big lawsuit. You made a big mistake, Skinner.
Well, so did you. You got an ex-Green Beret mad. I spent the next 3 years in a POW camp.
Characters like Homer Simpson are certainly iconic. However, they exist more as relics of a bygone era. Unlike Mickey Mouse, The Simpsons grew organically in popularity and became one of the most essential cultural elements of the 1990s.
Quality schmality. If I had a TV show, I'd run that sucker into the ground.
But it's 2018 now, and The Simpsons is not exactly the most cutting-edge programming anymore. Homer's legacy has already been decided, and the character has nothing new to bring to the table. SpongeBob not only rose to fame organically, but it continues to grow and evolve within our culture 19 years later.
Don't miss Nick's newest Nicktoon. It's a never-before-seen sneak peek of SpongeBob SquarePants, right after the Kids' Choice Awards, tonight on the best...
Now when you think of the new millennium, you think of an event so gigantic that it changes the course of history. You think of a dawning of a new era.
Here's to another lousy millennium.
term millennial gets thrown around a lot these days, and I don't really buy it. I think it's just a slippery blanket term invented by 40-year-old marketing people to describe young people who know how to use the internet. We're the first generation to have access to unlimited information. We don't fall for the same marketing tricks that corporations used on our parents, and companies can never figure out what we like because we don't know what we like. Actually, that's not exactly true. We know one thing we like, and that's SpongeBob. SpongeBob has somehow managed to become the most quintessential entertainment property among young people. This one show was able to crack the code of the most complex generation in history. In the entertainment industry, companies have invested millions in trying to come up with a character like SpongeBob. Every media company wants a SpongeBob, a character that becomes so popular that it practically prints money for the network. And ironically, SpongeBob wasn't created by a corporate think tank. He wasn't created by a fleet of overpaid marketing, public relations, and diversity specialists. The most popular children's cartoon of the 21st century was created by a marine biologist.
I actually, for a while, studied marine science before animation. So when I started to think, well, if I were to do an animal show, what would I do? Not one about bunnies or dogs and cats. It would be about these sea animals that I really like, and somehow all that information sort of collided into one thing, SpongeBob.
But have you ever wondered why SpongeBob is so popular? You're probably thinking it's the humor. Practically every reference to SpongeBob today exists within the context of comedy. I mean, SpongeBob has so many funny scenes that you could probably quote word for word. The style of comedy is just so random and zany and unexpected. So is SpongeBob's humor really that much better than every other show? Well, no, not really actually. Plenty of cartoons have a similar style of pacing and comedy, and they aren't nearly as popular. Maybe you could argue that SpongeBob invented this style, and similar cartoons aren't as popular because the audience sees them as discount knockoffs. But even if that were true, the difference in popularity between something like The Simpsons and Family Guy is far less than the difference between SpongeBob and a show like Chowder. Something else is definitely going on here. So what exactly makes SpongeBob stick out so much from other cartoons? What makes SpongeBob so memorable? What makes SpongeBob click? Well, to find out, I decided to watch some old episodes. I couldn't quite figure it out until I saw this one scene from one episode. Then, suddenly, it all made sense. But before I get into what I discovered, let me first preface it with a simple question. Who is the most important character in SpongeBob? Now, you're probably looking at that and thinking, no shrimp, barnacle head. It's the character whose name is the title of the show. And yes, obviously SpongeBob is the face of SpongeBob, but is he really the most important character? Sure, he's an energetic and optimistic protagonist, but then again, so were a dozen other cartoon characters from the 2000s. SpongeBob alone wasn't enough to carry a show to transcendent popularity, so who was? Maybe you're thinking it's Patrick, and his hilariously idiotic quotes and moments.
You got it set to M for Minnie, when it should be set to W for Wumbo.
But once again, the dim-witted best friend character has showed up in a ton of other cartoons before and after SpongeBob, so Patrick is nothing special. Maybe you're thinking Mr. Krabs is the most important character, and how his ruthless penny-pinching greed is a brilliant commentary on how massive corporations are suffocating American society.
The gentle laborer shall no longer suffer from the noxious greed of Mr. Krabs. We will dismantle oppression board by board. We'll saw the foundation of big business in half. We will send the hammer of the people's will crashing through the windows of Mr. Krabs' house of servitude.
But to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand the deep anti-capitalistic themes of SpongeBob SquarePants. So Mr. Krabs probably isn't the character that gives the show the widest appeal. No. The most important character of SpongeBob isn't Mr. Krabs, Patrick, or even SpongeBob. The character that single-handedly makes SpongeBob work is Squidward Q Tentacles. And it might not be obvious why, but when I watched this one very simple scene from the episode Dying for Pie, all the pieces of the puzzle suddenly came together. This short, basic clip with no dialogue represents precisely why SpongeBob is such a popular show. When I watched this scene as a kid, I was SpongeBob. But when I watch this scene today, I'm Squidward. You see, for kids that grew up watching SpongeBob, this show acts as a link, a connection, a time warp between our past and present selves. When we were kids, we all acted like SpongeBob. We were joyful, naive, enthusiastic, optimistic. Everything we did seemed like a new, fun adventure. Then, somewhere along the way, almost everyone turns into Squidward. Bland, cynical, pessimistic, trapped in the monotonous, never-ending routine of adult life.
In case you've forgotten, here's how things work. I order the food, you cook the food, then the customer gets the food. We do that for 40 years, and then we die.
Get back to work, Mr. Squidward.
SpongeBob and Squidward represent a balanced dichotomy between the innocence of childhood and the cynicism of adulthood. Just think about Squidward's
Actually
relationship.
accurate.
It sure sucks, doesn't it? He works a minimum wage job as a cashier. He tries to find happiness in his only true passion of art and music, maintaining a sliver of hope that one day he can quit his job at the Krusty Krab to become a commercially successful artist. But his lack of talent can only produce works that are mediocre at best. Society rejects his efforts. He's told time and time again that his passion projects are no good, leaving him doomed to toil in a dead-end career of fast food service. He believes he's better than everyone else, yet there he is, stuck in the same pen as the rest of the simpletons. He has abandoned his dreams.
Actually
He
accurate.
knows he's not good enough. Life has defeated him, leaving him to stew in bitter contempt at how society has dealt him an unfair hand. Now tell me, does that description not represent almost every young adult of this generation?
But a visit to the Krusty Krab makes everyone happy. And what could be better than serving up smiles?
Being dead?
It seems like most of us wish we could go back to being like SpongeBob. But do we really? If you strip away the bright colors, the wacky underwater setting, and all the weird anthropomorphic fish people, SpongeBob's life is just as depressing as Squidward's. He works the same dead-end job at the same fast food restaurant. He too has a passionate hobby that gets rejected by society. No one respects him. He's not tough, he's not strong, he's not cool. He can't pass his driver's license test no matter how many times he tries. SpongeBob's life is just as depressing as anybody else's. And yet, through all of that, he keeps his chin up and keeps on trying. SpongeBob is the anti-Squidward, and Squidward is the anti-SpongeBob. And their conflict is the essential thematic clash of not just the show, but the lives of the audience watching the show. Some of the best and most memorable SpongeBob episodes of all time are the ones where SpongeBob and Squidward are involved in the same adventure. Let's look at Idiot Box, where SpongeBob is able to derive more entertainment from a cardboard box than Squidward can from the television that accompanies it. Eventually, Squidward unlocks the same enjoyment by learning to use his imagination. If you look at the plots of many SpongeBob episodes involving SpongeBob and Squidward, you'll start to notice a pattern. Squidward and SpongeBob have to do some common task. Squidward's cynicism clashes with SpongeBob's enthusiasm until ultimately, SpongeBob's childlike optimism wins out, and Squidward gets to experience a rare moment of genuine happiness, only for his misery to quickly reset for future episodes. But what about when the opposite happens? When SpongeBob experiences a rare moment of sadness? Well, that happens in one of the most classic and popular episodes of all time, Pizza Delivery. It starts off as a typical SpongeBob and Squidward episode, with SpongeBob's optimistic spirit overcoming adversity and dragging Squidward along a marathon delivery route. For the whole journey, Squidward wants to quit. He doubts SpongeBob time and time again and even tries to sabotage the delivery at one point. And yet, despite all of this, SpongeBob's antiquated survival guide manages to miraculously bring them to their destination. And then, after all that effort, this piece of fat f***ing slams the door in SpongeBob's face. This goddamn barnacle head is the most despicable villain in the history of fictional characters. A character so hated that they never ever brought him back. This guy should serve as a permanent reminder that you should never act this way to anyone who works in food service. Their lives are bad enough. But anyway, this barnacle head gives SpongeBob such a brutal dose of reality that it completely shatters his naive, optimistic bubble. And we get a rare moment where SpongeBob is genuinely dejected. This prompts one of the most memorable scenes in the whole series when Squidward puts his cynicism aside and sticks up for his friend. It's a truly gratifying and heartwarming moment, and it really makes you wonder about the true depth of Squidward's character. Once again, if you really pay attention to some of these SpongeBob episodes, you'll start to notice that Squidward often learns a lesson or changes his attitude. In many cases, Squidward is as much of a protagonist as SpongeBob. This idea gets fully realized in Band Geeks, an episode that many fans regard as the greatest SpongeBob episode ever. This is an episode that hands Squidward the reins. He finally has the opportunity to follow his dream and make it big as a successful artist. And just like every other one of his attempts at chasing his aspirations, it begins to look like a complete failure. But then, just when all hope seems lost, SpongeBob helps the entire town band together and they deliver the best musical performance in the history of the Bubble Bowl. And in the end, Squidward is hoisted into the air, triumphant at last, finally achieving his dream of becoming a successful artist. I don't care how long the series lasts or whatever the final episode is, because this moment right here is the true spiritual series finale of SpongeBob SquarePants. And in my humble opinion, it's the most iconic moment in the history of the series. But why should we care about any of this? SpongeBob isn't real. Bikini Bottom isn't real. Nothing about SpongeBob is real. And at the end of the day, SpongeBob is just a series of colorful images strung together for 11 minutes a pop. A TV show that hasn't even been good since 2004. But that's the thing though, why did SpongeBob stop being good? Why do all of the show's most memorable moments seem to only come from those vaunted first 3 seasons? For most of us, everything else has been simply mediocre. Numerous essays have been produced attempting to explain SpongeBob's decline in quality from season 4 onward, citing reasons from creator Steven Hillenburg's departure to production changes to creative burnout. All of these explanations seem to have one thing in common. They all have a shared sense that new SpongeBob is missing something. And for me, that thing is the essential dichotomy between SpongeBob and Squidward. In the early seasons, SpongeBob was an adult with childlike qualities. However, if you pay attention to his characterization in later seasons, he's basically just a child. Squidward hasn't changed that much, but it doesn't matter, because simply changing SpongeBob was enough to throw their entire character dynamic out of whack. SpongeBob and Squidward used to be foils. They were both just a couple of dudes in the same crappy situation, but their outlook of that situation is what made them distinct. The comedy and fun of SpongeBob came from how SpongeBob and Squidward saw the world differently. And when you take SpongeBob and turn him into a brainless child who cries over McDonald's toys, you completely destroy this balance. You no longer have a dichotomy of perspectives towards adult life. All you have at this point is Squidward basically babysitting kid SpongeBob for 11 minutes. Rather than having SpongeBob act as a foil for Squidward, you make SpongeBob antagonize Squidward through obnoxious antics. This kind of stuff may have worked for Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd, but it's just not the kind of stuff that made us love SpongeBob. And yeah, obviously there's more to SpongeBob than just SpongeBob and Squidward, but the same theme applies to basically everything that's wrong with the later seasons of the show. SpongeBob started off as something truly unique and special, and in just a few seasons they turned it into just another cartoon for children. The reason SpongeBob became mediocre was because they removed the spirit of what connected the show to adults. And sure, the later seasons of SpongeBob aren't that good, but you shouldn't let that detract from what the show managed to accomplish during those first magical 120 episodes. There are millions of people out there who grew up watching SpongeBob and are in their 20s now. People who probably stopped watching cartoons over a decade ago, but still get a kick out of SpongeBob references. SpongeBob managed to define an entire generation, and there are very few other television shows that can make that claim. I don't think there's a single other show that truly captures the essence of whatever a millennial is. A generation who has been raised with dreams of grandeur only to fall into a wasteland of mediocrity. A collection of young adults who desperately want to believe that they're unique, that they're talented, that they matter, despite finding themselves wasting away in a dead-end job lining the pockets of some rich a-hole. The sad reality is that most of the people my age are a generation of Squidwards. People who feel like they deserve better. People who feel like society has inhibited them from fulfilling their true potential. People who have grown cynical and jaded and depressed because they believe that the world has screwed them. But I don't see why it has to be that way. I don't see why people can't try to be more like SpongeBob. I think when we grow up, a lot of us are so desperate to act older and be mature and cool and edgy, but I think somewhere along the way, a lot of us lose sight of something important. We are all born with an inherent sense of childlike wonder. When we're kids, everything is just so much more interesting. We're naturally curious, we're eager to discover the world and interact with it. We have hyperactive imaginations. We draw pictures, we write stories, we create things that have intrinsic value to us because we take satisfaction in creating them. And eventually, there comes a time when we just stop. The world stops being fun. We stop exploring, we stop imagining. Everything becomes dull and repetitive and uninspired. But why do we do this to ourselves? We suddenly jettison our capacity for creativity and imagination, and for what? To fit in better with other sad, boring adults? I bet that everybody watching this can remember a moment in their lives when someone has told you to grow up and made you feel ashamed for acting even the least bit childish. It's all too common for our society to stigmatize people who demonstrate signs of immaturity. But as far as I'm concerned, as long as you're a good person and you pull your own weight, what difference does it make if you occasionally act like a kid? Being an adult blows. You have taxes, insurance, rent payments, lawn care, litigation, hair loss, weight gain, erectile dysfunction, and on top of all of that, you're expected to be boring too. So excuse me if I'm unwilling to abandon my childlike sense of wonderment in exchange for those fantastic perks. You shouldn't have to buy into this nebulous perceived notion of maturity. As a matter of fact, most people don't buy into it if they're being honest with themselves. When you look at the comments of any YouTube video about something more than 5 years old, you'll see people nostalgically fawning about the good old days. It turns out everyone's in a race to grow up until they finally get to be grown-ups. Then, all of a sudden, they want to be young again. Some of these people have such a strong desire to return to the past because they feel like everything has changed for the worse. When realistically, the world hasn't changed for the worse. Your outlook has. You've become a Squidward. And remember, no one wants to be a Squidward. And everyone should want to be more like SpongeBob. I don't care if you're the most jaded, cynical, edgy dude on the planet. You should still try to be like SpongeBob, because SpongeBob has something that the Squidwards of the world will never have. And that's genuine happiness. I guess what I'm trying to say with all of this is that you only get to be a kid for so long. Enjoy it. And even if you think you're too old, you shouldn't let that stop yourself from enjoying the same stuff you did when you were a kid. You shouldn't worry about those people telling you to act your age, because that's just another way of telling you to be boring. So don't be boring. Go out and have some fun like a kid. Draw a picture, write a story, sing a song, watch some cartoons. And if you happen to watch one about a talking sponge who lives in a pineapple under the sea, you can stop and appreciate it, because there will never ever be another cartoon like it.
It's not about winning, it's about fun. Thank you for your patronage.
the first episode of Never Ever, I talked about the appeal of SpongeBob. I like SpongeBob, and it's not difficult to explain why I like SpongeBob because everybody likes SpongeBob. Professional wrestling is a bit of a different story. When I say names like Ric Flair, Randy Savage, Hulk Hogan, and Andre the Giant, most of you can probably picture a vague figure in your heads, but you can't specifically tell who I'm talking about. Why is this? Well, the answer is professional wrestling is one of the most popular and unpopular forms of entertainment on Earth. Trying to justify to people why I enjoy watching professional wrestling is like trying to justify why manatees haven't gone extinct. On the surface, it just looks so dumb and awkward and makes you wonder how something like it could even exist, and more importantly, how it continues to exist. Now, I'll admit, the idea of watching half-naked, oily, buff dudes pretending to beat each other up doesn't exactly sound like the most entertaining thing in the world, but that's kind of what makes it so amazing. Because despite its weird premise and clumsy appearance, professional wrestling fosters the capacity for emotional storytelling that can compel an arena of stoic adults to jump out of their seats and scream like little kids.
Sunset flip!
Don't believe me? Well, then you probably haven't watched an episode of Monday Night Raw. But AMP, a lot of you are probably thinking, professional wrestling is real. You must be too dumb to realize that. I am smarter than you because I know that professional wrestling is fake. Aw man, you got me. Professional wrestling is not, in fact, a real athletic competition. There's no getting around that. Guess I have...
What the fuck? I guess I fell asleep. The human limit. When was the 12-hour mark? I guess I missed the 12-hour mark.
Super Mario Bros. Speedruns have been going on a journey. I'm not talking about the full game speedrun. That's an incredible story of its own. No, I'm talking about speedruns of the individual levels, completing a single stage from start to finish as fast as possible. The 8 levels in an any percent run have individually been optimized to near perfection, but a few years ago that wasn't the case. Players have had to figure out seemingly impossible tricks and break the game in ways previously unimaginable. This is Super Mario Bros. The Human Limit. First, a few basics. To beat Super Mario Bros. As fast as humanly possible, you start in 1-1,
4 a.m.
play through
Still.
1-2, then warp to 4-1, play 4-2, warp to 8-1, then play 8-2, 8-3, and finally 8-4 to finish the game. That's 2 levels in World 1, 2 levels in World 4, and 4 levels in World 8, for a total of 8 levels. Normally, for an any percent speedrun, you have to play through all 8 of these levels consecutively, beating the entire game. But here's the thing. Since Super Mario Bros. Has been so broken down and optimized over the years, we actually know fairly definitively what the fastest possible time is. it comes out to 454.26. This was pulled off in a tool-assisted speedrun, or a TAS, where the player uses save states, slowdown, and frame by frame to create a theoretically perfect speedrun in an emulator, by a TASer named Maru. There's a slightly faster version of the TAS at 454.03 by Happy League, but that version allows you to press left and right on the controller to accelerate faster, which can't be done on a normal NES controller. So, 454.26 is our perfect time. Unless something new is discovered, it's physically impossible to do Super Mario Bros. Faster than 454.26. Now, if you know much about Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning, you probably know about the game's frame rule system. Essentially, Super Mario Bros. Only checks to see if you've beaten a level every 21 frames, or every 0.35 seconds. So, in every stage, you can only gain time in increments of 21 frames. There's an analogy for this created by former world record holder Darbian, so I'll let him explain it to you.
Imagine that this little castle that Mario walks into is not a castle but a bus stop. And imagine that in the Mushroom Kingdom, buses operate on a very, very specific schedule such that every 0.35 seconds a bus departs a station and takes its passengers to the following level. So no matter how quickly you play a level, you have to wait for the next bus to depart to get there. And what this means is that when you speedrun the game, you don't have to play each level perfectly to avoid losing time. You just have to play each level well enough to get on the same bus as somebody who did play perfectly.
So, the goal is to catch the same bus as a perfect run. This frame roll system applies in every stage except 8-4, where timing stops immediately upon touching the axe. And so, getting the fastest possible frame rolls plus a frame perfect 8-4 puts the run at 454.26. Now, let's go back to 2016. The sum of perfection at that point was a frame slower, but for simplicity's sake, we're just going to keep it at 454.26. That was the perfect time. The sum of best that humans had pulled off was 457.01, 2.75 seconds behind perfection. That time difference came from the fact that on each of the 7 levels before 8-4, the best humans had done was 1 frame roll behind perfect. No more, no less. Humans were off by 1 frame roll in each stage. The fastest ways humans could beat stages usually involved just running to the end as fast as possible. There were some tough tricks, yes, but the TAS frame rolls each involved doing something extra. Clipping into blocks, doing frame-perfect maneuvers, all tricks that humans didn't know how to do. One of these tricks in particular appeared over and over again in the run. This is the flagpole glitch. By very precisely clipping into the flagpole block, you can make the level end without having the flag slide to the bottom. You can see here how Mario reaches the castle faster without having to wait for the flag. In some cases, this is enough to save a frame roll. In 1-1, 4-1, and 8-3, the TAS uses the flagpole glitch to do just that. In those 3 stages, the flagpole glitch was the difference between humans and the TAS. But for years, nobody knew how to do it in real time. To clip into the block, not only does the jump have to be perfectly timed, but Mario's subpixel positioning also needs to be correct. That's his position within a pixel. Certain inputs will change this position by a lot, so getting the correct ones couldn't be done reliably. That, combined with needing the perfect jump to get in position, and needing to do the proper inputs once in the block to touch the flagpole, put this trick out of reach. At least until late 2015, when players started to look into it a bit more. That December, a runner named DoorTK made a save state from a jump on the staircase, and brute forced the inputs of the block until he was able to touch the pole. It was the first time a human had done the end inputs for a flagpole glitch. A few months later, runner Mav6771 replicated it and then went a step further, using a save state from the pipe instead of during the jump. This was the first ever full flagpole glitch done in real time. It was starting to come together, but for this to be official, it had to be pulled off in a full level. And there was a lot needed for that to happen. You needed to be fast enough in the underground to save the frame rule, then jump from the perfect pixel off the staircase, then hope you got the right subpixels from a mid-air hesitation, and finally, do the perfect inputs at the block to clip in. Just the luck from the subpixels alone put the trick at 1 in several dozen. But even for the best players in the world, chaining all of that together would be in the magnitude of 1 in several hundred. The community needed the best of the best for a chance to pull this off. The player who was most likely to hit multiple frame-perfect tricks in a row. Who would it be? Well, how about the world record holder, Darbian?
For 0.35 seconds.
On August 19th, 2016, Darbian successfully hit the flagpole glitch in 1-1. For the first time ever, the perfect frame roll had been achieved in a level of Super Mario Bros. It was impossible to save even another frame. Now, there were 2 more levels the flagpole glitch could be used on, 4-1 and 8-3, but keep in mind, with the subpixels and frame-perfect maneuvers needed, these would each be 1 in several hundred chances. But luckily, a month later, the community would get some help. Sockfolder is a speedrunning wizard, best known for discovering the cannonless setup in Super Mario 64 and various tricks in Zelda Ocarina of Time. By September 2016, he was looking into ways to make the flagpole glitch consistent. More specifically, finding a way to control Mario's subpixel value to make the trick possible every time. He had a bot that ran thousands of input combinations at the end of the level, before finding a setup that involved landing on this step without holding B, then holding right and B for 2 frames before doing a full jump. If done properly, this gives Mario the subpixel values he needs so he can always clip into the block. This setup meant that the 1-1 and 4-1 flagpole glitches could be performed much more consistently, and it was just a matter of time before Darbian was able to match the perfect frame rule in 4-1. The second stage to hit perfection. 8-3 required a slightly different setup to manipulate subpixels, but just 2 weeks later on September 30th, Mav was able to pull it off. That made it 3 stages that were completed perfectly. Over the course of just 2 months, the sum of best was taken down over a full second. 3 levels down. But after the flagpole glitch revolution was done, everything slowed down. The problem was, these final 4 stages required tricks much, much more difficult than a flagpole glitch. In fact, they seemed impossible. Here's why. In 1-2, you would have to do a trick called the pipe clip. This standard method of completing the level was to run on the ceiling above the pipe, enter the warp zone, and head into World 4. Easy enough. But to get the perfect frame rule, you would have to do this clip into the pipe, then scroll the screen far enough while preserving enough speed to turn around and make it in time. You can see here that, if done fast enough, the pipe clip method does save the frame rule. The problem was the difficulty of stringing everything together. You need to land right next to the pipe, slow to walking speed, press jump for just 1 frame so you don't go too high, stop the clip at the right time, then scroll the screen far enough so that World 4 loads, and turn around to go in the pipe. It also all had to be done fast enough to save the frame rule. Humans weren't coming close to getting it. In 4-2, you have to do a wrong warp where you push Mario forward on the screen, leaving the warp zone loaded while you go down this pipe, and the game is fooled into sending you to the warp zone while skipping the vine animation. This isn't hard to do in real time, but the key is getting it all as fast as possible. By a combination of an extremely fast clip, impeccable movement into the pipe, and a quick turnaround in the warp zone, it was technically possible to make the fastest frame roll. But people didn't even know where to begin to make that happen in real time. Nobody even tried to save it. That's how out of reach it was. 8-1's frame roll involved doing a flagpole glitch at the end, just like 1-1, 4-1, and 8-3. However, there was a catch. Since you normally finish 8-1 with 0 frames to spare, you had to save a full 21 frames over normal in this stage to make the next frame roll. A sock folder setup flagpole glitch only saves 15 frames. That could increase to 19 if you performed it without slowing down. However, you'd have to find a way to manipulate your subpixels beforehand. But you still needed to save 2 more frames, which you could get via a fast acceleration at the start of the level. Mario accelerates slightly faster while facing opposite the direction he's moving, so by doing a small backwards jump at the start, it's possible to save exactly 2 frames. But to do so, you need to hold B and left for 1 frame, then hold B alone for another frame, then hold B, right, and A for a frame so Mario jumps, then hold B and right. Each of those moves had to be frame perfect and only last for 1 frame. Humans really struggle to do inputs that precise, so combined with the incredibly hard flagpole glitch at the end, 8-1 was out of the question. And finally, there was 8-2. This stage wasn't understood too well, but it was believed that to save the perfect frame roll, you had to play the whole stage flawlessly down to the frame. And that involved a fast acceleration at the start of the level, a maneuver over the piranha plant that lost 0 frames, and at the end, a frame-perfect bullet bill glitch. This is a trick similar to the flagpole glitch where you bounce off the bullet bill and clip into the block, but instead of just skipping the flag animation, it also skips Mario walking to the castle. This trick would also have to be performed on the first possible frame to save the frame roll. The fast acceleration, the multiple frame perfect input piranha plant jump, and the frame perfect bullet bill glitch. Getting one of those 3 would be hard enough. As far as everyone was concerned, getting all 3 was essentially impossible. So, once again, the 8-2 frame rule was ruled out. That's 4 stages. Each of them had 1 frame rule to be saved, but none of them were even being attempted. The only one that seemed remotely possible was the 1-2 clip, thanks to Happy Lee's setup where you could clip into the pipe with proper subpixels. World record contender Cosmic did serious attempts at getting the 1-2 clip in October 2016, and was able to clip into the pipe, but he was still several frames too slow to save the frame rule. If one of the best players in the world wasn't able to get this, it was beginning to seem hopeless. These perfect frame rules were just too much to ask, and months passed with nothing new. Then, suddenly, in April 2017, a Mario runner posted some rapid progress in 1-2. First clipping into the pipe from a save state, then doing the same from the start of the level, but just missing the frame rule. And then, on April 16th, he did it. Out of nowhere, somebody had just saved the 1-2 frame rule. Who was the runner? Well, you might have heard of him before. On April 16th, Andrew G became the first player to save the frame rule in 1-2. He mastered the 1-frame A-press, the clip into the pipe, and the movement in the warp zone. He was also always able to get proper subpixels for the clip by avoiding slowing down for even a single frame in the rest of the stage. 1-2 was now the 4th stage to reach perfection. That made it just 3 stages where the perfect frame roll hadn't been matched. The problem, of course, was that these 3 stages went way beyond the difficulty of the the fast acceleration and flagpole glitch needed in 8-1, and the perfect everything needed an 8-2. None of these stages were viable. At least, not without some help. But in early 2018, that's exactly what the community would get. A setup to make one of these stages at least a little bit more reasonable. And once again, it came from a familiar face. It's time to visit an old friend. This is 420 Blaze It. 420 Blaze It is best known for creating a 4-2 wall clip setup for any percent runs. He's a tasser who's adept at coming up with human viable setups for hard tricks. This time he was looking at 8-1, and in November 2017, he posted a video of a possible way to save the 8-1 frame rule. The start of the stage featured a fast acceleration. This was still incredibly hard. For the flagpole glitch at the end, however, he jumped off of this step, very briefly tapped left in the air, and clipped into the block. The left tap was slight enough that Mario never actually slowed down, but significant enough that it changed his subpixel value to allow for the clip. This was still super hard, as it featured jumping for 1 frame less than a full jump and an incredibly precise tap of the left button, but at the very least it showed the trick was humanly possible. The next step was getting a human to perform it, and in March 2018, Stuck in a Plate wanted to be the first. Plate is an incredibly talented speedrunner, the record holder in Ghosts and Goblins, top 10 in Ninja Gaiden, and in March 2018 he was 4th place in Super Mario Bros. He had the platforming expertise needed to pull this off, but first he wanted to find a way to make the subpixel manipulation a bit easier. So, he spent 12 hours straight working on it. In the end, he realized that the left press could be done during any jump in the level and still work, and a small jump off the top step would work to clip into the block. Those 2 steps made the no slowdown flagpole glitch easier. So, he started doing attempts to get the full level, and about 20 minutes later, he did this. That was the 5th stage down. In a year and a half, the community had gone from this to this. The flagpole glitch, pipe clips, and fast accelerations were each revolutionary in their own way. 2 stages left. So close to perfection. The community was on a roll. But suddenly, that roll stopped. A year came and went without any new improvements. 2019 came around, with 4-2 and 8-2 still remaining unsolved. Remember, these 2 stages were essentially believed to be impossible to get the perfect frame rule on. In 4-2, you'd have to figure out a faster way to get Mario forward on the screen, combined with task-like movement in the warp zone. And in 8-2, you needed sheer perfection from start to finish. Perfection that would even be harder than 8-1. 8-2 in particular was believed to be the hardest frame roll to save in the entire game. And it makes sense why. The frame roll had 0 frames to spare, and had several nearly impossible tricks throughout. A certain other speedrunning YouTuber even told 7.5 million people that the perfect 8-2 frame roll was impossible.
It can be ruled out.
You had a fast acceleration, a jump with multiple frame perfect inputs, and a frame perfect bullet bill glitch. It was believed that getting all of these tricks in a row to save the frame rule on the last possible frame was humanly impossible. But it turns out, this belief was sort of unfounded, for the simple reason that nobody had really tried to do it before. There was just a perception that they would all be too difficult for a human to chain together. That perception made sense, but by 2019, somebody decided they might as well try. And who better to do that than 420 Blaze It? In July 2019, Blaze It started to create a proof of concept for 8-2. He used a save state before the fast acceleration, a save state before the plant jump, and a save state before the bullet bill glitch to try and see if he could save the frame rule. And it took him a lot of attempts. but with 3 save states to use, he was actually able to get it. There were a lot of frame-perfect inputs, but practice eventually led to him getting them all. Blazeit mentioned that the plant jump in particular was incredibly hard, but with enough tries, he was even able to make it past that. So,
Plant jump.
Blazeit had proven that a task frame roll could be saved. The misconception had been broken. The only thing left was somebody pulling it off in real time. Back in 2016, when the flagpole bridge setups were first discovered, the community looked toward the world record holder to pull them off first. By 2019, the record holder had changed, but the principle had stayed the same. The person who put attempts in to save the 8-2 frame roll was the best player the game had. The world record holder, Taven Webb.
I got it. I think I got it. We did it. We got it. We freaking did it already.
And just like that, another stage down. Celebration rang out amongst the community. Funnily enough, players would later discover that Taven actually didn't have to be frame perfect to save this frame roll. With the perfect fast acceleration, he actually had a frame of wiggle room. Thanks to Blazeit and Taven's combined efforts, there was now just one more frame roll to be saved. 4-2. This last frame roll was really quite different from all the others that came before it. As explained before, to get the wrong warp to work, you need to push Mario forward on the screen at least 20 pixels. That would allow you to reach this pipe with the warp zone still loaded, since the screen is further back than Mario is. The key to doing this trick fast was figuring out how to get Mario forward by 20 pixels as quickly as possible. There were 2 main methods for humans. One was a wall clip discovered by 420 Blazeit, where you tap left to clip into the wall and get pushed forward by 20 pixels. The other was 2 backwards bumps discovered by Andrew G, each potentially pushing Mario 10 pixels to make the wrong warp possible. The wall clip method from Blazeit, even if optimally performed, was a few frames too slow to save the frame roll. The 2 bump method, on the other hand, was slightly faster, and in September 2018, runner King of Johnny Boy proved that by doing everything perfectly down to the frame, you could make the fastest frame roll with no time to spare. However, that entailed getting 10 pixels from each bump, doing extremely difficult inputs and getting proper subpixels and subspeed to stop on the pipe perfectly, doing a double fast acceleration in the warp zone to save an additional frame, and once again a combination of perfect inputs and subpixels to turn around perfectly. This combination was magnitudes of difficulties higher than any other stage. Simply put, it wasn't happening. Later on that month, however, Happy Lee showed an alternative method that was a bit faster. It involved clipping into the top brick of the wall and jumping out of it to get back up to speed faster. However, this trick was incredibly hard too, as you had to slow down as you jumped to avoid hitting this block, then speed back up by pressing right, then finally tap left again to clip into the wall. Once in the wall, you had to do multiple frame perfect inputs to get out of it with maximum speed. People tried this trick, but it too wasn't happening. Small improvements would be made to both the 2 bump and top wall clip methods, and players tried both, but had little success being fast enough to save the frame roll. 2019 came around, and then 2020. Nothing. This was the one level that couldn't be solved. And then someone had an idea. In June 2020, a third method for possibly saving the frame roll was found. At first, it was brushed off as just another hopeless possibility. But as time went on, runners realized that this method was something different. It was really hard. Of course it was. But it gave just enough wiggle room to make it doable. And this is what it looked like. It started with an 11 pixel bump from the elevator. It's normally next to impossible to get 11 pixels from a backwards bump like this, but by manipulating both your sub-pixel and sub-speed values with a precise input combination, you could reliably get 11 pixels. You could then get the remaining 9 pixels from doing a backwards wall jump off of this pipe. The wall jump is a glitch, where if you hit a specific pixel in a wall between two blocks, the game thinks Mario is standing for exactly 1 frame. If you jump on that frame, you can jump off of the wall without hitting the ground. That meant it had to be both a pixel-perfect jump into the wall and a frame-perfect jump to execute the wall jump. But if both of those were pulled off, you could get the second backwards bump off of the pipe. Quickly entering the pipe also involves subspeed manipulation and more precision from your inputs. Of course, in the warp zone itself, you'd have to do another fast acceleration and a quick turnaround into the pipe. But the method in the underground section was possible. This strategy was once again discovered by King of Johnny Boy, and it was a big one. A few people tried to get this frame rule in late 2020 and early 2021, but the front runner was a player named Nifsky, the second place runner and former world record holder. He had the strategy. He just had to pull it off, and the last frame rule would be saved. It was time to make history.
And where's my 11 pixels at, man? Oh my gosh! Please, please!
What? What the heck? That's a guy speedrunning the game.
Nifsky had just saved the last frame rule for an 8% speedrun of Super Mario Bros. After half a decade of collaboration from the community, it was impossible to save another frame on any level. Absolute perfection. Well, until 8-4. 8-4 is the last level in Super Mario Bros. And it's unique because, as mentioned before, it doesn't operate on the frame rule system. The timing ends on the exact frame when Mario touches the axe at the end, which isn't tied to a frame rule. That means that to be perfect in 8-4, you have to actually play the stage perfectly down to the frame. There's no being close enough. It's the only level in Super Mario Bros. That works like that. The stage itself is broken down into 5 rooms. A starting room where you simply run to the end and go in the pipe. The next room where you have to do a wall jump off of a pipe to make it in fast. The turnaround room where you have to do a wrong warp by scrolling the screen to load the next zone, then turning around to go in a pipe quickly. A water room where you have to swim to the end, and finally the last room where you jump past Bowser to touch the axe. There's a lot that goes into this to do it quickly, but all the way back in November 2013, Cosmic submitted one of the earliest 8-4 records. It was quite impressive for the time, and there were even people that thought it might be the closest 8-4 would ever be to perfect. Even Cosmic himself thought that, titling the video "The Closest 8-4 Will Ever Be to Perfect." That was a bold move. But this was a really good 8-4. He started off the first room with a fast acceleration, then dashed into the pipe. In the wall jump room, he did a frame-perfect jump to avoid slowing down or hitting a pipe, then did the frame-perfect, pixel-perfect wall jump facing backwards to accelerate faster. In the turnaround room, he only scrolled the screen 1 pixel past where he had to do the wrong warp. In the water section, he managed to navigate Mario almost perfectly between the ground and the fire bars, losing just 1 frame on the exit by touching the ground a frame too early. And in the last room, he ran under Bowser to finish it off. Adding this 8-4 onto the perfect first 7 stages that would be achieved years later put the human sum of best at 454.71. Remember, the theoretical limit was 454.26, meaning there was a 0.45 difference in 8-4. Less than half a second from perfection. But was Cosmic right? Was this the best 8-4 possible? No. No, it was not. A couple years later, Cosmic beat his own record and lowered the time down to 454.56. The key was fast accelerations. Back in 2013, Cosmic was under the impression that a fast acceleration could only save 1 frame, but by 2016, the community had gained the knowledge that if performed optimally in the first room and turnaround room, it could save up to 5 frames in each spot. That's what Cosmic did, as well as adding 1 into the wall jump room to save up to another 2 frames. This time would later be tied by Stuck in a Plate, but a little over a year later, Cosmic lowered it even more, 454.53, creeping ever closer to perfection. Most future records from here on out were played on a ROM hack that gave information about your pace on the top of the screen. However, no gameplay was modified, so it's legal. Once again, the time save came from improving the fast accelerations. It was really hard to save 5 frames with each, but Cosmic was able to get closer. Eddie Cat Gaming tied this time a few months later, before GTAce lowered it by 1 frame, 454.51. Just a quarter of a second away. But at this point, 8-4 was getting really optimized. The fast accelerations, the perfect movement, everything was either perfect or a frame away from perfect. Where did the rest of the difference come from? Well, other than a frame here and there from tighter execution, double fast accelerations were part of the key. If performed in the turnaround room properly, doing another fast acceleration immediately after the first would bring Mario up to speed 1 frame faster. However, this involves extremely quick switches from left to right on the D-pad. You had to be holding right, tap left and A for 1 frame, then switch to right again. It's much more difficult than a normal fast acceleration. Similar was the falling fast acceleration, where you accelerate facing backwards off a ledge to save an additional frame. 4 frames in total could be saved with these double fast accelerations, but as nobody had even pulled off one once, they were ruled out as being TAS only. But there was one other fast acceleration players could try. Since you have to quickly get back up to speed after turning around in the turnaround room, it was possible to do a fast acceleration there. Similarly to the other double fast accelerations, this trick required super quick and precise inputs. But the main benefit of this trick was if performed optimally, it could save up to 5 frames. For years, the world's best players tried saving time with it, but weren't able to. It was always slower than normal. That is, until Tavenweb tried it in 2019. Taven decided to try messing around with the impossible double fast acceleration, and to everyone's surprise, he was actually able to get it. He found himself saving multiple frames with it on good attempts, and for a while, he was the only one able to do so. This opened the door to push the record much lower. If Taven could get it in a good run, a lot of time could come off. How far could he close the gap?
Yes! I tied it. I tied the record. Yes! That's it. Yes! Oh my goodness. That's it. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
The time was now 454.39. Taven had lowered the gap to just 8 frames. That was the difference between humans and perfection in Super Mario Bros. He was more than 1/10 of a second ahead of anybody else on the leaderboard. Pure domination. The only time save Taven was going for that he didn't get was a single frame in the wall jump room. He was perfect everywhere else. And with the other double fast accelerations being out of reach, it's no surprise that this record stood for a long, long time. Finally, by May 2020, someone was able to do it. Kriller was a Super Mario Bros. Tasser and individual level specialist, and he had had a plethora of runs make it deep into 8-4 that barely died. But on May 7th, he managed to tie Taven to the frame. And crazily enough, even though it took 15 months for somebody to tie the record, it would just take a few hours for the next person to tie it.
I got it! Oh my god! I can't believe it!
This made it a 3-way tie between Taven, Kriller, and Niftsky. And ultimately, Niftsky would be the one to break it, lowering the time to 454.38. He got every frame he wanted to through the water section, so he was able to omit the last fast acceleration. GT Ace would later tie this time, so the very next day, Niftsky beat him by adding back in the fast acceleration in the final room, 454.36. And when Velxino tied this time a month later, Niftsky responded by squeezing out one more frame from the turnaround room to take it to 454.34. At 454.34, players were presented with a unique problem. They were starting to run out of frames to save. They were just 5 frames away from perfection. The problem was where these frames were located. One frame was from a falling fast acceleration in the first room. One was from a falling fast acceleration in the wall jump room. 2 were from a double fast acceleration and perfect movement in the turnaround room. And 1 was from a falling fast acceleration in the final room. 5 frames. All of them were from doing task fast accelerations. Humans couldn't do those, so the 8-4 record seemed to be at its limit. Well, one thing was clear. The only path forward was to try doing these fast accelerations. Nobody had ever been able to do one before, so they appeared to be impossible. But in the past 5 years, players had done so much on other levels. Clipping into walls, doing flagpole glitches, doing fast accelerations. At points in time, all of those tricks were thought to be impossible too. After half a decade of this, the Super Mario Bros. Community had made one thing very clear. Nothing was impossible.
Oh wait, I might get this. I got it! I got it with both fast accels.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
This is the current human sum of best. We are 2 frames away from completely running out of time to save in Super Mario Bros. A 30th of a second is what stands in the way between humans and perfection. Of the 2 remaining frames, one is in the turnaround room for manipulating subspeed and playing perfectly. It's extremely difficult, but there's no doubt this frame will be saved in a run one day, lowering the sum of best to 454.28. As for the last frame, it's in the first room from performing a falling fast acceleration. However, there are serious doubts as to whether or not this one is humanly possible. Not because of its precision or difficulty, but because we don't know if human fingers can actually move fast enough to do this. You have to release right for only 1 frame, then quickly repress it, tap left for 1 frame, and go back to holding right. It's never been pulled off at full speed before, but it's theorized that this trick would be easier on keyboard than with a controller, which would likely create a big controversy in the future. But that's it. Outside of those 2 frames, humans have solved Super Mario Bros. That's a rare accomplishment in speedrunning. It might shortly be impossible to save any more time, and the only thing that can stop that is a new time save. A new frame roll hasn't been found in Super Mario Bros. In over 10 years now, which is pretty incredible, but that doesn't mean there are for sure none left. The secrets to saving time might still be out there. We just have to find them. And maybe, just maybe, a 453 is in Super Mario Bros.'s future. Thanks for watching.
Check the summoning assault for that video. Okay.
This is carbonated brown sugar water, and this is Coca-Cola. To an impartial observer, these 2 products may seem identical, but in the world of business, this little red can makes all the difference. It's a name so gargantuan that even mentioning it feels redundant. Their logo is about as recognizable as the sun, the moon, and the stars. Across the history of humankind, no other company even comes close to their longevity and scope. Their product is available in so many markets that it's far easier to list the places that don't sell it. The Coke empire has penetrated all corners of the earth, and even a little bit beyond that. They are the envy of the business world, architects of the single most valuable brand that society has ever known. When running a company, it's easy to believe that branding is everything. Take away this red and white label and what exactly do you have left? It's tempting to consider whether you could sell someone anything as long as it's behind those same familiar colors they know and love. 40 years ago, Coca-Cola was thinking the very same thing, and nearly paid the ultimate price. In my last video I talked about Mac Tonight, the most successful ad campaign that McDonald's ever ran. The character was the spiritual successor to Max Headroom, a memorable mascot for Coca-Cola which showed up on television at around the same time. Max Headroom was truly a bizarre character, but even more bizarre were the series of events which led to his adoption. It's the 1980s, and Coca-Cola is quickly approaching its 100th year as a business. The company brass aren't celebrating, however, as for the first time that nearly anyone can remember, Coke is in danger of losing its title as America's favorite soft drink. Bitter rival Pepsi Cola has spent the past several decades slowly chipping away at Coke's dominant market share of the beverage industry. By 1985, Pepsi was on the verge of the unthinkable, overtaking Coke as the leading cola brand. The consumer market on which Coke had built their empire was rapidly changing. The health risks of soda were starting to be scrutinized, and aging customers had begun switching to low-calorie options like diet colas. This demographic shift meant that future sales of Coke's flagship product would have to rely on the younger generation, a generation who tended to prefer Pepsi. By the 80s, Pepsi had already started outselling Coke in supermarkets, with Coke hanging on to the overall lead through restaurants and vending machines. If the market trends continued, that lead wouldn't last much longer. However, as the old masters of the industry, Coke wasn't going down without a fight. That fight would come from their new chairman, Roberto Goizueta. Although he took over the company reins at a very troublesome time, the Cuban-born magnate was no stranger to trouble. In the 1950s, shortly after getting promoted to head of Coke's Havana bottling plant, Goizueta defected to the United States in the wake of Fidel Castro's communist revolution. Over the next 30 years, he methodically worked his way up the company ladder until 1980, when he was finally promoted to the most influential seat in the beverage industry. Mr. Goizueta had quite the origin story, but a necessary one for understanding his mentality towards change. For decades, Coca-Cola had marketed their product on tradition and permanence. They had built a mythical aura around their elusive secret formula, the very backbone of the company's monumental success. The formula's lineage could be traced all the way back to its inventor John Pemberton, who then sold it to company founder Asa Candler. Within a decade, the Coke formula was selling in every American state, becoming the eminent national beverage by the turn of the 20th century. Not long afterward, company president Robert Woodruff would extend the taste of Coke to the rest of the world, ushering in the most dominant period in company history. By 1948, Coke controlled an estimated 60% market share of the beverage industry, distributing their iconic product on a global scale. Millions of customers across hundreds of countries, all enjoying the same formula that had remained virtually unchanged for nearly a century. It was Coca-Cola's golden goose, the real thing. Altering it would be like rewriting the Bible. And that's how the company thought, until Roberto Goizueta became chairman. By 1984, the company's mighty 60% market share had shrunk to just over 20%. Decades of complacency had allowed Coke's competition to get back in the race, and Goizueta was poised to put a stop to it. After becoming chairman, he boldly announced that there would be no more sacred cows in the company philosophy. In the next few years, he followed through on that claim by introducing two landmark products, Diet Coke and Cherry Coke. It was the first time the company had debuted any new product under the Coke name. While both options proved to be quite popular, they only sought to further compete with the company's flagship product, which was still losing ground to Pepsi. Carrying the pride of one of America's most revered institutions, Coke was left with no choice. In a time of Cold War tensions, Roberto Goizueta had to resort to the nuclear option.
Oh, what a time! It's gonna be Pepsi now. When you taste is Pepsi, gonna be Pepsi now. Taste what Pepsi's giving, gonna be Pepsi now.
A major factor behind Coke's declining market share was an ad campaign known as the Pepsi Challenge, a blind taste test between the two colas that appeared to show an overall preference for the sweeter flavor of Pepsi. While not exactly scientific, the campaign was undoubtedly successful at persuading many consumers to switch to the blue brand. This led Coke to conclude that the only way to stop Pepsi was to beat them at their own game. It was then when Coke's senior executives commissioned a secret assignment known as Project Kansas, where company scientists were tasked with concocting a superior formula. Soon enough, they had synthesized the ultimate flavor, one that could consistently beat both Pepsi and the original Coke in a taste test. With a potential new juggernaut on their hands, the company was now faced with a tough decision. They could release the new drink as a standalone product and risk further diluting the already crowded Coke lineup, or they could do the unthinkable and replace the cornerstone of their entire brand. Ultimately, the choice was up to Roberto Goizueta, who would look to his past for guidance. Years earlier, when he was in charge of Caribbean distribution, Goizueta had successfully boosted sales by slightly tweaking the Coke formula. He had already once committed the cardinal sin, but perhaps he saw it as a virtue. For Goizueta, the choice was clear: Coca-Cola, The product that he had sold for his entire adult life was on the way out. And so the Coca-Cola Company was set to make the single ballsiest move in the entire history of their business, replacing the very thing from which they were named. As the story goes, shortly before the launch, Roberto Goizueta sought out the blessing of his predecessor, Robert Woodruff, the man who had built Coke into the behemoth that it was. No one knows for sure what Woodruff really thought about the decision, because he wouldn't live to see it happen. In March 1985, Coca-Cola's most legendary executive passed away at the age of 95. 1 month later, the company launched New Coke. The events that followed were not nearly as sweet as they had hoped. Coca-Cola is a pretty big company. Buying one of their products really isn't gonna matter one way or the other. Where your purchase can matter is through a business like Bespoke Post. They're a subscription box service that helps out small brands from all across America. Each month, they offer a variety of premium goods ranging from outdoor, homeware, clothing, and more. Just fill out the online quiz and discover which of these exciting new products may be right for you. Previously, they've helped me accomplish my dream of climbing the tallest mountain in Florida. Thanks to the spacious comfort of the Weekender travel bag, I was able to conquer the entire 15 feet of elevation. Now, they've agreed to sponsor my new dream of dominating the beverage industry. Luckily for me, Bespoke offers a variety of liquid refreshment options, and unlike other subscription services, you don't have to worry about your order falling flat. Bespoke makes sure you get the real thing. Each month, you can preview your box, and if you don't like what you see, you can either swap it with something else or skip the month entirely for no charge. For my brewing purposes, I use the Cast box to help me reach the bottom of the barrel in nutritional value. Now it's just a matter of adding my proprietary secret ingredients, and voila! It's my sugary addictive drink of the future. I think I'll call it Amp Energy. So visit bespokepost.com/emplemon and use code emplemon at checkout for 20% off your first box. And get started on creating your own secret formula. Oh, and no need to worry about Amp Energy. I'm sure that this fan favorite flavor isn't going away anytime soon.
Simply stated, my friends, we have a new formula for Coke.
Well, the real thing is in for a real change these days. Coca-Cola is altering its 99-year-old secret recipe.
On April 23, 1985, New Coke was rolled out nationwide. Over the next 2 weeks, the remaining supply of the original formula would be phased out of supermarkets and restaurants. The change was paired with an immediate new marketing campaign from company spokesman Bill Cosby. Initial sales of the product appeared promising. Early data from select markets were in line with projections. Roberto Goizueta confidently stood by his new product, already touting his decision as a success. The celebration was a tad premature, however, as trouble was brewing beneath Coke's triumphant hubris. Soon afterward, the company would find themselves struggling to stay afloat in a tidal wave of backlash, one that spawned right in their own backyard. Across its entire operational history, Coca-Cola has been headquartered in or near Atlanta, Georgia, the heart of the American South. It's a part of the country which prides itself on a distinct regional identity, one that often runs contrary to the rest of the U.S. For generations, many Southerners considered Coca-Cola as hallowed as barbecue and college football. It is their bona fide beverage of choice, so much so that to this very day, many Southerners still use the word Coke to refer to all soft drinks. For as long as they've been in business, Coca-Cola has relied on the South as a sales stronghold. The fierce brand loyalty of the region may have led to complacency among Coke leadership, who developed an expectation that Southern customers would welcome any change with open arms. Following the release of New Coke, this assumption would be proven dead wrong. Shortly after the switch, the prevailing sentiment in the South was one of abject betrayal. For many, it represented yet another pillar of Southern tradition that had been surrendered to the Yankees. Announcing the product smack dab in the middle of New York City certainly didn't help this perception. With the change, Coke had effectively alienated their most die-hard supporters. Emotions among the former faithful ranged from indignant to irate. More than 40,000 letters of protest quickly piled up in Coca-Cola's office mailbox. The Coke hotline was inundated with thousands of distraught callers per day. A company-hired psychiatrist who listened in to some of the messages observed some customers acting as if they had lost a family member. Needless to say, the reaction was much more severe than what was anticipated. Questions immediately loomed as to why the company didn't bother to run more tests in their home market. What little testing Coke did do in the South revealed a narrow preference for the new formula. Company leadership saw this slight majority as justification for the change. What they failed to consider, however, were the 10% of respondents who were vehemently against it. In a controlled survey, people can't influence each other's opinions, but in the real world, it's not that simple. While most people were ambivalent about New Coke, those who disliked it really disliked it. This vocal minority would end up tarnishing the new formula in the eyes of the entire general public. Even if the average consumer didn't personally mind the switch, they likely knew someone who did. This common circumstance led to frequent cases where drinking New Coke could potentially place someone in an awkward social situation. For many, it was simply easier to avoid judgment and order something else. The influence of peer pressure would start to significantly impact sales, as consumers were now hesitant to embrace a product which so many found undesirable. All of a sudden, Coke was facing a major problem, one that extended far beyond the South. People from all across the country were starting to get the impression that for the first time anyone could remember, a Coca-Cola product had missed the mark. New Coke and the swelling controversy behind it had become a national fascination. There's a saying in business that all publicity is good publicity, but for Coke's new formula, it was simply not the case.
Is Coke nervous? Not at all. We've never had more fun in our life. This wasn't a frivolous decision. It's something that we have worked on, John, over the last 4 years.
In the weeks after the debut, New Coke had become easy fodder for late-night comedians and bored journalists. The media kept reporting on eccentric stories about just how far certain people had gone to express their displeasure towards the switch. There was the story of Dan Locke, an avid Coke drinker from San Antonio, who was apparently so mortified by the new Coke announcement that he immediately went out and stockpiled 110 cases of the original formula. Speaking of stockpiles, a few quick-thinking opportunists would use the hysteria to their advantage. A Beverly Hills man named Dennis Overstreet bought 500 cases of the old formula for resale at his wine business. After 1 month, he had customers lining up around the block trying to scoop up the last of his supply. Overstreet sold them the old cases for more than double what he paid for them. The newfound scarcity of the old formula led many to scour some of the most rural areas for any remaining product. When America's domestic supply was completely exhausted, a few loyalists resorted to smuggling in the old formula from foreign countries who had not yet made the switch. Unfortunately, other forms of protest weren't so benign. One story out of Marietta, Georgia featured a woman accosting a Coke delivery man with an umbrella while shouting about how they had ruined the flavor. But by far the king of New Coke hostility was a Seattle man by the name of Gay Mullins, who would use $100,000 of his own money to found a new organization for enemies of the new formula. Under Mullins' leadership, the Old Cola Drinkers of America would declare war against New Coke. His battle tactics included selling anti-New Coke merchandise, spamming the hotline with complaints, and organizing mass protests which dumped gallons of New Coke into the local sewer. At one point, Mullins even attempted to file a class-action lawsuit against the soda giant, but it was quickly dismissed. The constant hijinks would attract a ton of media attention to the movement, helping to grow Mullins' army to as much as 100,000 strong. While acts of dissent were small in scope and petty in nature, their influence was tremendous. Together, these minor demonstrations effectively counteracted millions of dollars of Coca-Cola marketing. For as much as Coke tried to salvage the image of their new product, the American public was sticking to their own narrative. It was only a matter of time before everyone saw New Coke as the most despised beverage in the nation. To make matters even worse, New Coke had crossed the threshold where it was simply fun to hate. During a baseball game at Houston's Astrodome, the crowd in attendance would infamously erupt in boos any time a New Coke ad flashed on the Jumbotron. By this point, the backlash had far exceeded just a few oddballs. It now resembled a full-fledged cultural event. Part of the morbid curiosity that attracted people to the controversy was tied up in the novelty of seeing such a powerful company struggle. Coca-Cola was supposed to be the shining example of American excellence. They almost never slipped up, so when they did, people made sure to let them know about it. Lots of people who didn't even necessarily care about the product found entertainment value in rallying against a Goliath corporation who had fallen a bit too far out of touch. For many, New Coke became an issue of patriotism, with one Alabama reporter even insinuating that the whole idea was a communist plot to destroy a champion of American ingenuity. This theory wouldn't quite hold up after Fidel Castro, a longtime Coke drinker, published his own comments bashing the new formula. Ironically, Castro had arguably set off this entire series of events in the first place by launching Roberto Goizueta on his journey to becoming the head of Coke. After watching his bold decision catastrophically backfire, Goizueta's ultimate humiliation would come from the words of his father, who told him that the release of New Coke was the only time he ever agreed with Castro. In the first month after release, Coke's management remained committed to their product and tried to weather the storm. But by the end of May, the situation was quickly becoming untenable.
First they said they were the real thing, then they said they were it. Then kablooey, they changed. So now, I'm gonna try my first Pepsi.
The company's strategy to poach business away from Pepsi was backfiring spectacularly. Shortly after New Coke hit store shelves, Pepsi saw a 14% sales increase, the biggest in their entire history. In mid-June, when soft drink sales typically rise, New Coke sales remained flat. Internally, Coca-Cola's officials were starting to panic. Amid complaints over the flavor of their new product, the company would quietly alter the formula yet again, this time adjusting its acidity. It was clear that Coke's leadership were losing faith in their vision. A few executives had already begun suggesting a return to the old formula. The last hope for New Coke was the product catching on in foreign markets. But after seeing the fiasco taking place in the US, Coke's international distributors wanted no part of it. Domestically, the company's own bottling partners were on the brink of revolt. New Coke was now threatening to dismantle the very structure of their business. With no other options, the company swallowed their pride and submitted to the will of the people.
But one of us looked at the other and said, "What are we doing? what are we doing here?"
In the latest battle of the Cola Wars, Coke says it's bringing back its old formula.
Within the next several weeks, the original taste, which many people in the country apparently missed, will be available again.
Well, we read and we listened, and you know the rest. They're both yours, the new taste of Coke and Coca-Cola Classic. Your right of choice is back.
On July 11, 1985, Coca-Cola announced the return of the original formula, ending the New Coke experiment after just 79 days. The new formula would continue to be sold as simply Coke, taking a back seat to the rightful flagship product, now called Coca-Cola Classic. Following the controversy, longtime spokesman Bill Cosby would part ways with the company, claiming that promoting New Coke had hurt his credibility. This left Coke with a vacancy in their marketing department, which would soon be filled by the aforementioned Max Headroom.
Catch the way, Coke.
Despite the very entertaining ad campaign, New Coke's reputation could not be salvaged. By the end of the 80s, its sales had dwindled to just a few percent of the market before the company decided to shelve it. In 1992, they attempted to reintroduce the new formula as Coke 2, which went about as well as you may have imagined. After a few years, the product would be mostly discontinued once more, only sticking around in a few select markets around the country. Roberto Goizueta, the mastermind behind it all, continued to swear by his creation. He personally drank the product until his death in 1997. Although he oversaw one of the biggest blunders in company history, his tenure was still considered a success. New Coke was expected to revive the Coca-Cola brand, and in a totally unorthodox way, it did just that, by making people realize just how much they enjoyed the original formula. The return of Coke Classic led to nationwide euphoria. Sales figures not only rebounded, but went on to surpass what the brand had been doing prior to the switch. In just 6 months, Coca-Cola was selling more than twice as fast as Pepsi, solidifying their place as the top soda company in the world, a position they continue to hold to this day. Somehow, the biggest failure in industry history had directly contributed to its biggest success. A story so perfect that it led many to wonder whether it was planned all along. The incident sparked a variety of other Coke-spiracies as to the company's true intentions with the new formula. Some speculated that the change was a response to the Reagan administration's war on drugs, with Coke having to phase out the last remnants of the coca plant from which they're named. Whether or not this was the case remains dubious, but a far more likely explanation had to do with the company shifting from cane sugar to the far cheaper alternative of high fructose corn syrup. Strangely enough, Coke Classic wasn't exactly the same as Classic Coke. The returning formula had entirely switched to using corn syrup as a sweetener. Gay Mullins, who received the very first can of Coke Classic, reported feeling sick after drinking it. Many other astute consumers had their suspicions about the apparent bait and switch. But for the vast majority, it simply didn't matter. They had complained, and Coke had listened, which, at the end of the day, is all anyone really wanted. In 2009, Coca-Cola officially dropped the word classic from their packaging, effectively erasing the last trace of New Coke's existence. The company was surely eager to move on from such an embarrassing chapter of their history. Since then, the debacle has mostly faded away into a distant memory. I was born far too late to experience the summer of New Coke. The stories I heard felt like something of an urban legend. A forbidden elixir which caused so much heartache that it was practically banished from public consumption. An artifact so unwanted that it became unobtainable. I've spent the past month trying to study it, and after examining just about every aspect of the stuff, I was still missing one crucial detail. For as much research I've done, the literature, the footage, and the data don't tell the full story. After dedicating so much effort trying to understand New Coke, the only thing left to do was taste it.
How do you even drink that? Because it's delicious. What?
In 2019, New Coke experienced a brief revival after being featured on the hit Netflix series Stranger Things. As part of a promotional stunt, Coca-Cola would release a limited run of the 1985 formula. Only 500,000 cans were distributed, with a few lining up for resale on eBay. So I picked up a case, and for the first time in my life, tried the flavor that whipped an entire nation into a frenzy. And to be perfectly honest, it was kind of hard to taste the difference. It's probably because I don't drink soda often, or that I hadn't tasted a Coke in a while, but I could barely tell the two drinks apart. Funnily enough, even a guy like Gay Mullins, New Coke's most ardent critic, couldn't tell either. After finally experiencing the world's most infamous beverage for myself, I couldn't help but speculate about a pretty absurd thought. Does anyone actually know what Coca-Cola tastes like? It seems like such a preposterous thing to suggest, but research tells us that most people don't. Unlike what the marketing may tell you, independent taste tests have consistently shown that the average person can't tell the difference between Coke and Pepsi. For most of us, taste is just not our strong suit. Food marketing professor Joel Dubow found that incremental adjustments to soft drink flavor tend to go unnoticed by consumers, meaning that New Coke could have theoretically succeeded had it been gradually consolidated with the old formula. This is especially interesting, since many people today believe that New Coke failed because it was a bad product. But in my personal assessment, that's simply not the case. In fact, after going back and really comparing the two drinks, I actually preferred the flavor of the new formula. it was good enough to where I wouldn't mind seeing it return as a permanent option. The product itself was fine, and had it been executed a little differently, it could have been just as successful as any other Coke flavor. The problem with New Coke had to do almost entirely with how it was presented to the public. Coke may have envisioned the product as the ultimate answer to the Pepsi challenge, but they only ended up challenging themselves. The very idea of replacing the most legendary consumer product in history was just too brazen for the public to accept. New Coke was unknowingly pitted against 99 years of marketing genius, and in hindsight, it's unsurprising to see which side prevailed. At the end of the day, all the research, focus groups, and taste tests were irrelevant. New Coke never stood a chance for the simple reason that it wasn't the real thing. It wasn't Coca-Cola. But what is Coca-Cola really? Is it carbonated sugar water? Is it 19th century headache tonic? I've got a feeling that for most people, Coke isn't even supposed to taste good. All it has to do is taste how they remember. There's something to be said about a product that has lasted longer than virtually any other. One that persists, unchanging from generation to generation. It's the comforting assurance that no matter how different the world becomes, there will be at least one thing that stays the same. That is the essence of the real thing. And no matter how good New Coke tasted, it was no match for just how much that old formula meant to so many people. In consumer society, people don't have much. Decades of marketing have all but replaced sincere human interaction with a superficial facade of products. Take away those products, and you erase the soul of modern man. When it was all said and done, Coca-Cola and the entire business world learned a valuable lesson. If you have a formula that's worked for almost a century, it's probably best to stick with it.
This is Max Headroom.
Max Headroom?
Ah, Cocologist.
He sees us.
Where there's a wave, there's a Coke.
I like him.
Join the club. You know, more people prefer the new taste of Coke over Pepsi.
Let's take him home.
Good idea. Pepsi drinkers, now's your chance. Become a Cocologist. That's the way. Oh!
Super Punch-Out has garnered a reputation as one of the most random speedruns out there. Of course, there's still a broad skill set needed, precise timing, quick reactions, and an ability to adapt on the fly. But even when you do everything right, a fighter can throw the run in the garbage whenever he pleases. How do you deal with that much randomness in the speedrun? Well, the world record holders in Super Punch-Out have figured out a way. And over the past decade, they've been able to beat it and drive the record down lower and lower. This is the history of Super Punch-Out world records. Here's a timeline of the Super Punch-Out single segment record. It's not filled in yet, but we'll get it there. A single segment run is essentially playing through the whole game and adding up the in-game time of all fights. There are 16 boxers in Super Punch-Out, divided into 4 circuits, so a single segment run consists of the total time of all 16 fights. Now, Super Punch-Out is a bit different than runs I've covered before. It is quite literally a gauntlet of RNG. You have to make it through all 16 fights relatively unscathed from bad luck to complete a good run. The fights range from non-random to can kill your run with one foul swoop. And of course, you have to execute on top of that. If you get good luck but make an execution mistake, your run may be over. Interestingly, the strategies themselves haven't changed that much over the years. Instead, the progression has come from improving execution and getting the RNG gauntlet to better align. And believe me, it has made for some unbelievable stories over the years. But for now, let's go back to December 2012, when a runner completed one of the earliest single segment runs of Super Punch-Out. He's arguably the most well-known Punch-Out runner in the world today, but back then, he was relatively unknown. His name is Zallard1. Zallard performed his run on Christmas Eve 2012, his first completed single segment run, which also happened to be the world record. Right off the bat, you've got two types of fights in Super Punch-Out, the random ones and the non-random ones. The non-random fights tend to be toward the start of the game, like the first fight, Gabby J. Zallard started by repeatedly punching him in the face. These punches were all buffered, meaning as soon as one was thrown, he held the buttons for the next so it would come out on the first frame possible. These face punches served two purposes. First, they helped fill the super meter, seen here at the bottom of the screen. Once filled, you can throw super punches that do more damage. And second, they helped fill the dizzy meter, a mechanic abused across all 16 fights in the game. If you punch an opponent a lot in a short period of time, an invisible dizzy meter starts to get filled. Do this enough, and they'll become dizzy and back away. By precisely timing a punch when they come back, they'll get knocked down instantly. This is used across the run to score quick knockdowns, and leads to most opponents being beaten in just seconds. Finally, there was one last step to this fight. A dizzy opponent has that window where they can instantly be knocked down. However, this window can be quite small, and it's easy for even a world-class player to miss. Fortunately, Zallard invented a way around that. Buffer strategies. By chaining a series of inputs together, it's possible to waste the exact number of frames you want so an attack will land on the same frame every time. For example, let's say Gabby J's knockdown window is between 120 and 129 frames after the dizzy begins. Well, it just so happens that a full duck, a right body punch, and a high super waste exactly 120 frames. So if you just buffer those inputs together, making each come out on the first frame possible, the super comes out at the perfect time to knock him down. Buffers like this exist on every fight in the game, and help make the dizzy knockdowns much more consistent. Non-random fights like Gabby J are usually pretty simple, but the difficulty level ramps up as the game goes on. Take Aaron Ryan, the 9th fight. The first knockdown is from a dizzy, but when he gets up, you have to precisely time a super to counter his attack and send him down again. Zallard didn't have a buffer to time it, but he nailed it to send him down for the KO. Those fights are non-random or close to it. Others include Piston Hurricane, Mr. Sandman, and Heike Kagero. You get them dizzy and use a buffer to knock them down. Some have tough punches that have to be timed, while others are even simpler. That's the gist of the non-random fights. But then, there are the random fights. These are the fights that more or less define Super Punch-Out as a speed game. Not only do you need to execute properly, that's a given, but you also need to deal with luck. Luck that can range from a golden opportunity to potentially killing a run. Take Dragon Chan, the 6th fight in the game. The first phase of the fight, up until the first knockdown, is simple. You throw a sequence of gut punches, most with a slight delay before them, then use a buffer sequence to send him down. Phase 2, once he's up from the first knockdown, is where the randomness begins. There are 3 things Dragon Chan can do here. 50% of the time he does kicks, where you have to just dodge out of the way, then use rapid punches to send him down at around 12 seconds. 25% of the time, he does a slow heal, where he stands still and tries to heal his health. 2 supers send him down, and you get a time in the high 9-second range. And 25% of the time, he does a fast heal, where using just 1 super gives a time in the high 7s. That's a range of more than 4 seconds for one fight. Given that boxers are beaten in 15 seconds or less, that's a massive time swing. And Dragon Chan is just one example. Zallard had to deal with luck like this on more than half the fights in the game. But we'll get to that later. For now, the sum of his 16 fights came out to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. It was a well executed run, and had a range of good and bad luck. Over the following few weeks in 2013, Zallard would keep doing attempts and chipping away at the record. He took it lower into the 3s, approaching the sub-3 barrier but falling just short. However, on March 19th, thanks to a couple fights in particular, Zallard had a very promising run. This is Bob Charlie. He's a gauntlet of RNG, and being the 5th fight in the game, he's the earliest boxer who can kill a run from randomness alone. Zallard went for the riskiest strategy on Bob, which involves hitting him 7 times in the face to get him dizzy. However, he can randomly dodge any of these 7 punches, meaning you have to do an additional punch later on to make up for it. He can also dodge that punch. So to get the fastest time on Bob with this strategy, all 7 of your punches need to go through, and a super in phase 2 needs to as well. It can lead to a time in the 5-second range. However, every dodged punch loses a second and a half. 1 dodge isn't too bad, but 2 or 3 or 4 dodges, your time can spiral in a hurry. Luckily for Zallard, on this particular run...
Why did the video pause? Did it pause? Probably not. I definitely fell asleep though. I just had a dream where I just fucking had a dream about the 24, about the 50-hour stream.
Bob only dodged once, so he moved on with a very solid 6. Super Punch-Out has garnered a reputation as one of the most random speedruns out there. Of course, there's still a broad skill set needed. Precise timing, quick reactions, and an ability to adapt on the fly. But even when you do everything right, a fighter can throw the run in the garbage whenever it pleases. How do you deal with that much randomness in a speedrun? Well, the world record holders in Super Punch-Out have figured out a way. And over the past decade, they've been able to beat it and drive the record down lower and lower. This is the history of Super Punch-Out world records. Here's a timeline of the Super Punch-Out single segment record. It's not filled in yet, but we'll get it there. A single segment run is essentially playing through the whole game.
Also, fill in because you didn't fill in yet, you fucking idiot.
There are 16 boxers in Super Punch-Out, divided into 4 circuits, so a single segment run consists of the total time of all 16 fights. Now, Super Punch-Out is a bit different than runs I've covered before. It is quite literally a gauntlet of RNG. You have to make it through all 16 fights relatively unscathed from bad luck to complete a good run. The fights range from non-random to can kill your run with one foul swoop. And of course, you have to execute on top of that. If you get good luck but make an execution mistake, your run may be over. Interestingly, the strategies themselves haven't changed that much over the years. Instead, the progression has come from improving execution and getting the RNG gauntlet to better align. And believe me, it has made for some unbelievable stories over the years. But for now, let's go back to December 2012, when a runner completed one of the earliest single segment runs of Super Punch-Out. He's arguably the most well-known Punch-Out runner in the world today, but back then, he was relatively unknown. His name is Zallard1. Zallard performed his run on Christmas Eve 2012, his first completed single segment run, which also happened to be the world record. Right off the bat, you've got 2 types of fights in Super Punch-Out, the random ones and the non-random ones. The non-random fights tend to be toward the start of the game, like the first fight, Gabby J. Zallard started by repeatedly punching him in the face. These punches were all buffered, meaning as soon as one was thrown, he held the buttons for the next so it would come out on the first frame possible. These face punches served 2 purposes. First, they helped fill the super meter, seen here at the bottom of the screen. Once filled, you can throw super punches that do more damage. And second, they helped fill the dizzy meter, a mechanic abused across all 16 fights in the game. If you punch an opponent a lot in a short period of time, an invisible dizzy meter starts to get filled. Do this enough, and they'll become dizzy and back away. By precisely timing a punch when they come back, they'll get knocked down instantly. This is used across the run to score quick knockdowns, and leads to most opponents being beaten in just seconds. Finally, there was one last step to this fight. A dizzy opponent has that window where they can instantly be knocked down. However, this window can be quite small, and it's easy for even a world-class player to miss. Fortunately, Zallard invented a way around that. Buffer strategies. By chaining a series of inputs together, it's possible to waste the exact number of frames you want so an attack will land on the same frame every time. For example, let's say Gabby J's knockdown window is between 120 and 129 frames after the dizzy begins. Well, it just so happens that a full duck, a right body punch, and a high super waste exactly 120 frames. So if you just buffer those inputs together, making each come out on the first frame possible, the super comes out at the perfect time to knock him down. Buffers like this exist on every fight in the game, and help make the dizzy knockdowns much more consistent. Non-random fights like Gabby J are usually pretty simple, but the difficulty level ramps up as the game goes on. Take Aaron Ryan, the 9th fight. The first knockdown is from a dizzy, but when he gets up, you have to precisely time a super to counter his attack and send him down again. Zallard didn't have a buffer to time it, but he nailed it to send him down for the KO. Those fights are non-random or close to it. Others include Piston Hurricane, Mr. Sandman, and Heike Kagero. You get them dizzy and use a buffer to knock them down. Some have tough punches that have to be timed, while others are even simpler. That's the gist of the non-random fights. But then, there are the random fights. These are the fights that more or less define Super Punch-Out as a speed game. not only do you need to execute properly, that's a given, but you also need to deal with luck. Luck that can range from a golden opportunity to potentially killing a run. Take Dragon Chan, the 6th fight in the game. The first phase of the fight, up until the first knockdown, is simple. You throw a sequence of gut punches, most with a slight delay before them, then use a buffer sequence to send him down. Phase 2, once he's up from the first knockdown, is where the randomness begins. There are 3 things Dragon Chan can do here. 50% of the time he does kicks, where you have to just dodge out of the way, then use rapid punches to send him down at around 12 seconds. 25% of the time, he does a slow heal, where he stands still and tries to heal his health. 2 supers send him down, and you get a time in the high 9-second range. And 25% of the time, he does a fast heal, where using just 1 super gives a time in the high 7s. That's a range of more than 4 seconds for one fight. Given that boxers are beaten in 15 seconds or less, that's a massive time swing. And Dragon Chan is just one example. Zallard had to deal with luck like this on more than half the fights in the game. But we'll get to that later. For now, the sum of his 16 fights came out to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. It was a well executed run, and had a range of good and bad luck. Over the following few weeks in 2013, Zallard would keep doing attempts and chipping away at the record. He took it lower into the 3s, approaching the sub-3 barrier but falling just short. However, on March 19th, thanks to a couple fights in particular, Zallard had a very promising run. This is Bob Charlie. He's a gauntlet of RNG, and being the 5th fight in the game, he's the earliest boxer who can kill a run from randomness alone. Zallard went for the riskiest strategy on Bob, which involves hitting him 7 times in the face to get him dizzy. However, he can randomly dodge any of these 7 punches, meaning you have to do an additional punch later on to make up for it. He can also dodge that punch. So to get the fastest time on Bob with this strategy, all 7 of your punches need to go through, and a super in phase 2 needs to as well. It can lead to a time in the 5-second range. However, every dodged punch loses a second and a half. 1 dodge isn't too bad, but 2 or 3 or 4 dodges, your time can spiral in a hurry. Luckily for Zallard, on this particular run, Bob only dodged once, so he moved on with a very solid 6.99. Unfortunately, Dragon Chan gave kicks, so he failed to gain much time there. But thanks to some very solid execution down the stretch, Zallard was able to keep it close going into the special circuit. And it was there he had to face off against Hoy Carlo. Hoy is absolutely brutal. He's extremely random, and he's the 3rd to last fight in the game. Not an opportune time for a bunch of RNG. A lot of the first phase of the fight is playing it by ear. You want to throw punches and hit him with supers to get him dizzy. Of course, he can randomly block you, duck under punches, and potentially shove you to the side. If he shoves, it destroys your dizzy meter and can kill your run instantly. In phases 2 and 3, you need to throw supers to knock him down twice more. He can randomly duck under these. Each duck loses about a second and a half, or potentially more depending on his next moves. Now, in theory, if you play it risky and get no blocks, shoves, or ducks, you can beat Hoy in 8 seconds. But good luck with that. The odds in getting it were less than 2%. A 10 to 12 second Hoy is very solid, but it can get ugly quickly. If he shoves in phase 1, it can be impossible to beat him in under 20 seconds. As you can imagine, it's awful to have to deal with this at the end of a run. But this time, Zallard got some luck. an 11-second Hoy with no ducks. It put him ahead, and he never looked back. A 2:54 single segment run. Fantastic execution, great luck, and sub 3 by a mile. In the description, Zallard could only manage one word of analysis. What? With the record being well below 3 minutes, Zallard would take a break from Super Punch-Out runs. He was the only runner in sight of the record. Months passed, and his 2:54 was just solidified at the top. But as good as that 2:54 was, Zallard knew he could still squeeze a bit more time out of it. And with all the randomness across the game, in theory, the record could come under 250. So in early 2014, he hopped back on and started doing attempts. On January 23rd, he had a run with an okay start. 2 dodges from Bob Charlie, and some mistakes that put him slightly further behind. On Hoy, he got a solid 12-second fight with no ducks, but some bad luck at the end brought the run back to nearly even. In the end, Zallard technically did have himself a new record. Just weeks later, he chipped away a bit more. He had a reasonable pace into the special circuit with time to save. However, he still had to get through Hoy.
1, 2. Yuck. Dick. 3 dodges.
Not exactly ideal. Even so, with time to save at the end, Zallard was able to do it again.
Fuck yeah! Another third of a second.
Now, these records were nice and all, but they weren't exactly setting the world on fire. In all, Zallard had lowered the record by 0.75 seconds. He knew he could do more. He continued with attempts, and weeks passed, but the game's killer randomness prevented any other records. It was starting to get very frustrating. And then came February 27th, 2014. This was an incredible chance for Zallard. Luck had finally gone his way. His execution had been on point from start to finish, more than 4 seconds ahead of the record. This was a rare opportunity to jump straight to the 240s. But in his way was one more fight, the last fight in the game. And this one was gonna be tough. Nick Bruiser. Nick Bruiser is the most difficult fight in the run by a long shot. Just as with other fights, your goal is to get Nick dizzy and time a super to knock him down. The best way to get him dizzy is to counter him, then jab him out until the meter is filled and he backs away. Seems simple, right? Well, there's one extra consideration to make. Nick can throw his punch either high or low. There's a 50% chance of each. So you start the fight with 2 face punches, and then you have to react to which punch he sets up to throw. If Nick drops his gloves down, he's throwing low, and you counter with a body punch. If instead he brings them up high, you counter with a face punch. The window to react to this is just barely within the limits of a human reaction time. You have to see if his gloves are high or low, then send the signal to your hands to throw high or low in time before Nick punches you. If you're playing with any input delay, this is practically impossible. The only way to have a real chance is to play on console with a CRT TV. Now imagine having to do that at the very end of a record-paced run, after all the insane RNG from the first 15 fights. The pressure you're under in a situation like this is enormous. Nick can also switch his guard partway through, starting with his gloves high and bringing them low, or vice versa. You have to react if he does that. And finally, if you do everything properly in Phase 1, well, congratulations. You have to do the exact same thing in Phase 2, unless he randomly blocks you, in which case you have to get lucky and hope he lets you land 2 supers in a row. So, Zallard entered Nick Bruiser 4 seconds ahead of the record. If he was going to pull this off, he had to execute the most difficult strategy in the game on one of the best paces he had ever been on. Just don't mess up.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Not only did he hit the counter, but he did so on the first frame possible. A frame-perfect counter speeds up Phase 1 by a fraction of a second and allows for some wiggle room later on. One more phase, and the sub 250 would be his.
Oh, please. Stay down, you motherfucker. Yes! Yes! Fuck yes, dude! Get fucked, Super Punch Out.
Super Punch-Out had just been taken to a new level. A sub 250 was Zallard's ultimate goal, and in dramatic fashion, he had done it. With nobody close to him on the leaderboards, he felt safe to stop running the game. Mission accomplished.
Nick Bruiser.
Heartbreaking. Nick threw his punch up, but Zallard missed the counter. It was on pace for a mind-boggling 240 with 2 fights to go, and a 243 into Nick. This wouldn't have beaten the record. It would have obliterated it. Unfortunately, landing counters on Nick under pressure is one of the hardest things you can do. And this time, it was just too much for him. But what this run did do was prove how much time was still left to save. He saved almost 7 seconds combined on Bob Charlie and Dragon Chan, with just 1 dodge and the fast heal, respectively. There was also some time to save on Hoi. Getting a time around 10 seconds was reasonable. The real problem was getting all that to line up, then landing counters on Nick knowing what you're about to possibly do. But the potential was there. If not for a 240, then maybe for something more reasonable. On June 3rd, 2015, Zallard had a run that saved the 7 seconds early, but unfortunately, he lost most of that time on Mad Clown. Clown is yet another point of severe RNG in the run. There's a lot that goes into it, but a lot of what to look for is what happens right at the start. You begin by throwing 2 face punches and hoping they both land. If they do, you're in good shape for later. If he dodges, you're losing about a second, but if he blocks, you lose time there and in phase 2 since he gets a bigger health refill. If both punches land to start the fight, you can beat Clown in as low as 9 seconds. That's the best case scenario. An average standard Mad Clown fight is in the 12-second range. However, if he really wants to screw around, it can get much worse. And on this particular run, Clown wasn't playing nice and Zallard missed a counter to waste a few seconds. A 16 on Clown is pretty rough, and most of his lead was eliminated. But an 11 on Hoy and a good Nick fight was enough for a solid record.
Wow, dude. For real? For real, dude?
Just a few days later, Zallard would follow this up with another record, a 244. It was a nice time, but a frustrating run of give and take. He got a 5 on Bob, but it was immediately followed up with kicks on Dragon Shan. He gained several seconds on Clown, but lost a few on Hoy. But really, he was fortunate to get what he did. In Super Punch-Out, every fight from Mad Clown onwards can kill your run just from luck alone. That's 6 luck gauntlets in a row you have to get through. If one fails, you might have to reset. The game can take an incredible pace and make it look like dirt before you realize what happened. Take this run, June 10th, 2015. Everything was going right. Zallard had managed a 5 on Bob Charlie, a 7 on Dragon Shan from the low heel, and a reasonable 13 on Mad Clown. He was 3.5 seconds ahead, with more time to save later. He just had to make it through the next few fights. This is Super Macho Man, the last fight in the World Circuit. Zallard's Phase 1 strategy at the time was simple. Start with a gut punch, then counter him a couple times, throw a couple supers, and knock him down in the upper 6-second range. Macho can mess things up if he dances around, but more often than not, you should be good for a knockdown in the upper 6s. However, this fight takes a turn in Phase 2. You can get Macho to stay down for the second knockdown, but only if this knockdown comes within the following 3 seconds after the first knockdown. So, in this scenario, if your second knockdown comes at 7, 8, or 9 seconds, Macho will stay down for a KO. If it comes at 10 seconds or later, he'll get up and you'll have to knock him down a third time. This mechanic is carried across many fights in the game. So, Zallard had to go for a very quick knockdown in Phase 2. He had to throw a low super, counter in the gut, then knock him down with another low super. If Macho moves around at the start, this strategy doesn't work. If Macho does any of his 3 exercise programs, this strategy doesn't work. The only way it works is if Macho stands perfectly still for the whole phase. It's possible, but not very likely. So, what did Macho do this time?
That's what I thought.
He lost more than 7 seconds. A brutal blow, but the run was still technically alive. Next up, however, was Narcissus Prince, the most random fight in the entire game. Honestly, there's too many different things this guy can do to explain here. He can randomly block you, dodge you, give many different patterns, and much more. But he has the same KO mechanic as Macho, where if your second knockdown is within 3 seconds of your first, he typically stays down for good. With maximum cooperation, it's possible to beat Narcissus in the 10 to 11 second range, but there's so much that can go wrong. Anything under 15 seconds was considered a pretty good fight, but if Narcissus wants to waste time, he can make the KO impossible and essentially kill the run. And what sort of fight do you think he gave Zallard on this run?
Nice. Good shit, Narcissus. You're so good. Let's see here. What is that? 2173? 12 seconds. Nope.
run over. A small mistake plus a lot of bad luck. In just 2 fights, one of Zallard's best paces ever was completely destroyed. He had just lost 16 seconds, largely due to no fault of his own. Because, you see, Super Punch-Out does not care about the runner. It doesn't care what pace you're on. It doesn't care how badly you want the record. It doesn't care how well you're playing. It can take away your run whenever it feels. You can be on the run of your life, execute everything perfectly, but if you get bad luck, it's game over. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. So, 244 was where the record stayed. More months went by, with no improvements in sight. Interestingly, in August 2015, a second person managed a sub-3 when Hootie pulled off a 253. But he was far from the record. Still, Zallard at least had a little bit of competition now. In September, Zallard did shave off another couple tenths of a second, but this wasn't the multiple second improvement he knew was possible. But on September 30th, he was gonna have a chance. A second behind the record, with 6 fights to go, Zallard entered Mad Clown, needing a good fight. He ended up with an 11, easily good enough. On Macho, he got the good luck for a 10-second fight. Narcissus didn't mess around too much, and he was able to get the KO at 11 seconds. Suddenly, Zallard was back in the lead.
Well, then.
Next up was Hoy, who we know can be just awful. But he got no ducks in phases 2 or 3. Yet another 11-second fight, and Zallard was 2 seconds ahead with 2 fights to go. This run was on pace for a 241, the type of run Zallard had been looking for years. But there's one fight I haven't told you about yet, because Nick Bruiser has a twin brother that comes right before him. This is Rick Bruiser. Rick is a really straightforward fight. There's no luck involved for the first 2 phases, and the execution isn't too hard either. You get him dizzy in phase 1, then use counters and supers in phase 2. That stuff's fine. But then there's phase 3. The entire fight is made or broken on the first punch of this phase. If this high super lands, you'll finish the fight at 11 seconds. If it doesn't, you're getting a 16, or in rare cases a 14, but more often than not, it's a 16. That's a 5-second difference. Enormous for a game like this. 5/8 of the time, the super lands. 3/8 of the time, it does not. That's all there is to it. A little over half the time, Rick Bruiser will let you through, but 3 times out of 8, he will destroy your run. So, Zallard entered the fight 2 seconds ahead. A huge opportunity, but he had the threat of a massive time loss hanging over his head. And what did Rick Bruiser do? Well, it's Super Punch-Out, late on record pace. What do you think Rick did?
He didn't do it. So it's over. The run is dead.
No mercy. 244 is where the record would have to stay. Zallard took a break for a few months, but still, there was no real threat to his record. Hootie was still the second place runner, nearly 10 seconds behind. So, in early 2016, Zallard came back for more, praying he could get the last few seconds within his grasp. On April 14th, he had a run slightly behind with 4 fights to go. He had time to save against a 14 Narcissus split and managed a 13. Hoy was another fight with time to save, and once again he squeezed out a second. So, Zallard was ahead going into Rick Bruiser. If he would just stand still and take the uppercut, he was gonna have a shot at the record. He needed the 5/8 luck.
We got it.
And he got it. Zallard was now 2 Nick counters away from a world record.
More. Yes! 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 Yes!
Finally, Zallard had lowered the record. This wasn't the god run he was looking for. Dragon Chan gave kicks, Clown gave a 12, and the special circuit could have been better, but it was still a 243. After this run, Zallard took a step back not only from Super Punch-Out, but from speedrunning as a whole. For a year and a half, he didn't do any runs, giving other runners a serious opportunity to step in and take the record. But nobody did. Zallard remained at the top unchallenged, with the closest player still being Hootie. It's quite rare to have records undisputed for this long, but Zallard's mastery of the game was far ahead of anyone else's. Finally, 18 months after his 243, he went back to attempts. It was hard to expect a record right away, since it had been so long since his last attempts. It took some time to get back into it, but he eventually started getting runs deep. Still, nothing good enough for a record. But all of a sudden, on November 29th, 2017, Zallard found himself on this run.
This is kind of stupid. Dude, if I get the KO, there's no way I'm getting the KO, dude. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. What is this? What is this bullshit? Alright, Rick could totally fucking dodge me, and it could still be okay. I'm gonna miss, dude. I'm gonna miss. Fuck, dude.
One of the toughest things to do in speedrunning is executing under pressure. Super Punch-Out may be known for its randomness, but even when the luck aligns, you still have to execute. And if you don't, you're gonna get punished. Fortunately, after years of running the game, Zallard had become quite resilient, and a few months later, he had another run ahead into the special circuit, albeit not quite as far ahead. But suddenly, after managing a 10 on Hoi, the pace became much more serious. A 6-second lead late in the run, just 2 fights to go, a huge chance for redemption. Wanna guess what Rick did in Phase 3? Of course. Still, he led by about a second, and hit the counters on Nick for a small record.
That's it.
It wasn't what it could have been, but a 242 was still progress made. And on April 26th, he'd make even more progress. A 240.36. Cutting off nearly 2 seconds, This was the biggest improvement he had made to the record in nearly 3 years. But at the end of the run, Zallard didn't sound too happy about it.
Give me the unwinnable luck here, please. Please. God fucking damn it, dude. Dude, are you kidding?
Why was that? Well, despite the improvement, this run could have been a lot better. On Mr. Sandman, he mistimed a high super to lose 2 seconds. And on Hoy, he lost over 1.5 seconds from a mistimed low super. Had he not made those errors, this run would have finished at an incredible 2:36. But mistakes were made, and the result was a frustrating world record. Take a look at this timeline. This was all Zallard. He had set 16 records over the course of 5.5 years. This sort of thing is very rarely seen in speedrunning. A runner can sometimes dominate for a few years, but for it to continue for this long was pretty special. Zallard had eyes for a run in the 2:30s, but 2:40 was a seriously good time. And it was going to have to be good enough, as Zallard slowly stopped playing and didn't run the game for months. His 2:40 remained at the top unchallenged. But suddenly, in 2019, the unthinkable happened. A new contender began rising up the leaderboards. He became the second player to get a time under 2:50, and suddenly, he was just 5 seconds from the record. And he was going to try to do something nobody else had done before. Become the first Super Punch-Out single segment record holder not named Zallard 1. His name was Mystery Man 95. Mystery Man was a seasoned veteran in the Punch-Out series, running Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and holding the record in Punch-Out Wii. These games all require precise timing and rhythm, so it's no wonder he was able to adapt so easily. But there's one other thing to keep in mind about Mystery Man. He played on Wii U Virtual Console, meaning he had a few frames of input delay. Remember how you have to react to Nick Bruiser's guard? That's effectively impossible with input delay. Fight! So, Mystery Man had to just guess where Nick's guard would be and not react. This added a huge luck barrier to the end of the game. He'd usually have to correctly guess a 50-50 guard position twice in a row, once in Phase 1 and once in Phase 2. He'd need to do that to have any shot at beating Zallard's record. Fortunately, Mystery Man had some strategies to help on other fights. One was on Bob Charlie. The old strategy involved 7 punches in Phase 1 where Bob could dodge any of them. Instead, he countered Bob on the 5th one and did the rest while stunning him. This cost about a second, but made it so that Bob could now only dodge the first 4 punches rather than all 7. He also did something different on Macho. By delaying Phase 1 slightly to get the knockdown at a 7 instead of a 6, the KO window shifted up to 10 seconds instead of 9. You could then delay the first punch of Phase 2 so that it intercepts if Macho hops to the side, making a KO possible in more situations. These strategies were both developed by Chambers, and Zallard did use them for his last few records, but not the majority of them. And Hudi had figured out something additional on Macho, ducking into a left jab, right jab to start Phase 1 to counter Macho if he dances at the start. So, Mystery Man had a chance to really put these strats to use and see what he could do. And in August 2019, with his personal best at 2:45, he was going to try to close the gap on one attempt. There was a new king of Super Punch-Out, and he had done it by a mile. Mystery Man himself didn't see this coming. A 2:36 demolished the record. The most incredible part of this run was the special circuit. It set a new standard. A 12 on Narcissus was a solid start, but a 9 on Hoy was incredible. He had a perfect phase 1 and just one duck in phase 2. Rick took the uppercut in phase 3, and he landed both counters on Nick. These were the types of special circuits you needed for a world record. You need great luck and no mistakes. And despite the input delay, despite the massive odds against him, Mystery Man had pulled it off at the end of a run. For the first time ever, the record didn't belong to Zallard 1. Mystery Man had ushered in a new era of Super Punch-Out speedrunning, as slowly, the leaderboard began to expand with more people attaining sub-3s. This was the type of competition Super Punch-Out had been missing for the last several years. By mid-2020, there were 7 runners with a time below 3 minutes. One of those people was known as Stock. Stock had a similar path to Mystery Man, slowly lowering his personal best before settling on a 2:45. This meant he was still 9 seconds from the record. But in August 2020, he would find himself on a remarkable pace. 10 seconds ahead of his personal best, and a second ahead of the record, going into Rick Bruiser. This was a 2:35 pace, and he was in position to take the record. He just needed Rick to stand still in phase 3. He did not. But thanks to his huge lead, Stock still finished with a 2:39, the second sub 240 ever achieved. Entering 2021, Mystery Man's world record was still on top, but the community was ever expanding. By February, 2 more players had achieved times in the low 240s, Cranklinson and Mr. Mega, and the top of the leaderboard was getting quite crowded. It seemed inevitable that someone was gonna break through. And on February 26th, Cranklinson was gonna have a shot at it. He fell behind early thanks to a dodge from Bob and the slow heal on Dragon Chan. But from there, everything got better. A 9 on Clown, a 10 on Macho, and a 9 on Narcissus. 3 essentially perfect splits in a row. A 10 on Hoy was easily good enough, and Rick took the uppercut. He was about a second ahead of the record going into Nick Bruiser. But here's the thing. Just like Mystery Man, Cranklinson played on Wii U Virtual Console. So, he too had to guess on both of Nick's counters. The odds were stacked against him, but all he could do was try. New world record, 235.68. Cranklinson had about as close to a perfect second half as possible. Specifically, these 3 fights were impossible to gain time on, at least with the strategies he was using. The major circuit lost him some time, but when combined with the incredible second half, it was easily good enough for a record. As 2021 continued, the leaderboards became more and more active. By May, 6 people had a time in the 230s. As incredible as Zallard's dominance was, he was now in 7th place. The level of luck you needed for a world record run was rapidly increasing. If you got a 12 on Narcissus, that suddenly didn't look so good compared to the 9 that was in the record. A few new strategies were worked out, particularly on Narcissus, but the biggest one was on Hoy. Cranklinson had figured out a new phase 1 that would ultimately give a higher chance for the 8-second TKO. Those fights would be crucial as the record was approaching the low 230s. In mid-2021, players Murakuma, Mr. Mega, Universe, and Fat Potato Seal would all have runs make it to the final 2 fights on record pace. Sadly, in Murakuma's case, he made a mistake on Rick. And for the rest, they lost the run to Nick Bruiser. Especially at the end of a run, it was really hard to get everything to align. But players knew there was a little more they could get out of this run. With several people at the top trying, they knew that the God run could happen. A run where everything lines up. But the odds in a run like this were getting very low. At this point, likely 1 in several hundred. Was anybody going to take it below 235? On September 3rd, 2021, Mr. Mega was doing some record attempts, and he suddenly found himself on an incredible pace. A 6 on Bob, followed by a 7 on Dragon Shan and a 7 on Masked Muscle. 3 fights in a row with perfect RNG. So far, this was essentially a perfect run. He lost a bit over a second thanks to a 10 on Clown, and got a 12 on Narcissus, but he could easily afford it on this pace. A little over a second ahead going into Hoi, now more than ever, he needed a good fight. An 8 is a perfect time for Hoi. Rick Bruiser led his super through, and Mr. Mega was 3.5 seconds ahead into Nick Bruiser. This wasn't just world record pace. This was destroy the world record pace. If there was ever a time to execute on Nick Bruiser, this was it. No pressure.
First counter.
World record! World record, dude! Are you fucking serious? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! 232! Oh my god, I can't believe my shit!
A huge world record from Mr. Mega. He had just shot himself from 5th to 1st place. This was the time the community had been looking for all these years. A run in the low 230s. Good luck nearly everywhere, and nailing it down on Nick Bruiser. It wasn't perfect, but the opportunities for time saves were extremely limited. Super Punch-Out had finally gotten the run it deserved. And that's where this video would end. That's where the story would end. But it doesn't. Look, I don't switch to first-person narration often, but I don't really have words to adequately describe what happened next. Because 8 days after Mr. Mega set this record, Fat Potato Seal did one of the craziest things I've ever seen. On screen is the running total of the odds of the run Fat Potato Seal was on. He entered the first major luck barrier in the game, Bob Charlie, and ended up getting a 6. A perfect fight with no dodges or blocks. He then fought Dragon Shan, and once again got perfect luck with the low heal. Masked Muscle also gave the best luck possible. He had gotten perfect luck through the first half of the game. He moved to the second half. On Mad Clown, he got a 9-second fight, the best possible luck. On Macho, he got the KO at 10 seconds, the best possible luck. On Narcissus, he got a 9-second KO. Technically a high 8 is possible, but a low 9 is essentially the best possible luck. On Hoi, he got an 8-second TKO, the best possible luck. Then it was time for Rick, and his random uppercut in Phase 3. And yes, he got the best possible luck. I've been making these videos for 5 years, and this run, I genuinely don't remember seeing anything like this in any other game. Other than half a second from Narcissus, On every single fight with significant RNG swing, he had just gotten perfect luck with his strategies. Not good luck, not great luck, perfect luck. Fat Potato Seal was on a 227 pace into Nick Bruiser. Just imagine the pressure in a situation like this, knowing this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Your hands start to go numb. You feel your heart beating in your throat. Basic tasks become nearly impossible. And landing counters on Nick Bruiser is anything but a basic task. But he might never see this pace again in his life.
Nick Bruiser.
Fight!
Knockout.
Piece of cake.
Right on.
It's hard to expect anyone to have actually pulled it off at the end of this run. Even Fat Potato Seal, one of the best players in the world. This situation he was in was unprecedented, and might not be seen again for months, years, or even longer. But still, it's a heartbreaking feeling. It just goes to show, even when Super Punch-Out does give you the luck, it can still punch you right in the face. Over the years, we've seen all sorts of world records. Ones that seemed like they had no chance, ones that were on monster paces, and everything in between. This run's history isn't over yet, and this timeline isn't yet complete. We're just living in a moment of Super Punch-Out's history, and there's still plenty of history left to go. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, please consider subscribing and sharing the video with a couple friends. It goes a long way to help. Thanks.
Nintendo is a company with a lot of history. Originally founded in 1889, the company would initially focus on Hanafuda playing cards, and various other lines of business throughout the decades, from instant rice, to a taxi service called Daya, to even making remote control vacuum cleaners. It wasn't until the 1960s that the company started dabbling in video electronics, working with Magnavox to provide a light gun controller for the Magnavox Odyssey, the first home video game console ever created. Throughout the 1970s, Nintendo would further dip their toe in the video game market, primarily in the arcade scene with Wild Gunman in 1974, and release its first home video game, the Color TV game, in 1977. The 1980s was the decade that Nintendo became what we all recognize them for today, starting with the release of the Game & Watch line of handhelds at the beginning of the decade. The company's success in the arcade market would reach new heights with Donkey Kong in 1981. The Famicom would be released in Japan in 1983, and with its debut in the United States in 1985 as the Nintendo Entertainment System, it would rapidly spread across the world, truly putting Nintendo on the map. From then on, Nintendo would be a big part of pop culture. I think it's safe to say that if you were born any time after 1980, Nintendo impacted your life in some way, and with each passing year, the odds of someone growing up with Nintendo only increased. Maybe your cousin owned a system and you'd play it over at their house, or maybe one of the neighborhood kids or a friend had a Nintendo 64. It would dominate conversations at the lunch tables at school or among your neighborhood group of friends, and in these conversations, something almost universal would happen. That one kid would mention the impossible. Did you know you can find Mew under a truck next to the SS Anne? My cousin unlocked Luigi in my copy of Super Mario 64, or any other prominent rumor of the time, and of course, any time you asked the kid to show you, they'd say they'd have to go home and couldn't have friends over, but at that age, you'd believe them. Games were mysterious back then, entire worlds on a single cartridge or disc that let you exist in a world that wasn't your own. The possibilities were endless, and to be honest, I wouldn't trade away those hours of fruitlessly hunting down any of these rumors for anything. All of this leads us to the Nintendo Iceberg. For those new to Iceberg videos, let me give a quick explanation. An iceberg chart is an image with multiple layers. At the top, we've got the more common or well-known points, and as you make your way down the layers, the points become more obscure and usually focus on lesser-known facts or mysteries. It is tradition to sometimes put joke entries on the iceberg, some more common and some being inside jokes with their creator. Icebergs are usually created by a single individual, or sometimes multiple people working together to get as many points on the chart as possible, usually through Reddit or a Discord server. Naturally, this means that some points that are obscure to the creators may be common knowledge to others, and vice versa. So there are bound to be points on even the lowest layers of this iceberg that you may already know about, and maybe some at the top that you might not. So if a point seems out of place to you, that happens to everyone. With that out of the way, I think it's time we begin this deep dive. So grab a snack, get comfy. This is going to be a long video. Let's get started. Mew under the truck. This was probably the first schoolyard rumor I ever heard. I recall a friend of mine at school explaining that he found a truck outside the SSN, and another kid had mentioned that's where you find Mew, sparking a large conversation among 8-year-olds at the lunch table. That was the first time I had ever heard of the truck, or obtaining Mew, or anything like that. From what I can recall, I don't even think I'd beaten the game at this point, but apparently you had to do something in order to make the SSN stay in port, because once you got the HM move cut and disembarked the ship, it sails off, never to be seen again. This of course brought about many kids telling others to reset their hours of progress, otherwise they'd never get Mew. But luckily, I waited. Not because I didn't believe them necessarily, but because I had just grown attached to my team and didn't think it was worth it. Time would go on and this rumor would persist, though no one seemed to be able to show any proof of obtaining a Mew. That was until a neighbor of mine got a Game Shark and passed Mews around to the whole neighborhood. This was pretty early on before Game Sharks really caught on with the Game Boy, so we were able to flex our Mews and be the cool kids for a while, and agreed to keep it a secret on how we got them. Back to the rumor, it's safe to say that Mew under the truck was simply that, and due to the fact that this truck texture appeared nowhere else in the game, its uniqueness alone must have hinted at something, but in the end, it never did. In later games, Nintendo would acknowledge the truck, hiding a lava cookie near it in Fire Red and Leaf Green, as well as a daily revive in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Mew under the truck was a highlight in the golden age of video game rumors, and among many others we'll be discussing as we continue down the iceberg. Minus World. The Minus World is a glitched area that can be accessed in the original Super Mario Bros. On the NES and Famicom. To perform the glitch, in World 1-2 at the very end of the stage, right before exiting the world with the pipe, you must backwards jump at a very specific angle, which will cause Mario to pass through the bricks at the top right of the screen. Enter the first pipe this way, and instead of it acting like a traditional warp zone taking you to World 4-1, the game instead takes you to World -1, or -1. In NES copies of the game, the Minus World is an endless water stage. As a matter of fact, it's a copy of World 7-2. However, upon reaching the pipe at the end, it simply puts you back at the beginning, leading to an infinite loop. If you're playing the Famicom version, however, the Minus World is much more interesting. There are actually 3 Minus stages. The first one is a clone of World 1-3, however, it's underwater, allowing Mario to swim, and there are sprites of Princess Peach and Bowser scattered about. The next stage, -2, is nothing special. It's just stage 7-3. No cool sprites, no being underwater, nothing. The final stage, -3, is a clone of 4-4 with flying bloopers that you can actually jump on, which is unique since bloopers normally only appear in water levels where Mario is unable to jump on them. The stage's color palette is also different, using the underground colors as opposed to World 4-4's use of the castle color palette. Upon completing this final stage, the game goes back to the title screen. Oddly enough, in the Japanese version, if you start a new game after this glitch, it'll assume you beat the game and start you in the New Game Plus hard mode, where Goombas are replaced with Buzzy Beetles. There's a lot more to the Minus Worlds, mainly in the Japanese version. As a matter of fact, there are 256 hidden worlds with varying degrees of crazy things happening in them. You can find YouTube videos documenting these crazy worlds, so if you're interested, there's a playlist by YouTube user Clydeker with hundreds of videos of these unique worlds, so check them out. Luigi in Super Mario 64. Super Mario 64 is home to many strange things. Personally, I feel it's the first game that ever gave me that feeling of complete explorative control, and every time I play it, it really puts me back in that mindset that I had as a kid. People often question my strange gameplay or why I'm so bad at Super Mario 64 in the clips I use for my gameplay, and to be honest, it's actually intentional. I just enjoy doing stupid things in the game because something about it is just so fun, and was something I'd often do in the game as a kid. Okay, I'm getting off track. Despite all the things we did in Super Mario 64, one rumor that popped up time and time again was finding Luigi. Whether it be being able to play as him or simply seeing him in the game like Yoshi, the fact that he was missing was strange. He was in Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, and 3, Super Mario World, World 2. Really, he only seemed to be missing from a small selection of games, namely the Super Mario Land games on Game Boy. But I could see that as a reasonable exclusion, as the Game Boy is a much more single-player oriented system. For a new flagship Mario title on the next home console to not feature Luigi, he had to be in there somewhere. Throughout the late 90s and early 2000s, you could find endless internet posts of people explaining how to get Luigi. I remember reading them for hours. As a matter of fact, what I'm showing on screen is one of the pages I read a long time ago documenting different methods on how to unlock Luigi. This was on cheatcc.com. Anyway, unfortunately, there's no way to unlock Luigi. However, some interesting developments did come to light some years later. L is Real 2401. We'll get back to what I was saying in the last point, but some people think it relates to this. So, in Super Mario 64, if you go outside in the castle courtyard where the boos are, there's a fountain with a star statue. The statue has a plaque on it with text that's very difficult to read. Some believe it says Eternal Star, some see L is Real 2401, and no one ever tries to decipher the bottom text. Maybe because it's even smaller and therefore more illegible than the top, but still, I do wonder what the message is supposed to be. L is Real 2401 was a massive point of discussion back in the late 90s and early 2000s. You couldn't have a conversation about Super Mario 64 without it or Luigi being brought up in some way. Someone's brother or cousin or whatever always had Luigi unlocked, but never explained how, but to be honest, I always held out hope that it was real, and the main reason why was because for the longest time, a friend of mine told me that in Star Fox 64, in the multiplayer mode, you could run around on foot. I thought that was amazing and always wanted to see it, but no one who had the game ever had it in theirs. Time would pass by, me thinking this was just another rumor, until finally we go to his cousin's house, and he has this unlocked. Being able to run around on the ground with all 4 Star Fox members was incredibly cool, and that alone was what kept me from dismissing every gaming mystery that came my way. Now, the thing that makes 2401 a bit more legitimate is that in July of 2020, as part of an ongoing mass leak of Nintendo assets from the Super Nintendo to the GameCube era, it was revealed that Luigi's assets had been found within the files. Model textures, voice lines, it was all there. Exactly 24 years and 1 month after the release of Super Mario 64 on June 23rd, 1996, the prophecy of the star statue would be true. Or it's just a coincidence. Either way, this made a lot of people happy and ultimately was a fitting end to this legend, where most of these things end in the realization that it's all false or was nothing but a rumor. For once it actually came true. That doesn't mean that your cousin was actually playing as Luigi back in 1999, though, despite what they may have said. Triforce in Ocarina of Time. Another big one. In early footage of Ocarina of Time, clips were shown of Link seemingly obtaining the Triforce from a treasure chest. When the game would finally release, and gamers had a chance to experience all that this 3D version of Hyrule had to offer, many soon realized that they had yet to obtain the Triforce. Maybe there was something you had to do? I mean, it is the most iconic object in all of Zelda, maybe it's just really hard to find. This led to yet another Luigi effect where guides started sprouting up all over the internet giving tasks on how to obtain the Triforce, and all the benefits it would offer the player. Winning the race against the Running Man, unfreezing Zora's domain, and being able to shoot sword beams were among the many benefits obtaining the relic would grant the player. Some even took the menu screen where the medallions are located as proof that the Triforce is obtainable, because they're darkened out, kind of like the medallion placeholders were before unlocking them. But then again, the medallion slots are more concave and the Triforce area looks more convex. Well, anyway, this all came to a head in 1998 on a website called Hyrule: The Land of Zelda. This site hosted a forum where users can discuss all things Zelda, and that's where a user named the Triforce Guy would start spreading some of the early obtaining the Triforce rumors. However, it wasn't until the following year that another user named Ariana Almondos would make their own obtaining the Triforce rumor, only this time they had pictures to back it up. In 1999, the idea of editing in-game images to create a hoax wasn't something commonly done. So these images fooled many people, as they looked, well, official. Or almost. Despite the fact that these images got spread around and even posted to some early gaming news sites at the time who took the information as legitimate, it didn't take fans too long to notice something. The image of Link was mirrored. His sword was sheathed right-handed, though of course Link is left-handed. Now, this could be dismissed as the camera simply taking the picture mirrored. However, one of the images shows text on the screen, and that isn't mirrored, entirely shattering the story Ariana Almondos was attempting to pass off. So, yet another hoax, and unfortunately not one that led to something 24 years and 1 month later like Luigi did. So, no Triforce in Ocarina of Time. But, I mean, what do you expect? Link has never held all 3 pieces of the Triforce. The whole point is that it's kept separated. Link does have his third, though, so at least the rumors were a third correct. Missing No. Missing No was a glitch of limitless value when it was spread around playgrounds back in the late 90s, mainly because of its effect that it would have on the game. This glitch was used by everyone back in the day for infinite rare candies, infinite master balls, and for those who cared, infinite nuggets for large sums of cash to buy vitamins for your Pokemon. Or you can just get infinite of the vitamins. The possibilities, again, were limitless. I remember first learning of this glitch and using it on my copy of Red version. Many people warned that encountering Missing No could corrupt your game or ruin it in some way, but I never had any issue. I think most of the trouble came if you tried to catch Missing No, which I never did, so it was all just fun with infinite items for me. To perform the glitch, simply talk to the man in Viridian City who teaches you how to catch Pokemon, and ask him to show you how. After his little tutorial, fly to Cinnabar Island and surf up and down the eastern coastline, and you'll encounter Missing No. Sometimes you'll even encounter some Safari Zone Pokemon, which, in my experience, have all been safe to catch. Upon encountering Missing No, you can either fight it or just run away, and whatever item you have in your 6th slot will be glitched. Mind you, this isn't actually giving you an infinite amount of items in that slot, it actually gives you 128 of that item, but since you can do the glitch as many times as you want, it might as well be infinite. Missing No is of course the subject of many creepypastas and stories, and there's a lot of information in regards to how the glitch works. YouTuber The Jay Witz has an old video that talks about Missing No in depth that's pretty good, so check that out if you're interested. Hell Valley Skytrees. It seems as if the Super Mario series can never get away from creepy stuff. From Unagi the Eel to Killer Attack Pianos, though I'd say Super Mario Sunshine is the most tame of the main series 3D games, Super Mario Galaxy 2 just had to go and throw in something to make your mind wander. In both Shiverburn Galaxy and Grandmaster Galaxy, something can be seen watching you in the distance. Shiverburn Galaxy takes place in a canyon with lava at the bottom, and your goal is to maneuver through this canyon of obstacles and avoid the lava. But if you're to peer up at the canyon walls, you just may catch a glimpse of someone or something staring back at you from above. While the heat makes it hard to see for certain what these things are, there's definitely something up there. Who or what these figures are has been a mystery for players since the game came out, and to this day that mystery remains, as their place in the game as distant watchers is simply that, as they never interact with the player, and no reference to their existence is ever made. If you're wondering how they got the name Hell Valley Skytree, you may just be thinking that's something fans made up, you know, because it sounds creepy. But no, a data miner, going by Gur Tacos, went through the files of Super Mario Galaxy 2 and actually found the skybox model to be called Beyond Hell Valley Sky, and for the texture of the beings to be Hell Valley Skytree. So this was intentionally done by Nintendo. The mystery of why they were put in the game in the first place has remained to this day. Eternal Star. Despite the fact that there's a game board in Mario Party called Eternal Star, I think it's safe to say that this is what I had mentioned back in the point about Ella's Real 2401, and what the plaque says on the star statue. People seem to generally fall into two camps. It either says Ella's Real 2401, or it says Eternal Star. Now, I get the Eternal Star thing, it's definitely not out of the question, but the thing is, I still feel like I'm the only one out there who thinks the bottom text is just as important as the top, but no one even attempts to make out what the bottom text says, and I get it, it's incredibly hard to see, but I personally am hoping for another Giga Leak or something, and maybe the original uncompressed texture will be found. Hanging Luigi. In Luigi's Mansion, there's an interesting visual anomaly that can occur that has creeped out many gamers and spawned countless rumors, creepypastas, and hoaxes. Around halfway through the game, after the blackout happens, you can enter a dark room known as the telephone room that's illuminated only by your flashlight and the occasional flash of lightning. When you answer the middle phone in this room, a dialogue scene will start, positioning the camera at an angle directly behind Luigi. Next time the lightning flashes, watch for Luigi's shadow. As you can see, the shadow is being cast at an elevation higher than Luigi's standing position, almost as if it's hanging, suspended from the rafters above. This has sparked countless theories that Luigi is actually dead and arrived at the mansion in the afterlife, or that upon entering the mansion he went crazy and hanged himself, and the game you're playing is simply his crazed delusions beforehand, or something along those lines. Now, I'm no programmer, but my guess is that under normal circumstances, when walking around in the telephone room with the camera as it's meant to be, this shadow would appear normal due to the angle. But when the camera zooms in for the dialogue scene, the programmers didn't take into account the change of angle, but that's just my guess. Maybe lighting doesn't work like that on the GameCube, I'm really not sure. Or maybe Luigi really did pass on. Super Mario Galaxy DS. Super Mario Galaxy DS is an incredibly impressive hoax created by Pablo Belmonte in 2007, showing a very convincing trailer for an upcoming DS release of the popular Wii game. I remember seeing this when it came out and being just as fooled as everyone else. It looks incredibly believable. The amount of work put into replicating the game, implementing the DS's unique peripherals like its two screens, and even showing how the stylus would be used makes it feel exactly how Nintendo would present such a game. I'm not entirely sure what the first YouTube upload of the hoax was, but there is an upload from December of 2007 by user Enrique Astley that has well over 1.5 million views. That's most likely the original upload. I also really like the channel name. It's kind of like a nod to Rick Astley, but anyway, back to Pablo Belmonte. Pablo has since uploaded the original high-quality video to his own YouTube channel in his name, as of course the original was recorded off a camcorder to make it look like it was recorded in secret behind the scenes at Nintendo or something. In the description for his video, he claims that he made the video as a project for a design studies course, which consisted of creating a viral video that could generate 500,000 views in a short time, and to be honest, that sounds like a very difficult task. Funny enough, Pablo would score a B+ on this project. Not a bad grade by any means, but really? A B+ for something we're still talking about? That's pretty funny. Pablo Belmonte would be responsible for quite a few other high-profile Nintendo hoaxes, some of which we'll be talking about shortly, so,
More on that later.
Banjo-Kazooie Ice Key. The Ice Key is an unobtainable item in Banjo-Kazooie that perplexed gamers for years. Once you reach Freezeezy Peak, you'll eventually come across Woza and his cave. Once you gain access to this cave, you'll notice multiple walls of ice, one of which in a small hole that you can jump up to. From here, you can clearly see that there's a room, and within this room, a key, but at that moment, there's no way to advance. Most players would probably assume you come back here later with a way through and put it in the back of their minds, but upon completion of the game, you may recall that there was never a moment when you had to come back here to obtain the key. Even after 100% completion, this key was still unobtainable. So, what is this key for? Well, we'll get into that in the next point. Stop and Swap. Stop and Swap was a proposed technology by developer Rare that would be used in order to transfer data between Banjo-Kazooie and its sequel, Banjo-Tooie. Early versions of the Nintendo 64 console hardware allowed for data to be stored in the console for up to 10 seconds after a cartridge was removed, and Rare was considering using this 10-second window in order to transfer data from Banjo-Kazooie to its sequel. It was found, however, that later iterations of the Nintendo 64 console hardware had changed, and only the early versions of the console had this 10-second window, and more recent hardware had this window reduced to merely 1 second. Certainly not enough time to safely swap cartridges, so the idea was dropped, leaving the ice key and a few other items unobtainable. After the earliest attempts were made to glitch through the ice wall to obtain the ice key, gamers noticed that in the pause screen there was now a new menu that could be brought up called Stop and Swap that showed the ice key along with 6 eggs above it, and now a new mystery was found. What are these eggs? Well, like the ice key, they have no use in Banjo-Kazooie, as again, they're meant to be used in the sequel. In Banjo-Kazooie, each of the eggs requires you to enter a cheat in the sandcastle in order to make the egg spawn, and each of the cheats is a riddle that hints at the location of the egg. I think most people agree that the idea was that you'd play Banjo-Tooie, and you would come to a point where you would be given one of these cheat riddles to input into your Banjo-Kazooie game, and upon locating the eggs, you'd stop and swap them into Banjo-Tooie to unlock something. Due to Stop and Swap being abandoned, Banjo-Tooie simply changed the methods in which you'd unlock things in the game that originally used the Stop and Swap items. Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie would eventually make their way to Xbox Live Arcade, and luckily, thanks to the integration of network game saves, Stop and Swap was able to make a return in a much more fluid way. So long, Gay Bowser. In Super Mario 64, if you swing Bowser around and toss him, Mario would say, "So long, Bowser." Due to the often heavy compression of Nintendo 64 sound files, not to mention the sound effects of the game and music being played at the same time, many gamers thought they heard Mario say, "So long, Gay Bowser."
So long, Gay Bowser. So long, Gay Bowser. So long, Gay Bowser.
From what I've noticed, Mario only seems to ever say this line when throwing Bowser at maximum velocity, as I've never been able to trigger him saying it with any lighter throws. I remember a lot of people also thinking he was saying, "So long, King Bowser," but when listening to the uncompressed raw audio of the voice line, it sounds like the end of the word long and the beginning of the word Bowser kind of flows strangely to sound like there's an extra word in the middle, even though there isn't. At least, I don't think there is.
So long, Gay Bowser. So long, Gay Bowser. So long, Gay Bowser.
What's even more bizarre is that Nintendo would actually go out of their way to remove this voice line from Super Mario 3D All-Stars on the Switch, and change it so that Mario simply says bye-bye, which, from my research, is unique to the Switch version. This bye-bye line was originally introduced in the DS remake of Super Mario 64. Nintendo hasn't said why this line was removed, of course, and there doesn't seem to be any real reason for it, so I suppose for now it'll remain a mystery. Banjo 3E. Banjo 3E was a rumored sequel to Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie, and was even referenced at the end of Banjo-Tooie as a bit of a joke, though reportedly, Rare wasn't considering making a third Banjo game at the time, but that didn't stop gamers from talking about and spreading rumors among friends that they had heard about a third game, or that their cousin went to Japan and was able to play it, or other ridiculous stories. It didn't help that at Space World 2000, when the GameCube was announced, Nintendo showed a tech demo of Banjo and Kazooie running through a canyon while being chased, which Rare made for Nintendo as nothing more than a proof of concept for what the GameCube was capable of. But this, along with that little nod to Banjo 3E at the end of Tooie, kept the thought of a potential sequel at the front of people's minds throughout the GameCube era, though they'd be left disappointed. The only sequels fans of the series would receive would be Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge on the Game Boy Advance, which was moderately received, and Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, which was generally poorly received. Maybe someday we'll get that 3E. Play as Master Hand in Melee. Ever since Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo 64, gamers have come up with countless rumors and hoaxes to unlock various characters from a variety of media, from anime characters like Goku to movie characters like Darth Vader. Yeah, seriously, there were guides out there to unlock practically any character from fiction. One character from within the game was also heavily speculated to be playable, that of course being the final boss, Master Hand. Master Hand, of course, has a unique move list and isn't even fought like a normal enemy, so playing as him would kind of be changing the rules of the game, but that didn't stop people from trying. In the first Smash game on Nintendo 64, you can really only play as Master Hand through a cheating device like a Game Shark. However, in Melee, there's a way you can do it that requires nothing more than the original game. Through a glitch involving the controller being in port 3, you can trick the game into advancing to the stage select screen without a character being chosen, and when the level loads, the game loads the first character ID in the game's code, which just so happens to be Master Hand. Odds are, if it was any other character, it would just default to them, but luckily it's Master Hand, and that allows us to play as him. Strangely enough, his attacks are mapped to the D-pad instead of using normal button inputs. If you want to try the glitch yourself, it's honestly not that difficult to pull off, and easy to set up, so give it a try. Ocarina of Time Sky Temple. The Sky Temple was one of the early prominent rumors of Ocarina of Time, and word of it would spread, among many other ridiculous rumors, like playing as Sheik, obtaining sword beams, or any numerous locations that simply didn't exist, but upon reaching would grant you the Triforce and much more. It's really quite amazing how many rumors existed for Ocarina of Time alone. I can't think of any other game that has spawned so many rumors except maybe Pokemon, but anyway, we're getting off track. The Sky Temple was usually tied directly to the rumors about obtaining the Triforce, in that the Sky Temple was where it was located. Though there are many methods that people would post online detailing how to reach the Sky Temple, the one I recall personally hearing about was that you had to kill enough Skullchilds in Hyrule Field, taking advantage of the mechanic that every time you killed a handful of Skullchild, a larger one would spawn. As you'd continue defeating Skullchilds, an even larger one would continue to spawn indefinitely as you go on, only resetting the growth size after night turned to day. Most guides, of course, would just say it's very difficult to kill enough to trigger the temple to spawn, but keep trying, basically saying it's not possible and have fun wasting time. Even killing Skullchilds the most fast and effective way isn't enough to make the Skullchild grow large enough to even crash the game, which is possible if you use a Game Shark code to pause the day and night cycle. So, yet another classic hoax with no truth behind it at all. Super Mario Galaxy 2 in 3D All-Stars. Super Mario 3D All-Stars was announced for the Nintendo Switch in 2020 and was advertised to have 3 games on it: Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, and Super Mario Galaxy. Many Mario fans were excited about the idea of having all 3 of these games on a modern console in a more relevant resolution, and with the added bonus of portability, specifically 64 and Sunshine, as these games had only been playable on their original hardware. It was shortly after the announcement, however, that people started noticing something was missing. Why isn't Super Mario Galaxy 2 on the collection? It's part of the 3D game series, and is the last 3D game released in the Wii era. Leaving it off this collection seems like a poor choice by Nintendo, because now it's kind of just left alone. Outside the 3DS games, which I personally don't really think count as part of the 3D mainline games, if Super Mario Galaxy 2 comes out, it'll either be by itself, and with that, not worth giving a physical release, or they'll re-release Super Mario 3D All-Stars down the line and add Super Mario Galaxy 2, making the original 3D All-Stars obsolete, which I also think is a bad idea. I think in general this was just a very poor move on Nintendo's part. Some fans think it'll eventually be released as DLC, which I guess is fine. I just feel that 3D All-Stars will forever be incomplete as a definitive collection, all because they left this game off. It's the only one they needed to add, and they simply dropped the ball. Holding buttons increases capture chance. Oh man, this one still gets me to this day. Okay, so ever since the beginning of Pokemon, there have always been rumors that if you held a button or combination of buttons down when capturing a Pokemon, it'll increase the odds of capturing the Pokemon. I even recall there being a guide that actually says a tip that if you hold some certain buttons, it will indeed help catch a wild Pokemon. My personal buttons that I hold down to ensure the capture of a Pokemon is down and right on the D-pad, A and B. Yeah, I do this every time, even to this day. If I don't do it, I feel like I'm cheating myself out of increased odds. I've done this ever since Red and Blue. I actually feel like I'm doing something wrong if I don't do it. That's how ingrained in my mind it is. But ultimately, this does nothing to increase the chances of securing a Pokemon. Mewtwo. Mewtwo was a playground myth that goes along with a set of other Pokemon of questionable existence, those being called the Pokegods. We have a point coming up in a bit about the Pokegods, so I'll briefly discuss Mewtwo here, then pick it up further once we get to that point. Now, Mewtwo had its origins in Pokemon Legend from the very beginning. Of course, in Gen 1, Mewtwo was by far the most powerful Pokemon in the game, so his status among fans was already favorable. However, with that brought about those seeking something even stronger, and thus, the Mewtwo rumor was born. I can see how this myth came about. You simply notice Mewtwo being the strongest Pokemon, then start questioning, well, is there anything stronger? All it takes then is one kid saying they found Mewtwo, or their cousin's friend showed them Mewtwo on their game to spark endless debate. For research on this point, I actually found an old website called cooltrainer.org/BPU, which contains many of these Pokegod sheets, as well as many others like accessing new cities and much more. According to this guide, to obtain Mewtwo, you must play the Pokeflute next to Mewtwo 33 times and wait for the screen to flash. Then fight Mewtwo and it will be Mewtwo. Another guide on the site says you must find the guy with glasses. They're most likely to be in the Rocket Game Corner hideout. Use the item finder to find glasses and give them to him. He will fly you to the Pokegod Island. There is only one PC here. Next to the PC is a guide that you trade with to get Mewtwo. Yeah, these guides were full of ridiculous things like this. Sonic and Tails in Melee. Upon completing the roster for Super Smash Bros. Melee, you may look at it and think something is still missing. Beneath Falco and Young Link, there looks to be two squares that could easily fit 2 more character slots, and for a game like Super Smash Bros., that's a dangerous thing for the developers to have done. Anytime there's an opportunity for fans to speculate on hidden characters, especially back in the early 2000s, they were going to do it, and 2 characters that fans wanted for a long time were Sonic and Tails, or at the very least, Sonic. Well, our good friends over at Electronic Gaming Monthly thought they'd get in the April Fool's spirit, and in the April 2002 issue, put a little article in with some Melee secrets, including one that explains how to play as Sonic and Tails. If you can score 20 KOs in Cruel Melee, they'll challenge you, and if you win, you unlock them. What I really love about this is how nonchalantly they throw this in among other well-known facts. It didn't take long for gamers to attempt this, and many, after beating the frustrating challenge, were ultimately met with nothing. Some, angry at the wasted time, messaged EGM, and for those who could provide proof of their achievement, EGM would send them a copy of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for the GameCube. Honestly, I'd say that's pretty worth it. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is an awesome game, and if I got a free game for doing a challenge in a video game, I'd think that's pretty cool. And for those who really wanted Sonic, he'd be available as a playable character in the next Smash game, and every Smash game since. No sign of Tails yet, though. Oh well. Rayman in Smash 4. Rayman has always been a popular contender for a slot in the Super Smash Bros. Lineup. Back in 2015, an incredibly convincing leak of what appeared to be Rayman's reveal card, as well as Rayman on the character selection screen, popped up, and the Smash community went crazy over it. A decent majority of fans actually believed this leak to be true, as did I personally. The fake leak happened on February 14th, 2015, and absolutely took off. Gaming news publications talked about it, Reddit posts were everywhere, YouTubers were talking about it. Everyone basically accepted that Rayman was basically confirmed. As part of the research for this point, I watched the old GameXplain video that they uploaded on the day the leak happened, and it's funny hearing how convinced everyone was, and I was no different. The following day, however, a video posted on the YouTube channel Curiomatic would reveal that Omni Jakala, known online as Artsy Omni, was the one who created the leak, and showed exactly how he did it, and honestly, it's incredibly impressive. To this day, Rayman still hasn't appeared as a playable character in any Smash game, and now that Ultimate's roster is completed, we'll have to wait to see if he can find his way into the next game. Dam Secret Island in GoldenEye. In the very first mission of GoldenEye, players noticed a very peculiar landmass off in the distance, just barely visible through the light fog. Like many mysteries of the day, this had its fair share of convoluted steps involved to unlock the island, or at the very least, a means of reaching it. One of the most common methods people often would spread to unlock the island is to beat every mission on 00 Agent, including the Aztec and Egyptian missions, as well as unlock every cheat code, which itself is a very difficult task. After completing these tasks, go back to the dam mission and kill the guards until one of them drops a key. This will operate a boat that's now at the dock area, that you can now take over to the island. This, of course, is just a playground rumor, and really, the only possible way to reach the island would be with a Game Shark. Upon reaching the island, you'll find a gun tower, a small building, and no items to speak of. Duncan Botwood, a developer at Rare, stated that the island was indeed once planned to be part of the mission, but was scrapped midway through development. The Grinch Leak. The Grinch Leak was a high-profile false leak of a potential character roster for the upcoming Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. This leak, first appearing on October 12, 2018, convinced many people, including myself, because of a character that I badly wanted to appear in Smash, and still do to this day. Oh, and if you're curious why it's called the Grinch Leak, it's because the original image from the Grinch Leak came from a screenshot of a Snapchat of what appeared to be a banner of all the characters expected to appear in the game, and at the bottom right of the image, for whatever reason, is a 3D render of the Grinch from the 2018 Grinch movie. Not because anyone thought the Grinch was going to be playable in Smash. The new characters in the image included Banjo and Kazooie, the Chorus Kids from Rhythm Heaven, Geno from Super Mario RPG, Isaac from Golden Sun, Ken from Street Fighter, Mach Rider from the NES game Mach Rider, and Shadow from the Sonic series. Really, the main thing that invalidated this leak was simply time. It was eventually revealed that Isaac and Shadow would be assist trophies, and the Rhythm Kids and Mach Rider would only appear in the game as spirits. Luckily, we still got Ken and Banjo, though. I personally have always wanted Shadow in the game, though, even as a Sonic Echo Fighter. I mean, come on. One more Sonic rep would be great, and if they don't want to do a unique character like Knuckles or Tails, just do Shadow. Give them all the same moves as Sonic if they want to be lazy with it, and that's it. Done. They already have his model in the game anyway for his assist trophy. I honestly can't imagine it being a whole lot of work for something that would please a lot of people, or at least me. But anyway, that's just my opinion. On to the next. You are Mr. Gay. This one is completely ridiculous, but basically, gamers noticed something interesting about the Super Mario Galaxy logo that's on the box art. If you look at it, the letters U and R in Super, the letters M and R in Mario, and the letters G, A, and Y in Galaxy all have a bright star on the bottom corner of these letters, and only these letters. Ignoring all letters without this leaves the message, "You are Mr. Gay." Now, that alone is just a coincidence, I'm sure, if not for what happened in the sequel. And we'll get to that when it comes up later down the iceberg, so,
More on that later.
Shadow in Brawl. On January 31st, 2008, Super Smash Bros. Brawl was released for the Wii, and like its predecessors, countless guides popped up detailing how to unlock various characters that ultimately weren't actually in the game. One of the popular characters for speculation, even before the game came out, was Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow is a fairly popular character, and getting a second Sonic rep would make sense, at least now. But I think back in Brawl, simply getting Sonic in the game alone was enough at the time. And besides, Shadow is in the game, as an assist trophy, and unfortunately, that's where he's stayed to this very day, as he's still an assist trophy in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. One guide that's still on YouTube that was uploaded back in 2009 says that if you play as Sonic 735 times and win every single match without losing, you'll unlock Shadow. The video then of course shows a fairly blurry image of Shadow with Pit and Sonic and Mario on the Delfino Plaza stage, but I mean, it's just his trophy model, of course. I find it really funny that these kinds of rumors persisted into the Wii era. This kind of thing can never exist now. No one could attempt making a guide or rumor that Master Chief or Crash Bandicoot are in Smash Ultimate. Do kids these days go around making playground rumors about Fortnite skins that don't exist? Is that a thing? Honestly, I'd be kind of amazed if such rumors exist in this day and age. Maybe they still do it at like elementary school level, but once you have access to the internet, you can find out anything, and it seems like even second graders have full internet access these days. Justin Bailey. Metroid is an incredible franchise. Originally released in Japan for the Famicom Disk System in 1986 and making its way to North America in 1987, and finally Europe in 1988, the series created the groundwork for the Metroidvania style of games that Hollow Knight, Ori, and many other titles would replicate, and its influence would definitely continue, as the Metroidvania style of progression is incredibly satisfying. Samus, as we all know, is a woman, but back in the early days of the series, there was really no way to know, as Samus of course always wore her power suit. So to anyone looking at the game at face value, they probably assumed it was just some guy in the power suit. If you beat the game in 3 to 5 hours, you'll see Samus with her helmet off. However, with the 8-bit graphics of the NES, you may miss it or not really think anything of it. If you beat the game in less than 3 hours, only then would it be revealed that Samus is, in fact, female. And if you beat the game in under 1 hour, you get to see 8-bit Samus in a bikini. Awesome. These tasks, however, take some real skill at the game, and for those who are unable to do so, but still want to see Samus without her suit, can luckily turn to a password. If you go to the password screen and type in Justin Bailey, then input dashes for the rest of the characters, you'll start the game as Samus without her power suit, and on top of that with green hair, which is awesome. There's a code that lets you play as the end screen Samus with the reddish-brown hair, but Justin Bailey is unique in that she has the green hair and is only seen this way when that code is used. Now, that's all fine and good, but every time this code comes up, inevitably the question gets asked. Just who is Justin Bailey anyway? Most assume them to be someone who worked at Nintendo, but this isn't the case. Other rumors have spawned, but ultimately no one has been able to find any connection to someone named Justin Bailey and Metroid. According to a website called MetroidDatabase.com, users there had attempted to find or debunk any existence of someone named Justin Bailey, and their research has brought them to the conclusion that the entire thing is a complete coincidence. Here's the quote. "The Justin Bailey password is a total fluke. If you play around with Metroid's password system, you can come up with other names and words that work as passwords. The Justin Bailey code is one which was found early on and happened to work pretty well, so it became widely reported." Now, I just gotta say, I personally still think there's more to this. There's no way it's just a fluke. The result of the password is way too unique, giving Samus a custom palette swap and almost every weapon in the game. It's not like there are codes to change Samus's armor color or any other color combinations. To my knowledge, only Justin Bailey does this, and the fact that the letters just so happen to be a name can't just be a coincidence. We have 12 characters to work with, and they just so happen to spell out a common first and last name? I don't buy it. Then again, even George Sinfield, senior editor at Nintendo Power during the early 90s himself, even says that the password was pure coincidence, so I really don't know. Really, the only thing throwing me off is the fact that, at least to my knowledge, it's the only password that gives Samus a special color palette, and that alone is just so unique that it makes me question how no other codes are like this. As it turns out, that's where the rumor is at to this day. No one has ever stepped forward to claim to be the original Justin Bailey who entered that password for the first time, and no one knows why it works the way it does. All bonds. Once again, we got another amazing April Fool's Day rumor from Electronic Gaming Monthly. Yep, just like teasing Sonic and Tails in Melee, they've been putting fake rumors in their magazine for years before, to the point that it practically became a tradition. This rumor was that it was possible to unlock playable versions of the previous actors who had played James Bond before Pierce Brosnan, those being Sean Connery, Timothy Dalton, Roger Moore, and even George Lazenby. The method they give to unlock the All Bonds cheat is as follows. First, you must play the stage Aztec, which is unlocked by beating every other stage in the game on the Secret Agent difficulty. On top of this, you must set the difficulty to 007, which is unlocked after beating every stage on 00 Agent, the hardest difficulty in the game, which is no easy task. The 007 difficulty allows you to customize how the enemies react in any given stage, giving you control over their accuracy, damage, health, and so on. You must set enemy health to 200%, enemy damage to 100%, enemy accuracy to 100%, and enemy reaction speed to 100%, and complete the Aztec stage in under 9 minutes. Now, anyone crazy enough to complete this feat would not have a good time afterwards, shortly learning that their hard work resulted in no Connery, no Dalton, no new Bonds whatsoever in their game. Now, you may think the story ends here. However, there's a bit more to this rumor. As a matter of fact, there was a hint right under the nose of everyone who owned GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64. If you open up the manual, you can find a picture of a game of multiplayer being played, and in that image you can see Sean Connery in his famous white suit with the red rose from the movie Goldfinger. So, what's the deal? Well, it wouldn't be until many years later in 2020 that Martin Hollis, the game director, would be interviewed and give some answers. As it turns out, Hollis recalls that during the time working on the game, he and his team had initially been told that they had free reign to use any and all James Bond characters, gadgets, weapons, basically anything from the franchise. The team immediately went ahead with working on adding Sean Connery, Timothy Dalton, and Roger Moore as playable characters to take their place right alongside the newest Bond, Pierce Brosnan, and decided to leave out George Lazenby, as you do. As development went on, however, company lawyers voiced their concern that while they do indeed have the license to use everything in the James Bond catalog, that may not necessarily include the likeness of the actors who portrayed Bond at different points, and not wanting to deal with potential legal trouble, decided to scrap the idea. Luckily, however, this was late enough in development that the models and textures used for the characters were left in the files, and thanks to some data miners at the Rare Witch Project forums, they were able to re-implement them into a ROM of the game and are now fully playable, so what was once a rumor is now reality. Bill's Secret Garden. In Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, once you reach Route 25, north of Cerulean City, you'll come across Bill's house, which is a mandatory location you must visit in order to complete the game. Many players noticed, however, that if you position your view just before entering Bill's house, on the north side of his home, there's a small bit of path that you would normally be able to walk on. This path spawned countless rumors, with many circulating around the fact that this is where you could catch more EVs, more of the starter Pokemon, and sometimes even Pokemon a bit more rare than that. As usual, you'd need to complete some ridiculous steps, and Bill would reveal a secret door in his house that would allow you to enter his secret garden, where these Pokemon reside. The reason this pathway attracted so many people was that on both sides of this path behind Bill's house are cliffs that, as we all know, you can't walk on. But this walking path located directly behind Bill's house is the same type of texture used for the normal roads throughout the game. If only they extended the hill texture as to not leave this open area countless kids would have been spared the agony of attempting impossible challenges that they had heard from kids on the playground. Some of the tasks include showing Bill a level 100 of each evolution, or as easy as getting your starter to level 100, with the most absurd being that you have to have caught every Pokemon and raised each one to level 100. Yes, that includes each individual form of each Pokemon too. So, one Pidgey at level 100, one Pidgeotto at level 100, and one Pidgeot at level 100. Completely ridiculous. Tasks this difficult, though, were often reserved for catching Pokemon that were beyond the normal variety. These kinds of tasks were often only for catching the rarest of the rare, the Pokegods.
More on that later.
Unobtainable Animal Crossing NES games. A really awesome feature in Animal Crossing on the GameCube was the inclusion of NES games that your character could collect and display in their home. Not only that, interacting with them would allow you to play the games in their entirety. There were actually a fair amount of games that you could obtain, however, some are more elusive than others, and some are actually entirely unobtainable by legitimate means, and it figures that the best ones would be those unobtainable games. The most common games are the ones you can get from Tom Nook's Lottery, Red the Salesman, or find buried by villagers, those being Balloon Fight, Clu Clu Land, Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Excite Bike, Golf, Pinball, and Tennis. If you use your Game Boy Advance and connect it to Animal Crossing, giving you access to the island, you can obtain Wario's Woods and Baseball. Through special passwords on the official Animal Crossing website, you could obtain Soccer, Donkey Kong Jr., Donkey Kong 3, and Punch-Out! And lastly, the rarest games that could only be obtained with a cheating device or through special e-reader cards are Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros., Ice Climber, and The Legend of Zelda. And these 4 games here are the topic of the point we're currently on. Super Mario Bros. Was only ever distributed in Japan in their version of Animal Crossing, called Animal Forest Plus. The Legend of Zelda, through the research I've done, has simply never been released in any way. It's not even listed on Nukipedia as an obtainable game, though with an action replay, you can add it to your collection. Waluigi in Super Mario 64 DS. The remake of Super Mario 64 on the Nintendo DS really went above and beyond in terms of what a remake can be. New playable characters, new mechanics, new levels, and an additional 30 new Power Stars to collect, bringing the grand total to 150. Among the new playable characters in the game, we've got Yoshi, Luigi, and Wario all working together to recover the Power Stars of the castle and defeat Bowser. With the inclusion of additional characters, rumors of course would sprout up about being able to obtain even more characters outside the additional 3, most notably Waluigi. I suppose since Mario and Luigi are now together, and Wario's in the game, why not Waluigi too? Well, numerous methods of unlocking Waluigi would surface, but one would stand among the rest as seemingly the most legitimate. We'll talk about it further in the next point. Purple Prizes. The first major Waluigi hoax, as well as the most well-known, comes in the form of a mock magazine article that looks straight out of Electronic Gaming Monthly's April Fool's offerings. This article, dubbed Purple Prizes, doesn't really give a clear method on how to actually go about unlocking Waluigi, though it does show quite a few convincing screenshots of him in action, and to be honest, it all looks very legitimate. The article lists that Waluigi has higher jumping than any of the other playable characters, as well as gaining super speed after picking up a Power Flower. This entire article, however, was a hoax, and not even actually taken from a magazine, but meant to look like it was. The creator of the hoax, Andrew Brown, had even edited his DeviantArt upload of the image with a description saying that it was fake, but the damage had already been done, and the spread of the image meant that not many were seeing it on Andrew's original DeviantArt page, causing the rumor to make its rounds for years. Thanks to the fact that Andrew didn't disclose any methods of unlocking Waluigi, that gave players endless possibilities after believing the image to be legitimate, exhausting all methods they could think of, and in the end, there was no Waluigi to be found. A website called Nintendo World Report, where Andrew Brown worked at the time, actually features an article written by Andrew about how he went about creating the fake images, the spread of the hoax, and his reaction to it all at the time, and looking back years later. It's a pretty good read, so check it out. Yeah, I am are you. Alright, so this one links us back to the whole "you are Mr. Gay" thing with the box art for Super Mario Galaxy. Now, hilariously enough, with the release of Super Mario Galaxy 2, fans noticed yet another coincidental pattern that just so happened to be almost like a response to the hidden message on the first game's cover, though it's a bit of a stretch. So, if you follow the pattern from the first letter to the last, you get U-R-M-I-A-Y. However, backwards, you get Y-A-I-M-R-U, which fans put together as Yeah, I Am Are You. It's completely ridiculous, but kind of funny that it connects that way. Not really much more to it outside of that, though, so on to the next. Pallet Fields. Much like Bill's Secret Garden, there are certain spots throughout Kanto that are unreachable by normal gameplay means. This, of course, led to multiple rumors about accessing these spots and the type of Pokemon that could be found there. Yes, including the Pokegods, but we'll get to that. On both the east and west sides of Pallet Town, there are fields of grass, the same type that you'd normally walk in to catch Pokemon. Players noticed, however, that even upon beating the game, there's no way to access these fields of grass, leading many to believe that this would be a prime spot to catch the remaining starter Pokemon that you didn't get to choose at the beginning of the game. I assume the starters being located here was a popular theory for these spots, given that Professor Oak caught the starters, he resides in Pallet Town, and gamers were desperate for a way to obtain the other two starters. Some took this rumor a step further and said that you needed a secret 6th HM move containing Jump, which would allow you to jump over the barriers and enter the fields. These patches of grass, however, are actually programmed in such a way that no Pokemon can be encountered here, and the game actually crashes in some cases. Strangely enough, if you start from Route 1 and glitch yourself into the east side fields and keep walking right, you'll end up in a strange duplicate of Pallet Town just without any NPCs. Finding any information on this Ghost Town version of Pallet Town was actually kind of difficult, and I personally find it a lot more interesting than the Pallet Fields, but there you go. Noki Bay Book. While Super Mario Sunshine doesn't seem to have anywhere near as many oddities as its predecessor, it's still an incredible game, and not without its mysteries. Once you've made your way to the Noki Bay stage, select Stage 3, which is red coins in a bottle, and make your way down to the ruins resting in the sand at the bottom of the bottle. Within the small ruins, you'll find a door that you can't interact with in any way, which is very strange. If you position the camera just right, you can see beyond the door, and what is seen here has perplexed gamers for decades. A book, simply laying there in the small corridor with nothing else inside. As per usual, theories and hoaxes galore came flooding in. Some said you must collect all the coins in the stage in a set amount of time and the door will open, or you must collect all the shines in the game within a set amount of time and you'll get a key that opens the door, and the book will eventually lead you to another world, and so on. As it turns out, the book cannot be collected, and on top of that, it doesn't even have collision, simply being part of the ruins geometry. To this day, the reason for the book being here is a mystery. The fact that it's behind a door, not visible to players unless they specifically force the camera into a specific angle, makes me believe that it had a purpose at some point in development. But to this day, there's yet to be any statement by Nintendo on the matter, and data mining has turned up nothing as well.
Super Punch-Out has garnered a reputation as one of the most random speedruns out there. Of course, there's still a broad skill set needed, precise timing, quick reactions, and an ability to adapt on the fly. But even when you do everything right, a fighter can throw the run in the garbage whenever he pleases. How do you deal with that much randomness in the speedrun? Well, the world record holders in Super Punch-Out have figured out a way, and over the past decade, they've been able to beat it and drive the record down lower and lower. This is the history of Super Punch-Out world records. Here's a timeline of the Super Punch-Out single segment record. It's not filled in yet, but we'll get it there. A single segment run is essentially playing through the whole game and adding up the in-game time of all fights. There are 16 boxers in Super Punch-Out, divided into 4 circuits, so a single segment run consists of the total time of all 16 fights. Now, Super Punch-Out is a bit different than runs I've covered before. It is quite literally a gauntlet of RNG. You have to make it through all 16 fights relatively unscathed from bad luck to complete a good run. The fights range from non-random to can kill your run with one foul swoop. And of course, you have to execute on top of that. If you get good luck but make an execution mistake, your run may be over. Interestingly, the strategies themselves haven't changed that much over the years. Instead, the progression has come from improving execution and getting the RNG gauntlet to better align. And believe me, it has made for some unbelievable stories over the years. But for now, let's go back to December 2012, when a runner completed one of the earliest single segment runs of Super Punch-Out. He's arguably the most well-known Punch-Out runner in the world today, but back then, he was relatively unknown. His name is Zallard1. Zallard performed his run on Christmas Eve 2012, his first completed single segment run, which also happened to be the world record. Right off the bat, you've got 2 types of fights in Super Punch-Out, the random ones and the non-random ones. The non-random fights tend to be toward the start of the game, like the first fight, Gabby J. Zallard started by repeatedly punching him in the face. These punches were all buffered, meaning as soon as one was thrown, he held the buttons for the next so it would come out on the first frame possible. These face punches served 2 purposes. First, they helped fill the super meter, seen here at the bottom of the screen. Once filled, you can throw super punches that do more damage. And second, they helped fill the dizzy meter, a mechanic abused across all 16 fights in the game. If you punch an opponent a lot in a short period of time, an invisible dizzy meter starts to get filled. Do this enough, and they'll become dizzy and back away. By precisely timing a punch when they come back, they'll get knocked down instantly. This is used across the run to score quick knockdowns, and leads to most opponents being beaten in just seconds. Finally, there was one last step to this fight. A dizzy opponent has that window where they can instantly be knocked down. However, this window can be quite small, and it's easy for even a world-class player to miss. Fortunately, Zallard invented a way around that. Buffer strategies. By chaining a series of inputs together, it's possible to waste the exact number of frames you want so an attack will land on the same frame every time. For example, let's say Gabby J's knockdown window is between 120 and 129 frames after the dizzy begins. Well, it just so happens that a full duck, a right body punch, and a high super waste exactly 120 frames. So if you just buffer those inputs together, making each come out on the first frame possible, the super comes out at the perfect time to knock him down. Buffers like this exist on every fight in the game, and help make the dizzy knockdowns much more consistent. Non-random fights like Gabby J are usually pretty simple, but the difficulty level ramps up as the game goes on. Take Aaron Ryan, the 9th fight. The first knockdown is from a dizzy, but when he gets up, you have to precisely time a super to counter his attack and send him down again.
Go to the bathroom.
Zalor didn't have a buffer to time it, but he nailed it to send him down for the KO. Those fights are non-random or close to it. Others include Piston Hurricane, Mr. Sandman, and Heike Kagero. You get them dizzy and use a buffer to knock them down. Some have tough punches that have to be timed, while others are even simpler. That's the gist of the non-random fights. But then, there are the random fights. These are the fights that more or less define Super Punch-Out as a speed game. Not only do you need to execute properly, that's a given, but you also need to deal with luck. Luck that can range from a golden opportunity to potentially killing a run. Take Dragon Chan, the 6th fight in the game. The first phase of the fight, up until the first knockdown, is simple. You throw a sequence of gut punches, most with a slight delay before them, then use a buffer sequence to send him down. Phase 2, once he's up from the first knockdown, is where the randomness begins. There are 3 things Dragon Chan can do here. 50% of the time he does kicks, where you have to just dodge out of the way, then use rapid punches to send him down at around 12 seconds. 25% of the time, he does a slow heal, where he stands still and tries to heal his health. 2 supers send him down, and you get a time in the high 9-second range. And 25% of the time, he does a fast heal, where using just 1 super gives a time in the high 7s. That's a range of more than 4 seconds for 1 fight. Given that boxers are beaten in 15 seconds or less, That's a massive time swing. And Dragon Chan is just one example. Zallard had to deal with luck like this on more than half the fights in the game. But we'll get to that later. For now, the sum of his 16 fights came out to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. It was a well executed run, and had a range of good and bad luck. Over the following few weeks in 2013, Zallard would keep doing attempts and chipping away at the record. He took it lower into the threes, approaching the sub-3 barrier but falling just short. However, on March 19th, thanks to a couple fights in particular, Zallard had a very promising run. This is Bob Charley. He's a gauntlet of RNG, and being the 5th fight in the game, he's the earliest boxer who can kill a run from randomness alone. Zallard went for the riskiest strategy on Bob, which involves hitting him 7 times in the face to get him dizzy. However, he can randomly dodge any of these 7 punches, meaning you have to do an additional punch later on to make up for it. He can also dodge that punch. So to get the fastest time on Bob with this strategy, all 7 of your punches need to go through, and a super in phase 2 needs to as well. It can lead to a time in the 5-second range. However, every dodged punch loses a second and a half. 1 dodge isn't too bad, but 2 or 3 or 4 dodges, your time can spiral in a hurry. Luckily for Zallard, on this particular run, Bob only dodged once, so he moved on with a very solid 6.99. Unfortunately, Dragon Chan gave kicks, so he failed to gain much time there. But thanks to some very solid execution down the stretch, Zallard was able to keep it close going into the special circuit. And it was there he had to face off against Hoy Carlo. Hoy is absolutely brutal. He's extremely random, and he's the 3rd to last fight in the game. Not an opportune time for a bunch of RNG. A lot of the first phase of the fight is playing it by ear. You want to throw punches and hit him with supers to get him dizzy. Of course, he can randomly block you, duck under punches, and potentially shove you to the side. If he shoves, it destroys your dizzy meter and can kill your run instantly. In phases 2 and 3, you need to throw supers to knock him down twice more. He can randomly duck under these. Each duck loses about a second and a half, or potentially more depending on his next moves. Now, in theory, if you play it risky and get no blocks, shoves, or ducks, you can beat Hoy in 8 seconds. But good luck with that. The odds in getting it were less than 2%. A 10 to 12 second Hoy is very solid, but it can get ugly quickly. If he shoves in phase 1, it can be impossible to beat him in under 20 seconds. As you can imagine, it's awful to have to deal with this at the end of a run. But this time, Zallard got some luck. An 11-second Hoy with no ducks. It put him ahead, and he never looked back. A 2:54 single segment run. Fantastic execution, great luck, and sub-3 by a mile. In the description, Zallard could only manage 1 word of analysis. What? With the record being well below 3 minutes, Zallard would take a break from Super Punch-Out runs. He was the only runner in sight of the record. Months passed, and his 2:54 was just solidified at the top. But as good as that 2:54 was, Zallard knew he could still squeeze a bit more time out of it. And with all the randomness across the game, in theory, the record could come under 250. So in early 2014, he hopped back on and started doing attempts. On January 23rd, he had a run with an okay start. 2 dodges from Bob Charley, and some mistakes that put him slightly further behind. On Hoy, he got a solid 12-second fight with no ducks, but some bad luck at the end brought the run back to nearly even. In the end, Zallard technically did have himself a new record. Just weeks later, he chipped away a bit more. He had a reasonable pace into the special circuit with time to save. However, he still had to get through Hoy.
1, 2. Yuck. Dick. 3 dodges.
Not exactly ideal. Even so, with time to save at the end, Zallard was able to do it again.
Fuck yeah! Another third of a second.
Now, these records were nice and all, but they weren't exactly setting the world on fire. In all, Zallard had lowered the record by 0.75 seconds. He knew he could do more. He continued with attempts, and weeks passed, but the game's killer randomness prevented any other records. It was starting to get very frustrating. And then came February 27th, 2014. This was an incredible chance for Zallard. Luck had finally gone his way. His execution had been on point from start to finish, more than 4 seconds ahead of the record. This was a rare opportunity to jump straight to the 240s. But in his way was one more fight, the last fight in the game. And this one was going to be tough. Nick Bruiser. Nick Bruiser is the most difficult fight in the run by a long shot. Just as with other fights, your goal is to get Nick dizzy and time a super to knock him down. The best way to get him dizzy is to counter him, then jab him out until the meter is filled and he backs away. Seems simple, right? Well, there's one extra consideration to make. Nick can throw his punch either high or low. There's a 50% chance of each. So you start the fight with 2 face punches, and then you have to react to which punch he sets up to throw. If Nick drops his gloves down, he's throwing low, and you counter with a body punch. If instead he brings them up high, you counter with a face punch. The window to react to this is just barely within the limits of a human reaction time. You have to see if his gloves are high or low, then send the signal to your hands to throw high or low in time before Nick punches you. If you're playing with any input delay, this is practically impossible. The only way to have a real chance is to play on console with a CRT TV. Now imagine having to do that at the very end of a record-paced run, after all the insane RNG from the first 15 fights. The pressure you're under in a situation like this is enormous. Nick can also switch his guard partway through, starting with his gloves high and bringing them low, or vice versa. You have to react if he does that. And finally, if you do everything properly in Phase 1, well, congratulations. You have to do the exact same thing in Phase 2, unless he randomly blocks you, in which case you have to get lucky and hope he lets you land 2 supers in a row. So, Zallard entered Nick Bruiser 4 seconds ahead of the record. If he was going to pull this off, he had to execute the most difficult strategy in the game on one of the best paces he had ever been on. Just don't mess up.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Not only did he hit the counter, but he did so on the first frame possible. A frame-perfect counter speeds up Phase 1 by a fraction of a second and allows for some wiggle room later on. One more phase, and the sub 250 would be his.
Oh, please. Stay down, you motherfucker. Yes! Yes! Fuck yes, dude! Get fucked, Super Punch-Out.
Super Punch-Out had just been taken to a new level. A sub 250 was Zallard's ultimate goal, and in dramatic fashion, he had done it. With nobody close to him on the leaderboards, he felt safe to stop running the game. Mission accomplished.
Nick Ruder. Foot.
Heartbreaking. Nick threw his punch up, but Zallard missed the counter. It was on pace for a mind-boggling 240 with 2 fights to go, and a 243 into Nick. This wouldn't have beaten the record. It would have obliterated it. Unfortunately, landing counters on Nick under pressure is one of the hardest things you can do. And this time, it was just too much for him. But what this run did do was prove how much time was still left to save. He saved almost 7 seconds combined on Bob Charlie and Dragon Chan, with just 1 dodge and the fast heal, respectively. There was also some time to save on Hoi. Getting a time around 10 seconds was reasonable. The real problem was getting all that to line up, then landing counters on Nick knowing what you're about to possibly do. But the potential was there. If not for a 240, then maybe for something more reasonable. On June 3rd, 2015, Zallard had a run that saved the 7 seconds early, but unfortunately, he lost most of that time on Mad Clown. Clown is yet another point of severe RNG in the run. There's a lot that goes into it, but a lot of what to look for is what happens right at the start. You begin by throwing 2 face punches and hoping they both land. If they do, you're in good shape for later. If he dodges, you're losing about a second, but if he blocks, you lose time there and in phase 2 since he gets a bigger health refill. If both punches land to start the fight, you can beat Clown in as low as 9 seconds. That's the best case scenario. An average standard Mad Clown fight is in the 12-second range. However, if he really wants to screw around, it can get much worse. And on this particular run, Clown wasn't playing nice and Zallard missed a counter to waste a few seconds. A 16 on Clown is pretty rough, and most of his lead was eliminated. But an 11 on Hoi and a good Nick fight was enough for a solid record.
Wow, dude. For real? For real, dude?
Just a few days later, Zallard would follow this up with another record, a 244. It was a nice time, but a frustrating run of give and take. He got a 5 on Bob, but it was immediately followed up with kicks on Dragon Chan. He gained several seconds on Clown, but lost a few on Hoi. But really, he was fortunate to get what he did. In Super Punch-Out, every fight from Mad Clown onwards can kill your run just from luck alone. That's 6 luck gauntlets in a row you have to get through. If one fails, you might have to reset. The game can take an incredible pace and make it look like dirt before you realize what happened. Take this run, June 10th, 2015. Everything was going right. Zallard had managed a 5 on Bob Charlie, a 7 on Dragon Shan from the low heel, and a reasonable 13 on Mad Clown. He was 3.5 seconds ahead, with more time to save later. He just had to make it through the next few fights. This is Super Macho Man, the last fight in the World Circuit. Zallard's Phase 1 strategy at the time was simple. Start with a gut punch, then counter him a couple times, throw a couple supers, and knock him down in the upper 6-second range. Macho can mess things up if he dances around, but more often than not, you should be good for a knockdown in the upper 6s. However, this fight takes a turn in Phase 2. You can get Macho to stay down for the second knockdown, but only if this knockdown comes within the following 3 seconds after the first knockdown. So, in this scenario, if your second knockdown comes at 7, 8, or 9 seconds, Macho will stay down for a KO. If it comes at 10 seconds or later, he'll get up and you'll have to knock him down a third time. This mechanic is carried across many fights in the game. So, Zallard had to go for a very quick knockdown in Phase 2. He had to throw a low super, counter in the gut, then knock him down with another low super. If Macho moves around at the start, this strategy doesn't work. If Macho does any of his 3 exercise programs, this strategy doesn't work. The only way it works is if Macho stands perfectly still for the whole phase. It's possible, but not very likely. So, what did Macho do this time?
That's what I thought.
He lost more than 7 seconds. A brutal blow, but the run was still technically alive. Next up, however, was Narcissus Prince, the most random fight in the entire game. Honestly, there's too many different things this guy can do to explain here. He can randomly block you, dodge you, give many different patterns, and much more. But he has the same KO mechanic as Macho, where if your second knockdown is within 3 seconds of your first, he typically stays down for good. With maximum cooperation, it's possible to beat Narcissus in the 10 to 11 second range, but there's so much that can go wrong. Anything under 15 seconds was considered a pretty good fight, but if Narcissus wants to waste time, he can make the KO impossible and essentially kill the run. And what sort of fight do you think he gave Zallard on this run?
Nice. Good shit, Narcissus. You're so good. Let's see here. What is that? 2173? 12 seconds. Nope.
Run over. A small mistake plus a lot of bad luck. In just 2 fights, one of Zallard's best paces ever was completely destroyed. He had just lost 16 seconds, largely due to no fault of his own. Because, you see, Super Punch-Out does not care about the runner. It doesn't care what pace you're on. It doesn't care how badly you want the record. It doesn't care how well you're playing. It can take away your run whenever it feels. You can be on the run of your life, execute everything perfectly, but if you get bad luck, it's game over. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. So, 244 was where the record stayed. More months went by, with no improvements in sight. Interestingly, in August 2015, a second person managed a sub 3 when Hootie pulled off a 253. But he was far from the record. Still, Zallard at least had a little bit of competition now. In September, Zallard did shave off another couple tenths of a second, but this wasn't the multiple second improvement he knew was possible. But on September 30th, he was gonna have a chance. A second behind the record, with 6 fights to go, Zallard entered Mad Clown, needing a good fight. He ended up with an 11, easily good enough. On Macho, he got the good luck for a 10-second fight. Narcissus didn't mess around too much, and he was able to get the KO at 11 seconds. Suddenly, Zallard was back in the lead.
Well, then.
Next up was Hoy, who we know can be just awful. But he got no ducks in phases 2 or 3. Yet another 11-second fight, and Zallard was 2 seconds ahead with 2 fights to go. This run was on pace for a 241, the type of run Zallard had been looking for years. But there's one fight I haven't told you about yet, because Nick Bruiser has a twin brother that comes right before him. This is Rick Bruiser. Rick is a really straightforward fight. There's no luck involved for the first 2 phases, and the execution isn't too hard either. You get him dizzy in phase 1, then use counters and supers in phase 2. That stuff's fine. But then there's phase 3. The entire fight is made or broken on the first punch of this phase. If this high super lands, you'll finish the fight at 11 seconds. If it doesn't, you're getting a 16, or in rare cases a 14, but more often than not, it's a 16. That's a 5-second difference. Enormous for a game like this. 5/8 of the time, the super lands. 3/8 of the time, it does not. That's all there is to it. A little over half the time, Rick Bruiser will let you through, but 3 times out of 8, he will destroy your run. So, Zallard entered the fight 2 seconds ahead. A huge opportunity, but he had the threat of a massive time loss hanging over his head. And what did Rick Bruiser do? Well, it's Super Punch-Out, late on record pace. What do you think Rick did?
He didn't do it. So it's over. The run is dead.
No mercy. 244 is where the record would have to stay. Zallard took a break for a few months, but still, there was no real threat to his record. Hootie was still the second place runner, nearly 10 seconds behind. So, in early 2016, Zallard came back for more, praying he could get the last few seconds within his grasp. On April 14th, he had a run slightly behind with 4 fights to go. He had time to save against a 14 Narcissus split and managed a 13. Hoy was another fight with time to save, and once again he squeezed out a second. So, Zallard was ahead going into Rick Bruiser. If he would just stand still and take the uppercut, he was gonna have a shot at the record. He needed the 5/8 luck.
We got it.
And he got it. Zallard was now 2 Nick counters away from a world record.
One more. Yes! 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 Yes!
Finally, Zallard had lowered the record. This wasn't the god run he was looking for. Dragon Chan gave kicks, Clown gave a 12, and the special circuit could have been better, but it was still a 243. After this run, Zallard took a step back not only from Super Punch-Out, but from speedrunning as a whole. For a year and a half, he didn't do any runs, giving other runners a serious opportunity to step in and take the record. But nobody did. Zallard remained at the top unchallenged, with the closest player still being Hootie. It's quite rare to have records undisputed for this long, but Залlard's mastery of the game was far ahead of anyone else's. Finally, 18 months after his 243, he went back to attempts. It was hard to expect a record right away, since it had been so long since his last attempts. It took some time to get back into it, but he eventually started getting runs deep. Still, nothing good enough for a record. But all of a sudden, on November 29th, 2017, Zallard found himself on this run.
This is kind of stupid. Dude, if I get the KO, there's no way I'm getting the KO, dude. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. What is this? What is this bullshit? Alright, Rick could totally fucking dodge me, and it could still be okay. I'm gonna miss, dude. I'm gonna miss. Fuck, dude.
One of the toughest things to do in speedrunning is executing under pressure. Super Punch-Out may be known for its randomness, but even when the luck aligns, you still have to execute. And if you don't, you're gonna get punished. Fortunately, after years of running the game, Zallard had become quite resilient, and a few months later, he had another run ahead into the special circuit, albeit not quite as far ahead. But suddenly, after managing a 10 on Hoi, the pace became much more serious. A 6-second lead late in the run, just 2 fights to go, a huge chance for redemption. Wanna guess what Rick did in Phase 3? Of course. Still, he led by about a second, and hit the counters on Nick for a small record.
That's it.
It wasn't what it could have been, but a 242 was still progress made. And on April 26th, he'd make even more progress. A 240.36. Cutting off nearly 2 seconds, this was the biggest improvement he had made to the record in nearly 3 years. But at the end of the run, Zallard didn't sound too happy about it.
Give me the unwinnable luck here, please. Please. God fucking damn it, dude. Dude, are you kidding?
Why was that? Well, despite the improvement, this run could have been a lot better. On Mr. Sandman, he mistimed a high super to lose 2 seconds. And on Hoi, he lost over 1.5 seconds from a mistimed low super. Had he not made those errors, this run would have finished at an incredible 236. But mistakes were made, and the result was a frustrating world record. Take a look at this timeline. This was all Zallard. He had set 16 records over the course of 5.5 years. This sort of thing is very rarely seen in speedrunning. A runner can sometimes dominate for a few years, but for it to continue for this long was pretty special. Zallard had eyes for a run in the 230s, but 240 was a seriously good time. And it was going to have to be good enough, as Zallard slowly stopped playing and didn't run the game for months. His 240 remained at the top unchallenged. But suddenly, in 2019, the unthinkable happened. A new contender began rising up the leaderboards. He became the second player to get a time under 250, and suddenly, he was just 5 seconds from the record. And he was going to try to do something nobody else had done before. Become the first Super Punch-Out single segment record holder not named Zallard 1. His name was Mystery Man 95. Mystery Man was a seasoned veteran in the Punch-Out series, running Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and holding the record in Punch-Out Wii. These games all require precise timing and rhythm, so it's no wonder he was able to adapt so easily. But there's one other thing to keep in mind about Mystery Man. He played on Wii U Virtual Console, meaning he had a few frames of input delay. Remember how you have to react to Nick Bruiser's guard? That's effectively impossible with input delay.
Fight!
So, Mystery Man had to just guess where Nick's guard would be and not react. This added a huge luck barrier to the end of the game. He'd usually have to correctly guess a 50-50 guard position twice in a row, once in Phase 1 and once in Phase 2. He'd need to do that to have any shot at beating Zallard's record. Fortunately, Mystery Man had some strategies to help on other fights. One was on Bob Charlie. The old strategy involved 7 punches in Phase 1 where Bob could dodge any of them. Instead, he countered Bob on the 5th one and did the rest while stunning him. This cost about a second, but made it so that Bob could now only dodge the first 4 punches rather than all 7. He also did something different on Macho. By delaying Phase 1 slightly to get the knockdown at a 7 instead of a 6, the KO window shifted up to 10 seconds instead of 9. You could then delay the first punch of Phase 2 so that it intercepts if Macho hops to the side, making a KO possible in more situations. These strategies were both developed by Chambers, and Zallard did use them for his last few records, but not the majority of them. And Hudi had figured out something additional on Macho, ducking into a left jab, right jab to start Phase 1 to counter Macho if he dances at the start. So, Mystery Man had a chance to really put these strats to use and see what he could do. And in August 2019, with his personal best at 245, he was going to try to close the gap on one attempt. There was a new king of Super Punch-Out, and he had done it by a mile. Mystery Man himself didn't see this coming. A 236 demolished the record. The most incredible part of this run was the special circuit. It set a new standard. A 12 on Narcissus was a solid start, but a 9 on Hoy was incredible. He had a perfect Phase 1 and just one duck in Phase 2. Rick took the uppercut in Phase 3, and he landed both counters on Nick. These were the types of special circuits you needed for a world record. You need great luck and no mistakes. And despite the input delay, despite the massive odds against him, Mystery Man had pulled it off at the end of a run. For the first time ever, the record didn't belong to Zallard 1. Mystery Man had ushered in a new era of Super Punch-Out speedrunning, as slowly, the leaderboard began to expand with more people attaining sub-3s. This was the type of competition Super Punch-Out had been missing for the last several years. By mid-2020, there were 7 runners with a time below 3 minutes. One of those people was known as Stock. Stock had a similar path to Mystery Man, slowly lowering his personal best before settling on a 2:45. This meant he was still 9 seconds from the record. But in August 2020, he would find himself on a remarkable pace. 10 seconds ahead of his personal best, and a second ahead of the record, going into Rick Bruiser. This was a 2:35 pace, and he was in position to take the record. He just needed Rick to stand still in Phase 3. He did not. But thanks to his huge lead, Stock still finished with a 2:39, the second sub 240 ever achieved. Entering 2021, Mystery Man's world record was still on top, but the community was ever expanding. By February, 2 more players had achieved times in the low 240s, Cranklinson and Mr. Mega, and the top of the leaderboard was getting quite crowded. It seemed inevitable that someone was gonna break through. And on February 26th, Cranklinson was gonna have a shot at it. He fell behind early thanks to a dodge from Bob and the slow heal on Dragon Chan. But from there, everything got better. A 9 on Clown, a 10 on Macho, and a 9 on Narcissus. 3 essentially perfect splits in a row. A 10 on Hoy was easily good enough, and Rick took the uppercut. He was about a second ahead of the record going into Nick Bruiser. But here's the thing. Just like Mystery Man, Cranklinson played on Wii U Virtual Console. So, he too had to guess on both of Nick's counters. The odds were stacked against him, but all he could do was try. New world record, 235.68. Cranklinson had about as close to a perfect second half as possible. Specifically, these 3 fights were impossible to gain time on, at least with the strategies he was using. The major circuit lost him some time, but when combined with the incredible second half, it was easily good enough for a record. As 2021 continued, the leaderboards became more and more active. By May, 6 people had a time in the 230s. As incredible as Zallard's dominance was, he was now in 7th place. The level of luck you needed for a world record run was rapidly increasing. If you got a 12 on Narcissus, that suddenly didn't look so good compared to the 9 that was in the record. A few new strategies were worked out, particularly on Narcissus, but the biggest one was on Hoy. Cranklinson had figured out a new Phase 1 that would ultimately give a higher chance for the 8-second TKO. Those fights would be crucial as the record was approaching the low 230s. In mid-2021, players Murakuma, Mr. Mega, Universe, and Fat Potato Seal would all have runs make it to the final 2 fights on record pace. Sadly, in Murakuma's case, he made a mistake on Rick. And for the rest, they lost the run to Nick Bruiser. Especially at the end of a run, it was really hard to get everything to align. But players knew there was a little more they could get out of this run. With several people at the top trying, they knew that the God run could happen. A run where everything lines up. But the odds in a run like this were getting very low. At this point, likely 1 in several hundred. Was anybody gonna take it below 235? On September 3rd, 2021, Mr. Mega was doing some record attempts, and he suddenly found himself on an incredible pace. A 6 on Bob, followed by a 7 on Dragon Chan and a 7 on Masked Muscle. 3 fights in a row with perfect RNG. So far, this was essentially a perfect run. He lost a bit over a second thanks to a 10 on Clown, and got a 12 on Narcissus, but he could easily afford it on this pace. A little over a second ahead going into Hoi, now more than ever, he needed a good fight. An 8 is a perfect time for Hoi. Rick Bruiser led his super through, and Mr. Mega was 3.5 seconds ahead into Nick Bruiser. This wasn't just world record pace, this was destroy the world record pace. If there was ever a time to execute on Nick Bruiser, this was it. No pressure.
First counter.
World record! World record, dude! Are you fucking serious? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! 232! Oh my god!
A huge world record from Mr. Mega. He had just shot himself from 5th to 1st place. This was the time the community had been looking for all these years. A run in the low 230s. Good luck nearly everywhere, and nailing it down on Nick Bruiser. It wasn't perfect, but the opportunities for time saves were extremely limited. Super Punch-Out had finally gotten the run it deserved. And that's where this video would end. That's where the story would end. But it doesn't. Look, I don't switch to first-person narration often, but I don't really have words to adequately describe what happened next. Because 8 days after Mr. Mega set this record, Fat Potato Seal did one of the craziest things I've ever seen. On screen is the running total of the odds of the run Fat Potato Seal was on. He entered the first major luck barrier in the game, Bob Charlie, and ended up getting a 6. A perfect fight with no dodges or blocks. He then fought Dragon Chan, and once again got perfect luck with the low heal. Masked Muscle also gave the best luck possible. He had gotten perfect luck through the first half of the game. He moved to the second half. On Mad Clown, he got a 9-second fight, the best possible luck. On Macho, he got the KO at 10 seconds, the best possible luck. On Narcissus, he got a 9-second KO. Technically a high 8 is possible, but a low 9 is essentially the best possible luck. On Hoi, he got an 8-second TKO, the best possible luck. Then it was time for Rick, and his random uppercut in Phase 3. And yes, he got the best possible luck. I've been making these videos for 5 years, and this run, I genuinely don't remember seeing anything like this in any other game. Other than half a second from Narcissus, on every single fight with significant RNG swing, he had just gotten perfect luck with his strategies. Not good luck, not great luck, perfect luck. Fat Potato Seal was on a 227 pace into Nick Bruiser. Just imagine the pressure in a situation like this, knowing this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Your hands start to go numb. You feel your heart beating in your throat. Basic tasks become nearly impossible. And landing counters on Nick Bruiser is anything but a basic task. But he might never see this pace again in his life.
Sprinter!
Fight!
Knockout! Piece of cake. Right on!
It's hard to expect anyone to have actually pulled it off at the end of this run. Even Fat Potato Seal, one of the best players in the world. This situation he was in was unprecedented, and might not be seen again for months, years, or even longer. But still, it's a heartbreaking feeling. It just goes to show, even when Super Punch-Out does give you the luck,
Who's this? The fuck?
This is carbonated brown sugar water, and this is Coca-Cola. To an impartial observer, these two products may seem identical, but in the world of business, this little red can makes all the difference.
Rick and Morty.
September 2013 saw
I
the
might
end
do
of one of the
something
greatest
else after
episodic comedies of all time as Futurama aired its final episode. I was just a kid in high school at the time, and my biggest pastime was turning on Comedy Central or Adult Swim and just grinding out homework late into the evening. I'll always remember the end of Futurama as such a bittersweet moment. We finally got to see the ultimate payoff of the series' 15-year-long journey, but at the same time, this was the end. No one was sure if there would ever be another show like it again. Fortunately for us, we didn't have to wait long.
Holy crap, Morty, run!
Adult Swim presents a new comedy from Dan Harmon and Justin Roiland. Rick and Morty, premiering Monday, December 2nd at 10:30 on Adult Swim.
All kids out of the pool for Adult Swim.
I remember it was around Thanksgiving when Adult Swim started airing the promos for Rick and Morty, a show that looked unlike anything the network had ever produced before. Adult Swim had always existed as a playground of artistic expression and creative experimentation. It's a channel within a channel, allowing it to operate without the financial responsibilities of a major media network. In the early days, Adult Swim mainly subsisted by syndicating canceled shows from the Fox network. They had a small but loyal viewer base who were instrumental in convincing network executives to give shows like Futurama a second chance. However, the most intriguing parts of Adult Swim can be found in their original programming. For the longest time, Adult Swim originals were characterized by extremely crude, low-budget animation and avant-garde humor. Part of the charm of shows like Aqua Teen Hunger Force is that something so strange could exist on television at all. This type of show earned Adult Swim the unofficial label of the Stoner's Paradise, but I don't think it's fair to define the network along this narrow premise. Adult Swim boldly greenlit shows that couldn't exist on any other network. The Boondocks was a beautifully animated, brilliantly written show that offered cogent commentary on social issues, but due to its narrow appeal, no other network wanted it. Adult Swim was the lone network who didn't care about marketability. They handed artists the reins to present their vision, unfiltered and unneutered by a rigid obligation to appeasing corporate overlords. In many ways, Rick and Morty was no different than any other Adult Swim show. The origins of the show can be traced back to the adventures of Doc and Marty, a crude parody of Back to the Future animated and voiced by Justin Roiland. The webtoon was hosted on Channel 101, an online hub for experimental television hosted by comedian Dan Harmon. Years later, the animation would serve as the blueprint for Adult Swim's newest animated series.
And away we go!
What happened back there?
Why don't you ask the smartest people in the universe, Jerry?
If I could use one word to describe Rick and Morty, I'd say it's a very unique show. There's nothing else like it on television. It's an unholy combination of Futurama, Regular Show, and Freddy Got Fingered. The show is simultaneously crude and elegant. It features both spontaneous improvisation and meticulous attention to detail. It's impressive how the writers managed to create a show like this without it turning out completely incoherent. Historically, we have to look back on Rick and Morty as one of the most culturally significant shows of its decade. Perhaps no other show connected more with the zeitgeist of the 2010s. It wasn't just entertaining, it captured the hearts and minds of a generation of young adults. Rick and Morty encompasses the search for meaning in an age of aimlessness and cynicism. It's not just a show about an anti-hero, it's an anti-show.
Morty, what did you do? You killed the Simpsons, Morty! No!
Nearly every aspect of the show is designed to subvert the platitudes of conventional media. It's a sitcom where nothing ever goes back to normal. The characters occupy a wacky, cartoony world, but suffer realistic, gruesome consequences. The writers will intentionally disrupt a sappy emotional moment with a goofy fourth wall break that obliterates any tension in the scene. This sardonic tongue-in-cheek deprecation is something that could have only succeeded in the internet age, and succeed it did. Rick and Morty's first season premiered to an audience of 1 million viewers. By the season finale, the audience had effectively doubled. For the first time ever, people were going out of their way to tune into Adult Swim on Sunday nights. New episodes would generate widespread discussion, memes, and theories on forums across the web. It was not uncommon at this time to get millions of views on YouTube videos just talking about the show. Rick and Morty was a hit with both casual viewers and critics, at one point peaking at number 7 on IMDb's top 250 TV shows. On paper, it appears to be not just one of the greatest shows of its time, but one of the greatest of all time. And yet, when you ask people their opinion on the show today, you'll find that the responses are much more polarizing than the critical consensus would have you believe. It seems you can't mention the show online anymore without sparking a vicious debate. Nowadays, there are lots of people who say the show went downhill. Some say that the show was never good in the first place. I remember a time when the show was universally revered, but somewhere along the way, something went very, very wrong. In order to understand what made people hate Rick and Morty, we have to understand what made people love Rick and Morty. Well, what do you love about Rick and Morty? Most people would say that they watch Rick and Morty to see two dudes go on wacky sci-fi adventures. Many like to praise the clever and shocking comedy. Some find the crude, improvised moments charming. Others relate to the show's nihilist overtones and appreciate its commentary on the nature of society. A lot of people became invested in the lore and world building and keep watching to see where the story goes next. All of these are valid reasons to like the show, but if you ask me, a lot of people overlook the one element that truly makes Rick and Morty click. Ask yourself this: what is Rick and Morty about? You could come up with a million answers to this question, but ultimately at its core, Rick and Morty is a show about a dysfunctional family. More specifically, Rick and Morty is a show about how a dysfunctional family deals with identity. Coming of age, belonging, wasted potential, mediocrity, and loneliness. These are all prevailing conflicts embodied by each member of the Smith family. I initially compared Rick and Morty to Futurama, but it thematically has much more in common with The Simpsons. At a superficial level, you could describe Rick and Morty as a sci-fi comedy, but at a conceptual level, the show is much closer to a family drama. This is the thematic engine which drives the characters, the story, and the philosophy of the show. But don't just take my word for it. The answer was hiding in plain sight all along from the very beginning.
Adult Swim.
Cover me! Oh, man!
Science makes sense. Family doesn't.
Unfortunately, I feel like most of the audience have fundamentally misunderstood the overall conceit of the show, choosing instead to focus on the far more bombastic sci-fi elements. Much of the controversy around the show today can be attributed to the audience basing their expectations around a sci-fi adventure rather than a family drama. Early on, this led to numerous articles ordaining Rick and Morty the smartest show on television. This ultimately caused people to assign tremendous scientific and philosophical weight towards nonsensical aspects of the show. You had people trying to dissect the greater intellectual meaning behind Mr. Poopy Butthole. Rick and Morty is a very clever show, but most of the science presented by the show is more or less arbitrary. Futurama was a show that was far more realistic in its portrayal of scientific concepts. One time, Ken Keeler even presented an original mathematical proof in the form of an episode. But simply being a smart show is not enough to carry a piece of media to transcendent popularity. Science fiction has always existed as the awkward, nerdy sibling to its far more popular counterpart, fantasy. It's difficult to engage audiences with science fiction when most people don't even have a basic understanding of science. This often leads to science fiction feeling sterile and esoteric as they alienate general audiences with complex scientific jargon. In order to make sci-fi more approachable, you have to add in a grounded element that the average person can relate to. For Futurama, this comes in the form of the everyman Fry, the search for purpose and fitting into an alien world. These are somewhat universal themes that everyone can understand. Star Wars and Star Trek were both synonymous with sci-fi in the 20th century. One of these franchises exploded as an ubiquitous cultural behemoth, while the other is still generally regarded as a niche, nerdy subculture. The difference is that Star Wars had more simple and relatable elements to help people engage with the story. On paper, the Star Wars saga is about an epic space adventure, but at its core, Star Wars simply tells the story of a dysfunctional family. Likewise, Rick and Morty is the story of a dysfunctional family told through the lens of science fiction. The show uses science fiction as a means to explore the dynamics of family drama. Nearly all sci-fi concepts in the show only serve to accent the internal conflict among family members. The Meeseeks box represents the family's insecurities. Interdimensional Cable explores choices and consequences. The entire multiverse serves as an allegory for Rick's inability to confront his personal demons, choosing instead to run away and forget about them. The show tends to focus on Rick more than anyone else because he is the most flawed character.
Morty, do you know what wubba lubba dub dub means?
That's just Rick's stupid nonsense catchphrase.
It's not nonsense at all. In my people's tongue, it means, I am in great pain. Please help me.
Lots of people have interpreted Rick's character as the embodiment of nihilism, and have used this idea to define Rick and Morty as a nihilist show. I would actually argue that Rick's early characterization serves as a warning against nihilism. On the surface, Rick appears to be an aloof renegade who is too smart to care about the universe's problems.
Listen, Morty, I hate to break it to you, but what people call love is just a chemical reaction that compels animals to breed.
However, the more you watch, the more you realize that Rick's unparalleled intellect has left him profoundly lonely.
I was thinking, I might watch a movie.
I am not programmed for friendship.
Suit yourself.
He must keep himself constantly inebriated in order to shield himself from the harsh realities of existence. Rick is terrified by the fact that no matter how smart he is, he will never be able to truly escape his human flaws, because to be human is to be irrational. There is no empirical scientific reason to care about others. You could live your whole life simply exploiting the goodwill of your peers like they're a dispensable resource and it wouldn't make a difference. The nihilist side of Rick wants him to do just that.
We both know that if there's any truth in the universe, it's that Ricks don't care about Mortys.
But deep down, he really does care about certain people. His family. Rick's overwhelmingly logical mind forces him to treat the universe with a nihilist outlook. But in doing so, he loses his humanity.
Break the cycle, Morty. Rise above. Focus on science.
Using science, Rick can invent anything he wants, yet he remains unable to form a meaningful connection with anyone in the universe, not even with identical versions of himself. Rick's characterization provides nuanced commentary about the nature of human progress. As our civilization becomes more technologically advanced, are we losing touch with what makes us human? Why does it feel like, despite existing in the smartest era of human history, people are more miserable today than ever before? There's a jaded wisdom to Rick and Morty that's oddly uplifting at times. The show won't hold back at acknowledging the painful brutality that life has to offer, but it provides consolation for why you shouldn't just quit. The philosophy of Rick and Morty is less about wallowing in the bleak moments of life, but rather salvaging meaning from those bleak moments.
Do I agree with Rick that nothing means anything? No, I do not, because the knowledge that nothing matters, while accurate, gets you nowhere.
A prevailing theme of the early seasons is that even at your lowest point, your decisions still do matter. Rick and Morty makes this apparent through the importance of consequences. It's a show where minor mistakes can cause long-lasting and permanent damage to the characters and world. Morty asking Rick to make a love potion for the school dance causes the entire Earth to be rendered so inhospitable that they have to abandon their universe entirely. Many like to point to this moment as evidence of the show's nihilism by claiming that each world in Rick's multiverse matters so little that you could just throw it away and start over with a new one. However, this event did matter. Morty is completely traumatized by this moment and never sees the world the same after this point. Part of the reason Rick is so miserable is that he justifies his recklessness by saying that none of it matters, even though the consequences of his actions do affect him in very damaging ways. Rick's prevailing character arc throughout the series is one of accountability, realizing that his actions do matter because of the consequences they bring to the people he cares about. And no other episode represents this idea more than the Season 2 finale. This is the episode where Rick finally stops running from his problems and takes accountability for his actions. In my opinion, this moment marks the point at which Rick and Morty peaked as a series. Since this aired, the show has never really been the same. After 2 years and 21 episodes, Rick and Morty was about to undergo some major changes.
But if you rearrange the letters in the meaning of life, it becomes the engine of a film. Or more pessimistically, the fine game of nil.
Hello, Internet. Pickle Rick here, and welcome to Cinema Hypothesis. In today's episode, we're gonna get swifty by finally solving the mystery, once and for all, of why Rick is really depressed. Now, you could say that Rick's depression is caused by a variety of very obvious factors that anyone could understand by watching the show for more than 2 seconds. But to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to construct theories without evidence. In Season 1, Episode 9 of Rick and Morty, the show reveals the hidden truth of why Rick can never be happy. So, as you can see in this shot, Rick is very clearly displaying the symptoms of male pattern baldness.
No! Oh, jeez, he's crying.
Well, that's too bad for Rick. If only there was an amazing scientific invention that was up to 90% effective at reducing and stopping the symptoms of hair loss.
This video is brought to you by Keeps Hair Loss Prevention, the most affordable FDA-approved hair loss product. Talk to a real online doctor today to get your medication shipped right to your door.
And to think, Rick could have been happy all along if he just lived in the universe where he used Keeps to protect his hair.
Brain blast!
However, to be fair, you have to have a very low follicle count to be a nihilist. But hey, that's just a hypothesis. A cinema hypothesis. Stay tuned for next time when we uncover the mystery of Jerry's erectile dysfunction.
Visit keeps.com/emplemon for 50% off your first order. That's keeps.com/emplemon.
Home movies. Tomorrow at 11:30 on Adult Swim.
The Season 2 cliffhanger had generated more intrigue for the show than ever before. For 18 months, fans speculated wild theories on what was going to happen next. Then, on April Fool's Day of 2017, we got our answer. Welcome to the darkest year of our adventures. The Season 3 premiere was perhaps the boldest episode of the series, choosing to blow up the family entirely by having Beth divorce Jerry. This change represented a major departure from the structure of the first 2 seasons, but fans were riding high on the hype of the premiere and were excited to see where the story would go. 2 episodes later, we got the most infamous installment of the series.
I turned myself into a pickle, Morty! I'm Pickle Rick!
Pickle Rick was the first time that Rick and Morty truly divided the audience, and to this day, it is still one of the most criticized episodes of the entire series. Some viewers cite Pickle Rick as the moment Rick and Morty jumped the shark, a point of no return from which the quality of the show never recovered. So what went wrong with Pickle Rick? A lot of people could tell that something was off about it, but had a hard time articulating why. Most people just know it as that episode with the annoying meme, but the issues with the episode run far deeper. In many ways, Pickle Rick betrayed the philosophy of the entire series up to that point. It did so in 3 main aspects, starting with structure. Rick and Morty would always portray its conflict through the lens of science fiction. This left a lot of room for interpretation as the message of the show was never directly stated. That all changed when Pickle Rick had Susan Sarandon literally explain to the audience how they're supposed to interpret the show. There was nothing metaphorical or nuanced about it, just a regular human therapist on regular old Earth telling the audience how they should feel. I understand that the writers were trying something new, but this scene just came off as cheap. After this moment, much of the open-ended mystique of Rick's character was extinguished, and the series became less compelling as a result. Speaking of Rick's character, this episode fundamentally alters the way in which Rick is written as a character moving forward. For starters, Rick's power level from this point onward is completely absurd. In the older seasons, Rick was savvy but still vulnerable. Most of the time, all Rick could do was run away and escape through a portal. The new seasons portray Rick as an invincible killing machine who can mow down enemies with ease. This ruins the tension of all the action scenes because you know that Rick is no longer in any real danger. Most of the time, he'll defeat his enemies in 1 second with an overpowered body augmentation that's never explained nor brought up again. You know, maybe something like this could have come in handy that one time he got beat up and robbed by a teenage girl. Rick's new unstoppable combat ability is emblematic of a far greater change in the overall presentation of the character. Rick's whole character arc of accountability is more or less absent in Season 3. Somewhere along the way, Rick transformed from the flawed scientist to the smartest man in the universe.
Smartest man in the universe.
You want me to get intel out of the smartest mammal in the galaxy? He can do that.
He is the smartest man in the universe.
The show only starts calling Rick this in Season 3. At no prior point did any other character refer to Rick as the smartest person in the universe. I always thought that Rick was smart enough to see the universe in a more complex way, but he wasn't an omnipotent god. There were many other beings in the show whose powers far exceeded any of his capabilities. But in the newer seasons, the whole universe seems to just exist as Rick's playing field.
When you know nothing matters, the universe is yours. Smart people get a chance to climb on top, take reality for a ride.
This caused Season 3 to feel very unbalanced. There are far less heartfelt character moments and far more biting cynicism. The show will introduce a thoughtful origin story about Rick and then discard it 2 minutes later as a mere plot device to get Rick out of prison. So, was it real? Did it matter? Does anything in this season matter? It was as if Rick's nihilism bled into the tone of the entire show. From this point onward, most of the family members lose their defining characteristics to become more like Rick. Limiting the nihilism to just a single character is fine, But when the whole show is telling you that nothing matters, then the audience have to ask themselves why the show matters. I understand that this is supposed to be the darkest year of our adventures, but Season 3 doesn't feel dark as much as it feels aimless. Rick and Morty was always dark. The show is a dark comedy. Was it not dark when Morty got violated by King Jellybean, or the multiple times Rick tried to end his own life? Season 3 didn't add dark moments as much as it subtracted comedic ones. Pickle Rick represents an unpleasant malaise that hangs over the whole season. Characters stop developing, consequences don't matter as much. The family has very little to do because they spend the whole season separated, only to just get back together at the end like nothing happened.
And by the way, you know, when you're telling these little stories, here's a good idea. Have a point.
In my opinion, it would have been a lot more compelling if the series chose to separate Rick from the family instead of Jerry. This would have shaken up the structure while still keeping Rick's character intact. I get the feeling that this was the original plan for Season 3, but they were too afraid to pull the trigger. They needed to keep Rick as the straightforward face of the show because by the third season, the series had become marketable.
You went into a store, an actual honest-to-God store, and you bought something. Buy another one, Morty! Consume, Morty!
Pickle Rick was the final step in establishing the show as a trendy brand. In the coming months, Pickle Rick would be plastered all over posters, merchandise, and other promotional material for the show. I would describe this as the point in which Rick and Morty truly converged with the fandom. If you find something entertaining, you can consider yourself a fan. But when you allow the act of being a fan to take on a culture of its own, then you start to enter the fandom. Fandoms in theory have always existed, but were never able to truly materialize until the advent of the internet. Prior to the web, media was much more homogeneous. There was once a time when most Americans would all watch the same shows across the same 3 networks. If I asked you to picture a Seinfeld fan, you probably couldn't come up with a definitive stereotype. That's because shows like Seinfeld were so ubiquitous in pop culture that it's impossible to define it among a specific audience type. The internet changed all of this by sparking a massive divergence in media programming. The general audience was rendered obsolete. Modern shows are increasingly catered towards more specific content preferences. Rather than having a few shows watched by many people, we now have many shows watched by a few people. Consequently, this has made it much harder to find people who watch the same shows as you, but when you do find them, they're much more likely to have similar beliefs, attitudes, and interests. The bifurcation of media has ushered in an unprecedented age where every show has its own community of like-minded viewers. Welcome to the age of the fandom, where the media you consume is now fundamentally tied to your identity. Engaging with a fandom is now part and parcel of enjoying any modern TV show. Most fandoms are kept in check by the limited scope of their respective programming, but occasionally you'll see one that gets completely out of control. Naturally, with Rick and Morty's meteoric rise in popularity, the fandom went completely mad. Manic anti-hero attachment disorder. It's a psychiatric condition I just invented where a television viewer begins to idolize and emulate the flawed protagonist of their favorite show. The Rick and Morty fandom is most well known for 2 infamous occurrences, the Szechuan sauce riots and the high IQ copy pasta. Although both of these events were somewhat over-embellished if not outright fake, they still cast a rather embarrassing shadow over the series as a whole. It seemed like almost overnight Rick and Morty stopped being cool. The fandom had caused the entire audience to be labeled as a bunch of snobby, pretentious pseudo-intellectuals, or as a bunch of mindless consumer zombies. This not only made people hate the show, but it made fans like me ashamed for enjoying the show. Is it really fair to judge a show for the actions of its fandom? Theoretically, we should be able to evaluate a piece of media in a vacuum, regardless of the actions of its disciples. But can a fandom become so insufferable that they damage their show's reputation beyond repair? Obviously, it's the show that influences the fandom. But what happens when the fandom starts to influence the show? Well, you get Pickle Rick. The fandom started calling Rick and Morty the smartest show on television, so the show became about the smartest man in the universe. The fandom obsessed over the nihilist theme, so Rick and Morty became a nihilist show. The fandom didn't care much about the family drama, so the family just sort of faded into the background. It seems that somewhere along the way, the writers abandoned their original vision for the series to create a product more palatable for the fandom.
And the Emmy goes to... Rick and Morty!
Well, I can't exactly say I blame the creators for doing this. Pickle Rick won the show an Emmy. Rick and Morty undoubtedly succeeded at appealing to a trendier audience. At least it did for a little bit. You see, the problem with chasing trends is that they don't tend to stick around for very long. As soon as the hype starts to cool off, the audience will leave you in a heartbeat to go play with the next shiny new toy. Because trendy people don't stick around out of any intrinsic appreciation for the medium. They only tune in because everyone else is doing it. And unfortunately, in Rick and Morty's efforts to sustain their broad appeal, they have devalued their overall design aspects.
You really got in on that Game of Thrones fever. South Park did it 4 years ago, Morty. If Ant-Man and the Wasp can do it, I'm not interested. Gamergate?
I haven't seen blasts like this since taco night at James Earl Jones' house.
A dad makes a toilet look like R2-D2 and it breaks the front page of Reddit.
Nowadays, Rick will randomly name drop things like Reddit and Gamergate. These references only exist to force a cheap pop from the audience. It's difficult to separate the show from the fandom when the show will disrupt its own world building to specifically cater to them. Am I supposed to believe that Rick, the universe-hopping interdimensional war criminal, is concerned about the front page of Reddit?
Oh, you agree, huh? You like that Redgrin Grumbolt reference?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? I made him up. You really are your father's children. Think for yourselves, don't be sheep.
Much like the characters within the show, Rick and Morty is suffering from an identity crisis. The show these days doesn't seem to have any definitive sense of direction. They will introduce serialized elements but won't pay them off in a satisfying way. They portray Rick as a cocky, omniscient gladiator who always wins at everything, but still want us to feel sympathetic for his plight. And as much as the show likes to rip on the media establishment, Rick and Morty is no longer the scrappy Adult Swim underdog. They're a dynasty.
The fan reaction to Pickle Rick, I'll always have a fraud complex about because we teased it at Comic-Con, and everybody that loves Rick and Morty knows that you have to wait really, really, really long periods of time.
It's hard to say what exactly caused Rick and Morty to stray so far from its original premise, but the change is most likely related to the staggered production of the third season. Dan Harmon decided to hire 4 female writers to balance the gender ratio of the staff. Some people use this to claim that women ruined the show, but I think adding 4 new writers of any gender would have still disrupted the show's momentum. Writers need time to develop chemistry, and I suspect that overhauling the team to this extent was more of a creative setback than they anticipated. Season 3 experienced numerous delays and only managed to ship 10 of the 14 planned episodes. Dan Harmon blamed the sluggish production on his perfectionism and newfound pressure to conform to grandiose standards. Season 3 was intended to be the most ambitious yet, but they ended up biting off more than they could chew, and the season wound up feeling sloppy, inconsistent, and anticlimactic. Part of the blame for the show's recent struggles can be placed on Adult Swim. The network had never before managed a mainstream hit like Rick and Morty and seemed unprepared to handle the show's white-hot momentum. Adult Swim followed up the belated release of Season 3 by leaving the show in limbo for 8 months before finally ordering new episodes in May of 2018. This pushed back the premiere of Season 4 to November of 2019, and for some baffling reason they decided to release the season in 2 halves 5 months apart. It probably didn't help the production process that Justin Roiland was devoting much of his attention to an entirely new series that's basically just Rick and Morty with extra steps. Between the Season 2 and Season 4 finale, Rick and Morty only managed to release 20 episodes in a 4.5-year span. Whatever hype there was for the show has long since been extinguished. Rick and Morty had lightning in a bottle and they kind of blew it. By the end of Season 4, more than half of the audience had stopped watching.
You ever wonder what happened to Rick and Morty?
Maybe it's for the best that Rick and Morty is no longer trendy. Despite all the issues I just described, I still believe that Rick and Morty is a good show. The new episodes are still entertaining to both watch and rewatch, which is more than I can say for almost anything else on television. Rick and Morty is a good show, but it could have been a great show. The magic of those first 2 seasons is something that may never be replicated again. One has to wonder how the show could have turned out if they had stuck to their guns and shut out the noise from the fandom. Regardless, Rick and Morty made the mistake of believing its own hype, and now it has to face the consequences. Right now, the series is at a major crossroads. The audience has diminished to season 1 levels, so maybe it's a sign that the show should get back to basics. Or maybe they could do the complete opposite and blow the show wide open with experimentation. I've always admired how the show is never afraid to shake up the formula and keep things fresh. Now that the hype has cooled off, the writers are no longer burdened by the wild expectations of a delusional fandom. And as a mostly episodic series, they don't have to worry about pigeonholing each episode into a convoluted story. Lots of people are writing the show off as dead, but I actually think that Rick and Morty could rise again. Maybe because I'm not a massive nihilist. People forget that other adult animated comedies like South Park and The Simpsons didn't come out with their best work until long after they peaked in popularity. Maybe Rick and Morty can do the same. Until then, we can at least look back at the good times. I'll always remember staying up late on those Sunday nights knowing I'd have to drag myself to school the next morning, and it was nice to forget about my problems for just half an hour and lose myself in a show unlike anything else on television. It was a show that taught me a lot and made me see the world in a different way. Then at some point, the show began to see itself in a different way, and both of us went on our own downward spiral. Looking back on it all, both the show and I came out profoundly altered, for better or for worse.
I know it's a dumb meme, but that meme of like, to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand Rick and Morty. On one hand, that's emblematic of like bad elements of fandom, but on the other hand, it does make me proud. It's a show that is clearly loved by, among many other people, some of the most creative, funny, smart people available.
People like to rip on the insane Rick and Morty fandom, but ever since Season 2 ended, it's safe to say the whole world went a bit mad. Will Season 5 come out before the imminent collapse of civilization? We'll just have to wait and see. But as the universe around us continues to feel more dysfunctional and bleak, I'm glad I can at least find meaning in one cartoon on Adult Swim. Everyone else can say whatever they want about it, but for me, Rick and Morty will always be a good show with a mad fandom. Brought to you by Keeps. Stay tuned till the end for more information. Hey, Meme Sauce, Emp here. Why are the Simpsons green? The Green Simpsons effect is a running gag on this channel where I take footage of the Simpsons and hue shift it upwards approximately 44 degrees, transforming their familiar yellow into a somewhat alien green. The joke began in a video from February 2016 in which I remixed a clip from the episode Homer's Enemy. At the time, The Simpsons had just aired their 588th episode. 588 nanometers is the approximate wavelength of yellow light, as seen by the human eye. MDB is the internet's most popular film and television database, and the place where people from all around the world unite to rate everything a 7 out of 10. The Simpsons as a series has managed to earn an 8.7, and a handful of its very best episodes have reached the fabled 9 category. But out of nearly 700 total episodes and counting, just one sits definitively above all the rest. The name of this episode is Homer's Enemy. The Simpsons is the longest-running primetime television series in the US, and across 3 decades of programming, no other episode is more provocative, polarizing, and profound. It is the resounding conclusion to one of the greatest runs of any show ever. After this episode, The Simpsons was never the same, and come to think of it, neither were we.
I've had to work hard every day of my life, and what do I have to show for it? And what do you have to show for your lifetime of sloth and ignorance?
Stay the hell away from me, because from now on, we're enemies.
It's impossible to appreciate the significance of Homer's enemy without first understanding the series that preceded it. The Simpsons is a show about many things: family, politics, religion, but most importantly, The Simpsons is a show about America. There's a running gag in the series over the specific location of The Simpsons' hometown. Springfield is one of the most common place names in the US. You can find a town called Springfield in more than 30 states. So which of these Springfields is home to TV's most iconic yellow family? The truth is, it doesn't really matter what part of the country The Simpsons call home. The series has intentionally kept clues about Springfield's location inconsistent and contradictory. Springfield isn't in America as much as it is America. The town represents an amalgamation of American culture, attitudes, and institutions. It's a malleable template for the show to comment on society in the United States. The true location of The Simpsons' home may forever remain an enigma, but in a way, all of us live in Springfield. Two hours away from Springfield, Oregon, a young Matt Groening is developing a passion for cartoons. In 1972, he leaves his parents, Homer and Marge, to attend the progressive capital of the Pacific Northwest, Evergreen State College. There, he would embark on the first steps in his journey towards creating one of the most influential cultural contributions of the 20th century. But before he could do that, Matt Groening had to enter hell. Like many aspiring artists of the modern age, Matt Groening would spend much of his 20s languishing away in California. While bouncing around between what he described as a series of lousy jobs, Groening would document his frustrations in a self-titled comic book called Life in Hell. The comic carried much of Groening's youthful cynicism and irreverence, and what started as a set of photocopied drawings shared among friends quickly picked up steam throughout LA's underground art scene. One day, Life in Hell would end up in the hands of television producer James L. Brooks. Matt Groening may have started off California dreaming, but his doodling was about to pay off big time.
This is Fox.
1987 would change the face of American television through the grand opening of the Fox network. For nearly 3 decades, the big three networks had reigned supreme over the airwaves. American television in the 80s was much like the culture that surrounded it: conservative, sanitized, and family-oriented. Primetime programming consisted mainly of sugary sitcoms with responsible and virtuous role models. The big three networks at this time had one simple strategy: mass appeal. They strayed away from programming that would risk alienating general audiences. Typically, this group included children, parents, and the elderly. The Fox network had a different strategy in mind. Their plan was to appeal to the other guys. Generation X represented a group of Americans unlike any that came before them. It was a generation who found themselves born into a very different America than the one afforded to their parents. They grew up in a time when the president, America's most prestigious role model, was forced to resign in shame after getting exposed as a corrupt scoundrel. They witnessed the mighty and unbeatable US military get humiliated through a fiasco in some part of the world most of them couldn't even find on a map. By the time they reached adulthood, they were met with the worst economy since the Great Depression, unthinkable environmental crises, and the continued existential dread of nuclear annihilation. With all that said, it's not hard to understand why many in Gen X had no choice but to view the world with ambivalence and apathy. Television in the early 80s tried to maintain the illusion of America continuing to be the shining city on a hill, but for those occupying lower ground, the realities of the country's flaws were far too much to ignore. Fox became the first major network to specifically appeal to the Gen X attitude of cynicism and irreverence, the very same themes featured in the works of Matt Groening. In 1986, Groening got a call from James L. Brooks offering the opportunity of a lifetime. The Fox network was looking for a cartoon segment to air on the debuting Tracey Ullman show. Unwilling to give up the rights to Life in Hell, Groening conceived of a different premise: a family based on himself, his parents, and his 2 younger sisters. The Simpsons entered the fray among a long lineage of American television families, and soon, people would come to realize that they were not at all like their predecessors.
Shut up!
The Simpsons represented an honest portrayal of dysfunction in the American household. Viewers were immediately drawn to the Yellow family's relatable drama, and the segment quickly became one of the most popular on Tracy Ullman. By 1989, The Simpsons had become so popular that they were upgraded from segment to series, and so began one of the most influential television programs in the history of American entertainment. It's remarkable just how different The Simpsons was than anything else on television at the time. It was edgy, subversive counterculture from an underground artist. The show was experimental, avant-garde, and even postmodern at times. It was the first mainstream show to repeatedly reference and parody other media, relying on the audience's own knowledge of movies and TV for much of its humor. The show was free to determine its own creative direction without network interference, a liberty that was virtually unheard of in 1989. Not to mention that the series was animated, a genre that for the past 2 decades was exclusively associated with children, toys, and breakfast cereal. The Simpsons broke so many molds that it's almost preposterous to consider a show this brazen airing on network television in prime time. The series essentially rebelled against all of mainstream television and ended up taking much of America with it. Season 1 debuted to an audience of 30 million people, immediately cementing itself as Fox's flagship series. The mischievous Bart Simpson became a cultural icon, one of the first characters to truly appeal to the slacker mentality of the 90s. The character embodied the overall spirit of the show, defiant, unapologetic, and anti-authority. The series was simultaneously beloved and controversial. It was unafraid to challenge America's most revered institutions.
To make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons. Huh?
Hey, we're just like the Waltons. We're praying for an end to the Depression, too.
It's easy to imagine a TV show mocking the president now. It's all but cliche at this point. But in 1992, it was almost unthinkable. Much to the chagrin of President Bush, American TV families became much more like The Simpsons by the end of the decade.
These talking dinosaurs are more real than most real families on TV.
Eventually, audiences ended up resonating more with the Yellow cartoon family than many of the others portrayed by real-life actors. The Simpsons didn't just challenge the status quo, it redefined the status quo in its own image. And while it began its run as the anti-sitcom, the show would eventually transform into something entirely different.
Hello, I'm The Real Jims, some guy who talks about The Simpsons on YouTube, and this is the history of The Simpsons showrunners, seasons 1 through 7. The first 2 seasons were run by a combination of Matt Groening, James L. Brooks, and Sam Simon. Obviously, these early years were very developmental, so all 3 of them brought a skill set that would build the foundation of the show. Season 1 is well known for its rather rough animation, although things improved significantly halfway through. The early years were considerably more down-to-earth and character-driven in terms of their plots and joke writing. They loved doing fantasy sequences, but weren't about those fast-paced cutaway jokes or anything yet. They kept things small, kept the focus on the family. However, Bart was the breakout star and got a lot of the attention in these early years. Season 2 was more about the world building, introducing tons of new characters and giving people like Skinner, Mr. Burns, and Grandpa spotlights. These stories became slightly more topical and satirical, and the characters watched more TV. You can see moments where things are getting a lot more wacky, but by and large, these first 2 seasons were about telling these classy, focused, character-driven stories with few gimmicks. For seasons 3 and 4, Al Jean and Mike Reiss took over as showrunners. This was where the show became significantly more referential and bouncy, so to speak. They weren't afraid to cut away to something else to do a quick joke, or suddenly do these extremely elaborate homages. Maybe cut to the TV for some movie parodies. We get more B-plots and converging storylines. There was a stronger Hollywood vibe to this era. You get these big guest star extravaganzas like Homer at the Bat and Krusty Gets Busted. Season 3 tried to keep one toe in the Season 2 pond, take a more balanced approach, whereas Season 4 pushed the show in a more surreal direction. Although that might be a symptom of more Homer-focused episodes. By Season 4, the balance between Homer and Bart tilted much farther in Captain Wacky's direction. That being said, it never reached the point of just being a meta-comedy. These punchy pop culture references were balanced by actual character drama. It's not just a silly romp through Duff Gardens, it's also about Selma wanting to have a baby, or that Lisa needs braces. Seasons 3 and 4 took these extremely down-to-earth character storylines and told them in the most cuckoo bananas way possible. Seasons 5 and 6, helmed by new showrunner David Merkin, took the show in a bigger and more high-concept direction. I think big is the best descriptor of this era. You'd get Homer going into space, Bart becoming famous, Springfield legalizing gambling, Lisa taking on the toy industry. And that's just Season 5. Whereas Season 6 concluded with Who Shot Mr. Burns, and filled the rest of the season with mysteries, conspiracies, and life-or-death situations. These seasons loved the big Springfield stories, loved finding excuses for the residents to devolve into an angry mob. Their homage and parody game was still strong, sometimes evolving into full-length episode parodies. This was also the rise of screw the audience jokes, in which they explicitly set up a fake punchline and then do the exact opposite. The jokes became considerably more subversive and sarcastic, constantly playing games with the audience. There's a higher sense of self-awareness here. The audience has seen a lot of their tricks already, so they gotta keep us guessing. Veteran writers Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein took over the show in Seasons 7 and 8. Season 7 took the subversiveness and meta humor of the previous year and applied it to the types of stories from the early years. There was more of an emphasis to bring things back to the family, tell these emotional character stories like Mother Simpson and Home Sweet Home Diddly Dum Doodly. But it wasn't just a throwback, they took a more experimental approach. Let's do an extremely mundane and observational simulation of George Bush. Now let's do a bunch of short sketches and Pulp Fiction homages. Season 7 loved experimenting with its characters, putting them in these strange, high-concept situations and deconstructing who they actually are. By now, it should be clear that the show had evolved into something far beyond a simple riff on the 80s sitcom. But this isn't even close to its final form. In Season 8, they pushed things even further.
Season 8 of The Simpsons would mark the final run of the Oakley and Weinstein era. Many consider it the last hurrah of The Simpsons' golden age, but before their departure, the showrunners were about to take the series to strange new places. Season 8 features the most ambitious and experimental episodes that The Simpsons has ever produced. It pushed the concepts and characters within the show to their absolute limit. The episodes were perhaps the most self-aware and meta in the history of the series. They didn't stop at just breaking the fourth wall. At times, they deconstructed the television industry at large, and on one occasion, The Simpsons went so far as to deconstruct itself. It is the most ambitious and high-concept episode of The Simpsons' most ambitious and high-concept season. At long last, we have arrived at Homer's enemy. It's an episode that presents The Simpsons in their natural habitat, but with a single addition. Frank Grimes was created not just as a foil for Homer, but as a foil to the series itself. In many other settings he would be a hero, but in Springfield, USA, there is no greater antagonist. Grimes is a prime example of a sympathetic villain. His work ethic is admirable and his struggle is relatable. With Frank Grimes, The Simpsons succeeded in making an antagonist so compelling that he made the audience start to resent the protagonist. Grimes presents a scathing critique of Homer Simpson, the flagship character of the series.
What are you saying?
I'm saying you're what's wrong with America, Simpson.
Homer's enemy confronts the most confounding issue of our time, inequity. The character of Frank Grimes was conceived to resemble actor William H. Macy, who often portrayed downtrodden working-class roles. Grimes would end up being voiced by longtime Simpsons cast member Hank Azaria, who delivered what is in all likelihood his greatest performance of the series. Azaria described the performance as the most emotional and meticulous he had ever attempted. His goal was to portray Grimes with a seething passion underneath a totally calm exterior. Such is the temperament of many working-class people today. Everyone knows what it's like to be treated unfairly. It's one of the most frustrating experiences imaginable. When we contribute to society, we do so under the expectation that our effort will be rewarded. This doctrine is the essence of the American dream. What does it mean to be American? It's a question that will remain forever contested depending on who you ask. But in my humble opinion, the spirit of the United States is rooted in ambition and discontent. Ambition creates discontent. The desire to change the status quo drives people to demand something greater. It's what drives people to give up everything they ever knew and cross an ocean. It's what drives people to overthrow the most powerful monarchy in the world.
It's what drives people to venture into parts unknown in search of gold, oil, and whatever else that might make tomorrow a better day. The American frontier saw people risk everything for the opportunity of prosperity and individual liberty. They operated under the simple ideal of a man controlling his destiny through only his own passion and self-reliance. Frank Grimes represents the classical American hero, the only problem being that he exists in modern America, where the idyllic frontier has been all but replaced with catatonically tapping away at a computer for 40 hours a week. In most aspects, the US is no longer the land of opportunity as it was once regarded. Many Americans now experience disillusionment with the American dream, believing that we are now subject to the same kind of tyrannical oligarchy from which our forefathers originally fled. The only difference now is that we have run out of oceans to cross. Frank Grimes not only witnesses his own efforts fail to improve his standing, he witnesses Homer prosper from a lifetime of sloth and ignorance. Homer's outcome reflects the American dream, but his actions reflect the antithesis. The episode raises a serious question, one that potentially threatens our entire perception of the series. If we believe in the simple principle that hard work deserves to be rewarded, then shouldn't we resent Homer Simpson? Well, why do we like Homer Simpson? There's no denying that Homer is a very flawed character. Simpsons writer John Swartzwelder suggested that Homer may embody all 7 deadly sins. Many aspects of his character are quite unpleasant, if not downright unflattering. At times, he is reckless, ignorant, impulsive, and over-emotional. He is the spitting image of how people from other countries stereotype Americans. An overweight, lazy, dim-witted consumer. You can call Homer many things, but one thing you can't call him is pretentious. Homer Simpson is the real deal. He doesn't hide behind a sanctimonious persona. The truth is that we like Homer because he represents all of us, whether we want to admit it or not. In complete contrast to ambition and discontent, Homer embodies a totally opposite but equally American ideal, laissez-faire, the attitude of letting the world around you run its own course. Such is the essence of freedom and individual liberty. Only by relinquishing control over others can we ensure our own agency to do as we please. Laissez-faire is most commonly mentioned in economics as the key principle of capitalism, which, depending on who you ask, is the cause of and solution to all of life's problems. Laissez-faire created Homer, and it also created Mr. Burns. Is true freedom even attainable if its unaltered state inevitably resurrects tyranny? Pretty much every political belief system today exists to answer this question in one way or another. Realizing the perpetual endlessness of political debate can easily force us into a nihilistic outlook of society at large, but Homer Simpson may offer us a way out.
There's something very zen about this episode. You know, it's Homer's blind happiness, his ignorant bliss, that just gets him through, you know?
Despite his overwhelming flaws, Homer has managed to reach a state of modern-day enlightenment. His childlike ignorance has liberated him from the rat race and the cult of work. He somehow exists in total harmony with the frustrations of 20th century life. In a world where everything has become so nauseatingly complex, Homer represents a return to simplicity. He goes to work, clocks in, and gets paid to do nothing. He is essentially stealing from the most evil man in town, and he doesn't even question it.
Homer, I don't use the word hero very often, but you are the greatest hero in American history.
If Grimes represents the classical American hero, then Homer may very well be the modern American hero. Sometimes the best way to fight the system is not to rebel against the system, but to exploit the system.
Hey, you seem like a great guy, so I'll give you a little tip. If you turn that security camera around, you can sleep and no one will ever know.
With a character like Homer, there's beauty in imperfection. Unlike an ideal father figure, he doesn't always have all the right answers. But watching his misadventures provides us with solace that for as much as we screw up, things can still wind up okay.
And it's a nice lesson, you know, if you... Grimes works so... He's so type A, he works so hard, he's so uptight, and you can't enjoy life if you're like that, whereas Homer is hapless, but, you know, thrilled.
Not everyone can be like Homer. Not everyone should be like Grimes. Society can only function with a good mix of both. It's easy to feel sympathy for the plight of Frank Grimes, but at the end of the day, Homer is not his enemy. Hating Homer is kind of like hating your dog. Sure, they may inconvenience us, but that's just the price you pay for unconditional affection. With all the cruelty in the modern world, it's about all you can ask for. At the end of the day, Homer has a heart of gold, even if sometimes he has a hard time showing it. Where Grimes goes wrong is blaming Homer for his own misfortune.
You leech off decent, hard-working people, like me.
Perhaps the best scene in the episode is Frank Grimes snapping at the sight of the Simpsons' home. Realizing Homer's material wealth utterly destroys Grimes' outlook on life. The sheer unfairness of the situation transforms his relationship with Homer from mild annoyance to bitter hostility. Homer's enemy draws many parallels to Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman, one of the first high-profile works to truly question the ideals of the American dream. Death of a Salesman's Willy Loman is a misfortunate, exhausted worker who measures his life's worth through popularity and material wealth. He becomes so paralyzed by this idea of success that he loses his grip on reality. Likewise is the story and fate of Frank Grimes, who comes to resent Homer's popularity and material wealth. However, this perceived injustice is ultimately an illusion, stemming from Grimes' incongruent concept of success. Homer was never wealthy because of his success, nor was he successful because of his wealth. Homer is where he is because of the intrinsic value he places in the people and world around him. This theme is accented by the B-plot of the episode, where Bart buys an abandoned factory that everyone else thinks is worthless. If most of us bought a factory at auction, we would immediately become consumed by thoughts of profit, value, maintenance, and renovation. When Bart buys a factory, the only thing he thinks about is how he can use it as an extended playground. This premise is a microcosm of how Homer is successful and Grimes is miserable. It is specifically referenced in the dinner scene to punctuate this distinction.
Beautiful wife, a son who owns a factory.
During his rant, Grimes doesn't care about who Bart is as a person. He only bemoans the unfairness of his material possession. Contrast this response with Homer reacting to Grimes' life story.
I live in a single room above a bowling alley and below another bowling alley.
Wow.
While Grimes complains about living between two bowling alleys, Homer is impressed. I believe that referencing a bowling alley with this line was a deliberate choice by the writers to remind the viewer of Homer's lost dream of working in a bowling alley, a dream he chose to sacrifice for the good of his family. Ultimately, status and material possessions do not determine our character. Our value as individuals is dictated by how we act in our most challenging moments. When push comes to shove, Homer chooses to be kind and forgiving, while Grimes chooses to be spiteful and vindictive.
I would die a happy man if I could prove to you that Homer Simpson has the intelligence of a 6-year-old.
Frank Grimes' fatal flaw is
This
spawned
analysis
through
of
his
this
obsession
episode
with
is longer than the
fairness.
actual episode.
Unlike the principle of freedom, fairness is not something that can be explicitly given or taken away. It will always be fundamentally tied to randomness and chance. The sad reality is that life is inherently unfair. There will always be someone more fortunate than you, but by that same token, there will always be someone less fortunate than you. Tomorrow you could win the lottery and then die from a lightning strike. Would that be fair? It's impossible to answer because both of those events are entirely out of our control. They exist beyond the scope of our influence. Even in our most systematic attempts to practice fairness, inequality always manages to slip through the cracks. There is no such thing as an absolutely fair system. Someone will always be getting the short end of the stick. By trying to sabotage and humiliate Homer according to what he thinks his co-worker deserves, Frank Grimes is entering himself into an unwinnable battle. In the end, his obsession with fairness ultimately drives him mad. The idea of rewarding a man as incompetent as Homer Simpson is simply too much for him to bear. Homer's job as a safety inspector at the nuclear power plant is one of the most iconic gags in the entire show. The premise of a buffoon being responsible for preventing a reactor meltdown is as hilarious as it is dark. If you ask me, however, the whole setup is a perfect metaphor for Homer's outlook towards the universe. He exists in one of the most stressful environments possible, yet his only concerns rest within his narrow slice of the world. Homer is destined to remain forever content. even if the world melts down around him. There will never be an elegant, harmonious solution to all of America's problems. A part of America will always be fighting, and another part will just sit back and watch the fireworks. The engine of America is powered by turmoil. No matter how tough things get, it just keeps on chugging ahead.
Frank Grimes, or grimy as he liked to be called, taught us that a man can triumph over adversity.
The end of Homer's Enemy is one of the darkest moments of the entire series. The audience is intended to laugh at Frank Grimes' epic meltdown, but at the time, not everyone found it funny.
When this came out, I really recall it made half the audience very mad. The more recent generation loves this episode, but when it first came out, a lot of people got very angry about it.
Upon release, the episode stirred controversy among the Simpsons faithful. The grisly ending polarized viewers who had actually grown attached to Homer's Enemy. Frank Grimes was so persuasive that he successfully turned a part of the audience against the face of the show. In just a single episode, The Simpsons introduced the most compelling antagonist in the history of the series, and then utterly dismantled him. They took the classical American hero and lowered him in a casket among gregarious laughter. Looking back, one has to wonder if the series was burying more than just Grimes at the end of this episode.
The origin of this episode was, what if a guy seemingly from the real world had to come deal with Homer?
The original concept for the character of Frank Grimes was taking a normal, hardworking man and placing him in the satirical and often nonsensical cartoon town of Springfield. He was designed to be categorically unlike any other character on the show. It's for this reason why many have since labeled Grimes as one of the most unique characters in Simpsons history. Except, there is one other character in the series lineage who does bear a striking resemblance to Grimes. A character who on many occasions showed great envy, insecurity, and vindictiveness towards one of his peers. The name of this character is Homer Simpson.
You know, if you gave Ned Flanders a chance...
Oh, here we go again. Look, I don't care if Ned Flanders is the nicest guy in the world. He's a jerk.
What? In the beginning, Homer's enemy lived right next door to The Simpsons. Ned Flanders served the role of Homer's original foil. He represented the idealized role model of traditional family sitcoms. This era of the show featured a much more desperate and frustrated Homer, one who would go through great lengths to try to measure up to the more wealthy and popular Flanders. Early plots of The Simpsons were frequently driven by Homer's jealousy of Flanders' material possessions. Beyond matters of wealth, Flanders highlighted Homer's inadequacies as a father.
You were right the first time. He's perfect. Perfect in every way.
A major theme in the early seasons is Homer learning to accept the imperfections of his family. The Simpsons may look dysfunctional versus the picturesque and well-behaved Flanders, but that's okay, because The Simpsons don't have to be the Flanders. This conflict effectively captured the original spirit of the show, eventually culminating in the season 3 episode when Flanders failed. It's an episode that eerily mirrors Homer's enemy, but with the roles reversed. Despite Flanders only showing Homer hospitality and kindness, Homer still roots for his demise. For once, Homer actually gets his wish, and only then does he realize that the ultimate triumph over his adversary hasn't made him any more happy. Many fans of the show wonder what could have happened to the character of Frank Grimes if he wasn't killed off after a single appearance. It turns out the answer may have been hiding in plain sight all along.
Hey, you okay, Grimy?
I'm better than okay. I'm Homer Simpson.
Only by viewing Homer's enemy through the totality of the series can we truly grasp the brilliance of the episode. Homer's Enemy is not just a critique about the regression of the American dream, it is a testament to the progression of The Simpsons. When Homer encounters Frank Grimes, he is essentially meeting an earlier version of himself. It could be said that the original vision of The Simpsons was to confront the whimsical television landscape with a brutal dose of realism.
The sitcoms that I grew up with presented a sort of weird, zombified ideal of the American family, and it didn't relate to anyone I knew in reality.
The show began with a series of grounded and unromantic stories designed to challenge the establishment in place around them. What they never envisioned, however, was becoming the establishment. By the late 90s, The Simpsons were larger than life. They had become an American institution and a worldwide phenomenon. The show had accomplished more than its creators could have possibly imagined. The Simpsons always prided itself on being at the cutting edge of nuanced, subversive comedy. They pioneered an entirely new genre of programming. Pioneers will always get a lot of credit for whatever they discover. They take unthinkable risks at a time when the odds are completely against their favor. However, every pioneer knows deep down that they will inevitably be overtaken by their successors. After 8 seasons and 175 episodes, The Simpsons were running out of stories to tell.
One problem with doing a show as long as we've done is we're fighting the fact that people are familiar with the show, and it's harder and harder to surprise the audience.
There comes a time in all of our lives when we want to go out and change the world, to break free from the system. Eventually, though, life always catches back up to us. Being like Frank Grimes is inherently unsustainable. Sometimes the only option left is to be like Homer. Following the end of the 8th season, showrunners Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein departed to work on the ill-fated Mission Hill. Matt Groening was all but checked out of The Simpsons at this point, focusing much of his attention on developing the concept for his new series, Futurama. Starting with season 9, The Simpsons began what can only be described as a long, slow march to mediocrity. It's extraordinarily sad to still see The Simpsons producing new episodes today. It's like watching a dominant athlete have all their remarkable abilities stripped away through the march of time until they are no more special than the rest of us. There's a reason why many all-time greats in pop culture also happen to die young. We never get to witness them wither away into a shell of their former glory. The brilliance of those first 8 seasons now only amounts to a measly quarter of the show's entire lifespan. The Simpsons has been on the air so long that YouTube videos complaining about the show's decline have themselves become stale and cliché. What was once the epitome of media counterculture is now owned by the epitome of the media establishment. Following Disney's acquisition of Fox in 2019, The Simpsons featured in a series of uncanny animated bumpers welcoming their new overlords. Considering the prior 2 decades of openly trashing the evil empire, it's hard to believe that this was even the same show anymore. In all honesty, The Simpsons was never designed to survive until the 21st century. The big media conglomerates just keep it around as a ceremonial tool to evoke nostalgia for better times. At this point, Homer Simpson has been relegated to a figurehead akin to the likes of Mickey Mouse and the Queen of England. Like many other forms of counterculture, The Simpsons ended up becoming the very thing they sought to destroy.
If I had a TV show, I'd run that sucker into the ground.
Don't cry for me. I'm already dead.
The Simpsons may have fallen hard, but we only see it that way because its original run set the bar so high. Lots of people today have been amazed by The Simpsons' remarkable ability to prophesize modern-day events in past episodes. The truth is that for as wacky of a place Springfield is, it was entirely modeled off our reality.
As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump.
America is still America, and certain patterns in history tend to repeat themselves. If anything, The Simpsons predicting the future serves more as a testament to how tuned in the series was to American culture at its peak. The satire of The Simpsons held up a mirror to our world. It shouldn't be much of a surprise when some days we start mimicking the reflection. It's unfortunate to consider how younger generations never had the opportunity to experience The Simpsons at its creative and cultural peak. While the actual show has never been less relevant, the spirit of the show has witnessed a rebirth through the rise of remix culture on the internet. One could say that the fast-paced, irreverent attitude of The Simpsons perfectly foreshadowed interactions on the internet today. Much like a certain young cartoonist from Oregon, a new generation of artists is now using The Simpsons as a springboard to break into the cultural space. The life cycle of the show has now come full circle, going from parody to parodied. So despite its descent into corporate mediocrity, it's at least comforting to realize that The Simpsons is still contributing to culture in a meaningful way. One such contribution was made by British underground street artist Banksy, whose brutally unflattering satirization of The Simpsons was aired as part of a 2010 episode. Banksy once famously reflected on the concept of the second death, when somebody speaks your name for the last time. It suggests that even if we cease to exist in a physical sense, our legacy will continue to influence those who follow us. Frank Grimes may have only lasted a single episode, but what he accomplished in those few minutes of screen time was unforgettable. There comes a time for every long-running TV series when they jump the shark. A moment when the creators realize that they have exhausted all of their creative juices and have nowhere to go but down. So they release an episode so unabashedly preposterous that it fundamentally undermines any immersion in the story, characters, and world moving forward. With Homer's Enemy, The Simpsons jumped the shark, but in typical Simpsons fashion, they did so in the most brilliant and subversive way.
They jumped the
They
shark.
welcomed an age of mediocrity with the show's final masterpiece. Homer's Enemy is a monument to a television empire at its absolute peak. It pushes the original artistic vision of the series to its absolute conceptual limit. In just 23 minutes of screen time, The Simpsons created something so intensely profound that we still think about it more than 23 years later. After it aired, The Simpsons was never the same. It didn't just change the show, it changed the way we looked at the show. Homer's Enemy was an episode so high concept that it elevated the series from a source of entertainment to a source of study. It entices the audience to dig deeper and think harder about the show than they ever have before. Oftentimes, the greatest art doesn't give us all the right answers. It makes us ask the right questions. The discussion continues. The great lengths we stray in search of our own interpretation of Homer's Enemy gives us a wider appreciation of the series as a whole. A majority of Simpsons episodes are not spectacular. Many of them are hard to even call entertaining. But we don't remember the series for those episodes. When people think of The Simpsons, they think of an incredible show. They think of a show that redefined comedy and satire. They think of a show that pushed the boundaries of what was possible on television. They think of a show so influential that every other show would eventually copy it in some way. The legacy of The Simpsons has always been defined as a show that stood out from everything else around it. So to answer the question, why are The Simpsons green, we may instead want to ask why The Simpsons are yellow.
So, yellow skin. Why? Because it looks like there's something wrong with your TV set.
Sometimes a small tweak in what we find familiar is all it takes to change our whole perspective. The Simpsons made everyone stop to adjust their TV sets, but the picture within was never broken. Everything else around it was. The Simpsons opened our eyes to the yellowness of the whole world. After a while, we no longer questioned why the Simpsons were yellow. They simply were. It was only then, when for just one moment, the creators had nothing else to do but to make them green. Homer's Enemy is The Simpsons' magnum opus, and there will never ever be another episode like it.
Hi, I'm Z-list YouTuber Rusty Cage. You
Rusty
may remember me
Cage.
from such videos as The
Nice
Night Game
song.
and The Night
What a tie
Game Song
news.
Part 2. But today I'm here to tell you about a revolutionary new product. Until now, this was the only way to prevent baldness before it starts. But that's all changed thanks to Keeps Hair Loss Prevention. Let's meet the
Why is
spokesperson, Dr.
Rusty
Spiral.
Cage here?
Hello, Rusty. Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Spiral. Rusty, would you like a product that's up to 90% effective at reducing and stopping the symptoms of hair loss?
I sure would, but wouldn't we have to pay those outrageous pharmacy prices for something the drug company probably spit in?
Not anymore, thanks to Keeps Hair Loss Prevention, the most affordable FDA-approved hair loss product.
What the?
Wow, you saved all that hair from a single dose of Keeps?
That's right, and you can visit an online doctor right now and get your prescription shipped right to your door.
Visit keeps.com/emplemon for 50% off your first order. That's keeps.com/emplemon.
Okay. I would spin the wheel, but I want to make sure I get to. I downloaded Call of Duty Zombies, Call of Duty Black Ops 3 for a reason, because I want to play the zombies. I have to put on my headphones first, though. Yes. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to reset the stream in a little bit here. Whatever. Alright, I'm gonna play zombies. Holy shit. Did it really install all of my custom? Wow. Courtney Butterbarn. I don't remember playing this one. I don't know if I have yet. Why is it just blue? Why is it just blue? Fuck, what? I wanna play Among Us. Among Us and Call of Duty. Not clickbait. Holy shit. It's it's like the worst fucking skill of all time. Can I open the doors? Oh, I can. First I gotta kill some fools. PDF energy. Oh my gosh, it plays the Among Us noise when it's a new round. Like from Among Us. Alright. I'm gonna go to, I'm gonna go to admin. That's this way, I think. I think this is admin right here. Which cost 1,500. What am I? Made of money? What am I? Chopped liver? Am I right, guys? I'm not chopped liver, I'm G Butterboy from Fortnite. Among Us, PDF energy. PDP energy.